Ferrand World, the age of titans and dragons. At the border where grasslands meet forests rises the towering Gaoman Mountain. The blazing sun dominates the sky, scorching with an intensity like burning embers. Gaoman Mountain Tribe, the royal court commands. Summon 50 Eaglemen warriors. You are ordered to arrive at the Hanhai forest within 13 days to heed the decree of the Thunder God. Above the cliff, an Eagleman with grayish-black expansive wings soared in midair. Clutching a long bone-crafted spear in his talons, he bellowed forcefully at the assembled Eaglemen below. Below on the cliff, amid the gathered Eaglemen, Jiang You looked upward in bewilderment, his eyes scanning both his companions and the vast sky above. Where have I arrived? He wondered. Soon he noticed something amiss. All around, Eaglemen with human faces, beaked visages, and eagle-like feet and wings, entirely cloaked in grayish-black feathers, were gathered. The Eaglemen wore tattered animal skins and appeared gaunt and pallid, signs of chronic malnutrition. Meanwhile, Jiang You, still a juvenile Eagleman, stood by a nurturing Eaglewoman. Soon, fleeting memories of his early days as an Eagleman surfaced in his mind. Messenger, our tribe numbers barely 200. If all the young and able depart, how can we possibly survive in this vast wilderness? I beseech you for mercy. Amid the Eaglemen on the cliff, a tall and robust adult stepped forward, pleading earnestly to the airborne messenger. Yet the messenger cared little for their plight, retorting coldly, "Humph, I care not for these trivialities. Arrive on time, and live a fail, and your tribe shall perish." After his words, the messenger spread his wings and leapt into flight, leaving behind a group of anguished Eaglemen. That night a bonfire blazed atop the cliff. Upon the fire, the last remaining meats of the tribe were roasted. The young and able Eaglemen ate in silence while their kin huddled closely nearby. Jiang You, alongside his mother, stood near a towering male Eagleman, the very chieftain who earlier that day had implored the messenger for clemency. After finishing his meal, the chieftain turned to Jiang Yu's side, ruffled his hair with a gentle touch, and smiled. "My son, may you grow strong and healthy." The words stirred Jiang You deeply. Even as he had transformed into another, the memories of his youthful days as an Eagleman still resonated within him. Turning to the female Eagleman, he spoke solemnly. "Aji, the war between the Titan Divine and the ancient dragon clans has endured for 1,000 years. 10 years ago, our forefathers departed, never to return. This time our fate is equally uncertain. After my departure, little you shall be raised by you." The female Eagleman's eyes welled with tears. "Can we not stay? Let us leave Gaoman Mountain and hide far away." "It cannot be so. The entire world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here we might eke out a meager existence, elsewhere extinction awaits." The Eagle Father said with resignation, "You must return safely." "I shall." Early the next morning, all the able-bodied Eaglemen, led by their patriarch, flew westward toward the Hanhai forest. On the cliff, the elderly, the weak, and the children clutched their offspring tightly as they watched the departing figures of the warrior Eaglemen fade into the distance. 3 years later, in a forest near Gaoman Mountain, Jiang You gripped a short stone spear as he perched atop a tree, his eyes gleaming coldly while fixated on the scene below. A large and a small, thick-skinned wild boar were beset by 3 forest wolves. The smaller boar had already lost half its head to savage bites, left to a death that was almost complete. Meanwhile, the larger wild boar, incensed by the agony of loss, disregarded its own wounds, bared its tusks, and charged fiercely. One forest wolf was impaled and fell dead, while another suffered a lacerated belly, collapsing in its final moments. Another forest wolf delivered the final blow to the wild boar. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry resounded. Jiang You swooped down from the treetop, raising his stone spear and plunging it precisely into a wolf's eye. As the grievously wounded forest wolf succumbed in agony, Jiang You ignored any fanfare. He turned and flew toward the injured beast on the ground, suddenly hurling his stone spear. The stone spear sailed through the air, striking true into the wolf's throat. The entire assault was executed with astonishing speed and precision. Only once the battle concluded did 3 young Eaglemen descend from the trees. "You are truly formidable," one exclaimed. "We had scarcely taken flight, and you had defeated them all." Jiang You smiled and nodded. "Sang a lie, take a portion of the prey back for now. I will stay here and watch." "Very well, you. Be careful," they replied. After their words, the 3 young Eaglemen together carried off the 2 wild boars, one large and one small. Watching them soar into the distance, Jiang You quickly wiped away the bloody traces of the slain wolves before returning to the treetops. He sat upon a branch, gazing at the descending sun in the west, and wiped the blood from his stone spear. "Open the panel." Noticing the game start countdown, Jiang You felt his lips twitch involuntarily. With a world of time-traveling Eaglemen and a collapsing beginning, he bitterly remarked on the inoperative game system. "I wonder whether I am merely an NPC or a player." He sighed deeply. "The system is unreliable for now. We must rely on ourselves. At least one can still view one's attributes and skills, which are not entirely worthless." The afterglow of the setting sun cascaded through the leaves in a wash of golden light as Jiang You snapped a twig and gestured thoughtfully in the air. All is quiet, let me reassess. Having roamed this world for 3 years, I have come to realize that this is the ancient era of the Ferrand World game, the epic of titans and dragons. When I first entered the game, I found myself in the 5th chapter, the era of the rising human empire. By then, the age of titans and dragons had long faded into memory. After the ancient battle, the titans vanished without a trace, and the great dragons retreated to Dragon Island. In that sparse period, only one detail lingered in my memory: the 3 years preceding the final clash between titans and dragons. In a war over territory, Thunder God Yadali slew the cherished young son of the ancient dragon emperor, the Blue Dragon King Ali Lechuos. He is none other than the ancestor of the later Blue Dragons. This incident served as the fuse. Enraged, the Dragon Emperor unleashed his entire clan upon the Titan giants of battle that left both sides grievously wounded, and in the chaos the goblins rose. Back then, while watching the expansion, I paid little heed to the saga of the Eaglemen. In those days, the Eaglemen, still governed by the royal court, numbered in the tens of thousands, and were regarded as part of the intelligent species. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his own appearance and sighed. Eaglemen, once mere feeble creatures in the 5th chapter, have now been excluded from the ranks of the intelligent species. Players never begin with the option of choosing an Eagleman. Frankly, the inherent talents of Eaglemen are indeed low. I have tried countless later-era methods on this youthful Eagleman body, yet none have succeeded in awakening the transcendent. Without talent, there can be no talent. Not even the transcendent can be awakened, let alone what the future may hold. He furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. But I recall a legend from the 5th chapter. An ordinary turtle, having bathed in the blood of the titans during the ancient era, ultimately ascended to demigodhood and survived until the players arrived. I too once aspired to awaken the transcendent through such means. But in these 3 years, I have learned that bathing in titan blood does not empower, instead it burns one to death, without exception. Then why did that ancient turtle survive a bath in titan blood and instead harness the transcendent? Jiang You fell into deep contemplation. I once undertook a task for that very turtle. If I ponder further, perhaps a clue will reveal itself. As the sun dips below the horizon and night unfurls its velvet cloak, the stars glitter like a scattered galaxy. Jiang You and his 3 companions returned to Gaoman Mountain carrying the carcasses of 3 forest wolves. At that moment, a bonfire has been lit on the cliff and a plump, thick-skinned wild boar is roasting on the grill. The eagle people circle around the fire, their faces alight with anticipation as they gaze upon the sizzling boar. Some of the young eagle children can hardly hide their drooling desire. The thick-skinned wild boar is the most sumptuous prey in Miyu Forest, an animal so rare that even Jiang You and his companions seldom encounter it. On this outing, fate intervened when 3 wolves ambushed the thick-skinned wild boar, allowing them to procure it at a bargain, a rare occurrence. When the roasting was complete, Jiang You received the most delectable piece of the boar. After every eagle person had eaten their fill, an old eagle man with gray-white wings and a stooped figure trembled as he slowly rose, approaching the bonfire and proclaiming loudly before the assembly. Fellow tribesmen, it has now been 3 years since Chief E led all our robust young warriors to the Hanhai Forest to join the war launched by Lei Ting Titan. They have not returned, surely their bones lie buried in the yellow sands. You all know this, while his words slicing through the heart like a freshly torn scar, causing every eagle in the tribe to bow their head in sorrow. Before long, Jiang You began to hear the sound of lamentation around him. The eagle warriors were so feeble that aside from their ability to fly, they possessed little else. On that vast battlefield, like expendable cannon fodder, they fell in masses at the slightest touch of the mighty. Thankfully, in these 3 years, some of our children have grown up. They are now capable of aiding their mothers in the hunt, someone observed. Especially you, who has even acquired the ability to slay a forest wolf single-handedly, the old eagle man continued. Half a year ago, Jiang You had taken down a lone wolf by himself. Every pack of wolves has its alpha. Our tribe, too, must have a leader. I propose that you succeed, and become the chief of our Gaoman Mountain tribe. The old eagle man finally revealed his intention. Being too advanced in years, and with the tribe facing a shortage of seasoned warriors, only Jiang You was deemed fit to lead. Even though he was still a young eagle person, he bore no inferiority to the elders. Upon hearing these words, the young eagle men, who had grown up alongside Jiang You, were the first to voice their approval, having long been captivated by him. The youth agreed, and naturally their mothers did not oppose. Nearly half the tribe voiced their support for Jiang You to become their new chief. Moreover, not one among those who remained silent opposed. With the matter settled, the old eagle man smiled reassuringly, stepped before Jiang You, and asked him with gentle mirth, Are you willing to shoulder the future of the Gaoman Shan eagle people? He inquired, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yu's composed expression as he silently nodded to himself. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. Tribal elder, I am willing to become the chief. In the perilous wilds of primeval wilderness, bereft of transcendent power, survival depended solely on the strength of the tribe. He was no longer a mere player. His life was singular. Becoming the tribe's chief was his true calling. After years of sharing every sunrise and sunset, how could he be indifferent? At the very least, I must change the fate of our eagle people's future, Jiang You silently vowed in his heart. Deep into the night, the moonlight bathed the land. Jiang You reclined on a large bluestone by the cliff's edge, letting the starlit breeze caress him. After much thought, he mused the old turtle's mission never mentioned how to avoid being seared by Titan blood. But if he was merely an ordinary turtleback, then when he bathed in Titan blood, he would not have strayed far from the battlefield. At that realization, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. In the early days of the human empire's rise, Old Turtle became renowned for his thunderous power. It is quite possible he was drenched in the blood of Lei Ting Tai Tan. And Lei Ting Tai Tan is indeed the master of all eagle people. Turtles love water. The secret that allowed Old Turtle to bathe in Titan blood unscathed must lie in the water. And as for which waters, it must be in the Hanhai Forest. That which can cause the Thunder Titan giant to bleed must be his mortal enemy, the Blue Dragon King Ali Lechuos. Only the life-or-death battle between them could shower the forest with a profuse cascade of Titan blood drenching Old Turtle. Thus the matter becomes clear. I merely need to locate the stream where Old Turtle resides, find him, and obtain the secret that allowed him to survive bathed in Titan blood. In doing so, I shall awaken the transcendent. Jiang Yu's mind cleared as he continued his contemplation. However, the Hanhai Forest is not a realm accessible to ordinary mortals. It lies at the border where the territories of the Titan giants and dragons converge, heavily defended by formidable affiliated races. There is no dearth of transcendent beings among the tribes. If I were to venture recklessly, I would surely be slain on the spot. No one cares for the life of an eagle person, not even those on the Titan's side. And there is but one way to reach there, just as my father did 3 years ago. I must answer the call of Wang Ting and join the ranks as an eagle soldier to reach the Hanhai Forest. I need only to set off swiftly once the summons is heard, heading to the Hanhai Forest ahead of time. Eagle people are primarily deployed as scouts. If I go early, I will surely be selected for the reconnaissance team, and then I can seize the opportunity to search for Old Turtle's hideaway. As his thoughts methodically unraveled, a preliminary plan began to form in Jiang Yu's mind. Wang Ting summons eagle soldiers from various tribes nearly every decade. Then when 7 years have passed, I must surely seize the opportunity. The eagle people dwell amidst the mountains, living atop them for generations, cherishing the cliffs of their land. They carve out caves with stone tools to reside in around the mountain peaks. Gaoman Mountain is merely a common hill in the ancient world of Feeland. The rumored royal court of the eagle people, however, resides atop a towering mountain known as Tian Shan. It is a grand and magnificent mountain home to tens of thousands of eagle people, serving as their ancestral land from which the eagle people of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe originate. After Jiang You became the chieftain of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe, he began to transform the living environment of the eagle people. While the stone caves were safe after many generations of habitation, they had become quite unbearable, and smell and sanitation had always been a concern. In the first year, he crafted stone axes, felled trees, and led his tribesmen to construct dozens of wooden houses and beds over the course of the year, creating a new place to live. The original cave, fitted with wooden doors, became an excellent storage space. The wooden houses of the eagle people had 2 doors, one on the roof and another near the cliff, allowing for convenient access. After finishing the wooden houses, he gathered the tribesmen to dig a pond in the center of the tribe, providing a source of water for daily drinking and living. Every day, Jiang You would arrange for the tribesmen to fetch water. Then he surrounded the cluster of wooden houses with wooden walls, forming a small village. While the safety of the wooden village might be slightly inferior to that of the caves, Jiang You looked at the village before him and felt for the first time in the wildest sense of civilization, at peace with his heart. In the second winter, Jiang You led the eagle youths to take advantage of the heavy winter snow, finding and killing several black bears hibernating in the Whispering Forest. His strength and skills grew, and he donned a bearskin coat. It was quite warm. In the third year, Jiang You discovered a magical beast in the eastern part of the Whispering Forest. Fortunately, this magical beast was a deer-type creature. Although it was strong, it had a gentle temperament remaining in its territory, which put Jiang You and his companions at ease. However, the desire in his heart for extraordinary power grew stronger. In the fourth year, while leading a hunting team, Jiang You pursued a wild bull and flew 3,000 meters west. There he discovered an open copper mine. This filled him with indescribable joy. Copper. This was the material that could propel them from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age. With copper tools, the strength of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe would increase significantly. But soon a patrolling eagle youth flew in from a distance, informing him of a snake people tribe nearby. The snake people are also a subordinate race of the Titan giants, but they have been in constant conflict with the eagle people for generations, their territories overlapping, making them natural enemies since ancient times. In ancient times, when the four-legged eagles had not yet evolved into eagle people, they often preyed on the ancestors of the snake people, the two-legged snakes. However, when both races simultaneously received the gifts of the Titan giants and evolved into intelligent beings, the suppression of the eagle people over the snake people vanished. The snake people had a stronger reproductive capacity and were skilled in archery. Although the eagle people had the advantage of flight, their sharp claws made archery difficult. Otherwise, a troop capable of shooting arrows from the sky, even if just ordinary beings without extraordinary powers, would still hold a significant advantage. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yu's desire for copper overcame his worries about the Snake People tribe. He pondered and asked Liang how many snake people are in that tribe. Are there any extraordinary snake people? Chieftain, I didn't look closely, Liang said, awkwardly scratching his head. It's fine, we'll take another look. Jiang Yu did not blame him. After all, it was quite impressive for the Eagle Youth to notice the Snake People tribe. He took a group of Eagle Youths into the sky, and after flying a few miles indeed found a small Snake People tribe by a stream. Jiang Yu circled in the sky to observe, discovering that this small tribe was actually quite similar to their own situation. Years of war had drained their vitality, leaving mostly the old, weak, and women and children in the tribe. Indeed, the Snake People had a lower survival rate on the battlefield than the Eagle People, making them the cannon fodder of cannon fodder. However, this Snake People tribe had a slightly larger population than the Gaoman Mountain Eagle Tribe, with about 300 Snake People living there. Jiang Yu decisively decided to eradicate this Snake People tribe. That very night, he led the able-bodied warriors of the Eagle Tribe to strike, while they slept, annihilating the small Snake People tribe. Afterward, they mined the copper and smelted bronze. Jiang Yu knew some of the simplest ancient methods of copper smelting from his previous life. After several attempts, he successfully produced bronze. In the 5th year after a year of accumulation, nearly every eagle capable of fighting in the tribe had a bronze weapon. With bronze weapons, they could hunt even larger and fiercer prey. Even against some weaker magical beasts, Jiang Yu and the others dared to test their luck. The tribesmen mostly used bronze spears, while Jiang Yu forged and wielded a bronze sword. In the 6th year, as the tribe's bronze reserves increased, Jiang Yu used the surplus bronze to cast a large bronze cauldron. Thus, food could be continuously cooked within the cauldron. Subsequently, various bronze utensils were also created: bowls, basins, pots, spoons, and so on. By this time, Jiang Yu could announce that the Gaoman Mountain Tribe had emerged from the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age. They were more civilized than the vast majority of the races in the Ferrand World. In the 7th year, at the age of 16, Jiang Yu was considered an adult among the Eagle people. His physique became more upright and strong, with his wings growing tougher and more powerful. This year, in preparation for the imminent war, Jiang Yu began forging bronze armor. Due to their wings, it was difficult for the Eagle people to cover their backs with armor, and to maintain lightness for flight, the armor could not be too heavy. Thus, Jiang Yu only forged armor plates for the chest, arms, and head for protection. This simple bronze armor was crafted into over a dozen sets, worn by Jiang Yu and the strongest Eagle people of the tribe. They were all companions who had grown up alongside Jiang Yu, bound by brotherhood. As time passed, during the autumn of that year, with golden autumn leaves fluttering down, the envoys of the Eagle royal court arrived as scheduled. The sky is high and the clouds are light, with a strong autumnal atmosphere. On the cliffs of Gaoman Mountain, a hawkman messenger with ash-black wings flaps his wings in midair, holding a tumter-long bone spear proudly overlooking. He glanced at the hawkman population of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe, observing this group of weak clansmen with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, and then announced loudly, "The Gaoman Mountain Tribe, the royal court has issued a decree, summoning 50 hawkman warriors. You have 13 days to report to the Hanhai Forest and obey the command of the God of Thunder." The familiar summons echoed across the entire cliff. It seems the royal court truly looks down upon such a small tribe as Gaoman Mountain. For decades, they have not even bothered to change a word of the summons. It must be said, this is the common summons directed at all hawkman tribes outside the royal court amid the vast mountains. However, 50 people is still too many. Currently, the hawkman tribe, including newborn infants, has only about 200 members, and among Jiang Yu's generation, there are merely over 30 adult male hawkmen. At this moment, Jiang Yu finally understood the sense of helpless sorrow that his father had felt back then. That phrase, "my son must grow up healthy," must have been uttered under such a sorrowful context. On the cliff, the hawkmen all bowed their heads. Jiang Yu stood at the front, his claws clenched tightly, suppressing the anger within, taking a deep breath, and pleaded like his father once did. "Messenger, you have seen it. Our tribe truly cannot muster 50 hawkman warriors at this time. Could you grant us a reprieve? I am willing to lead all the adult male hawkmen to battle for the God of Thunder and the royal court." The royal court's decree is not something to be bargained with. The hawkman messenger with ash-black wings snorted coldly and spoke in a chilling tone. "A small tribe like you able to survive here under the protection of the royal court is already a grace from the royal court." As he spoke, he noticed Jiang Yu's tightly clenched claws and the piercing gaze directed at him, a murderous intent rising within. A small tribe like Gaoman Mountain is akin to the wild grass on the plains. One wave dies, another wave is born, and even if exterminated, it would have no impact. It is only a matter of time. The royal court never cares about their lives or deaths. With a surge of killing intent, the Hawkman messenger's eyes narrowed, and the gentle breeze in the world began to stir. This is indeed extraordinary power, the power of wind. Standing on the cliff, Jiang You suddenly felt a chill in his heart, his body shivering, quickly lowering his head and bowing. Messenger, the Gaoman Mountain Tribe is willing to obey the summons. The world suddenly fell silent for a few breaths, only to see the wind stirring. After a long time, the cold-faced Hawkman messenger ultimately did not make a move. He left behind a cold command and flapped his wings to depart. 50 people within 13 days. Remember, one less person one day late, and your entire clan will be exterminated. On the cliff, upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart was filled with rage. Damn it, we will sooner or later rebel against this damned Hawkman royal court. After the Hawkman messenger left, the clansmen sighed in despair. When will this war come to an end? When will our lives truly get better? We are too weak. Our forebears are gone, and it seems we are destined to follow in their footsteps. Jiang You looked at the despondent faces of his clansmen and immediately stepped forward, speaking loudly. Please believe in me, clansmen. This time I will definitely bring everyone back. If I cannot return, I will die in front of everyone. Additionally, for the 50 slots, I request the adult sisters in the tribe to accompany us on this expedition. The underage lads should remain in the tribe. Yes, Chief. Immediately, over a dozen adult female clansmen stepped forward. All of them were the female Hawkmen of their generation. At this moment, the entire Gaoman Mountain Tribe was truly left with only the elderly and the weak. Jiang You sighed inwardly, looking at the strongest young hawk boy among the Hawkmen, smiled at him. Ja, after we leave, you will be the strongest male Hawkman in the tribe. You must lead the young ones to protect everyone. Ja's eyes were filled with tears as he earnestly replied, Yes, brother you. Jiang You nodded upon hearing this, then comforted his mother before stepping forward to address the Hawkmen who were about to set out. All right, there is no time to waste. We will return now to equip ourselves with bronze armor and take up weapons. We depart for Hanhai Forest in 15 minutes. Some Hawkmen questioned, You, isn't it within 3 days? Why the urgency? Jiang You shook his head. In the past generations, none of our predecessors who went to battle have returned. This time we must first scout the situation in Hanhai Forest and make ample preparations. The method of bathing in Titan blood was too astonishing, and he was not yet ready to reveal it, so he found a plausible excuse. Of course, it was not entirely an excuse. There was indeed some truth to it. All right, we understand. We will return now to gather our weapons and gear, and in 15 minutes we will set off. The Hawkmen all nodded. They did not doubt Jiang Yu's words. Over the years they had grown up alongside Jiang Yu, and that sense of trust far exceeded that of ordinary people. Thus, after 15 minutes, the 50 Hawkmen armed with bronze swords and spears were ready to depart. With a command from Jiang Yu, they soared westward under the reluctant gazes of the elderly and weak Hawkmen left behind. Under the stars and moonlight, traveling day and night, 7 suns have risen and set. Crossing mountains and rivers, deep valleys and quiet forests, Jiang Yu finally brought his tribe's warriors to the Hanxi Forest. This is a vast and boundless forest, just like its name suggests, lush and green, as an ocean extending endlessly. A long river winds through this forest, merging into the distant sea. This is the edge of the territory ruled by the Thunder Titan Atreus, bordering the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King Erelitos. The two sides have battled for many years without a decisive victor. At this moment, the Hanxi Forest resembles a massive military camp where all tribes of the Feyland are present. He saw centaurs patrolling the forest, eaglemen soaring in the sky, trolls camping in the jungle, dwarves riding goats in the valleys, goblins chopping down trees, merfolk resting by the river, fishmen wielding stone forks, ogres as overseers, fairies and tree spirits gazing from the treetops, and boar men lying on the ground, and so on. These are the subordinate races of the Titans who have ruled half the world since the era of the Titan Giants. The ancient dragons are not inferior to the Titan Giants. Jiang Yu looked further north into the Hanxi Forest and saw a stone throne rising 300 meters high, standing in the northern part of the forest. It appeared to be carved from a whole mountain. A giant nearly 200 meters tall sat upon it with purple hair and golden eyes, emanating a majestic aura that sent shivers down one's spine. That imposing presence, as grand as a mountain or the sea, left Jiang Yu in awe. At every moment, purplish lightning surged around his robust figure like an abyss or a prison. That is the Titan giant Atreus, master of thunder. According to the tales of the 5th-era Titan giants are born legendary and can reach demigod status in adulthood. The great Titan king, even without raising his divine throne, possesses power comparable to that of the gods. This is the Titan giant, the lord of half the ancient Feyland world. Feeling the Titan giant's imposing aura, Jiang Yu became more cautious, burying the pride of being a traveler deep within his heart. He is still an ordinary being, not even extraordinary, in a world filled with supernatural powers where death could come at any moment. He must tread carefully. Flying over the skies of the Han Sea forest, the patrolling Eaglemen and horned eagles did not obstruct them, allowing them to land directly in the camp where the Eaglemen gathered. As soon as they landed, soldiers from the Eagle King's court approached them. It was a middle-aged Eagleman clad in wolf fur who, although lacked any extraordinary aura, emanated a battle-hardened presence. He asked casually, "Which tribe do you come from, and who is your leader?" Jiang You stepped forward and replied, "Elder of the court, I am the leader. We come from the Gaoman Mountain Tribe." The middle-aged Eagleman simply responded with an indifferent hum, clearly having never heard of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe. He glanced at the bronze weapons and armor Jiang You and his companions carried, showing no interest. A small tribe of Eaglemen, which even includes female Eaglemen, what is there to pay attention to? Follow me. The Eagle tribe from the east is led by Lord Windwing. The middle-aged Eagleman led them through half the camp to a large area that was messy and chaotic. All the trees here had been cut down, leaving a bare patch of muddy grass. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over, roughly estimating that around 10,000 eagle warrior soldiers were stationed here, their gray-black wings intertwined, resembling a massive gray net spread across the ground. The middle-aged Eagleman casually pointed to a corner. "You can stay there for now." After speaking, he turned to leave. After all, they were merely cannon fodder destined to die on the battlefield, and he had little desire to converse. Jiang You quickly called out to him, asking earnestly, "Elder, I have yet to ask your name. Also, where is Lord Windwing's camp? How should we follow the Lord's military orders?" This place was chaotic, with Eaglemen huddled together in disarray, not knowing how to unify command. Jiang Yu felt it was better to clarify. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Eagleman looked back in surprise, a contemptuous glint in his eyes as he chuckled. "What qualifications do you have to follow Lord Windwing's orders? Someone will come to summon you in due time." He then pointed to a nearby Eagleman camp. An eagle warrior of the court holding a bone spear flew in the air, loudly scolding several eagle tribesmen below. You, and you gather your clansmen and set off with me." The summoned Eaglemen did not dare to resist, quickly rallying their clansmen to depart with him. Some had more than 10 companions, while others had only a few. The expression in each Eagleman's eyes was one of numbness. Clearly, this was not their first time being summoned like this. Each small tribe that came here consisted of 50 people. Where did the rest go? They had clearly perished long ago. Jiang Yu watched this unfold, his gaze growing heavy. "I understand now, Elder. It's good that you understand. There are some things I do not wish to say too harshly. You little tribes sheltered under the court should listen well. If you do not after the war, how many of you can return? As for my name, you need not know it." The middle-aged Eagleman spoke blandly, pointing to the edge of another grove. "Oh, and don't think about escaping. Look over there. That is the fate of the escapees." Jiang Yu turned to look, only to see rows of eagle corpses stuck in the ground with wooden sticks protruding from their mouths, emerging from their lower bodies blood-soaked and embedded in the earth. He fell silent while the middle-aged Eagleman burst into laughter. "Kid, don't be clever. Eaglemen like you are nothing more than ants and weeds. The court allows you to live, and you shall live. The court allows you to die, and you must die. Be prudent." After saying this, he flapped his wings and flew away, heading towards the next tribe. Jiang Yu was left standing in place, his claws clenched tightly, his eyes deep. In such a court, what future can the Eaglemen have? No wonder they will eventually become one of the weakest magical creatures. I will take their place sooner or later. Behind him, the eagle warriors who grew up alongside Jiang Yu also showed expressions of discontent, but all held back from reacting. Only after the middle-aged Eagleman departed did one Eagleman step forward to ask, "You, what should we do next?" Jiang Yu glanced at the eagle reconnaissance team soaring in the sky and smiled. "They call for their own, we do our own thing. Bring out the bone spears we crafted earlier, we will patrol ourselves." An Eagleman stepped forward and handed Jiang Yu a long object wrapped in beast skin. Jiang Yu removed the skin, picked up the bone spear, and smiled at the other Eaglemen. "From now on, I am a soldier of the court, leading you to scout. All follow me." All right. He wanted to find the location of the old turtle. Even if the Eagle Court did not order it, he was willing to investigate. However, the route for this investigation would still be at his discretion for safety. As for whether they would be discovered, that was no longer a concern. In any case, death awaited. To awaken the extraordinary, he must take risks. With some pickled meat in hand, he inquired among the Eaglemen who had already completed their tasks. Jiang Yu grasped a bone spear, donned a bearskin coat, and pretended to be a royal guard, leading his kin to soar into the sky, boldly flying out of the camp. The journey was uneventful. Such groups were too numerous for the Eaglemen to notice. One by one, royal Eaglemen set out with 50 tribal warrior eagles, while others returned with a dozen or so tribal eagles. Typically, the scouts sustained the greatest losses before a battle. In this sky, the warriors of the eagle tribe were the weakest presence. Not to mention the dragons that soar above various flying subdragon species, and even griffins could match a team of 50 eagle scouts. Just as Jiang Yu was about to fly beyond the edge of the camp, a royal Eagleman guard stationed at the camp's perimeter suddenly furrowed his brow and flew before him, asking expressionlessly, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." I am new today, Jiang You replied calmly. His demeanor was so natural that the guarding royal eagle man couldn't find any fault and nodded to let him pass. Behind him, the hearts of his kin were pounding, and when they saw the guard let them through, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Jiang Yu's actions, their hearts rose once more. Jiang Yu did not leave. Instead, he quietly approached and slipped a piece of gold into the guard's hand, asking, "Brother, I just arrived. May I ask where the fiercest battles for the skies are occurring?" Even in ancient times, gold was hard currency, and this piece was obtained during the extermination of the Snake Man tribe. The guard nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "I understand. In recent days, the battles to the east have been the fiercest, with even several extraordinary eagle noblemen falling. Little brother, it's best for you to fly west since you just arrived." "Thank you, brother," Jiang Yu said with a smile, and then led his kin toward the west. Next to the Eaglemen's camp was the camp of the goblins, a once great, but now declining race in this ancient era, yet one of the major tribes under the Titans. They had a population of tens of millions spread throughout the world of Ferrand, and even among the ancient dragons their figures could be seen. The goblins were quite clever. At least Jiang Yu saw that many large catapults had been constructed in their camp, and besides these there were wooden arrow towers and low tents far more orderly than the chaotic Eaglemen's camp. Next to the goblins were the trolls, whose camp was as haphazard as the Eaglemen's. Jiang Yu knew that the ancestors of the graceful and beautiful elves of the future might be among them. Further ahead were centaurs, dwarves, and halforcs, a myriad of races representing the wise tribes of this world. Flying out of the camp, Jiang Yu led his kin further west, searching for traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams. As for the great river that traversed the forest, based on the old turtle's recollections, it was definitely not a place where he lived during his childhood. By nightfall, he brought his kin back in batches, thus coming and going at dawn and dusk. The issue of not being discovered by others regarding the number of his kin didn't arise. After searching in the west for several days, Jiang Yu could not find the old turtle's dwelling. On the fifth day, as he was going out, the guard eagle man stopped him, telling him he could not continue heading west to the safest area. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu had to lead his kin south. They cautiously avoided the dragons, flying dragons and griffins, but still encountered a bipedal dragon. After losing a few kin, Jiang Yu threw a spear that accurately struck the bipedal dragon's eye. The bipedal dragon let out a painful howl, but this injury was not enough to incapacitate it, making it even more ferocious. It went berserk. Jiang Yu made a quick decision, abandoning the group and leading the bipedal dragon away by himself. They frantically fled over the forest, occasionally startling some beings engaged in aerial combat. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's flying skills were commendable, and the injured bipedal dragon was a one-eyed beast, so it couldn't catch him immediately. Just as an eagle and a dragon were locked in struggle, suddenly Jiang Yu saw the sky darken all at once. Looking up, he saw a massive blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring overhead. The ancient Blue Dragon King was also surrounded by blue thunder, capable of annihilating the world. Its vast body was covered in scales as tough as steel, looking extraordinarily majestic. Behind Jiang Yu, the pursuing bipedal dragon let out a high-pitched roar. This is its dragon lord. However, it did not have time to rejoice. From the distant north, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. "Ariolotos, I have not come to trouble you, yet you dare to seek death." The immense roar made Jiang Yu turn to look north. He saw a towering giant 200 meters tall, radiating with purple lightning, wrapped in an unknown material, at the waist wielding a shimmering silver spear, surrounded by world-destroying thunder, striding towards him, shaking the ground. The blue dragon was not to be outdone and roared, "Atri, foolish and arrogant Titan brute, today let Lord Ariolotos grant you eternal oblivion." The distance between them seemed vast, but in the presence of such colossal beings, it was a mere blink of an eye. Boom! The two ancient powerhouses began to engage in close combat. The earth trembled under their battle, the sky was torn apart, the forest flattened beneath their feet, and the fierce winds carried endless dust, venting between heaven and earth. As the masters began to fight, countless races from both camps on the ground and in the sky began to clash. On the ground, minotaurs swung large trees, goblins hurled stones from baskets, trolls wielded stone axes, stone giants slammed into the ground, ram-horned beings charged, centaurs raced across the land, snake-bodied beings wielded wooden bows, dwarves raised stone hammers to kill, and boars attacked with tusks. In the sky, eaglemen fought in droves, two-headed dragons howled through the air, flamingos burned in the heavens, griffins displayed sharp fangs and claws, and dragon eagles soared like blades. This was an epic mythical battlefield, and where Jiang Yu stood was surprisingly the closest place to the two colossal beings. Playing with fire, it was uncertain what might happen. In almost an instant, Jiang Yu made up his mind. Behind him, the bipedal dragon, infected by the atmosphere of the battlefield, surged with excitement as it charged towards Jiang Yu. Surrounded by battle with flames burning in the sky, Jiang Yu no longer avoided. Instead, he drew a bronze short sword from his bosom, and at the moment the bipedal dragon lunged, leaped upon its head, thrusting the sword into its forehead, and giving it a violent twist. You have slain a bipedal dragon. Experience 100. After the bipedal dragon perished, its massive body plummeted. Jiang You lay on its back, falling along with it, pretending to perish together. For he had already seen below a crescent-shaped small lake. He recalled that the future dwelling place of the old turtle was also a grand crescent-shaped lake, and thus he felt certain that this was the place. As he and the bipedal dragon crashed into the water, the bipedal dragon floated on the surface, casting its shadow over Jiang You, who quickly submerged. After swimming for a while, he quickly discovered a cute little pink turtle resting on a smooth stone that sparkled with a greenish light at the bottom of the lake. Jiang You felt a surge of joy in his heart. This must be it. He swam vigorously to the little turtle, patted its small head, then grabbed it and placed it in the corner of the green stone, sitting down himself. Instantly, an incredibly refreshing rhythm coursed through his entire body. Meanwhile, in the vast sea forest, the towering titan giant, 200 meters tall, bore scars, and his golden eyes contained a chilling coldness. Everything in the world belongs to the titan gods. You dragon race are merely a bunch of damned thieves. Self-proclaimed divine race, how arrogant. Rarely do you find a race like yours in the star realm. You truly deserve to be damned. The blue electric dragon laughed angrily and resumed fighting. It swung its tail dozens of meters long with electric sparks bursting forth. The titan giant laughed heartily, wielding a 300-meter-long spear, striking forward. We titan giants possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, to turn the world upside down, and to be called divine race. Why not? Ridiculous. As soon as the words fell, the two powerful beings clashed once more, raising clouds of dust, as thunder clashed with thunder, and their battle grew increasingly fierce. Golden blood rained down in the midst of battle, splattering across the forest battlefield. They had long become demigods, and their blood turned to gold. In the midst of the fight, at a certain moment, the blue electric dragon Aryalota's claw tore through the titan giant's shoulder, and a large spout of golden blood suddenly fell into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang You was. Almost the next moment, the entire crescent lake was filled with golden blood, and he and the little turtle were also enveloped in the golden titan blood at that instant. In that instant, a sensation akin to searing fire burning throughout his body pierced him. It was as if he were in the sun being roasted by flames of 100,000 degrees. At the same time, the system's voice rang out in real time. You have bathed in titan blood, all attributes have increased. It hurt too much. Even though his will was as strong as iron, he was burned to the point of unbearable pain. Beside him, the little pink turtle had already turned red, flailing on the green stone. But the next moment, an incomparably cool sensation surged into his body. Jiang You looked down to see that the green stone was glowing brightly, enveloping him and the little turtle. However, the pleasant moment did not last long. After a brief coolness, the titan blood in the lake surged continuously. Moreover, due to being too close to the battlefield of the two demigods, the blood of the ancient blue dragon king also fell into the lake. Thus, waves of burning sensations once again descended. You have bathed in the blood of titans and dragon kings, all attributes have increased. At this moment, Jiang You finally realized why the old turtle had been unwilling to elaborate on the details of awakening. It was simply too painful, akin to a torturous cycle of repeated torment. He did not know how long had passed. You have bathed in the blood of titans and dragons, all attributes have increased. You have bathed in the blood of titans and dragons, awakening the power of thunder. You have bathed in the blood of titans and dragons, your bloodline has changed. Your will has been enhanced in the blood of titans and dragons. You have awakened the talent champion's will. At this moment, both Jiang You and the turtle underwent a drastic transformation. The turtle's shell had turned purple-blue, crackling with electric light, and its small green bean-sized eyes brimmed with wisdom. The war outside continued, but the violent tremors caused by the epic battle gradually faded away. The Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King had evidently moved away from this region in their fierce struggle. Jiang You emerged from the small lake, observing the surrounding battlefield. Since the two great kings had just fought here, although the ground was littered with debris, no living beings dared to approach. This afforded Jiang You the time to glance at the water's surface. The reflection revealed a unique visage of an eagleman. His beak had fallen away, replaced by a delicate human-like nose and mouth, and some of the gray-black down on his face had shed, revealing a refined contour. Above, his originally gray-white hair had turned silver-gray, shimmering with luster. Most striking were his eyes, where the vertical pupils of the eagle had vanished, replaced by twin purple orbs that sparkled like stars. Additionally, many feathers had fallen away from his body, and his claws no longer resembled those of an eagle, but had taken on a more fleshy appearance. This signified a shift towards a more human-like form. His wings, once gray-black, began to intermingle with some white feathers. These white feathers were newly sprouted and still appeared very tender. He had evolved akin to his ancestors. He opened the panel, and the data was starkly different. Name: Jiang You, race Eagleman, bloodline mutation in progress, age 16, attributes: strength 10, constitution 10, spirit 13, agility 11, charm 5. Level unlocked sealed to be activated after the game starts. Skills: throwing, expert spear technique, expert thunder power, extraordinary skill points. Unlocked sealed to be activated after the game starts. Talent: champions. Will you possess extraordinary insight and reflexes with battle awareness surpassing all? Quest system: unlocked sealed to be activated after the game starts. Game activation countdown: 3646486 days, 5 hours, and 35 minutes. Jiang You stared at the panel, realizing that all his attributes had significantly increased and his body was filled with strength. His vision now extended much farther. Although his level did not appear on the panel, he knew he had entered the extraordinary realm. The Titan and Dragon blood had granted him the opportunity to transcend, and he had seized it. Next, he needed to prepare for a safe return from this war. He picked up the bronze sword, its extraordinary power surging as strands of lightning danced around the blade. Facing the two-headed dragon, once more he felt ready for a direct confrontation. He stepped out of the small lake, eyeing the small turtle on the blue stone, which had begun to shine with wisdom, preparing to take both the turtle and stone with him after the battle. Upon reaching the shore, he spread his wings and was about to take flight when he heard an incredibly mournful cry resound through the heavens and earth. Adelaide, do you dare to kill me? Alaritos, today you shall meet your end. The voice of the Thunder Titan thundered down like a celestial strike upon all beings. No. Jiang You looked up, his heart suddenly racing. He saw the towering Thunder Titan in the nearby forest straining to grasp the head and neck of the blue dragon, his hands seemingly charged with 1,000,000,000 volts. With a tearing sound, the entire head of the blue dragon was ripped off, blood gushing forth in a horrific spectacle. With a thunderous crash, the headless body of the blue dragon collapsed, the river-like blood flowing into the forest. The victorious Thunder Titan raised the head of the blue dragon, causing the creatures of the Dragon King's faction to flee in terror. Meanwhile, the intelligent races of the Titan faction within the vast sea forest erupted in cheers. The war is over, we have won. However, witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu's heart erupted like a volcano. This battle is indeed the one that ignited the fuse of war. The death of the Dragon Emperor's son Alaritos has sparked a war that spread across the entire world. The heavens and earth have been shattered. All races have suffered heavy losses. I must first find my kin. After this battle, I must consider how to preserve our lineage amidst this great conflict. However, before that, Jiang You looked at the shimmering green stones and the small turtle at the bottom of the lake. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to take them all with him. Without any storage equipment, carrying them would be like a child wandering through a bustling market with gold. Moreover, he remembered that storage equipment first appeared during the latter part of the second chapter in the Goblin Empire. He made a note of this location. Jiang You flapped his gray and white wings and soared into the air, faintly hearing the sound of thunder. He ascended to midair. After becoming extraordinary, his vision had greatly improved. He could clearly see that the affiliated races originally belonging to the Blue Dragon King's faction were either desperately fleeing or kneeling in surrender. Indeed, the outcome had already been decided. Jiang You turned his gaze to the nearby battlefield between the Thunder Titan and the Blue Dragon King. He saw the Thunder Titan just swallow the enormous heart of the Blue Dragon King, stripping it of its flesh and extracting the valuable components from its body, causing his eyelids to twitch. The giant dragon was a treasure trove in itself, not to mention the ancient giant dragon. However, since the Blue Dragon King was the son of the ancient Dragon Emperor, after this battle, the giant dragon would undoubtedly be determined to fight to the death against the Titan clan. The real apocalyptic war was about to begin. This was indeed the war that ignited the fuse. No, after I return, I must lead my kin to migrate. I truly cannot stay in the Gaoman Mountains any longer. The place where the Thunder Titan resides will be the most intense battle zone, the very existence that the ancient giant dragon most desires to kill. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. If history has not changed, then there is still a year until the battle between the Titans and the dragons. It doesn't matter, I must find out where my kin are now. He turned and flew eastward. Previously, when he encountered that two-legged flying dragon, after luring it away, his kin had flown eastward. Fortunately, the eagle people were on the side of victory. Now, flying on the battlefield posed no danger. After flying for a while, he finally spotted a large group of eagle people in the sky. Among them were his kin. However, after a glance, he discovered that there were only about 30 of his kin, and each one of them bore injuries. Jiang You frowned and flew closer. His appearance had changed drastically. Although he still looked like an eagle person, he was distinctly different. His kin sensed the familiar aura, but they did not dare to acknowledge him. After all, the thunderous power swirling around his wings clearly indicated that he was an extraordinary powerhouse. Although there were many extraordinary eagle people within the royal court, each extraordinary eagle person was a valuable combat force, of being above ordinary eagle people. Thus, one of the eagle warriors with gray and black wings and wielding a stone spear, who was clearly much stronger, flew out and respectfully asked, "My lord, may I inquire why you have come here?" Seeing this eagle person, who was evidently a royal court warrior with such a markedly different attitude, Jiang Yu's understanding of the extraordinary deepened. "I am here to find my kin. Your kin, the royal court eagle person asked in confusion. Yes, it is them. Saying this, he flew in front of his kin. Kin, I am Jiang You, I have returned alive. You? Is it really you? One male eagle flew out from among the kin, looking at Jiang You, whose appearance had changed drastically, and asked with half surprise and half doubt. Saying it is I. Jiang You nodded and smiled. Seeing Jiang You smoothly speak their names, the eagle people of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe were still somewhat unable to believe it. Indeed, Jiang Yu's transformation was too great, and being an extraordinary being left them feeling as if they were dreaming. Just as Jiang Yu was about to ask his kin why only 30 remain, the previous royal court eagle person approached Jiang Yu again excitedly, saying, My lord, you are a newly ascended extraordinary eagle person. Although Jiang Yu had changed significantly, the extraordinary nature varied from person to person, and the royal court eagle person was not surprised. Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded. Since you have become extraordinary, please come with me to meet the king. The king will surely be delighted to see you. The royal court eagle person continued, What benefits are there in meeting the king? Jiang Yu asked, not caring about the words. Upon hearing this, even the knowledgeable royal court eagle person was momentarily stunned. Leaving the tribe to stay in the royal court, is that not the greatest benefit? Yet Jiang Yu shook his head. What about my kin? The royal court eagle person disdainfully replied. The members of the tribe are lowly and worthless. They are like the wild grass that grows recklessly on the vast wasteland, endlessly abundant. Why pay them any mind? You only need to take your relatives away. He turned to the west and said earnestly, And my eagle people royal court is located in the heavenly mountains, rich in resources and pleasant in environment, close to the divine palace of the Thunder Titan Prince Atreus, where the nobility of the eagle clan resides. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's disdain for the eagle people royal court deepened. As a royal family, they did not care about their own subjects. No wonder in the future, during the 5th chapter, the eagle people would lose their civilization and end up as mindless and unheritaged monsters. He suppressed the anger in his heart at the moment. He had just ascended to extraordinary status and did not possess the strength to confront the royal court, so he could only restrain his temper and say, The tribe raised and nurtured me. I have no thought of abandoning them yet. However, I would like to meet the king, so please, older brother, introduce me. When his strength was lacking, seeing the conditions of the royal court would also be beneficial. The royal court eagle person smiled, saying, You, the extraordinary born from the tribe, all start this way. Once you go to the royal court, you will change your mind sooner or later. Now I will take you to meet the king. After comforting his kin, Jiang Yu followed the royal court eagle warrior to the residence of the eagle king. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Jiang Yu discovered many extraordinary eagle people. Once he entered the tent of the eagle king, he saw a plump eagle king wearing a feather crown sitting at the head, discussing with a middle-aged eagle. In Jiang Yu's perception, although this eagle king was far weaker than the Thunder Titan, he was still much stronger than Jiang Yu at present. Seeing an extraordinary eagle person appear, the eagle king did not pay much attention. He glanced at Jiang Yu and said flatly, Since you have become extraordinary from a lowly breed, you must serve me well, and in the future guard the royal court. Now go down. After saying this, he spoke to his servant. Bring them 2 portions of wind feather dew, and let the priest explain the career path after becoming extraordinary to the newly ascended extraordinary person. In the large tent, the royal court eagle warrior who introduced Jiang Yu was elated, quickly praising, Thank you, my king. Jiang Yu glanced at him, realizing the reason for his recommendation. So this was the benefit he sought in introducing me to meet the king. However, upon hearing the word career, he felt a bit puzzled and thanked again. Thank you, my king. In the future 5th chapter, a career path is the advancement route for every extraordinary being. Warriors, mages, rangers, priests, sentinels, knights, witches, sorcerers, enchantresses, druids, and so on. There are also various branches of each profession, numerous and diverse. Every profession has a complete path to becoming a legend, needing only to take office. In the future, the only things that affect their strength are talent and resources. However, in this era, it seems not to be the case. The path of profession was something he heard for the first time. Under the guidance of the servant, after receiving the wind feather dew, he continued to follow the servant to the priest. A female eagle person draped in a robe came before him and explained, You have already become extraordinary. I will now explain the path of advancement to you. The key to advancement is to determine your career path. Once the career path is determined, you will have the possibility of advancement. A strong career path can even lead to legendary status. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart stirred. May I ask, esteemed priest, where do we eagle people take office for our profession? What do you mean by taking office? The female eagle priest furrowed her brows. The path of the professional has only 2 routes, self-creation and bloodline inheritance. How can there be any talk of taking office? Jiang Yu was somewhat confused and instinctively asked, If we cannot take office, then how can we advance to legendary status? The female eagle priest looked at him speechlessly and scoffed. Legendary status, you really can think. The path to legendary advancement on the Ferland continent is incredibly precious. Currently, only the royal family's Sky Warrior profession has a complete path to legendary advancement, and the self-created path requires many years of effort and continuous corrections to have the possibility of becoming a powerful professional. Thus, every powerful path for professionals relies solely on bloodline inheritance. As she said this, she looked at Jiang You, finding it increasingly amusing. If you have no ancestors to inherit from, you must create a profession yourself. Jiang You, upon hearing this, was not swayed by her mockery. However, deep down he was shaken. In the future era, there would be job points spread throughout the world, and any intelligent being, as long as they had the qualifications, would have the chance to choose a complete path to legendary status. Or rather, professions without a complete legendary path would not be passed down. Such matters, who could have orchestrated them? Truly astonishing. Perhaps only true deities could accomplish such a great feat. And now, unexpectedly, a path that could lead to legendary status was so precious. The predecessors plant trees, and the later generations enjoy the shade. People of the future are truly blessed. Unexpectedly, he had also become one of those who plant trees. At present, he could only ask, "Esteemed priest, please tell me how to create a profession." Consume the extraordinary item to unlock spiritual vision. A wind feather do counts as one. Then touch the sea of spirituality through meditation, using your own thoughts to construct an extraordinary profession. Remember, the profession you construct must align with your physique attributes, mind, and will. Do not be overly ambitious or impractical. Otherwise, your path to profession will be a dead end from the start. Creating a profession is not simple. Do you remember? If you remember, you may go now. Upon exiting the priest's tent, Jiang You left the royal court's encampment, heading towards the location of his clan members. Although the war was victorious, he could not leave immediately. As he departed the royal court's encampment, a royal court eagle warrior informed him that if he could not let go of the tribe, he could return first. He seemed confident that Jiang You would eventually return to the royal court. It wasn't just him, it seemed the entire eagle court was equally confident. He also told him that 3 days later there would be a celebration for the Thunder Titan Atreus, which he needed to attend. At that time, everyone was to extol the greatness of the Thunder Titan. After finding his clan members, they returned to the camp where the Eagle tribe members were initially settled. Jiang You then realized that nearly all of the Eagle tribe members in the camp had perished. Every survivor was filled with tears, moving like zombies. This war had drained the blood of the Eagle tribes across the great wilderness. Yet the royal court remained aloof, with no one daring to resist. At this moment, Jiang You inquired about the plight of his clan members. Under a Sang's explanation, after Jiang You distracted the two-headed flying dragon, they were temporarily conscripted by a team of royal court eagle warriors and placed in the vanguard, confronting the griffins on the side of the giant dragon. Soon over a dozen clan members were slain, but fortunately with bronze armor for protection, and the war ended after the Titan giants tore apart the Blue Dragon King, preventing further devastation. The eagle warriors of the royal court always remained at the back of the formation, directing the various eagle tribes to engage in battle, thus sustaining minimal casualties with each war. This was the reason why nearly all the eagle tribes had perished. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger towards the eagle court intensified. He resolved that this time he would not heed the royal court's commands. As for the location of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe, he would not linger once a better settlement was found. After all, a year from now, when the ultimate battle between the Titans and Dragons erupted, whether the Eagle Court still existed would be questionable. On the third day, Jiang You sat quietly in the camp with his clan members, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Titan giant. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, the rumbling footsteps approached from afar. A Titan giant over 200 meters tall walked step by step to the center of the various tribes' encampment. Thunderous lightning swirled around him, and a gigantic dragon head served as his helmet, resting atop his head, still bearing the scent of dragon blood. Atreus stood tall as if perched upon the clouds. He looked down at the densely packed intelligent beings beneath him, resembling ants, his eyes reflecting a hint of indifference and boredom. Had it not been for the Titan King informing him that these ant-like intelligent beings held the secret to godhood, he would not care for the lives of these ants. He spoke loudly, "My servants cheer for your master. The great Titan shall ultimately rule over all of Ferland." Like the thunder that collapses the heavens and the earth, a resonating roar echoed across the vast Han Sea forest. All living beings were overwhelmed by this pressure, instantly trembling, their bodies collapsing. This was the might of the Titan giants. Each Titan giant begins as a legend, and Titans like Atreus were already demigod level. Jiang You could hardly bear the weight of the majesty and half knelt on the ground. However, having absorbed the blood of the Titan and the dragon, he regained his composure in an instant, lifting his gaze to behold the Titan giant, who seemed to sit upon the clouds, towering over the world like a king of all creation. Feeling a surge of defiance and fervor, he can be replaced. After the Titan Grand Assembly, the various tribes of Phyland dispersed, and the Eagle King's court returned to Tianshan, ordering each tribe to disband. Jiang You was the last to leave, secretly taking the little turtle and the shimmering green stone with him. This place would undoubtedly become one of the most brutal battlefields in the future, and he had no intention of returning. Afterward, Jiang You led his people back to Gaoman Mountain. Although they had lost a dozen in battle, it was a vast improvement compared to the complete annihilation of their ancestors' army. A few days later, the group returned to the Gaoman Mountain Tribe. Upon seeing their kin return, most of the Eagle people wept tears of joy, while those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons mourned deeply. Jiang You was equally distressed. When he left, he had promised to bring everyone back, yet now a dozen had perished. Meanwhile, the Eagle people were astonished by Jiang Yu's transformation and his extraordinary power. Several elderly Eagle people wept tears of joy, understanding the significance of an extraordinary individual in this ancient era. That night, the tribe celebrated with a grand feast. With most of the young and strong returning, the tribe settled into stability. The next day, within the wooden houses of the village, Jiang You placed the green stone beneath his bed and created a small nest for the little turtle, introducing it to his tribe. The wise little turtle, like a newborn child, was filled with curiosity about the world. It was small and adorable, possessing the power of thunder, quickly winning the affection of the entire Gaoman Mountain Tribe, with children eager to play with it. The eagle mother doted on it, treating it as one of their own. In the following days, Jiang You took the young and strong out hunting every day, and with his extraordinary abilities, he brought back a large amount of food. After accumulating a supply of food for a period, he decided to enter seclusion for cultivation, creating his own path. After instructing the Eagle people not to disturb him, Jiang You returned to his wooden house, preparing for focused training. He took out the shimmering green stone and sat upon it. This magical green stone enabled him to absorb Titan blood and awaken his extraordinary nature, making it an incredibly precious treasure. The greatest gain from participating in the battle between Titans and dragons was this stone. With it, creating a profession might proceed more smoothly. He took out the wind spirit dew and consumed it, beginning to meditate and connect with the sea of spirituality. The wind spirit dew was said to be a unique, extraordinary spirit from Tianshan, and soon after consumption, Jiang You quickly entered a meditative state. In meditation, he could see the surrounding spiritual particles of various colors, but the purple spiritual particles were the most numerous and felt closest to him. Jiang You understood that these purple spiritual particles represented the element of thunder, which was the foundation of his extraordinary nature. Thus, he extended his consciousness, completely following his inner feelings to touch the thunder element, and as they flowed, he gradually transcended until he beheld a vast ocean of colorful spiritual particles. With his mind adrift in this ocean of spirituality, Jiang You began contemplating the profession he was about to create. Undoubtedly, his extraordinary nature would center around the power of thunder. As this thought emerged, the thunder elements in the ocean of spirituality began to gather. He then reflected on his advantages. As an eagle person, he possessed the ability to fly, and as a traveler, he had the memories of 2 lives. Moreover, he had the champion's will talent, which could align with powerful combat abilities. As his self-awareness deepened, a professional template gradually began to take shape. And deep within his spirit, the sound of jingling echoed. Player triggers job assignment quest. Player triggers choice of extraordinary path. System error, unable to generate job assignment quest. System error, job assignment quest incomplete. System error, insufficient job assignment conditions. System error, player template altered. System error, initiating system auto-repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. It is unclear how much time passed. When Jiang You returned from the sea of spirituality. Ding. Player acquires NPC template. NPC level elite. Congratulations, player job assignment completed, Thundermaster. Inside the wooden house, he opened the panel. Name Jiang You, race Eagleman, bloodline mutation in progress, template ordinary player not available, yet template NPC elite, profession Thunder Rider, age 16, attributes strength 15, constitution 10, spirit 15, agility 15, charisma 6. Level unlocked, sealed to be activated after the game starts. Skills: throwing mastery, spear technique mastery, thunder power, extraordinary skill points unlocked, sealed to be activated after the game starts. Talent: champions. Will you possess extraordinary insight and reaction ability? Your combat awareness is unparalleled. Quest system unlocked, sealed to be activated after the game starts. Game start countdown 3,650,100 days, 7 hours 12 minutes. Jiang You examined the system panel, noticing that all his attributes had increased, and in addition, the profession and NPC templates were unlocked. He chuckled a bit. The player unlock should happen in the 5th chapter, and this NPC template, it seems I am considered an elite monster now. Then he closed the system panel. At this stage, this thing served as a mirror to reflect his own strength. He got up, pushed open the door, and walked out of the wooden house. Outside stood an eagle warrior clad in bronze armor, wielding a bronze spear, who joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Jiang You. You are out of seclusion." Jiang You patted his shoulder and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Liang. Haha, guarding the door for you is no trouble at all." All right, since I am out, you don't need to stay here. Go and get busy, Jiang You said with a smile. Since I have nothing to do right now, can you let me see what level your strength has reached? Liang asked curiously. Every eagle man envied becoming an extraordinary being. If we talk about strength, that deer-like magical beast we encountered before should not be my opponent anymore. With that, Jiang You raised a bronze spear, applying slight force, and the spear tip crackled with purple lightning as he hurled it outside the village. With a loud bang, a 1-meter-wide pit appeared in the ground. That's impressive. Liang and the Eaglemen, who noticed the commotion, all exclaimed in admiration. With you here, our Gaoman Mountain Tribe is finally starting to grow stronger. Jiang You looked at his cheering clansmen, feeling very pleased inside. After taking office, he could see the extraordinary path ahead, filled with hope for becoming stronger step by step. Especially the baptism from the blood of titans and dragons had significantly enhanced his physical potential. Given enough time, he believed that advancing to the legendary level would be within reach. After all, he had the experience from his past life, so he would not fall too far behind. In the days that followed, Jiang You arranged for the clansmen to forge more bronze weapons and armor pieces and to stockpile food. He also often flew out of Gaoman Mountain to explore the surrounding environment, looking for suitable hiding places for the Eaglemen. The unprecedented battle between titans and dragons was about to begin. Even legends might not survive, let alone him, a newly advanced extraordinary professional. After a thorough search, he discovered quite a few magical beast habitats. After exploring the surroundings, Jiang You decided to fly a bit further. He packed his travel gear and spent 7 days and nights. Traveling eastward for 10,000 miles, he arrived directly at the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean is the territory of the Sea Clan, and apart from titans and dragons, no one dared to occupy the coastal areas. Jiang You flew around the coastal area for several days and discovered a tall mountain standing by the sea, rich in resources with no signs of intelligent life apart from a few magical beasts. This is simply a paradise granted by heaven to the Gaoman Mountain Tribe. When war begins, I will bring my clansmen here. How could the Sea Clan compare to the titans and dragons that nearly shattered the world? 1 year later, Jiang You was practicing at Gaoman Mountain as usual. It seemed that the influence of the blood of titans and dragons made his training speed extremely fast. In just 1 year, he advanced from Thunder Rider level 1 to level 5, reaching the first tier of the extraordinary, officially entering the ranks. The next stage would be the second tier of the extraordinary, the master stage. Thus, he once again entered the sea of spirituality, creating an advanced profession for the Thunder Rider Thunderwing. On this day, just as he was about to break through on the bluestone, the desolate sound of a bronze horn echoed. A voice like a heavenly wind seemed to come from the clouds above. Bring your clan leader out. When Jiang You reached the cliff, the eagle envoy seemed surprised that Jiang You was actually an extraordinary eagle man, and his tone softened somewhat. He raised his stone spear and declared, the royal court has issued an order summoning all able-bodied eaglemen from the Gaoman Mountain Tribe to the ancestral home of the Eaglemen Tianshan to await deployment. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's mind instantly surged with thoughts. The cataclysmic battle is finally beginning. On the cliff, Jiang You gazed at the high-flying messenger of the Eagle People's royal court, feeling the familiar aura that stirred the winds and clouds, yet devoid of the oppressive sensation he once felt. There was nothing to fear now, for he too was an extraordinary second-tier practitioner. The messenger's extraordinary rank was merely that of a master. During his time in the Hanhai forest, he had inquired about the strength and profession of the royal court's messenger. The profession of the Eagle People's messenger was generally that of a courier. They belonged to the same Eagle People family. When dispatching messengers, those sent to nearby locations were typically extraordinary first-tier couriers. For farther places like Gaoman Mountain, they dispatched advanced-tier couriers, the wind messengers. However, in the history of the messenger profession, the strongest has only ever reached the extraordinary third stage, the Wind Walker. Yet it was a rare achievement. Currently, there was only one Wind Walker in the messenger family, usually summoned by the Thunder Titan giant to convey information between titans and various factions. The greatest characteristic of the messenger profession was its incredible speed. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind as he looked at the eagle messenger in midair, straightening his body for the first time. He laughed heartily. Do you know, messenger, if all the young and strong of the tribe are summoned, how will the remaining tribesmen survive? The eagle messenger frowned upon hearing this. Every eagle person must unconditionally serve the royal court. This is an ironclad rule from ancient times to the present. The tribespeople are as despicable as wild grass. If they survive, they do. If not, so be it. You are a noble, extraordinary being. Why would you lower yourself among a bunch of commoners willingly falling into depravity? Jiang You could no longer contain the murderous intent in his heart. If the royal court treated us as true citizens, we would naturally die for the royal court. But if the royal court treats us like ants, why should we sacrifice ourselves for them? The eagle messenger, enraged by these words, exclaimed, preposterous. As an eagle person having fortuitously reached the extraordinary, you dare to slander the royal court and utter wild claims. Disobeying commands today, I shall execute you." With that he raised his stone spear high, and the gray-black wings behind him surged with wind, and clouds a strong gale enveloping him as he darted towards Jiang You like lightning. He felt no concern about capturing Jiang You. "My family's extraordinary lineage has been optimized through generations. How could it be compared to some wild path?" Below on the cliff, the eagle people of Gaoman Mountain sensed the roaring wind descending from the sky, a look of fear spreading across their faces. Yet Jiang You showed no sign of fear. Instead, he was filled with combat zeal. He took a step forward, holding his bronze longsword horizontally, the violent purple lightning power coursing through the blade, and shouted loudly towards the eagle messenger. 11 years ago my father perished under the royal court's summons, and a year ago my tribesmen nearly met their end in the Hanhai forest. Messenger, I have long wished to kill you." The eagle messenger attacking him was to his liking. He knew he could not catch the wind messenger of the courier profession, so he could only kill him while he was on the offensive. In an instant the two collided. The forces of wind and thunder crashed together like a mournful song resounding between heaven and earth. Blood sprayed forth, and two gray-black wings were severed in an instant. At the moment of contact, the sword and spear clashed, the power of wind and thunder intertwining. At that moment, Jiang Yu's wings erupted behind him like a thunderous python, powerful lightning, drawing several bronze longswords from behind to slash at the eagle messenger's wings, severing them in one blow. Having lost his wings, the messenger's strength was suddenly halved, and he could no longer possess the speed he once had. The eagle messenger was both shocked and furious. However, Jiang Yu's will was as strong as iron, and he pursued relentlessly, soon beating him to a bloody pulp covered in wounds. Running away was not an option, neither was fighting back. Seeing death approaching in this wild land, the eagle messenger made a decisive choice and knelt before Jiang You. "I concede, please spare my life. I have a wealth of extraordinary spiritual items to exchange for my life." However, Jiang Yu's expression was cold as ice. "No need, I shall start my family's blood feud from you." With that he swung his sword without hesitation towards the head of the kneeling eagle messenger. Under the blazing sun the clouds dispersed and the fierce winds ceased. On the cliff, Jiang You held the severed head of an eagle man in his hand. He turned to look at the trembling tribesmen, a smile appearing on his face. "Fellow tribesmen, do you still remember the great conscription of the Eagle King's court that occurs every 10 years? With each summons our fathers and ancestors rarely returned, and the Gaoman Mountain Tribe has continued to languish, almost facing annihilation several times. This is to treat us as if we are not human." As these words were spoken, the gazes of the eagle men of the tribe gradually transformed from fear to hatred. Seeing that he had ignited their fighting spirit, Jiang You nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The blood feud can be avenged even after 9 generations. Today I have slain their messenger. In the future, when we grow strong, we shall step onto the heavenly mountains and personally ask the Eagle King on that throne, are the people of our tribe truly mere ants? Are we really mere ants? No, no, no." The resounding shouts reverberated through Gaoman Mountain, igniting the anger of the tribesmen completely. Once the shouts of Jiang You and the tribesmen subsided, he continued, "Then starting today, we shall pack our belongings and migrate. In the eastern coastal land there stands a tall peak rich in resources and with a beautiful environment untouched by anyone. It is the place for the rise of our Gaoman Mountain Tribe. Migration, migration." At this moment, having slain the messenger of the Eagle King's court, all the eagle men of Gaoman Mountain shared the same fate, whether glory or calamity. No one opposed. 3 days later, the eagle men of Gaoman Mountain packed their gear and followed Jiang You flying eastward. In the sky, looking down at the village filled with wooden houses, Jiang You silently vowed, "One day I will return." A month later, after a long journey, the Gaoman Mountain Eaglemen finally reached the eastern coastal mountain under Jiang Yu's leadership. They found that indeed, as Jiang You had said, the scenery was beautiful and resources abundant. Joy filled their eyes. In midair, Jiang You and the tribesmen flew slowly, when suddenly the eagle warrior Liang said excitedly, "You, this great mountain will be our home from now on, so give it a name." Jiang You nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He gazed at the towering mountain, memories of famous mountains and rivers from his past life flowing through his mind. He smiled and said, "This mountain is majestic and grand, as if it were a gift bestowed upon us by the heavens. I originally wanted to call it Heavenly Mountain, but since Heavenly Mountain is the residence of the Eagle King's clan, I shall add a word and call it Paradise Mountain." Paradise Mountain, what a good name. The eagle men did not understand what Paradise Mountain signified. Only Jiang You knew the boundless ambition hidden within his heart. It was still early. After observing for a while, Jiang You led the eagle men to land near the cliff. They began chopping trees with the bronze axes they had long prepared to build wooden houses. Within a month, a village of wooden houses reminiscent of their former Gaoman Mountain Tribe appeared atop the high mountains. Thus the Gaoman Mountain Tribe began to recuperate by the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, across the entire Phylan continent, the Titans and the ancient dragons had fought until they were utterly battered. Not only were many titans and ancient dragons casualties, but almost all races among the myriad tribes of Philand suffered heavy losses. Blood flowed from demigods' legends fell, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. 20 years later, by the eastern sea, the Gaoman Mountain Tribe had already grown to over 1,000 people. On this day, Jiang You was training atop the cliff when suddenly from the distant western forest a voice filled with rage rang out. "Asuna, are you really going to perish with me?" In the midst of his cultivation, Jiang You suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze shone as brilliantly as purple stars, and his aura had surged dramatically compared to 20 years ago. He had reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the extraordinary in the profession of Thunderwing. He looked towards the distant west where a tremor echoed through the land. Soon an ancient giant dragon and a titan giant over 100 meters tall appeared within his line of sight. The ancient black dragon was entirely black, its scales glinting with a metallic sheen, but it was in poor condition, bearing numerous bloody wounds. The titan giant was a female titan adorned with a vine-woven crown, her beauty striking, skin fair, and figure graceful. If her size were to shrink 100-fold, she would resemble the human beauties often seen online in Jiang Yu's past life. Faced with the sudden appearance of the titan giant and the ancient dragon, Jiang Yu was perplexed, yet it did not sway his resolve. How could it be? The titan giant and the ancient dragon are going to fight here. He summoned several adult eaglemen, instructing them, "Quickly, according to the rules set by our clan, take the clan members to hide in the refuge cave." "Yes, chief." In response to Jiang Yu's command, the eaglemen quickly agreed. For the past 20 years, all the eaglemen had obeyed Jiang Yu without question. Seeing the adult eaglemen swiftly spring into action, Jiang Yu nodded. He gazed towards the west, hesitated for a moment, then took flight, quietly heading westward. In the western forest, thousands of miles away, the female titan raised the spear in her hand high, disregarding her severe injuries, and fiercely thrust it into the ancient black dragon's reverse scale, causing golden blood to spurt forth. "Mephit, you killed my brother. Today let us lie together in eternal rest." The ancient dragon, realizing his survival was unlikely, sighed deeply and mocked. "All right, Asuna, to be buried alongside a titan beauty like you is not a loss for me." As he spoke, his dark aura surged explosively, nearly engulfing the sky, plunging the world into darkness as a pure black dragon claw emerged from the dark mist, piercing into the titan giant's ample chest like a sword. Asuna endured the intense pain, channeling nearly all her light power, the radiance breaking through the darkness as her brilliant spear was thrust into the ancient dragon's head. The clash of light and darkness erupted almost instantaneously, obliterating all the trees within Jiang Yu's sight. The world was engulfed in chaos. Even as Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss and urgently retreated, he was momentarily dazed by the explosion crashing down onto the ground. When the dust settled, Jiang Yu got up from the ground and looked around, only to see the forest stretching for miles utterly destroyed as the essences of darkness and light intertwined, creating a true wasteland. At the center of this vast wasteland lay the bodies of the female titan and the ancient black dragon, quietly resting upon the earth. What a marvel! Jiang Yu flew above the bodies of the two ancient demigods, unafraid of the ancient sovereign's aura emanating from their corpses, softly exclaiming with a hint of a smile. "A dead titan and a dead ancient dragon. Fortune smiles upon my clan. I have already thought of how to utilize you." The corpses of demigods are sufficient to endure through the ages. If hidden away, they would become a treasured heirloom. After expressing his admiration, he gazed at the golden blood flowing from the earth, feeling a twinge of heartache. "I must go retrieve some green stones. This blood cannot go to waste." "Just do it." Jiang Yu first returned to the camp and announced the news of danger being lifted, then instructed the clan members to prepare bronze tools to find 2 places in the belly of Heaven Mountain that could accommodate the corpses of the titan and the dragon, and to dig 2 large pits. He intended to hide them away for long-term use. Then he picked up a piece of blue stone and flew towards the place where the titan and the dragon perished. When he arrived at his destination again, the blood of the 2 demigod beings had stopped flowing. Their bodies were extraordinary, yet beneath them several pools of golden blood still gathered. At the same time, due to the difficulty of coexistence between the powers of light and darkness, the place where the 2 bloods intertwined emitted a hissing sound, as if something was being constantly worn down and then decaying together. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu abandoned the idea of bathing in the blood of the titan and the dragon. However, he had to choose between light and darkness, titan and dragon. At this moment, he looked at his own appearance and felt that he still leaned towards being a humanoid creature. Thus, he came to the pool of blood formed by the titan's blood and leaped in with the blue stone. Off. In an instant, a deep-seated pain engulfed his entire body. He felt every piece of skin and every cell burning. It was as if he were being reforged, his body hammered like a crafted part, combined with a deadly violent sensation that pulled his blood out and pushed it back in. But soon the blue stone began to emit a shimmering light. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, alleviating the violent feeling, and his bloodline mutation calmed down. Jiang You barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before the intense pain akin to descending into the depths of hell struck him again. It hurt so much. This time, there was no lake water to dilute it. He was completely submerged in the Titan's blood. Outside his mind, the system's chimes kept ringing. But he lacked the energy to check it. For 3 days and 3 nights, as he could no longer feel pain, he held on to a mighty will that sustained his indomitable consciousness. Only 1/10 of the Titan's blood remained in the pit, and its luster faded, resembling ordinary matter. Only then did Jiang You recover. He first examined his body and found that all the gray-black feathers in his wings had shed, replaced by pure white feathers. His hair had also completely transformed into silver. Aside from his wings, all the feathers on his body, including his face, had fallen away, revealing a handsome face and fair skin. Having bathed in the blood of the light Titaness, his charm had been greatly enhanced. What surprised him the most was that his claws had completely transformed into hands and feet, resembling those of humans in his past life. With human-like hands and feet, there were countless things he could do, and his combat power had significantly increased. At this moment, he finally had the time to check the system panel. As soon as he opened the panel, a flood of system information popped up. You have bathed in Titan's blood, and your attributes have changed. You have bathed in Titan's blood, and your bloodline is starting to change. You have bathed in Titan's blood, all attributes enhanced. You have bathed in Titan's blood, and your will has been enhanced. You have awakened the power of light from the Titan's blood. You have bathed in Titan's blood, and your Eagleman bloodline has completely mutated. Please name the new bloodline. Panel name: Jiang You. Race: Eagleman. Fully mutated. Please name it. Template: normal player. Not available yet. Template: NPC. Master level. Occupation: Thunderwing. Age: 36. Attributes: Strength: 25. Constitution: 20. Spirit: 25. Agility: 25. Charm: 30. Level unlocked. Sealed will be available after the game starts. Skills: Throwing Mastery, Spear Technique Mastery, Swordsmanship Master, Thunder Power, Transcendent, Light Power Transcendent. Skill points unlocked. Sealed will be available after the game starts. Talent: Champion. Will you possess extraordinary insight and reaction ability? Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system unlocked. Sealed will be available after the game starts. Game start countdown: 364-3100 days, 4 hours, and 19 minutes. Seeing the option to name his race, a curious look flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. He thought about naming it Angel, but as soon as that thought crossed his mind, a sense of great terror suddenly arose, prompting him to quickly abandon the idea. Those who lack virtue will be punished by heaven. Since I cannot become an angel, I might as well be a winged man. System: name the new race Winged Man. Jiang You said decisively. Congratulations, player, you have successfully named it. The race Eagleman is changed to Winged Man. Back above Paradise Mountain, Jiang You observed that 2 large pits, each about 100 meters wide, were nearly completed in the mountainside. For the Eagle people who had all rallied, digging 2 pits was quite simple within 3 days. Seeing everyone busy and engaged, Jiang You descended to join them in completing the final steps. Although the Eagle people recognized his familiar aura, they hesitated to acknowledge him. In the past, Jiang You bore some resemblance to the Eagle people, but now he was vastly different. If one were to insist, he appeared as a Titan that had shrunk 100-fold with wings. An elderly Eagle person among them spoke up. You, is that you? It's me, Liang. Jiang You nodded. The childhood friends had grown old. In the ancient times, the average lifespan of ordinary Eagle people was around 50 years. Without the means to ascend to the extraordinary, they had gradually aged. That's great. You've grown stronger again. We are one step closer to our revenge. Liang laughed joyfully. The other Eagle people displayed expressions of happiness and pride. Indeed, it won't be long now, Jiang You continued, speaking loudly to his kin. However, relying on myself alone will not be enough to conquer the Tian Mountain Royal Court. Now I have found a way to empower our kin alongside me. How will that be done? Is it even possible? Our tribe does not have a single extraordinary Eagle person. His kin were filled with confusion. Jiang You explained loudly, I have evolved and grown stronger because of the Titan blood, and now the Titan blood is within reach. I had you dig these 2 large pits not only to bury the deceased Titans and dragons, but also to utilize their blood for the transformation of our kin. I will construct a pond here, allowing all kin to bathe in Titan blood. But legend has it that Titan blood cannot be touched. Those who do will spontaneously combust. Some kin expressed doubt. I have my methods, Jiang You asserted confidently. A day later, 2 massive pits capable of holding Titans and dragons were formed in the mountainside. Jiang You then took every able-bodied member of the tribe and traveled 10,000 miles to bring back the enormous creatures one by one, burying them in the great pits. After interring them, Jiang You established a forbidden zone outside the pit where the ancient black dragon was buried and constructed a pond of 100 meters in diameter above the resting place of the female Titan. He crushed blue stones and evenly spread them across the pond's bottom. Then he made an incision on the female Titan's corpse, allowing streams of golden blood to flow continuously into the pond. Once all was prepared, he summoned all his kin to collectively bathe in the small pond. During the first bathing in Titan blood, only a small portion of the Eagle people underwent changes. However, Jiang You required the Eagle people to come here and bathe once every 7 days. Thus, as time passed, their feathers began to gradually shed, their beaks slowly fell away, the ash-gray plumage transformed to white, and their limbs started to take on a more human form. Yet no one had awakened to the extraordinary. Achieving the extraordinary was truly difficult. Another 20 years passed. At the summit of Paradise Mountain, Jiang You stood high, overlooking the entire Paradise Mountain tribe. With pure white wings, silver hair, and violet eyes, he appeared strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a small Titan. By this time, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe had reached 5,000, and they had undergone a tremendous transformation from their former eagle appearance. Jiang You estimated that in another 100 years before the Titan blood was exhausted, his kin would all resemble him. At that time, his winged tribe would no longer be solitary. Gazing down at the increasingly prosperous settlement, which could even be called a small town, Jiang You couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Liang Sang and Lai did not become extraordinary. Time truly is a relentless force. The companions of my youth have all passed away. Boss, don't be so sentimental. You still have me by your side, right? Don't worry, with my lifespan, it'll definitely outlive you. At that moment, a lazy voice from a boy came from beside Jiang You. Jiang You twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to look. He saw a small turtle mimicking his posture, standing on a rock with its claws raised. The little turtle pretended to gaze thoughtfully at the mountains below, as if surveying its kingdom. Seeing its vivid expression, Jiang You couldn't help but laugh and scold. Xiaoba, if you can't comfort someone, don't talk. You live longer than I do. He paused suddenly. This little turtle had indeed lived into the 5th chapter. He is currently at the 3rd stage of the extraordinary, the heroic rank. For 20 years, his corresponding class had advanced from the 2nd stage of Thunderwing to the 3rd stage of Holy Wing Walker. After undergoing the baptism of the blood of the Titan of Light, the potential of his light power surpassed that of his thunder power. Within these 20 years, he had perfectly utilized both extraordinary powers, integrating them into his professional system. The 3rd stage of the extraordinary is the strongest tier beneath the legendary rank. Those who reach this stage are often referred to as heroes by the world. Hence, it is also called the heroic rank, with an extended lifespan, allowing them to live for 500 years. Of course, this is what is said about their ordinary intelligent races. Some exceptionally gifted extraordinary beings cannot be judged by common sense, such as the little turtle before Jiang You. This is an ancient relic that has lived into the 5th chapter. It must possess some extraordinary bloodline. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze was too intense, causing the little turtle to shiver. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? It's creepy. Jiang Yu came back to his senses, patted its head, and smiled. Actually, you are right, Xiaoba. Thanks to you. After all, long years would not be lonely. The sun gradually rose, and the sea breeze swept over the peaks. Just as Jiang Yu and the little turtle were joking, a figure filled with light power descended from the sky and came before Jiang Yu. Tribe leader, a troll tribe is coming from 10,000 miles to the west. A troll tribe. Jiang Yu paused at these words. How can there be a troll tribe coming here? This is a coastal area. Is there no longer any legend of the sea tribes on the continent? He thought for a moment, and then arranged Roar, gather the Skywing team, and come with me to take a look. The Skywing team consists of tribesmen who awakened extraordinary powers over the past 20 years, about 10 of them. Influenced by the blood of the Titan, they are almost all awakened light power users. However, due to their extraordinary achievements, their physical evolution is far more remarkable than that of their kin. Except for their hands and feet, not being fully evolved, their faces have completely shed their feathers, becoming the closest existence to Jiang Yu. After speaking to Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle and said, Xiao Ba, stay in the tribe to prevent any accidents. Don't be deceived by the little turtle's cuteness. It is indeed a master-level powerhouse. Boss, I want to go with you. The little turtle's small eyes sparkled with eagerness. Haha, Xiao Ba, I don't mind you coming along, but you don't have wings. The little turtle immediately felt downcast. Without wings in this era, there are no mages, only legends can fly. All right, Roar, go call the others. We'll set off immediately. Yes. Half an hour later, Roar appeared before Jiang Yu with a dozen extraordinary eaglemen. Let's go. With a command from Jiang Yu, he drew his bronze longsword and led everyone westward. Several hours later, the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the world. Jiang Yu finally arrived above the troll tribe. He looked down and saw a large troll tribe with a population of at least 10,000. However, they looked quite disheveled, giving off a sense of being driven away. While he was observing, a deep and robust voice resonated from below in the troll tribe. In the sky, who is the friend of the Eagle King? We are the Great Wood Clan under the command of the Nature Titan. Do please come down to meet us. Nature Titan, the Giant Wood Clan. Jiang Yu vaguely felt that the name of this ogre tribe was somewhat familiar. However, after observing just now, he realized that the ogre speaking was already the strongest among this ogre tribe at the hero tier. Jiang Yu's worries began to ease. Seeing the ogre tribe calling out to invite him, he decided to descend and understand what this ogre tribe was doing at the shores of the East Sea. These ogres would soon reach the East Sea did they wish to become neighbors. He said to the eagle people beside him, Roland and others. Roland and I will go down, the others will observe from here. Yes, chief. After giving the orders, Jiang You descended with Roland into the midst of the ogre tribe. His first words were, Ogres, we are not of the eagle tribe, but rather the winged tribe that has resided in this coastal area for generations. The ogres, upon seeing Jiang You and the others, were also filled with admiration. The ogre chief who spoke expressed his thoughts. I was mistaken. You possess a beauty akin to Titans, truly not comparable to the eagle tribe. He introduced himself. Sir, I am Lang Sent of the Giantwood clan. With a polite demeanor, Jiang You responded. Hello, Lang Sent. I am Jiang You, the chief of the winged tribe. He then directly inquired, I would like to know why the Giantwood clan has appeared here at the shores of the East Sea. Are you planning to settle here? Sensing Jiang Yu's reluctance toward their presence, Lang Sent smiled wryly. We will not settle here. Our purpose in coming to this place is to cross the sea to another continent. Cross the sea. Jiang You was astonished. In this era, crossing the sea was not an easy feat. Indeed, we shall traverse the vast ocean to reach another continent. Lang Sent affirmed. Why this is not a wise decision, Jiang You inquired. I think so too, but this is the last command of His Highness the Nature Titan Tai Yiliner. Last command. That Prince Tai Yiliner has already passed away. Yes, Sir Jiang You. However, although the prince perished in battle, in her final days she summoned us and conveyed a prophecy guiding us to cross the sea and no longer suffer from the pains of war. Lang Sent explained. The more crucial reason was that they were also hiding the secret of the Nature Titan giant Tai Yiliner's potential resurrection, which provided a compelling reason to cross eastward. However, this did not need to be disclosed to Jiang You. The purpose of sharing so much with him was to dispel Jiang Yu's doubts and ensure a smooth crossing. Along this journey, they had already lost too many people. Lang Sent did not want to encounter any more issues at this critical juncture. Indeed, after hearing the ogre chief's description, although Jiang Yu remained astonished by the decision of this ogre tribe to cross the sea, he did not press for further questions and nodded. I understand, Sir Lang Sent. The winged tribe will not obstruct your crossing. Thank you. Jiang Yu then asked Lang Sent about the situation regarding the battle between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons. Learning that the war between the two races was extremely fierce and showed no signs of abating, rather intensifying, the lives lost in this war were already countless, a true tragedy for living beings. Lang Sent appeared anxious. In his view, even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer heavy losses in this great battle. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. He knew the eventual outcome would be mutual destruction, but he did not know when this unprecedented battle would end. From the ogre's descriptions, it seemed that it would take several more years. Subsequently, Jiang Yu returned with his people. In the days that followed, he kept a close watch on this ogre tribe. Just as they had claimed, the Giantwood clan was felling trees and building ships along the East Sea, working tirelessly day and night. A year later, this ogre tribe, known as the Giantwood clan, with a population of 10,000, all boarded wooden ships and set sail across the ocean. East Sea by the shore. The wind sways gently, and the waves dance like flowers. Jiang Yu stands on the beach, gazing at the Giantwood clan that has long since vanished from sight. Before leaving, the Giantwood clan sought to borrow some of Jiang Yu's clansmen to act as scouts for their voyage across the ocean. However, it would be nearly impossible for these scouts to return without a large force accompanying them across the sea. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu sought out some young people from the clan who possessed an adventurous spirit and asked for their willingness. In the end, 50 individuals were willing to embark on a long journey with the Giantwood clan. Before their departure, to ensure these young people did not forget their roots, Jiang Yu gave them a surname and attached the name of the winged people to them. Thus, these 50 individuals took on the surname of Feng and sailed across the ocean, becoming a branch of the winged people. In the years that followed, Jiang Yu led the tribe to continue developing in this seaside land. As time passed, under the influence of Titan's blood, the appearance of the clansmen slowly transformed into what Jiang Yu envisioned, while their extraordinary talents gradually improved. In the third 20 years of taking refuge by the East Sea, the population of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe reached 10,000. The number of extraordinary beings also approached 100. At this time, external wars were equally fierce, and occasionally other intelligent beings from different races fleeing to this place would tell Jiang Yu about the situation of the conflicts. Not only had the Titan giants and ancient dragons suffered heavy casualties, but the Phalan's myriad races had also directly lost half of their numbers. In the fourth 20 years of taking refuge by the East Sea, the population of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe reached 30,000. The number of extraordinary beings increased to several hundred, and under Jiang Yu's guidance, some extraordinary professions exclusive to the winged people emerged. For example, Sky Knights, Radiant Swordsmen, Light Guardians, Sky Assassins, and so forth. Almost all were extraordinary professions of the light attribute. However, because these professions were all first-generation creations, their upper limits were not high, mostly only reaching the first tier. Only the Radiant Swordsman with Jiang Yu's help became a Radiant Swordsman with a maximum limit of the second tier. Jiang You also wished to pass on his profession, but unfortunately, there were no extraordinary awakeners of the light or thunder elements within the tribe, so he had to give up. Fortunately, among this generation of radiant swordsmen, another young man with exceptional talent advanced to the second tier in just 30 years, potentially raising the upper limit of the radiant swordsman profession in the future. In the sixth 20 years of taking refuge by the east, Jiang You finally reached the final stage of the Holy Wingwalker, just one step away from legend. Yet this step proved exceedingly difficult to overcome. By this time, the Hegemony Mountain Tribe had grown to 100,000. In addition to Hegemony Mountain serving as the settlement for the winged people, villages and small towns established by the winged people could be found on the surrounding mountains, both great and small. At this moment, nearly all the newly born clansmen resembled Jiang You in physique. After a century, they could no longer see the appearance of the former eagle people, evolving instead into smaller versions of winged titans. And in this year, Jiang You summoned all the clansmen to Hegemony Mountain and officially announced their separation from the eagle people, declaring themselves as the winged people. At the same time, the latest news from the outside world also reached the East Sea. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor led the last of their clans in a final battle at the Celestial Plains, nearly annihilating each other. After the battle, the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, in the distant northern Feyland continent, the mountains stretched endlessly, covered in ice and snow. A group of goblins dressed in thick fur clothing rode on wolf-like creatures, arriving at a massive metal gate. Leading the group was one of the three legends of the Goblin clan, the Grand Sage Azeba. Grand Sage, the ruins discovered by the lads are right here. Within the Goblin cavalry, a particularly tall, middle-aged Goblin knight glanced at the metal gate and respectfully addressed an elder goblin behind him. This elder goblin wore a crown made of unknown creature bones and held a staff resembling jade from a spiritual tree. Upon hearing the words of the Goblin knight, a blue-white light flickered in the elder goblin's emerald eyes, as if some mystery was brewing within. After quite a while, he finally returned to normal from that unknown mysterious state. To the astonished gazes of the Goblin knights, the elder goblin suddenly leaped down from the wolf and knelt before the metal gate, shouting excitedly and fervently, "Heaven bless our tribe! Heaven bless our tribe!" The prophecy indicates that there are glorious treasures of our clan within. It is not merely a matter of glory. With the treasures inside, we goblins can replace the titans and the ancient dragons, becoming the masters of all Ferland. After the fervor, he stepped forward to the middle-aged Goblin knight and calmly commanded, "Azal, I command you to return to the Goblin King's court with the utmost speed to see King Amagil and have him send the most elite troops and the finest craftsmen to this place. Furthermore, inform him that this matter concerns the rise of our Goblin tribe. It is more important than any situation we have previously discussed. Yes, Grand Sage, I promise to relay the message to the king." The middle-aged Goblin knight responded solemnly, thumping his chest loudly. 1 month later, a Goblin army of nearly 10,000 was stationed at this location. 3 months later, somehow the goblins managed to open the metal gate. Years later, the myriad tribes of Ferland suddenly discovered that among the goblins, some wise beings resembling titans had emerged. However, they stood no taller than 2 meters, possessed ordinary physiques, and emanated no extraordinary aura, yet the Goblin clan was watching them closely. They called themselves the human race. Furthermore, the goblins suddenly produced many incomprehensible inventions that posed significant threats even to the remnants of titans and dragons. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, at Heavenly Mountain, within the largest structure at the summit. This was a magnificent building made of marble. Since the establishment of the winged clan, the handsome winged people gradually abandoned their former habits of being like eagles. They became fond of beautiful things, and their standards for everything turned perfectionist. This building was no exception. Inside, Jiang You sat at the head, flanked by 2 young men and women of the winged clan. The male winged approached to report, "Leader, we have confirmed that the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed suffered mutual destruction. The vast majority of titans and dragons have perished. In that case, do we still need to carry out our strategy of seclusion? According to the intelligence, fewer than 10 titans remain in the world, and the surviving ancient dragons are only slightly more, numbering just over a dozen. Moreover, they are all in critical condition, and the affiliated races originally belonging to the 2 clans have begun to drift away." The female winged also spoke up. Upon hearing this, Jiang You gently nodded and asked, "So how is the Eagle King court faring lately?" The Eagle King was severely injured in the final battle, but remains loyal to the heavily wounded Thunder Titan. Recently, they have also repelled the Goblin's envoy. I see if the Goblin clan harbors ambitions of rebellion. However, for us, both the Titans and the Eagle King court are enemies. The Eagle King court has always been a blood feud. As for the Titans, Jiang You did not believe that the Titans would treat the winged clan kindly after learning that he had utilized the Titan corpses for a century. He pondered for a moment before issuing a command. The war between the Goblins and the Titans is unlikely to erupt soon. Thus Claire convey my orders. The winged clan shall now lift the strategy of seclusion, allowing our young ones to showcase themselves more on the lands and skies of Ferland. We must let everyone know that the Ferland continent is not only home to the Eagle people as a sky-dwelling intelligent race, but also to our Eastern Sea winged clan. I believe that soon the Goblins' envoy will come to my heavenly mountain. 10 years later, the ancient dragons seemed to know some hidden secret vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the remaining Titans and Goblins were on the brink of a violent confrontation. The mightiest Titan, the Thunder Titan, once sought to personally punish the treacherous Goblin clan, but felt a deadly threat looming far beyond the Goblin royal court. He abandoned the idea and returned to the Titan ancestral land to assist his kin in recovering from their injuries. Currently, nearly 10 million goblins surrounded the Goblin royal court, pledging their loyalty to King Amigel. The Goblin royal court treated their scattered kin far differently than the former Eagleman royal court. They provided food for their kin, assisted them in choosing living spaces, and nurtured their extraordinary professionals. Thus, the originally scattered Goblin factions under different Titans rallied together, collectively recognizing Amigel as their king. The Eagleman royal court, Serpentman royal court, mixed blood giant clans, and Centaur royal court, races that remained loyal to the Titan giants, angrily denounced the disloyalty of the Goblins, yet could not change the fact that the Goblins were growing stronger. Meanwhile, the mysterious human figures appearing within the Goblin royal court sparked even greater curiosity. The wise have guessed that the rapid strengthening of the Goblins was closely tied to these humans. At the same time, the winged people began to gain prominence across the continent. The intelligent race capable of soaring through the skies was in fact quite rare. Especially as the winged people predominantly possessed light-based abilities, their healing powers made them even more popular among the various races of the continent. Furthermore, when encountering each other in the skies, the winged people proved to be even more formidable than the eagle people. Their human-like hands allowed them to wield bows and inflict significant damage from a distance. This characteristic also made the winged archers one of the most powerful combat units in Falanda. Even extraordinary professionals would be troubled when facing a well-organized winged army. This drew the attention of the Goblin royal court to the importance of the winged people. When the first snowflakes of winter fell upon Paradise Mountain, the Goblin envoy arrived as scheduled. Paradise Mountain, a group markedly trendy compared to the Falanda continent, ascended to the mountain's peak. Among this group, besides the small-statured, slender-limbed, green-skinned goblins, there was also a human resembling a wingless winged person. As the winged soldiers escorted the Goblin delegation towards Jiang Yu's tent, the Goblin envoys fully showcased their etiquette as representatives of the great clan of Falanda. Only that human girl displayed enough curiosity towards the winged clan, glancing around with a rich array of expressions. Upon arriving at the Whitestone Fortress where Jiang You resided, the Goblin envoys first demonstrated their respect for the alien king by placing a hand on their chest. Honorable Winged King, we are envoys sent by our King Amigel to express our sincerest respect. Jiang You also rose to his feet, his pure white wings folded behind him. His purple eyes scanned the goblins before resting on the human girl standing amidst them, smiling as he spoke. Welcome, envoys from the Goblin royal court. He indeed welcomed them, though he also felt a peculiar sentiment. The goblins before him were well-dressed and impeccably groomed, a stark contrast to the pitiful goblins often seen in the 5th chapter who could barely survive in the wilderness. Seeing Jiang Yu's amiable demeanor, the Goblin envoys felt relieved. The leading Goblin envoy then promptly got to the point, stating, "The Titans and ancient dragons have ruled Falanda for millennia, enslaving various races while relying solely on their overwhelming military power. They are arrogant and conceited, igniting wars that could devastate the continent, causing countless Falanda citizens to perish, turning the skies and earth in a seas of fire. To this day, the various races of the continent are filled with grievances, and the resentment and fury towards the Titans and dragons has reached its peak. And we goblins, under the leadership of the great sage, the high priest and king of goblins, unite with the various races of the continent to prepare for an uprising to overthrow the rule of the Titans. With the will of the races, we envoys are willing to represent the goblins and the various races of Falanda to form an alliance with the winged people and jointly undertake a great cause. May I ask, what is the winged king's thoughts on this?" The envoy finished speaking in one breath and looked up at Jiang You, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang You, seeing the Goblin envoy's straightforwardness, replied directly, "The winged people are willing to ally with the Goblin clans to overthrow the rule of the Titans and dragons. But I wonder, what benefits can the Goblin royal court promise to my winged people? Isn't overthrowing the Titans and reclaiming our autonomy the greatest benefit?" The Goblin envoy chuckled. Jiang You shook his head and replied earnestly, "The winged people have lived by the seaside for generations, never yielding to the Titans. What difference does it make to us whether we join or not based on your conditions?" The Goblin envoy felt a bit frustrated, but from his intelligence, the winged race indeed appeared in Falanda only in the past 100 years and had never submitted to the Titans or dragons. The leader of the goblin delegation recalled the great sage's instructions. The winged people possess the best aerial forces in Falanda. We must strive to win them over. He sighed and said, Honorable Winged King, the great sage, and the king of goblins do have promises. If the winged people join the anti-Titan alliance after the war, you may choose any land as the territory for the winged people. Additionally, we are willing to share some marvelous goblin technological products with the winged people. Moreover, there are. The goblin envoy spoke extensively. Jiang You finally nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, please present the treaty, and our clan wishes to ally with the goblin race to jointly combat the unjust Titans. After the negotiations concluded, both sides were quite satisfied. Jiang You instructed his kin to prepare a night feast to host the goblin delegation. That night, the winged people and goblins feasted heartily by a grand bonfire, celebrating and dancing. The crimson flames illuminated the faces of every being present as the girls of the winged race sang and danced joyously before the massive bonfire. Just as the revelry ensued, the human girl who had accompanied the goblin delegation to Paradise Mountain quietly approached Jiang You and softly spoke. Honorable Winged King, I have a question I would like to ask. Please, envoy, ask away. May I inquire if the ancestors of the winged people also originated from the refuge? What? A refuge? Even Jiang You, who had seen much and traversed worlds, was momentarily taken aback by the question. He hesitantly looked at the human girl before him and spoke. Why do you say that? The human girl observed Jiang Yu's reaction and immediately displayed a look of disappointment. Refuges were high-tech creations established by humanity at the end of the previous era to escape disasters and preserve their bloodline. Although many refuges had collapsed over countless ages, the humans inside had quietly perished. However, the girl thought that some human bloodlines must have survived, which was why she decided to accompany the goblin envoy upon hearing about the appearance and characteristics of the winged people. Unfortunately, the winged king before her, despite appearing almost indistinguishable from humans, ultimately was not of human origin. She shook her head and forced a smile. It's nothing, esteemed winged king, it was my mistake. She was about to turn away. In front of her, Jiang You looked at the human girl, furrowing his brows, and then a sudden inspiration struck. In the information from his past life, there were indeed scattered introductions about the era on the continent of Phaland. As a seasoned player of Phaland, pretending to be a human from the previous era to gain some benefits should be harmless. He was quite envious of the current rapid development of the goblins. Thus he softly coughed and said, airships, trains, sailing, steam. In a steampunk world, he had played quite a bit in his past life. The girl seemed frozen in place. With every word Jiang You spoke, the human girl's eyes brightened a little more. When she turned to see Jiang You looking at her gently, she exclaimed, You know how our past era was. You truly must be one of my kin. Jiang You shook his head. I am not, or rather I was once a human. Moreover, I did not come from a refuge. He deliberately obscured the relationship between humans and mankind, but he spoke the truth. However, the girl clearly did not mind. She gazed at Jiang You, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. Regardless of whether you possess human blood, my eyes and soul tell me that your soul is 100% human. Dear kin, if in the future the descendants of humanity forget everything, you must tell them about the glorious past of humanity. No matter how fallen or humble the present may be, they must live tenaciously, waiting for the opportunity to rise again. And also at special times, please protect them. Hearing the girl's pessimistic words, a question mark floated above Jiang Yu's head. Are you really in such dire straits? I remember that your kind held a very high status among the goblins, didn't you? The beautiful girl with golden hair shook her head bitterly. In our refuge, the powerful sequencers have long since perished, and the remaining people are no match for those extraordinary goblins. When the goblins broke into our refuge, we had just awakened and didn't even have time to use the weapons within the refuge against them. But your weapons can deal with the powerful titans, yet cannot handle the goblins. Jiang You was even more puzzled. We can deal with the titans because they possess the bloodline of humanity. They likely evolved from creations of ours from a long time ago. Thus they are particularly effective against them. But the goblins are different, they are not weak in our eyes. The human girl explained. So that is how it is. Jiang You finally understood. The human girl continued, returning to the earlier question. It seems that to everyone our status among the goblins is quite high, but that is in fact an illusion. The goblins are an extremely selfish race. They admire our civilization, long for our past, learn our knowledge, and take over our weapons, yet they fear our potential. They have controlled us. A mocking expression appeared on the human girl's face. In our refuge there are hundreds of awakened kin, and over the years many children have been born. The goblins learn our knowledge, but do not allow us to educate our own children. The Goblin King Amager has forced us to choose between becoming an ordinary race on the continent of Phaland or being forever bound to the goblin race. Binding means generations of servitude. How could we possibly agree to that? So we chose the former. Jiang You nodded in understanding, sighing. It is easy to imagine that if this continues, many years from now humanity will become an ordinary weak race on the continent of Phaland, always on the brink of extinction. Indeed, but we the human race would rather start over than become slaves. The girl said firmly with a smile. Then she looked at Jiang You and earnestly entrusted him. In the future, if humanity is in trouble, please lend a helping hand, I beg you. I will. Jiang Yu nodded. Then may I ask your name? Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this name, the human girl's face finally revealed a relieved smile. So you are from the Eastern human race. My name is Christina. The next morning, the Goblin envoy group bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others, returning to the Goblin King's court. Jiang Yu stood on the mountaintop watching them depart. He looked at the human girl's retreating figure, shook his head, and sighed. In my past life, while playing games, I often heard news about many prehistoric relics. Scholars from various races in Phaland speculated that the last era of Phaland was the age of steampunk. Yet they did not know that during that time humanity was the master of the continent. Speaking of which, if the system hadn't malfunctioned, wouldn't I have triggered a legendary quest by now? 1 year later, a goblin messenger hurriedly arrived at Heaven's Mountain and entered the Whitestone Fortress. Winged King, please lead your brave winged army to the central region of Phalanda at the falling of autumn, leaves to hold a meeting at the Minjin Plain. The king has decided that this year at the time of falling autumn leaves we shall mobilize our entire clan to resist the tyranny of the Titan giants. The Titans are unjust, and all clans will unite against them. After our victory, the Goblin clan is willing to share the continent with the other clans. Very well. Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that our winged race will honor the agreement and arrive at the Minjin Plain at the appointed time. The Goblin messenger was overjoyed at these words, excitedly patting his chest. May the friendship between the goblins and the winged people last forever. May the friendship last forever. With a smile, Jiang Yu nodded. 3 days later, Jiang Yu summoned the bravest 10,000 adult winged people from the tribe. Along with several hundred formidable extraordinary practitioners, they gathered in the grand square outside the Whitestone Fortress. Over 10,000 winged people stood in the square looking at their chieftain with respect. Though the outside world called him the Winged King, he had yet to be crowned king. The clansmen had urged him, but Jiang Yu refused. How can I claim the title of king when the blood feud remains unavenged? One day, if I can flatten the heavenly mountain and destroy the Eagle King's court, I will crown myself king upon the ruins of the Eagle King's court. Similarly, Jiang Yu remained single to the present day, rebuffing the marriage pressures from his clansmen. With the Eagle people not yet extinguished, how can I think of family? This silenced the clamor of the overly concerned clansmen. Standing atop the Whitestone Fortress, Jiang Yu gazed at the over 10,000 winged people arrayed in the square. A surge of intense pride welled up in his heart. He placed his hand on the bronze longsword at his waist and spoke loudly. Many years ago, our ancestors were but a tributary tribe of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Every decade, the Eagle King's court would come to our ancestors' high barbarian mountain, forcibly conscripting nearly all the able-bodied men into a war of unknown duration. Each conscription meant the shattering of a family, with almost no one returning. The Hanxi forest is buried with the countless corpses of my high barbarian mountain ancestors, flowing with their blood and tears. My father, grandfather, and ancestors all perished in that war with no future in sight. The war between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors' blood. As he spoke, Jiang Yu glanced at the clansmen with red eyes filled with fervor and continued. When I took over as chieftain, the tribe had merely over 200 members, all old, weak, and sick. When I came of age, I too was conscripted and participated in that war, which lasted an unknown duration. I saw the Titan giant flaunting his overwhelming might, treating us as if we were not living beings. I witnessed the Eagle King's court treating us as expendable cannon fodder, with countless tribes of eagles buried in the battlefield. From that moment, I recognized the predatory nature of the Titan giants and the Eagle King's court. Thus, during the second conscription by the Eagle King's court, I killed the messenger of the Eagle King's court and led my clansmen to this eastern seashore. Here we thrived and grew stronger. We gained opportunities, evolved our bloodline, and became a mightier winged race. And today we finally possess the strength to resist the Titans and the Eagle King's court. My sons, are you willing to follow me to fight the Titans and flatten the heavenly mountain? We are willing. We are willing. To fight the Titans. Flatten the heavenly mountain. To fight the Titans. Flatten the heavenly mountain. Then let us march. Yes. The Phylan continent has vast territories and expansive lands. From the shores of the Eastern Sea to the central Minjin Plain, even with the high-speed flight maintained by the winged people, it took over a month to finally arrive at the Minjin Plain alongside other allied races. There was no other option. In terms of distance, only the merfolk of the western coast could rival the winged people. Along the way, they encountered no barriers from magical beasts or other races. It's no joke, a sky legion composed of 10,000 winged people soaring in the air resembles an endless expanse akin to an incredibly massive dark cloud advancing forward. Truly terrifying. Moreover, with each member of this winged army wielding a bow, a single command would unleash a barrage of arrows. Who could withstand such a horrifying scene? On the journey, Jiang You also led the winged army to swiftly eliminate several magical beasts that were foolish enough to obstruct their path. This allowed him to witness the combat strength of his own winged army, boosting his confidence for the upcoming war. Upon reaching the skies above the Menjian plain, nearly 1 million troops from various races were already present on this vast plain. They set up camps as units of their respective races. Jiang You observed. There were towering minotaurs swinging heavy stone axes, venting seemingly inexhaustible brute strength within their encampment. There were also short but muscular dwarven brutes, each wielding bronze weapons, and some were even forging within the camp. There were swift centaur cavalry, their bodies bare and hair-braided, yet their archery skills were superb, making them one of the most powerful cavalry forces on the Phylan continent. Additionally, there were a considerable number of trolls who had also betrayed the Titans. Among the races in Phylan today, aside from the goblins, trolls had the largest population. The merfolk born with water-based magical abilities were few in number and had traveled thousands of miles from the western coast to assist in battle, reportedly, due to the great love story between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang You did not believe that the mermaid princess would fall in love with a goblin prince. There were also the gnomes, good friends of the goblins, who were purely there to cheer and rally support, but they were not weak. They possessed a wealth of inherited magical professions. There were naive fairies joining in the excitement, categorized by elements. Those present were the wind fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a great forest fairy. Fairies have long lifespans and reside in forests, wielding immense magical powers. In ancient times, before many power systems had emerged, fairies were indeed formidable. Even goblins did not wish to offend them. Regarding their playful gathering, Goblin King Amigel simply acquiesced, trusting that with a great fairy watching over them, these little ones would not act outrageously. Moreover, this great forest fairy was a legendary powerhouse. There were also the Trents, known as the ancient tanks, numbering in the hundreds. Where they took root, they stood like an unbreakable wall, and moreover, they had long-standing friendly ties with some troll clans. In addition, there were the magical wolf clan tamed by the goblins, as well as the dog-headed men and wild boars that once served the ancient dragons. There were also numerous intelligent races whose names Jiang You could not recall. These races likely did not pass down their bloodlines to the future. Yet more importantly, there was an endless sea of goblin troops, their tents stretching beyond sight. The goblin army of this era was undoubtedly an elite force. They donned heavy armor. In just over a decade, 1/10 of these goblins had equipped themselves with iron weapons and armor, presumably thanks to the contributions of those who emerged from the refuge of the previous era. Some steam-powered steel weapons were also positioned outside their tents, exuding a formidable presence. Just with a glance, Jiang You could sense several areas that posed a lethal threat to him. This both made him envious and filled him with longing. He could only silently think, the second chapter is about to begin. This is the age of the goblins. My winged people are still not strong enough, but that will change in the future. As far as Jiang Yu's gaze extended, the entire Menjian plain could accommodate hundreds of intelligent races. Their military forces numbered in the tens of thousands, such as the trolls, who were also a major race in Phylan. However, a portion of their faction chose to ally with the Titan giants. Some numbered only in the hundreds, like the fairies, who sang light-hearted songs within the camp, showing no signs of tension for the impending war. They seemed to be merely there for the excitement. Caravans of food and supplies were sent by the goblins from various places. When Jiang You led the winged army to the skies above the Menjian plain, it appeared as if an immense sea of clouds had migrated to the heavens, blocking out the long day. It was very conspicuous. On the Menjian plain, nearly all races witnessed this large aerial force wielding longbows and hanging bronze swords. The winged people had only begun to emerge on the continent for a little over a decade, and many races did not recognize them. At this moment, seeing the massive sky legion approaching from the heavens, they were all somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that the Eagle King court despised uniting with us to resist their great master, the Thunder Titan giant? Why does this Sky Legion seem so much like the Eagle people? Could it be that their Eagle King is the kind of person who is not true to his word? At this moment, a wise man from a different race mockingly interjected, "Your information is too outdated. The ones soaring in the sky now are our allies, the winged people. Though they appear quite similar to the Eagle people, they are entirely different. My clan leader has said that the Eagle people are nothing compared to the winged people. I remember he once said 1 winged person is worth 5 eagles. Wait, does that mean 1 winged person can match 5 eagles? Goodness, the winged people look like they can contest with eagles, griffins, 2-headed dragons, and harpies for aerial supremacy. With them on our side, we hardly need to worry about enemies coming from the sky." At this moment, within the goblin camp, a team of goblin practitioners soared into the air, arriving before Jiang You. They wore armor, carried great swords or chain hammers, and were infused with the power of the wind, allowing them to fly in the sky. Jiang You sensed that this team of goblin practitioners had not yet reached the legendary realm, so they must belong to a flying exceptional profession. As Jiang You knew, most goblin exceptional beings, including the Goblin King, were knight professions. This team of goblin warriors might belong to the upgraded Sky Knights of the Wind Knights. It might sound a bit ridiculous, but in ancient times the various knight professions developed by the goblins indeed became one of the sources for the knight profession in the future. The 4 elemental knight professions, Wind Knights, Earth Knights, Water Knights, and Fire Knights, were all pioneered by the goblins. As a few goblin Sky Knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiang You in the central part of the goblin camp on the plains of Meng'an, over a dozen human figures sat beside a strangely crafted iron artifact. A middle-aged man with golden short hair gazed at the massive army of winged humans in the sky, a hint of nostalgia emerging in his eyes. In those days, the Empire possessed an aerial army 1,000 times stronger than this winged tribe. Bearing wings and soaring through the sky, the Celestial Herald Corps, one of the 9 aerial legions, was far more imposing than these winged beings. The beautiful girl with golden hair rolled her eyes and sighed. Unfortunately, all of this has become a thing of the past. The Empire has long been annihilated. What we must do now is ensure that humanity can survive on this land once more, lest our lineage becomes extinct. If that is truly the case, it would be a great disservice to the sacrifices made by the Empire to protect this world. Indeed, the dark-haired human man evidently agreed as he inquired, "Fiona, you have interacted with that winged king above. What do you think? Is there any chance he could become our ally?" The golden-haired girl smiled wryly. "That winged king is not so simple. He knows some secrets, but not many. He seems to want me to believe that he is one of our kind from that era, reborn in the body of a winged being through a method called reincarnation. This is truly beyond reason. Even the most powerful sorcerers of the Empire back then would find such feats difficult to achieve." The young man with blue hair chuckled. "Indeed, but I choose to believe that this winged king seems to desire to gain something from us." "That's a good thing, Fiona. I'm just afraid he might be indifferent." Beside them, an elderly dark-haired man spoke. "Precisely because of this, he may have the possibility of striving for something." The golden-haired girl smiled. "Grandpa Yang, this winged king, claims to be an Eastern human from that era. During this time, you should find a way to make contact with him." "You girl, you really keep people on their toes," Yang said helplessly. "Fine, I will go and try to contact him. Let's see what he wants." Had I known, I should have set the awakening time earlier. Now being held hostage by goblins is truly unacceptable." The golden-haired girl lamented. "But it can't be said like that if the goblins hadn't coincidentally breached our set's secret lock. In another 10,000 years we might not wake up again. The glory of the Empire could truly be lost in the river of time. Look how many of our previous shelters still exist today. Still better than being at their mercy." The blue-haired man accurately remarked. In the sky, among the goblin knights, the leading goblin knight bowed respectfully to Jiang You. "Esteemed winged king, my king Amager has prepared a residence and provisions for your nobility." Jiang You followed the direction pointed out by the goblin knight, and indeed saw a clean and tidy camp beside the goblin camp with plenty of provisions and equipment laid out. He nodded inwardly. It seems the goblins attach great importance to the winged beings. Amager is a good person. Sensing Jiang Yu's satisfied demeanor, the goblin knight continued. "Esteemed winged king, when the sun sets today, please come to my king's central tent after you have settled your people. My king wishes to discuss the specifics of the expedition against the Titan giants with the leaders of all tribes." "All right, I will definitely arrive on time," Jiang Yu replied. As the sun was about to set, the entire Meng'an plain was bathed in golden light. Jiang Yu honored his promise and led a group of loyal guards towards the tent of the Goblin King, Amigel. They passed by neat and solemn goblin regiment camps, each one orderly. Every goblin soldier stood tall in his eyes, all elite warriors. At the founding of the nation, the goblin elite could dominate the continent for an era. Traveling deeper, they passed through various goblin checkpoints and finally arrived outside a massive tent. It was a large circular tent standing at the center of the goblin camp. Its white color looked like a floating cloud in the green sky. Outside stood 2 rows of goblin soldiers taller than average goblins, wearing feathered helmets, yellow cloaks, and holding spears and swords. They were the most elite guard unit under King Amigel, the Yellow Robe Imperial Guards. Each one was an extraordinary professional. Every race that passed by them felt as if they were wading through a forest of steel, intimidating. When Jiang Yu entered the tent, many leaders of various races had already arrived. Goblin King Amigel placed great importance on the strength of the Winged Legion and showed Jiang Yu immense respect. He arranged for Jiang Yu to sit at the 3rd seat from the bottom, just after the troll and dwarf, ranking even above the centaur chief. Even ancient kings knew that air power outweighed cavalry. Amigel personally welcomed Jiang Yu to his seat, allowing him to finally encounter this legendary goblin emperor. In Jiang Yu's impression, and from the vague historical records of the elves in the 5th chapter, this great legendary leader of the goblins was born in the largest tribe of the Phelan goblins at the tail end of the Titan and Dragon era. He was exceptionally gifted, achieving legend in just over 100 years in this outdated system of extraordinary beings, leading the goblins from being the slaves of the Titan giants to gradually ascending to the throne of world dominance, becoming the highest king of the 2nd chapter of the Phelan continent's time epic. Legend has it that this legendary emperor was immensely powerful, able to subdue the great goblin sage and high priest, uniting the entire goblin race of the continent, demonstrating that his strength and methods were extraordinary, far from ordinary. However, what impressed Jiang You the most was the immaculate white spear held by Amigel, which seemed to radiate light. This was the Amigel spear, crafted from rare materials found by Amigel across the continent, using an unknown mysterious forging method forged with the strength of the entire tribe. This was a god-slaying spear with which Amigel personally killed a titan giant. It was also a spear of ill omen, foretelling the future of the Goblin Empire. Many goblin emperors, including Amigel, would be slain by this Amigel spear. But these were events that might happen in the future. For now, Jiang You looked at the Goblin King, sitting majestically at the head of the table. Legendary races of ordinary intelligence typically had lifespans of over 1,000 years, and Amigel was estimated to be around 500 years old in the prime of his life. Thus, he appeared shorter than the other races present, but his imposing presence was remarkable. Even though Jiang You prided himself on becoming legendary in the future, he still felt a sense of respect for this middle-aged goblin. The Titan giants and ancient dragons had ruled over Phelan for countless years, yet he alone dared to resist and ultimately succeeded. Time passed again. When all the leaders of the races on the Mengen Plain had gathered, Amigel finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, filled with charisma. Leaders and clan kings, I thank you for leading your people to join me in resisting those damned Titan giants' rule. Looking back to when our ancestors became the slaves of the Titan giants, we became slaves for generations to come. I believe that all of you here, like my tribe, yearn for freedom. No one wishes to remain a slave forever, which is why we rise in rebellion. Jiang You listened quietly and earnestly from his seat, rolling his eyes several times at the words of Goblin King Amigel. The root of it all was the aftermath of the war between Titans and Dragons, where both sides suffered heavy losses, leading to the inevitable decline of the Titan giants and dragons, thus giving the goblins an opportunity. And not just goblins would think this way. If Jiang You had the strength of the goblin race, it would be his turn to say such things. At the head of the table, Amigel continued his impassioned speech. Today, I, Amigel, pledge allegiance with the various races on the Mengen Plain, willing to establish a blood oath, my goblin tribe, and all of you here shall forever be brother races. As he spoke, he took a cup of wine from his attendant, cut his palm with a short knife, and let a drop of blood fall, instantly dyeing the wine red. Then he looked at the somewhat dazed leaders of the races present. At this moment, a line of goblin attendants brought a cup of wine to each of the race leaders present. Jiang You was no exception. He could only follow suit, cutting his palm and letting a drop of blood fall. Meanwhile, he mentally complained wildly. He had no idea where Amigel learned such a practice, but it certainly pioneered the current trend of blood oath alliances in the Phelan continent. Seeing that all the races complied, Amigel could not help but feel elated. Everyone, please. With that, he downed his drink in one go. The hundreds of race leaders present followed suit and drank it all. Then Amigel laughed heartily. With this blood oath, we pledge to be brother races, waiting to divide the continent after we vanquish the Titans. Good, good. Amigel, Amigel. At that time, the people's customs were still very simple, and the big shots of Phelan had never seen such a thing. Thus, everyone present was infected by his boldness, cheering loudly. Henceforth, the pact was established, and Amigel took the first step in his campaign against the Titan giants. The second step was to discuss tactics. But the tactics of this era were quite simple. Air against air, ground against ground, just charge forward. Jiang Yu's task was to deal with the aerial forces of the Titan giants, mainly those of the wingman griffins and horned eagles. If there were any flying extraordinary professionals, Amigel promised to send the Goblin Wind Knights to assist. The task was simple, but there were too many races. Arranging one race at a time, the meeting lasted until the afternoon of the second day. By the time the third day arrived, Goblin King Amigel once again delivered a stirring speech on the Titans' tyranny and the united assault of the races from the highest hill of Mengen Plain, invigorating the morale of the million-strong army. Especially the Minotaurs, whose eyes were red as they waved their stone axes and tree trunks, roaring passionately. Thus, in such an atmosphere, the army marched out, heading straight for the Titan capital, Prolatus. Prolatus is the seat of the Titan royal court. It is said that it took the Titan king Ashumes nearly 1,000 years, employing 1,000,000 slaves, to establish the Titan capital. It is a giant city built upon a high mountain named Prolatus Mountain. Excluding the bitterly cold regions of the far north and far south, Prolatus Mountain is the tallest and most majestic mountain in the Phalanda continent. The Paradise Mountain, where Jiang You and the winged people reside, pales in comparison to this mountain. Among the million-strong army, an elderly Earthbear clan leader introduced Jiang You to the Titan city he had once seen. The main city gate of Prolatus stands an impressive 300 meters high, with walls towering 500 meters high. Such a grand gate was specially designed for the Titan giants. Fortunately, beside the city gate, there is a small opening 3 meters high, serving as a passage for us, the subordinate races of slaves. When we traveled to Prolatus back, then it took us 3 whole days and nights just to walk around this giant city. The palaces of the Titan giants are all exceedingly vast. One cannot help but wonder how many lives were lost in the construction of this giant city back then. However, the most shocking sight is still the throne of the Titan King. It is a throne carved from the very peak of Prolatis Mountain. The 500-meter-tall Titan King sits upon it, as if he were at the center of the world. That is a truly transcendent existence that can rival the gods. If the Titan King Ashumis were still around, the countless races under the Titans would not dare to harbor any thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the old Earth Bear's description, Jiang You felt a surge of admiration for the Titan King. He longed for his strength and the might of his dominion. Time has passed. The power of the Titan clan remains terrifying. Even though only a few Titans remain, the Goblin King had to muster nearly all his clan's strength to form an alliance with half of the Falanda continent's races to dare to battle against them. The million-strong army slowly advanced towards Prolatis. Along the way, there were numerous subordinate races of the Titan giants trying to obstruct them. However, they were like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, making no splash whatsoever. On the journey, Jiang You led the winged army to slay many scouting teams of the Eagle people. Under the pressure of the winged people, the once finest reconnaissance race on the continent found it a bit challenging. However, the Thunder Titan seemed intent on directly engaging the Goblin allied forces in battle at Prolatis, encountering few enemies along the way. 3 months later, when the million-strong army finally reached the outskirts of Prolatis, Jiang You could finally behold the appearance of this once great Titan city. Contrary to Jiang Yu's imagination, Prolatis looked somewhat desolate. The city walls originally built around the mountains had collapsed halfway, and only a few Titan palaces remained intact. And the once center of the world, Ashumi's mountain throne, had vanished, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if some force had sliced off that section of the mountain peak. Jiang You glanced at the remnants of walls and ruins, but quickly turned away. War was imminent. In front of the Goblin and various allied forces of the continent, there stood an equally massive army of nearly 1 million Titan giants. Trolls, eagle people, serpent people, mud monsters, ogres, naga, half-blood giants, cyclopes, trents, and almost hundreds of races had long been waiting under the command of the Titans for the arrival of the Goblin allied forces. Even more terrifying were the 8 towering Titan giants standing like ancient deities amidst the army, each exuding a powerful and domineering aura. At the forefront stood the Thunder Titan Atre, whom Jiang You had encountered over 100 years ago and even fought alongside. The opposing formation was magnificent. Had Jiang You not known that this battle would be won by the Goblins and their allied races, he might have considered how to die with dignity. In the Titan camp, facing the assault of the million-strong Goblin allied forces, the Thunder Titan stepped forward, openly mocking them. "Amateur, are you here to help me rebuild the giant city? This million slaves is quite a find. It saves me the effort of conscripting them, ha." Among the allied forces of the continent, the Goblin King also rode atop a Wolf King, boldly confronting the Thunder Titan giant. Compared to the Thunder Titan Atre, his stature was like a mountain to an ant, creating a stark contrast. Yet his figure stood tall like a pine, exuding a resolute courage and determination. No wonder he could unite the races of the continent, overthrow the Titans, and establish the Goblin Empire. He truly possesses some remarkable skills. No doubt he is a hero of the ancient era. He is utterly different from the goblins of the 5th chapter, Jiang You thought. Before the army, Amateur paid no mind to the mockery. Instead, he lifted his head, his expression calm and resolute as he addressed Thunder Titan Atre. "Atre, the Titan clan has fallen. Your glory will end at my hands. After defeating you, I will construct a royal city belonging to the goblins in Prolatis. Your era is over." The Thunder Titan giant, upon hearing Amigel's unabashed declaration, was instantly filled with rage. "The glory of the Titans, even if sunk into the murky world, cannot be shattered by you mere ants. Amigel, you once knelt humbly before my toes, pleading for my great mercy. Now I offer you another chance. Kneel down, and you shall live." Perhaps the lingering, deadly threat from the Goblin camp had never been dispelled, for the proud Thunder Titan decided for the first time to spare these people. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were adult Titans. The rest were mere juveniles. Even though they stood nearly 100 meters tall, it could not conceal the fact that they were but legends. Amigel conceded before the reproductive might of the Titans. But Amigel shook his head steadfastly, gazing at the giant before him, as imposing as a mountain, and shouted loudly, "Atre, I loathe the humiliation you have brought upon me. From that day forth, I shall never kneel again." With that, he raised the Amigel spear in his hand, soaring into the air to strike at the Thunder Titan Atre. "Today we shall eradicate the Titans. Soldiers, charge with me." To defy demigods with legendary form requires immense courage and a song of valor. The various races of the continent behind Amigel, witnessing his aerial battle, were inspired by his presence, their morale soaring as they charged towards the Titan camp. The war erupted instantly. The clash of blades and the grapple of bodies ensued. The brutal struggle reached its peak in an instant. The fiercest battleground was where Amigel faced the Thunder Titan. The anticipated scene of Omigel being struck down or retreating by the Thunder Titan did not unfold. Instead, a resplendent crimson aura erupted from Omigel's body, surging forth like a great conflagration, a momentum that was far beyond that of a mere legend. It was clearly the presence of a powerful demigod. In Jiang Yu's understanding, this was an advanced demigod knight from the Blood Knight lineage. Never did he expect that Omigel was in fact a demigod. Beside the other two demigod titans, each titan had at least a dozen goblin legends entangled with them. Among the remaining 5 titans, 3 were held back by the 3 legends of trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 were besieged by 2 seemingly elite goblin armies. One of these was indeed Omigel's Yellow Robe Guard. Phelan's legend was not invincible, who despite their strength to take on 10,000 men, they could also be slain by mortals beneath the legends. In the future, a well-trained army of 10,000 could take down a long-established legend. Upon witnessing this, Jiang You finally understood why Omigel dared to confront the titans. The goblin's depth was truly unfathomable. Over 20 legends and 1 demigod. No wonder they could establish such a vast empire in the second chapter. However, having chosen sides, they would fight to the bitter end. Watching the countless Aarakocra griffins and flying beasts take flight behind the Titan army, Jiang You stood ready. Before the ranks of the Aarakocra, Jiang You raised his bronze longsword and shouted loudly. Today marks the glorious battle of my Aarakocra clan. Oh, we shall tell those swine flying in the sky that the sky belongs to the Aarakocra's battlefield. Grip our bows tightly. Hold our longswords firm. Defeat them. Let the heads of those fellows become our stepping stones to becoming a strong race on the continent. Kill. 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 The Prodas Mountain stood prominently in the plain, surrounded by a smooth highland. It is hard not to speculate whether this is a natural wonder or a man-made marvel. This place, also known as the Pro Plain, measures only 1,000 miles in width and length, with the Night Whisper Forest to the southwest, an oval-shaped lake to the east, and a narrow mountain range bordering the northern grasslands. This location, with its high skies and broad clouds, is naturally suited for the aerial combat of the Aarakocra. Facing the nearly 100,000-strong aerial force of the opponent, Jiang You did not directly engage in physical combat with his 10,000 Aarakocra. He directed the Aarakocra to fly higher, launching arrows at a distance. When the enemy desperately approached, they would pull back. When the distance could not be maintained, the front row Aarakocra would voluntarily drop their bows and draw their longswords, using blood and flesh to block the advances of the Aarakocra griffins and other flying beasts. The long-range suppression from above was deadly. Even the powerful individuals, such as the magical creatures with the extraordinary power of wind, the griffins, were driven to flee under such overwhelming force and ruthless tactics. Those who have never witnessed a volley of arrows do not understand its terror. Many years later, this battle became an everlasting pain for the Aarakocra, as they with no hands but claws could never master the bow and arrow. Thus, nearly 100,000 Titans' aerial forces were outmaneuvered by Jiang You and his allies. However, regrettably, Jiang You did not see the Aarakocra king among this massive army. Perhaps in this battle, although the Aarakocra sided with the Titans, they were not willing to give their all. This was true not only for the races of the Titan camp, but also for those of the Goblin camp. The trolls and others were also fighting alongside the Titans. Everyone had their selfish thoughts, especially those seasoned veterans who had lived for a long time. It was rare for a race like Jiang Yu's, which truly brought the elite troops of their entire clan to participate in this great battle of the Ferrandi continent. This was also one of the reasons why the Goblin King treated the Aarakocra clan with such respect. Indeed, Jiang Yu's attitude was quite high. A few hours later, the battle in the sky came to an end, and after suffering 3,000 casualties, the Aarakocra achieved ultimate victory. Thus, the skies of Prodas were cleared of the Titans' aerial forces. Afterwards, the Aarakocra returned to their rear camp to replenish their arrows, eat some food, rest briefly, and then set forth again. The war was not yet over. Jiang You instructed the Aarakocra to form small teams of 50 to freely harass the various tribal armies of the Titans, while he personally led several hundred extraordinary Aarakocra to participate in the encirclement of the Titan giants. When he returned to the sky, once more overlooking the land, he saw the Prodas plain littered with the corpses of millions, rivers of blood flowing. The Titans and the Goblin legends fought to the death. At this moment, he noticed why over a dozen Goblin legends could contend with the Titan giants, such formidable demigods. It turned out that each Goblin legend wielded a peculiar alchemical device. And within the Goblins' central army, there was a camp filled with strange alchemical creations firing upon the Titans. In Jiang Yu's eyes, these things were strikingly similar to the super cannons from his past life. When Jiang Yu's army of winged giants joined the battlefield below, the morale of the Titan coalition's soldiers immediately plummeted as they faced wave after wave of arrows raining down from the sky. The commanders of the goblins laughed heartily. Foolish Titan slaves, your demise is now on a countdown. However, the various races of the Titan coalition did not collapse. They gritted their teeth and held on against the rain of arrows from the sky, watching the Thunder Titan Atreus, who was overpowering the Goblin King Amigel, in the center of the battlefield. The leaders of the more civilized troll tribes shouted, "Raise your shields, raise your shields." The less civilized mud creatures lifted the corpses of their enemies above their heads. As for the wild boar men, ogres, and half-blood giants, they became even more ferocious in their attacks after being struck by the arrows from the sky. On the other side of the sky, Jiang You led a superhuman winged army of hundreds arriving before a youthful-looking titan. This was an underage titan, yet it possessed legendary strength, wielding a long whip of unknown material, with its powerful body and immense magical energy engaging in a fierce battle with a legendary dwarf. Thus Jiang You led his troops forward. Winged ones, heed my command, aim for the vital spots and unleash the radiant piercing arrows. This was the winged race's development of the power of light. First round. Aim for the eyes. Instantly, hundreds of specially crafted bronze arrows wrapped in blazing light shot toward the vital areas of the youthful titan. After the launch, Jiang You did not care whether it was effective and flew to the back of the titan with the superhuman winged ones. Second round. Aim for the neck. Third round. Aim for the valleys. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrow rain, the underage titan let out a weak howl. It was covered in wounds. The furious titan vented its wrath in the direction of Jiang You and the others, but the prepared winged ones swiftly dodged. And the legendary dwarf seized this opportunity, swinging the steel great axe gifted by the goblins, and with one chop beheaded the underage sand titan, whose head fell to the ground. The entire battlefield fell into a moment of silence. This was the first titan to die at the hands of mortals aside from titans and dragons. It turned out that mortals could indeed challenge the divine races. On the battlefield, the soldiers of all races belonging to the Goblin Coalition erupted in earth-shattering cheers. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atreus watched as a group of mortal slaves tied the severed head of the underage titan with ropes and hoisted it into the air to showcase the power of the mortal races, finally filled with rage. A tempest of thunder surged within his golden eyes, bloodlust filling the air. A tremendous aura suddenly soared, and the previously clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. Ants, dare to desecrate the divine race. I will slaughter you all upon this land. Rumble. 18 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, like pillars. In just this one strike, tens of thousands perished beneath the thunder. Meanwhile, the laws of thunder began to stir violently. A sense of apocalyptic crisis loomed in everyone's hearts. However, at that moment, the mighty Thunder Titan suddenly felt a pang of dread. He saw the pure white spear that had been held by Amigel suddenly erupting with incomparable silver brilliance, a sense of crisis, as if his very bloodline was locked onto him, impossible to shake off. In his final moments, he heard that damned ant goblin king's pitiful sigh. Holy spear pierced through him. Then a strange mechanical voice gently echoed around Atreus. Thunder sequence law activation. Spatial disorder. Lock onto his human blood. Lock onto his superhuman source. Judgment pierced through. Clang. The blinding light swept across the entire battlefield, leaving everyone momentarily blinded. Afterward, when they opened their eyes again, they felt a chill in their hearts. They saw that the once invincible Thunder Titan had fallen, its energy waning on the verge of death. The dying Titan looked at the equally astonished Goblin King Amigel, its once proud gaze now devoid of arrogance in the final moments of life. Struggling to stand, he shouted at the two adult Titans not far away. Bard XMX, take the children and leave. Atreus. The two adult Titans' eyes were bloodshot. Hurry and go. Remember, you must find our King Hegemony. Avenge us and restore the Titan clan. Go. Soon the remaining Titan giants were enveloped in starlight. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 6 Titans vanished without a trace. At this point, the Goblin King Amigel, who seemed to have just reacted, roared in fury. The proud Titans can also flee in disgrace. Atreus, I will sever your head and use your skull as the gateway to my future Goblin Kingdom. I will ensure you guard the gate for my Goblin race for all eternity. Up. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atreus, who was left with only a breath, heard this. An overwhelming hatred and fury once again surged within him, and the final breath he had been holding quickly faded away, leading him to fall once more completely dead. Seeing the Thunder Titan dead, and looking towards the 6 Titans who had escaped through unknown starry passages, Amigel felt a great sense of relief. No one knew that he was already at the end of his strength. Relying on the Titan restraining equipment obtained from the human sanctuary merely allowed him to endure the battle without dying. Half of the 20 or so legendary goblins he brought had also perished in this battle. Although Amigel's spear had killed the Thunder Titan Atreus, he was not confident in defeating the remaining 2 Titan demigods, because the energy within Amigel's spear was only sufficient for a single use. He had underestimated the Titan's strength. Fortunately, Amigel's spear intimidated the Titans, allowing them to flee. Amigel stood in midair, gazing at the mountains and rivers below and the awestruck gazes of various races, feeling a surge of intoxication. When the world fell into silence and the vast plain seemed to only echo the gentle whispers of the wind, he summoned Amigel's spear, raised it high, and shouted loudly, "We have won." As Amiger's voice fell, a fervent cheer erupted from the heavens and the earth. Everyone was filled with excitement. They had defeated the once great deity. The various races of the goblin camp were ecstatic, recalling the promise made by King Amiger. The races of the Titan camp looked ashen, feeling they had placed their bets incorrectly. In the sky, Jiang You would not dampen the mood. He too raised his bronze sword high, celebrating the arrival of a new era. However, he and the winged race were still lacking in strength. It was not yet his time. In midair, enjoying the cheers of countless races, King Amigerer looked down at the jubilation on the ground and the soaring winged people in the sky, joyfully announcing, "My kin allies of the goblins, at this moment we have together defeated the Titans who ruled over Ferland for countless years, becoming the masters of the land. From this day forth there will be no more of our kin conscripted into those prolonged wars. No more shall anyone be made a slave of the Titans and dragons. You, our people, shall live in peace." Reflecting on the past, King Amigerer seemed genuinely delighted, managing to hold back his fatigue as he rambled on in the sky for quite some time. At the end of his speech, he finally mentioned some future plans. "I shall uphold my oath and build the goblin capital in Proadas, and once the city is completed, I shall be crowned the Goblin Emperor. At that time, I will bestow lands to the various races. Additionally, the legacy of the Titans, the goblins, are willing to share with all races." With these words, the cheers from the various races across the continent grew even more fervent. Did they not rise against the Titans in hopes of obtaining these things? Next, the Goblin coalition on the continent will strive to capture the allied armies under the Titans participating in this war. These captives will become the spoils of the victors, distributed as slaves among the various races of the continent. In the evening, the Goblin King hosted a grand victory banquet, distributing copious amounts of beef and mutton, fine wines, and delicacies. The kings and leaders of various races were invited outside Amiger's grand tent to partake in an even more sumptuous night feast in front of the magnificent bonfire. When Jiang You arrived with a few of his personal guards, he happened to see a gigantic hand being roasted over the massive bonfire. A group of goblin cooks were frantically sprinkling various spices on this enormous hand. Jiang You immediately recognized it as the hand of the Thunder Titan Atrus. This Thunder Titan Atrus is truly unfortunate to die and be roasted by the goblins. He quietly complained to the little turtle on his shoulder. The little turtle nodded, also feeling it was inappropriate. One should leave room for future encounters. Jiang You remained non-committal about the goblins' actions. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Goblin Empire had fallen into such disarray. Before taking a seat, Jiang You first approached King Amiger's throne to pay his respects. Amiger, now full of ambition, was attended by 8 goblin maidens, while the loyal yellow robe guards stood at a distance. Next to the throne, the formidable white spear, a symbol of authority, stood proudly, signifying the Goblin King's power. Jiang You couldn't help but covet this white spear. Seeing Jiang You approach to pay his respects, Amiger was quite pleased. The winged race was one of the few that had come together to fully support his race. "Euler, Jiang You has arrived. Quickly take a seat. The banquet is about to begin." What a transformation! He was previously called the Winged King, and now he was Euler. However, Jiang You did not dwell on that, directly stating his purpose. "Your Majesty, the Titans have been vanquished. Oh, what plans do you have for those races that sided with the Titans?" "Naturally, we will conquer and annihilate them. The establishment of the Empire requires a large number of slaves. What if they submit and willingly surrender?" Jiang You continued to inquire. "If they are not staunch loyalists of the Titans, then I can allow them to survive. I am not a cruel person." Amiger furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. With so many races on the continent affiliated with the Titans spread over such vast territories, it would take considerable time and effort to eradicate them. Naturally, it would be best if they could surrender. Moreover, his current role was that of the Emperor of the continent, so the more races he ruled over, the better. Although he had defeated the Titans, he yearned for the renown and status of the Titan King, and thus considered matters more comprehensively. Hearing Amiger's words, Jiang You thought to himself that people indeed change, and goblins are no exception. He quickly spoke up. "Your Majesty, the winged race has an irreconcilable blood feud with the Eagle King Court. Should the Eagle King Court submit, I ask your Majesty not to grant them permission." "The Eagle King Court has a blood feud with the winged race." Amiger was quite taken aback. However, compared to the close winged race, he held no fondness for the opposing eagles. "Your Majesty, my ancestors and father died because of the Eagle King Court and the Titans." Jiang You stated calmly. "I understand now. The Eagle King Court does not deserve to live on the same continent as us. However, to exterminate the Eagle King Court, you may need the assistance of my race's legends. I have heard that the old Eagle King of the Eagle race is also a legendary powerhouse." "Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. The old king is not to be feared. Oh, I can handle him." "Good." Just as Jiang You left, an elderly goblin with white hair hurried over from behind. "Your Majesty, what you just said is inappropriate." Amigara frowned. What is inappropriate? The elderly goblin seemed oblivious to King Amigara's displeasure and continued. The eagles cannot be completely exterminated. If their race is entirely wiped out, the winged will become the truly dominant aerial race in Ferland with no one to restrain them. Griffins, harpy eagles, and wyverns are all magical beasts and can hardly constitute a threat. Of course, this is also because at this stage the profession of griffin riders has not yet been developed. But I have already promised him. Amigara wavered. What you promised was merely to have him flatten the heavenly mountain and exterminate the Eagle King court. If one or two eagle princes managed to escape from the Eagle King court, it would be most normal. With so many eagles scattered across the continent, rebuilding an Eagle King court would not be difficult. But would that not seem like going back on your word? How could it be going back on your word? Your Majesty is now the supreme ruler of the entire continent, the King of Kings. Naturally, considerations must be made from this perspective. Upon hearing this, Amigara felt that the words struck a chord within him, leading him to agree wholeheartedly. What the great sage said is indeed true. Then it shall be done. In the deep of night, the sea of stars appeared like a dream. Yet the Proedas plain shone brightly under the illumination of flames. Surrounding the massive bonfire before the royal tent were the seats of the numerous tribal kings and chiefs of the continent. On the bonfire, the charred hand of the Thunder Titan had turned to mere bones. Its flesh was distributed by the Goblin King to all the tribal leaders present. This not only emphasized their feat of defeating the Titan giant, but also proclaimed the reason for the Goblin race's ascendancy over the Titans as the rulers of the continent. As one of the important allies of the goblins, Jiang You was also given a piece of Titan flesh. The Titan meat processed through special methods had lost its original explosive properties and tasted exceptionally delicious. After all, this was the flesh and blood of a demigod. Following this banquet, the people of Ferland seemed to break a kind of shackles, overcoming their innate fear of Titans and dragons. From this moment on, bathing in dragon blood and consuming dragon flesh would begin, and the dragon race would be unceasingly forbidden. Thus, in the lineage of dragons, the Titan clan would not only be a mortal enemy, but also a source of ridicule. As the night banquet progressed, halfway Jiang You was keenly watching the drunken trolls clan leaders sparring before the bonfire. An elder of the human race discreetly approached Jiang You. Esteemed winged King Jiang You, I am one of the humans who emerged from the refuge Yangyan. You are also from the previous era of humanity. Jiang You asked, curiously, feeling a sense of familiarity towards the elder's appearance. Indeed. The human elder nodded and smiled. Fiona has mentioned that you esteem Jiang You were born among the Eastern humans, sharing the same origin. No wonder I feel such closeness upon meeting you. Ha, I thought the same. Jiang You laughed heartily. So what matter brings you Yangyan? I heard from Fiona that you prefer straightforwardness, so I will be direct. Do you know about enchanting techniques? You actually have enchanting techniques. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with surprise. In later times, enchanters were among the most sought-after professions in Ferland. To be honest, enchanting techniques are extraordinary methods we developed by combining human technology with the extraordinary powers of this era. Currently, we have researched 3 types of enchanting techniques. They are fire, lightning, and wind. We are willing to pass these 3 enchanting techniques to you. Yang Yen spoke earnestly. So what are your requirements? Jiang You inquired. Please, several hundred years from now, when humanity is displaced from the continent, we hope you esteem Jiang, you can shelter some humans and pass on the enchanting techniques to them. The human elder said. All right, I agree. But I wonder, why do you have such little faith in humanity's future? Jiang You nodded, seriously asking. The human elder sighed deeply. Surely Fiona has also told you the goblins use us, but also guard against us. Although Amigel provides us shelter, he always believes humanity has the potential to dominate the continent. For the goblins, hegemony, our descendants are forbidden from learning the knowledge we possess. Without the inheritance of knowledge, humanity will only become an ordinary intelligent race on the Ferland continent in the future, posing no threat to the goblins. Yang Yin spoke pessimistically. Can't you secretly send some of your kin away? Jiang You suggested. We have tried, but before all the humans in our generation from the refuge have passed, humanity cannot leave the Goblin clan's sight. Yang Yin shook his head. How ruthless they intend to keep these humans from the refuge until they die. Jiang You felt sympathy for the humans' plight and gained a deeper understanding of the Goblin race. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. This is shared adversity, not shared prosperity. Now, although Amigel is distributing territories among the various races, Jiang You sensed that the goblins would not be so generous. That night, Jiang You acquired the enchanting techniques of humanity, feeling quite pleased. However, what he did not know was that humanity sought not only the winged ones, but also the dwarves, merfolk, gnomes, and fairies that night. In the future rise of humanity, many races helped humanity to varying degrees due to the efforts of their ancestors. The dwarves thus obtained superb forging techniques, the merfolk gained powerful sound wave spells, the fairies had more variations in elemental manipulation, while the gnomes. For the inheritance of humanity, these humans from the refuge were truly devoted, exerting their utmost efforts. The next day, Jiang You bid farewell to the goblin king Amagel, leaving the injured to recuperate, and led the remaining winged army towards the heavenly mountains. 10 days later, Jiang You and others finally arrived above the heavenly mountains. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors flapped their wings above the heavenly mountains, armed with long bows and hanging long swords, extremely elite, ready to strike. Below, within the Eagle King's court on the heavenly mountains, the Eagle warriors stood atop the mountain, looking up at the formation of the winged army in the sky with worry. Their fear was not of the winged ones, but of the victorious faction they represented. At that moment, an eagle envoy soared up and flew towards Jiang You. He shouted loudly, "Esteemed winged king, please halt your actions." The eagle envoy set out several days ago to Prodas to submit a letter of surrender to the great king of kings Amagel, requesting allegiance. Please wait a few days. The eagle race will surely gain His Majesty Amagel's understanding. Hearing the words of the eagle envoy, Jiang You sneered and decisively retorted, "No need. The eagle court has no right to exist in Ferland. Amagel will not accept your surrender. Today, I will trample the heavenly mountains and annihilate your eagle court." Saying this, disregarding the pale expression of the eagle envoy, he raised his long bow and shouted loudly, "Brothers, today's vengeance for the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill." With a single command, the winged ones raised their weapons and shouted angrily, "Revenge for the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill. Flatten the heavenly mountains. Kill." In almost an instant, a dense rain of arrows was shot towards the eagles on the heavenly mountains. The battle erupted. The eagles standing on the heavenly mountains were caught off guard and fell in droves. Blood flowed profusely and crimson spread across the entire mountain. In this moment, all the eagles realized that the negotiations had collapsed, and a large number of eagles soared into the air, rushing towards the winged ones. Although they feared the power of the goblin faction, they were already being attacked in their homeland. If they did not resist, they would be fools. Days earlier, the eagles' scouts had discovered the movement of the winged army, but they were merely optimistic. Tens of thousands of royal eagles soared into attack, and the winged ones once again utilized their ranged advantage with bows, employing their previous aerial combat tactics to push the eagles back. Even though the extraordinary strong among the eagles were faster, they were blocked by a comparable number of winged professionals. Originally, the eagles had more extraordinary professionals than the winged ones, but unfortunately half of them had perished on the battlefield against the titans and goblins. Seeing the morale of the eagles about to collapse within the largest stone palace on the heavenly mountains, a powerful voice suddenly boomed. "Damn winged ones, you are overly arrogant." Then a powerful eagle warrior radiating a strong wind aura, as if a typhoon was passing by, charged towards Jiang You and the others. He wore a golden crown and was clad in deep black feathers, towering high, a full head taller than ordinary eagles, exuding an imposing presence. This was none other than the legendary Eagle King Lekris. He was the strongest profession of the eagle race, the legendary advancement of the Sky Warrior. Legendary profession, King of Storms. Confronted by the assault of the Eagle King, Jiang You instructed the winged ones to steer clear of this aerial domain, continuing their assault on the Eagle King's army. He remained in place, preparing to meet this aged legend. In the Phylan continent, a legend essentially represents the pinnacle of a tribe's combat strength. An ordinary tribe may require several generations to cultivate the conditions necessary for the birth of a legend. Transitioning from an extraordinary individual to a professional from the formal rank to the heroic rank often consumes a vast amount of time and resources for a tribe, requiring experience through blood and fire. The birth of a legend signifies the true emergence of strength within a race. A legendary powerhouse possesses an average lifespan of at least 1,000 years, capable of safeguarding their race for millennia. What immense fortune that is. As the sole legend of the Eagle clan, the Eagle King has aged considerably. Eagles are not beings of immortality. In this era, the average lifespan of a common eagle is merely around 50 years. Though he appears to be a middle-aged eagle, the Eagle King has lived for 900 years and has little time left. His bodily functions have weakened significantly, and his strength has diminished compared to his former self. Thus, he tends to act cautiously. His battle with the Titans and the Goblins illustrates this. As a clan that has loyally served the Thunder Titans for generations, they did not fight with full strength, all for the future of the Eagle King's domain. The greatest regret of the Eagle King is that none of his descendants have given rise to a new legend. Among his princes and grandsons, there is not a single one with exceptional talent. Although there are many young eagles with outstanding talent in the clan, the Eagle King is reluctant to pass on the legendary advancement profession of the royal lineage to these gifted eagles. The position of the Eagle King can only be held by his descendants. In truth, he sometimes feels remorse. In his earlier years, during his prime, there was a gifted prince who became a heroic professional in just a few decades. However, for the sake of his rule, he schemed to cut off that son's path to the extraordinary, leading to his own demise and the exile of his descendants from the royal court. It is said that this small tribe settled on a hill in the east, branching out and thriving above the Tianshan Mountains. Harnessing the power of the storm, the Eagle King soared through the sky, wielding a bone spear, charging fiercely at Jiang You, his heart filled with fury. Originally, his plan was to surrender to the Goblin King, allowing the Eagle King's court to continue existing. He had also chosen the strongest of his offspring as the next Eagle King, without concern for opposition within the clan. For those talented clansmen had all been sent to the battlefield against the Titans and Goblins. Thus, many years later, his descendants could give rise to a legend, and the Eagles would rise again. But now the winged army led by Jiang You intends to obliterate his court. Moreover, according to Jiang You, the Eagles have already lost their chance to surrender. His court is truly in peril. This filled him with an overwhelming desire to tear Jiang You to shreds. How detestable. At this moment, as he charged into the sky to attack the winged leader, he found that the winged leader showed no fear. Instead, he drew his long sword calm and composed, awaiting the clash, which made the Eagle King laugh heartily. Ignorant Winged One, the power of a legend is not something an ordinary heroic rank can contend with. As he approached Jiang You within 50 meters, the Eagle King raised his bone spear high, the wild power of the storm swirling around him, the rhythm of legend radiating outward, enveloping Jiang You in a domain composed of storms. Storm domain. Instantly within the domain, dozens of spears made of storm rushed towards Jiang You, the legendary momentum crashing down upon Jiang Yu's body. Simultaneously, the Eagle King himself accelerated in an instant, spear in hand. Facing the Eagle King's torrential onslaught, Jiang Yu's violet eyes glimmered with brilliant light. Behind him, the pure white wings radiated a bright glow, and soon 2 wings of light, composed of brilliance, appeared. His speed increased drastically. Like a dancer on the edge of a blade, he narrowly evaded all of the Eagle King's attacks. Then Jiang You held his bronze sword horizontally, violet lightning surging along the blade, and as the Eagle King's bone spear struck empty, he slashed down upon the Eagle King's black wing. Blood gushed forth, fueling the Eagle King's fury even more. In an instant, Jiang You found himself as if adrift on a tiny boat within a stormy ocean. However, the powerful fighting spirit brought by the champions made it difficult for the Eagle King, despite having the advantage of time and place, to injure Jiang You in the slightest. Instead, he was endlessly consumed by Jiang You. Ultimately, amid a chorus of gasps, the Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings broken, and he plummeted to the ground. He was indeed aging, unable to sustain prolonged combat. Had he been young, Jiang You might not have been his match. Facing the pursuit of Jiang You, the fallen Eagle King forced a bitter smile. I am willing to surrender to become a vassal to your winged clan. No need, the Eagle King's court will surely meet its demise today. Jiang You coldly rejected him, also landing on the ground, walking step by step toward the fallen Eagle King. The Eagle King was filled with despair, and he could no longer resist, asking, "Why must you push my clan to the brink of extinction? O Eagle King, do you still remember the Gaoman Mountain Eagle Tribe?" The Gaoman Mountain Eagle Tribe. The Eagle King pondered deeply. I do not recall, but we remember. The ancestors of my winged lineage were precisely from the Gaoman Mountain Eagle Tribe. When we were weak, it was your Eagle King's court that drained the blood of the Gaoman Mountain Tribe time, and again, my forefathers were all used as cannon fodder on the battlefield of Titans and Dragons. Today we have come seeking vengeance. Who would have imagined that the lofty Eagle King's court would ultimately be destroyed by the very small tribe it once looked down upon? Jiang You laughed heartily, not planning to wait for the Eagle King to say more, and with a single sword strike he beheaded him. As the head flew into the sky, the Eagle King suddenly remembered something. Back then, the place where the most outstanding son's descendants resided was none other than Gaoman Mountain. Had I not acted as I did back then, would the outcome have been different? Filled with boundless regret, the consciousness of the Eagle King plunged into darkness. The system's timely notification that you have slain the legendary powerhouse, the Eagle King, netting 5,000 experience points, did not disturb Jiang Yu's thoughts. Standing upon the heights of Tianshan before the corpse of the Eagle King, Jiang You held his blood-dripping longsword at a low angle. He gazed at the winged beings and eagle warriors engaged in battle in the sky. Though the number of the winged beings was fewer, the tactics and the pressure of long-range arrows rendered the royal court's eagle warriors completely helpless. Thus, when Jiang You beheaded the Eagle King, the eagle warriors still engaged in combat across Tianshan were utterly shocked. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some were incredulous. How could this be? The Eagle King was a legend, yet he was killed by the hero-tier winged king. The fighting spirit of the eagle warriors plummeted to an all-time low. They were never a match for the winged beings, and now with their king dead, their fear intensified. In a state of panic, a small portion of the eagle warriors began to flee, triggering a chain reaction as a massive avalanche of eagle warriors followed suit. Under the blood feud of 9 generations, the winged warriors pursued the fleeing ones to the north, leaving tens of thousands of corpses in their wake. On the other side of Tianshan, in a corner of the Eagle King's court, a cloaked, diminutive figure smiled at a tall young eagle warrior. "So how is it, Prince Fote? Was I wrong? The Eagle King was no match for the winged king. Now can you come with me?" The young eagle warrior's face turned pale, fear evident in his eyes. He took a deep breath and lamented, "As you said, the Eagle King's court has fallen. I am willing to follow you. A wise choice. In the future, we will help you rebuild the Eagle King's court. May I ask when it? Certainly not now. What you need to do is gather the majority of the eagle warriors from Ferrand." Yes. Looking at the scattered fleeing eagles, watching the flames rise and the collapsed Eagle King's court. Standing beside the corpse of the Eagle King, a thread of obsession within Jiang You suddenly dissipated, and a feeling of clarity transcended throughout his body. As if enlightenment had struck him, his spirit began to stir, and a glimmer of spiritual light infused his consciousness into the sea of spirituality. In an instant, between the realms of heaven and earth, brilliant light and purple thunder appeared, suddenly splitting half of the Tianshan sky. And within the sea of spirituality, Jiang You for the first time condensed his will into a radiant halo, a resplendent ring of purple and white. As the purple and white brilliance swirled, it drew near to a multitude of thunder and light elements. Threads of thunder and light laws were activated, projecting the power of laws upon the halo. Thus, under the influence of the law's power, almost simultaneously within the external realms, a domain constructed from thunder and light power began to take shape. You have awakened the legendary domain, Sacred Thunder Domain. Within the domain, Jiang Yu's body also underwent a transformation. His physique approached perfection. His features became extraordinarily handsome, unlike any mortal. His silver hair shimmered softly, subtly radiating a faint glow. The wings behind him were immaculate, but upon closer inspection, the power of light and thunder coursed through them. Silver hair, purple eyes, white wings infused with the power of light unleashed the force of thunder, emanating a divine aura. And within his bloodline, a torrent of life energy surged forth like the burgeoning spirit of spring. The system's notification rang out. Your bloodline has undergone a complete evolution. You have awakened the bloodline talent longevity seed. Your bloodline could not elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of longevity seed is not suitable for your bound race. You have advanced to the legendary profession Sacred Thunderblaze. You have awakened the legendary trait Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait Sacred Heart. The birth of every legendary profession awakens legendary traits. Different professions lead to different legendary traits. Generally speaking, a legendary profession will only awaken one trait. For instance, the Eagle King awakened the legendary trait Storm Lord, which enhances storm control. However, Jiang Yu's situation is somewhat special. With the help of Qing Shi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of two titans, awakening two extraordinary powers, thunder and light. Thus, he awakened two legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine Might, the damage caused by the power of thunder is exponentially increased. Holy Heart entered the absolute combat state. The enhancement of these two legendary traits allowed him to possess power comparable to that of veteran legendary strongmen as soon as he advanced to legendary status. Yet what delighted him even more was the complete sublimation of his bloodline. Bloodline longevity species. This means he possesses a much longer lifespan, allowing him to go further. In the future, there may be a chance to glimpse the divine throne. However, he noticed in the system prompt that the winged race had not evolved into the longevity species, which left him deep in thought. In his conception, the winged should be a longevity race comparable to the future elven race. But now, although the lifespan of the winged is slightly longer than that of the eagles due to bloodline mutation, it is still akin to that of ordinary races. In the current continent, among various races aside from the dragons, only the dwarves have a longer lifespan due to their ancestors having titan blood reaching up to 300 years. The rest are all within 200 years. So how did the elves achieve this? Just as Jiang You was pondering, a high-spirited and fervent cheer suddenly erupted across the sky and earth of Tianshan. He suddenly snapped awake, lifting his head to gaze at the sky above. Countless winged warriors raised their pure white wings, holding high their longbows and swords. They looked at him, cheering with joy. The mountains were strewn with the bodies of eagles, while the collapsed Eagle King's palace flowed with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations has been avenged today. The heroes who had long been trapped beneath the legendary threshold have broken through. The winged race has gained its first legendary figure, officially stepping onto the stage of powerful races on the continent. These are the reasons for the winged people's fervent cheers. Faced with the cheers of his kin, Jiang You recalled his promise to them before the expedition. He retracted the holy thunder domain, unfurled his pure white wings, soared into the sky, and his clear voice resonated across the land and sky of Tianshan. My kin, I once said that the winged race would accumulate strength over 100 years, rise in one day, avenge the blood feud of the 9 worlds, flatten Tianshan, and shatter the royal palace. Today we have achieved this. The Eagle King who once despised us now lies on the ground with only a foolish head remaining. Tianshan trembles beneath our feet, and countless tribal eagles are no longer suffering from enslavement. My kin, I once said that a crown is born of blood and fire. At this moment, amidst this sea of corpses and blood in the ruins of the collapsed royal palace, I crown myself as king. Just then a large hole appeared in the clouds above with the sun shining brightly, casting a brilliant golden light upon Jiang You, making him appear as divine and sacred. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth I am the king of the winged. Jiang Yu's declaration echoed through the mountains and valleys, resonating through rivers and streams. As the declaration echoed, it was like the waves of the sea rising in response, like the reverberations of the mountains. The winged people cheered with raised arms. King, king, our race has a king. After being crowned king at Tianshan, Jiang You led his clan around the mountain, taking away some precious items from the Eagle King's court. As for the bodies of the Eagle people, they were buried by them. They also tidied up the ruins of the Eagle King's court a bit. According to the agreement with the Goblin King Amagil, this place would eventually become the territory of the winged people. Jiang You decided to build a mountain city here, allowing a portion of the winged clan to station and develop in this area, serving as their foothold on the continent. In the future development plan, the winged people would still need a long period of growth and evolution. In the short term, it would be difficult to enhance their strength. Jiang You decided to subtly enhance the bloodline of the winged people in the future, improving it generation after generation, striving to evolve them into the immortal beings he envisioned. To this end, he decided to request some Titan giant bones from the Goblin King Amagil after being crowned emperor. It is said that beneath Mount Prawada's many deceased Titan giants are also buried. There was still the time needed to complete a goblin city before the Goblin King Amagil could be crowned emperor. He estimated that it would take another year to finish this grand goblin city. After sending a team of winged warriors to the Prodas to gather intelligence, Jiang You returned to the shores of the East Sea with the main force of the winged people. Having just ascended to legendary status, he needed to consolidate his realm. Moreover, he needed to quickly determine his path after becoming legendary. Above legendary status, there are 3 paths to ascend. One is to continue along the legendary path, walking among mortals, becoming invincible, ultimately achieving supreme legend and becoming immortal. Another is the path to divinity, establishing a divine kingdom on earth, ultimately raising the divine throne and becoming a great deity. The third path is the rare path of the Sky Lord, forging a throne in the sky, ultimately descending to the earth, turning the world into territory. All 3 paths are extremely difficult. The first path of mortal legend will be taken by many grand mages, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests who have no hope of becoming gods in the future. This path does not conflict with the path to divinity and does not pose a threat to the gods. The second path to divinity is the path to becoming a deity. This route is widely known, easy at first and difficult later. Those who walk this path must first become demigods before they can ignite the divine fire and raise the divine throne to become deities. However, divine positions are limited, and if the divine position you wish to achieve is already occupied, unless one slays the deity, there is no other way. And the act of slaying a deity is known to be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, divine ranks vary greatly with powers that can be worlds apart. A weak god is only slightly stronger than a legendary figure, their fate inherently tied to divinity. The third path of legend, however, is little known in the vast astral realm, because this third path and the second path are sworn enemies. After all, one path involves the coexistence of multiple gods while the other is absolute singularity. One can easily see the difficulties between the two. Jiang You is aware of this because of a unique quest he received while playing a game in his past life. The existence of such a method implies that someone must have succeeded before. At the summit of Mount Heaven, heavy rain fell. Jiang You sat cross-legged on a rock, hesitating over the path he would choose for his future. His first choice was naturally the path to divinity, but in the future, during the late stages of the 5th chapter, there would come a time known as the Twilight of the Gods. During that time, the world would undergo great changes. The divine kingdoms would be on the verge of collapse, and most deities would have to transform into saints to escape. At that moment, many deities were killed by mortals, their divine offices and statuses seized, becoming new gods. Thus, deities are not eternally immortal. The endpoint of a mortal legend, becoming immortal, is even more arduous than becoming a deity. Moreover, before achieving immortality, one's combat power and survival ability may be inferior to those of some weaker divine beings. After much contemplation, he gazed at his system panel, looked at the brilliant talent of champion will, and recalled his original world. In an instant, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Since he had come to this world, what meaning is there in not becoming the strongest? He would walk the path of the Sky Lord. If he survived to the 5th chapter and waited for the system to unlock, he might just succeed, ascending to the peak. So how should one walk the path of the Sky Lord? After reviewing the explanation of the Sky Lord in the game data from his past life, he recalled the path of the divine. The path of the divine was no longer a secret. Demigods condensed the heart of the laws to establish a divine kingdom on earth, then connect the authority of heaven and earth, gather faith, ignite divine fire, and after forming the divine rank, raise the divine kingdom to the heavens, forging the divine throne in the high skies. To wield the authority of heaven and earth with the divine rank and position is to be a true god. This is to shepherd the people on behalf of heaven, becoming a part of the order of heaven and earth. However, the Sky Lord is different. Although he wields authority, he must dominate heaven and earth. Therefore, establishing the Sky Throne is a necessary step. Without truly becoming the master of the world, one must use the throne to suppress the myriad laws. In Jiang Yu's eyes, the laws are the great Tao. To suppress the world with oneself, to overpower all paths with one's own Tao. One path suppresses myriad paths. Thus, the Sky Lord's absolute uniqueness can rightly be called the only God. In Jiang Yu's view, this self-created Tao is not merely the myriad laws of the known world, the 3,000 great Taos, but rather a path that one must create for oneself to overpower the 3,000 great Taos. So how to achieve this? Jiang Yu glanced at the long sword at his waist, his thoughts racing like a wild horse as the vast knowledge from his past life flowed through his consciousness. The knowledge of two worlds collided like spiritual light in the sea of his mind, as if standing on the shoulders of a giant overlooking the eons of time. Thus unceasingly his spirit was consumed day and night. It was like a moment of enlightenment. Such intense perception was extremely taxing on the mind. Even as a legend, he gradually became haggard. Finally, a year later, various unique creations made him exceptional. It was yet another day of thunder and heavy rain. As if the light of heaven appeared, spiritual light surged. An illusory path of advancement was illuminated by his spiritual light. It was an unprecedented road ahead, incredibly difficult, yet equally magnificent. On the mountain peak, the rain poured even heavier. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his deep violet eyes like a sea of stars. His wings behind him unfurled like clouds descending from the heavens. Raindrops flowed down his face and between his wings, leaving traces of the world upon him. His spine was like a great dragon. He stood up, gripping the long sword at his waist, swiftly drawing it from its sheath, slashing the sky with a flourish, and laughed heartily. I have heard that a sufficiently strong will can even distort the laws. Then I shall replace the laws with my will and forge a law. This path is nameless, yet my will, like a judgment upon heaven and earth, is clear and straightforward. Hence, I shall name it judgment. Thus I shall forge the throne of judgment, high above, establishing the path of judgment to suppress the myriad paths from its inception. This judgment law will forge 3,000 judgment swords refined with the essence of myriad laws, ultimately achieving immortality. Realizing the path ahead, his heart finally felt a sense of relief. However, the first step is to truly master a law. As the first path of suppression for my judgment law, my path ahead is finally clear. My heart and being are as pure as jade. What he thought and envisioned became a reality. Just as he grasped his own path, the champion's will surged explosively like a sword raised to the heavens. Within his mind, a phantom of a sword composed of his formidable will appeared, followed by countless phantoms of long swords representing the suppression of innumerable laws, intertwining and merging within his consciousness. Ultimately, an illusory throne made up of countless judgment swords appeared deep within his mind. At the moment this Sky Throne emerged, a violent thunderclap suddenly resonated through heaven and earth. The entire world shook. This vast world seemed to sense a crisis. Dark, ominous clouds suddenly spread across the sky, obscuring the entire horizon. In the hearts of all beings in the world, an uncomfortable feeling arose, as if something precious was about to be taken away. In Prelatus, the Goblin King, who was caressing his yet overformed imperial throne, suddenly felt a surge of disgust, though the target of this disgust remained unknown. A great enemy. Who is it? On the vast sea, on a hidden island of great riches, several ancient dragons were awakened from their slumber. Who has angered the world? Across the lands, regardless of race, every legendary powerhouse felt a sense of confusion. A feeling that was both a great opportunity and a great crisis arose instantly. What is happening? I am already a legend. How can I still feel this heart-wrenching sensation? Atop Heaven Mountain, amidst the heavy rain, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a great terror rise within his heart. It was as if in the dark the malice of the world had appeared. This startled him awake, cold sweat pouring down from head to toe. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear. Great disrespect. Great disrespect. He hurriedly dispelled the phantom of the judgment throne in his heart. Thus the strange phenomena in heaven and earth vanished in an instant. Yet he felt a lingering fear. Just a mere embryonic path had attracted the malice of the world. No wonder no one has ever achieved immortality as the Sky Lord. No, it is exceedingly rare. This is a transcendent path, not recognized by the world. It is truly arduous. Yet within Jiang Yu's heart, he was not intimidated by the world's malice. Instead, it ignited a blazing fighting spirit. Like a roaring fire, his ambitious aspirations soared. This road is precisely the perilous path I wish to tread as a champion. This is the beginning of achieving ultimate strength, he whispered with a smile. Then the first step is to fully master the power of the laws I currently wield. Right now I only grasp the surface of the laws. It is better not to touch the sensitive areas of the world's consciousness. In fact, upon closer inspection, the early stages of this arduous path are not much different from the path of the demigods. Then I shall first condense the heart of the laws, becoming a demigod and waiting for the right moment to act. Thunder, light. I shall start by mastering these two types of laws. Manifesting the path to godhood as a facade, I shall act as the master of heaven and earth. As for the throne, I will forge it later. He raised his head, gazing at the bright full moon and the shimmering stars in the sky. Indeed, there should be more things in the sky. A few days passed. Outside the Heaven Mountain, a winged man hurriedly flew back from the west. His face was anxious as he rushed to the Whitestone Fortress, shouting loudly, "My king, the goblins' capital city Proadas has been completed. Goblin King Amigel announces that a coronation ceremony will be held in 1 month." Inside the Whitestone Fortress, a small turtle was dozing off on the wooden table. Jiang You, who was handling the clan's backlog of affairs, immediately stood up upon hearing the winged man shout outside. Amigel is finally going to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. This is a classic scene marking the beginning of the second chapter. He felt a stronger sense of witnessing history than merely experiencing the passage of time. He waited for the winged messenger to enter the hall and announce again loudly. Jiang You instructed his guard to take the messenger to rest while he turned to his winged assistant. "Shall we go and select 800 elite winged men to accompany my guards, and we shall head to Proadas to celebrate with Amigel?" "Yes, my king," replied a winged girl who was diligently working at a nearby wooden table. The vast winged tribe was beyond his individual management capacity. Thus, upon returning, he selected dozens of intelligent and reliable winged individuals as his administrative assistants. Inona was one of the most outstanding among them, promoted to the position of assistant. After Inona left, Jiang You patted the small turtle's head on the table, smiling. "Xiaoba, wake up. We need to prepare and set off for Proadas." The sleepy little turtle suddenly woke up, its confused gaze reflecting a clear foolishness far from the cleverness it would possess in the future. "Boss, we're going on another long journey, so let's hurry and set off." Naturally, it stood upright on its 2 turtle legs and crawled onto Jiang Yu's shoulder with all 4 limbs. It even rubbed its sleepy eyes. Jiang Yu smiled gently. With Amigel being crowned emperor, the dynamics of this world will change. Who cares if it changes? I, Bagu, remain unshaken. The little turtle proudly raised its head. "Who are you calling Bagu?" "Boss, I was wrong." The next day, 1,000 elite winged men gathered in the sky above Heaven Mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, enough to support Amigel's aerial forces. With a command from Jiang You, everyone followed him westward to Proadas. 1 month later, Jiang Yu led the winged troops to Proadas. At this time, on the plains of Proadas, a majestic city named Proadas had already been built upon the high mountain of the same name. Its city walls inherited the high walls of the Titans, towering 500 meters high, while the internal structures were designed to accommodate the goblins and various races of the continent, orderly and reminiscent of ancient large cities in the past. The goblins did not have such architects, and Jiang Yu had more reason to believe that this was the masterpiece of those human beings who had emerged from the shelters among the goblins. Indeed, at the original city gate, a giant skull was embedded at the center. Its wide-open mouth served as the entrance and exit of the city. Every wise race passing through the gate could feel a sense of semi-divine majesty and a hint of trepidation. It seemed that Goblin King Amigel indeed never broke his word. He promised to forge the head of the Thunder Titan Atrus into the city gate, and he certainly did. Seeing this, the various races of the continent not only marveled at the goblin's strength, but also understood the powerful might of the Goblin tribe, lowering their proud heads and submitting in reverence. There was no shame in this. When the Titans were powerful, the Goblin tribe similarly bowed their heads even more respectfully. On the part of the mountaintop that had been leveled in Proadas, a large flat land was cleared. A magnificent palace featuring both steampunk and pre-epic human styles was built atop it. It was breathtakingly beautiful, making one feel it was not a creation of the human world. Even Jiang Yu felt that his own Whitestone fortress was rather simplistic in design. In front of the palace was a vast square with a stone statue of Goblin King Amigel standing in the center. It depicted Amigel standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As Jiang Yu and the winged men landed outside the city gate, a goblin official hurriedly approached them, guiding them into Proadas. However, the goblin official led them directly into a high-rise building that resembled outstretched wings. "Your Highness, winged king, this place is specially prepared for the nobility of our tribe. From now on, this place will solely belong to the winged tribe." Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, with this, our winged race finally has a place to land in the goblin capital. He gazed at the towering building, rich in symbolism, its wings spread like those of a bird, making him feel that the goblins had indeed put thought into it. "Isn't this just an embassy? In fact, on this street, There are not only the wing-shaped buildings designed for their winged race, but also dwarf buildings shaped like hammers, troll structures resembling tusks, and fairy constructions mimicking forests. In addition, there are centaurs, mermaids, gnomes, and more. This street appears to be specially built for these meritorious dragon-holding races. Just before pushing open the door of the winged race, building a goblin official asked, "Your Highness, this building has yet to be named. You may name it, and we will have the craftsman hang a sign later. In that case, let it be called the Winged Embassy." Jiang You replied without hesitation. The goblin official upon hearing this was astonished. "The name you suggested is the same as that mentioned in the language of the refugees. It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness is indeed close to the human race. In certain aspects, I share a deep common language with them." Jiang You laughed heartily. He was not worried about being envied by the goblins for his closeness to the humans. In reality, the truly powerful human technologies and equipment are almost entirely in the hands of the Goblin King Amigel. Moreover, humans have a short lifespan. Even if they follow the path of sequences under the constraints of the goblins, their descendants will become ordinary races of Ferrand after a few centuries. They pose no threat. For the future of the Goblin Empire's everlasting dynasty, Amigel might not go to extremes, but he would employ every means available. However, there is one thing that has always puzzled Jiang You. Was there truly no superpower at the pinnacle of the extraordinary sequence system of the once glorious pre-epic human civilization? In the game lore, those who reached the pinnacle of various pathways were referred to as gods. Just as Jiang Yu's thoughts were interrupted, the goblin official lamented in front of the winged embassy. "Humans are indeed a fascinating race." He then solemnly continued, "Your Highness, the exclusive signboard will be delivered tomorrow. We will also take full responsibility for your meals during this period. Furthermore, in 1 month, it will be our king's coronation ceremony. Please be sure to attend on time." Jiang Yu replied seriously, "I will remember." The goblin official politely took his leave. At that moment, the goblin race appeared neat and tidy, their demeanor dignified and composed, filled with the pride and glory of being the strongest race on the continent. Thus, Ferland's currently strongest race. One wonders how they will mix in the future. After the goblin official had walked far away, Jiang Yu led his kin into the grand embassy, shaped like wings. The interior of the embassy was vast enough to accommodate 1,000 winged beings with even some space to spare. Originally, these buildings were reconstructed from the palaces where the Titans once resided, so indeed the area was quite large. A few hours later, the sun was about to set, and the twilight glow bathed the land. Jiang Yu strolled through the newly built goblin city with a few personal guards and Little Turtle. The houses were orderly arranged and the streets wide and spacious, as if several rings had been constructed to encircle the central Prodas mountain. The entire city could accommodate 1 million people. Amigel's ambitions were fully evident from the moment the city was constructed. Finally, he climbed onto the high city wall and gazed down at this new city of radiance. The newly built goblin capital looked magnificent. A vibrant civilization was rising. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu, aside from occasionally going out for a stroll, spent the rest of his time in cultivation. During this period, he was received by Goblin King Amigel in the newly built palace. Amigel was genuinely surprised to see Jiang Yu achieving legendary status, feeling a greater kinship toward him. However, in this era, everything is measured by strength. In present-day Ferland, Jiang Yu's winged race constituted the most formidable aerial army, making it impossible for Amigel not to take them seriously. However, after Jiang Yu exited the palace, the goblin sage approached Amigel's throne and furrowed his brow, saying, "Since the leader of the winged race has become a legend, he is no longer as easy to control as before. With 100,000 winged beings, that's an army capable of fighting in the skies. Even legends and demigods would find it troublesome. They are not afraid, rather they are difficult to handle. Before achieving godhood, divine power and extraordinary strength are two different things. Amigel is a person with a strong desire for control. Although the strength of the troll race is powerful, Ferland has numerous troll clans of different species, and he never worries. But a united winged race with a legend as their leader, even if they instigate internal strife, will be immediately suppressed by the legend, making it a hassle. Your Majesty, perhaps we can establish our own aerial army." "Us? With those Eaglemen?" Amigel asked with confusion. "Not them. I have seen those Eaglemen. They are entirely deflated and have become useless. What I mean is, let's rely on ourselves. Our goblin race has various knight professions. Why not choose a type of flying magical beast as the mount for our aerial army?" The great sage smiled. "Oh, good idea. Then, great sage, do you have any thoughts on which flying magical beast can serve as the steed for our flying knights?" Amigel became interested and asked, "Griffins? Didn't we capture a large number of griffins during the Titan campaign and keep them locked up?" The great sage chuckled while leaning on his wooden staff. "Good, good, good, wonderful," Amigel repeatedly exclaimed, clearly extremely satisfied. "I feel like the great sage has found a source of water for a fish, just as a saber-toothed tiger has sprouted wings. Let's do as you say." He laughed heartily. "However, for now, we still need to show enough importance toward the winged race. The ancient dragons are still lurking somewhere, so the aerial troops are essential. Then since the Winged King has achieved legendary status, let him serve as the guardian of the eastern territory of the Empire. The great sage suggested. That works. Amijel nodded. The area is one the goblins have not yet ventured into. It is merely a title, so giving it away is fine. Once the goblin race has proliferated and developed, they can find an excuse to reclaim it in the future. After the goblin great sage discussed this matter, he prepared to head to the harem to indulge in the new goblin beauty he had acquired. Just as he thought the goblin great sage was about to leave, he saw him stop in place and continue to give advice. There is one more thing, Your Majesty. What is it? Amijel showed no impatience. Currently those refugees are quite active, maintaining contact with various races. I believe it's time to express our stance. Upon hearing this, Amijel's brows furrowed. To conquer the Ferland continent aside from the goblin race, having accumulated power for countless years, the humans emerging from the refuge were also a significant factor. Without humans, they would struggle to defeat the Titan giants. We need to give the humans a warning and let the various races on the continent see our attitude toward them. The great sage said, What should we do? Isn't there a woman among those humans named Fiona? This girl is said to have been specially trained as a refuge administrator in their time, considered a nominal leader among those humans. I think, Your Majesty, you can marry her as a concubine. To publicly declare your stance. Marry the human woman as a concubine. Amijel was somewhat unwilling in his heart. In his eyes, the beauties among the goblins were the true beauties. Those human women, no matter how beautiful they appeared, were just oversized monkeys to him. He preferred the green-skinned beauties of the goblins. Your Majesty, you will one day be the emperor of the Goblin Empire and need to make sacrifices. Moreover, marrying her is merely to express a stance. Once she's brought back, you don't actually need to touch her, just keep her in the palace as an ornament. In this way, it not only warns those seemingly submissive yet actually proud humans, but it also causes them to become disunited. At the same time, it alerts the various races on the continent. Why not do such a good thing? All right then, Amijel replied helplessly. Fine, I will take care of this soon. There's no need to be so hasty. You will be crowned next month, and the queen and various concubines must make an appearance. Don't rush. Thus, half a month later, Jiang You, situated in the winged embassy, suddenly heard a shocking piece of news. What? That golden-haired human girl, named Fiona, married the Goblin Emperor as a concubine. The winged beings were all astonished. Is that true? With such a significant racial difference, can there really be true love? Little Turtle Wang Xiaoba also exclaimed in surprise. However, it is said that after Amager married the human girl, he never touched her. The winged person remarked. Amager's taste is still normal, so the significance of this matter is not as simple as it seems. Jiang You pondered. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, possessing the ability to found a nation, his talent and strategy were unparalleled and his actions were anything but simple. After a while of contemplation, Jiang You finally understood. I understand now, he said to the winged officials accompanying him. Let us not have any contact with the human race for now. Amager took the human girl Fiona into his harem, but does not favor her to express an attitude toward us. Boss, what attitude? The little turtle looked bewildered. Is there a deeper meaning to this? The thoughts of the intelligent races are too complicated. I need to learn from this. I understand too. The winged girl Anona also had a sudden realization. Amager bringing the woman who is the leader of the human race into his harem tells us that the human race is his possession. Let us not have any designs on them. So that's how it is. Little E, you're quite smart. Jiang You praised with a smile. The winged girl revealed a sweet smile. Another half-month passed. The entire city of Prodas became extraordinarily lively, with a large number of intelligent races from the goblin camp arriving in this city, bringing a significant influx of people. Moreover, during this time, goblins have been migrating from all over the continent, and now Prodas has nearly 1 million residents. Among them, there are over 900,000 goblins. Terrifying indeed. This day it was just the beginning of spring, as all things revived, bursting with life. On this day, the entire Prodas appeared solemn and magnificent. For today is the day Amager is crowned as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Every goblin was filled with joy on this day. From above looking down, all the goblin citizens stood on the streets at the foot of Prodas Mountain, quietly waiting. A multitude of goblin soldiers stood on the city walls and in the streets facing the direction of the palace on Prodas Mountain, slightly bowing and placing their hands on their chests. In front of the palace in Prodas, on a vast square paved with large white stone bricks, Jiang You stood on the right side of the palace square, with several winged bodyguards and leaders from other races totaling several thousand people. As for the armies of various races they were lined up outside the city. On the left side, there were nearly 10,000 goblin nobles and officials led by the great sage and great priest of the goblins. In the center of the square, a wide red carpet wide enough for 4 horses to run side by side stretched from outside the palace square to the end of the square, then along 900 steps leading to the palace. This was the Coronation Avenue. Throughout the square, in every corner, and along both sides of the Coronation Avenue, elite goblin soldiers stood guard. They were clad in armor, wielding long spears and short swords, their iron armor shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Solemn and dignified, as the sun rose to its peak in the sky, Jiang You, standing in formation, suddenly heard a loud and resounding proclamation. The savior of Ferrand, the destroyer of the Titan giants, the brave and fearless lord of goblins, the leader of the Continental Alliance, the great leader Amager arrives. Jiang You turned his head to look outside the square. He saw several goblin professionals walking ahead on both sides. The voice just now was clearly from one of the extraordinary professionals. An Amager strode confidently in the center, surveying the world with a regal demeanor. Beside him was a noble-looking female goblin. Behind them was a nearly 300-strong entourage of goblin concubines. Among this group of concubines, Jiang You instantly spotted the golden-haired human girl Fiona he had seen before, as her height made her exceptionally prominent among the average female goblins who were less than 1.40 meters tall. Looking at her expression, now she appeared quite haggard, her spirit noticeably diminished, and her beautiful and enchanting face looked rather dim, exuding a kind of sickly beauty. She was completely different from the beautiful and confident golden-haired girl of that year. Just right. As Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon her, a flicker of light moved in Fiona's eyes, only to dim again shortly after. The sun hung high in the sky. Yet Fiona felt as though she were trapped in the depths of winter. However, Amigel's coronation ceremony would not be swayed by anyone's emotions. As Amigel walked along the coronation pathway made of red fox fur, the goblin soldiers raised their long spears high above the red carpet, towering over Amigel. This form of coronation ceremony widened the eyes of the various races across the continent, as they felt that what the goblins were doing was truly unique. This was the essence of civilization. Ironically, it was Fiona who suggested such a thing. As the vibrant red carpet reached its end, Amigel turned to glance at his wife beside him, nodded slightly, and ascended the 900 steps alone. The goblin queen, accompanied by 300 concubines, followed along the steps to a small viewing platform on the side. Sunlight poured down upon each step as Amigel climbed, until he stood at the highest step. He turned his back to the subjects and allied clans in the square, took a deep breath, and then turned around. It was as if he stood before all beings. At that moment, the goblin high priest stepped out of the line on the left, holding a brilliant golden crown adorned with jewels, and proclaimed loudly, "Countless years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving all races on the continent. The two races were in constant battle, splitting the earth, shattering the sky, and causing rivers and mountains to run backward, until our king Amigel emerged, leading troops into battle, victorious at every turn. Gifted with unparalleled talent, he became a demigod. Enduring humiliation and burden, he finally fought to expel the Titan giants, slaying the Thunder Titan, and replace the rule of titans and dragons. Now peace reigns across the seas, and all races harmoniously coexist under the rule of the born King Amigel, whose power shakes the very land of Ferland. At this moment, I represent the goblin race, along with the leaders and kings of the various races of the continent, to earnestly request that Master Amigel establish the Goblin Empire. At the same time, I ask Amigel to be crowned as the great emperor of the empire under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars." After the goblin high priest finished speaking, all the goblin officials and nobles in the line on the left knelt half-heartedly on the ground, raising their voices in unison to offer their congratulations. "We earnestly ask Amigel to be crowned as the emperor of the empire." On the right side of the square, the 1,000-strong crowd of various races looked at each other in astonishment at the thunderous plea. But soon 1, 2, 3. Everyone followed the goblin officials and nobles on the left, kneeling on the ground and shouting loudly. "We dwarves earnestly ask Amigel to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. We elves earnestly ask Amigel to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. We trolls of various clans earnestly ask Amigel to be crowned as the emperor of the empire." The leaders of all races on the continent were quite aware of the situation. Naturally, Jiang You was no exception. We winged people earnestly ask Amigel to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. However, as he lifted his head looking at the exalted Amigel, that phrase resurfaced in his mind. They take his place. This was the second time he had thought of this phrase. Atop the highest step, Amigel gazed down at the submissive goblins and the various races of the continent, a look of intoxication on his face. So this is what it feels like to be an emperor. Back then, that Titan king, when sitting on the throne of Proatas, must have felt the same way. Below, Jiang You helplessly shouted for a long time before hearing Amigel's voice, which was more imposing than ever before, resound, "Since you all plead, I, Amigel, shall henceforth be the emperor of the goblins." As his words fell, the goblin high priest walked up the 900 steps to stand before Amigel solemnly, saying, "Your Majesty, please bow one last time, so I may place upon you the crown that symbolizes the power of the empire. From this day forth, no one shall make you bow your head." "Very well." Amigel slightly lowered his head, allowing the goblin high priest to place the brilliant golden crown upon him. Afterward, the sound of thousands cheering erupted. Amigel was officially crowned, and his first words after wearing the crown were, "I am Amigel, Emperor of the Goblins." Everyone rise. Your emperor grants you the right to lift your heads. In the first year of the Goblin Empire, Amigel was crowned as the first emperor, appointing the strongest chieftain of the ogre clans as the guardian of the north. He appointed the winged race as the guardians of the east and the sky. He appointed the dwarven race as the guardians of the mountains. He appointed the merfolk as the guardians of the western sea. At the same time, all races participating in the Titan subjugation received various degrees of rewards and noble titles. Subsequently, Amigel bestowed titles to two great goblin dukes, the eldest son of the high priest and the great sage, allowing them to establish goblin principalities in the western and southern regions, expanding territory and increasing population for the goblin race. He ordered the leaders of the goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gather goblins, and establish cities. Currently, the goblin population is 10 million, with 1 million residing in the capital, while the remaining 9 million are scattered across the main roads. Amigel ambitious desired to see goblin tribes flourish everywhere, establishing cities until every point on the continent had a goblin city. In the future, the city of Proadas, surrounded by countless cities, would be the true capital. Finally, he appointed 300 young goblin nobles who had achieved great military feats to establish fiefs and develop territories in the core population areas of the Goblin Empire and the desolate lands yet to be touched by other races. This was the work of Amigel and his goblin officials over the past year. 1 year later, at the foot of Proadas Mountain, in the deep of night under a sky full of stars, the silver moon hung high. A beautiful girl with golden hair closed her notebook, sitting gracefully on a tree branch, her long white legs swaying gently as she spoke softly. "Fiona, Your Highness, I know everything you mentioned, but what is the reason you summoned me here at midnight?" "No, Jiang You, there is something you do not know. Amigel has begun arranging personnel to train griffin riders. In the future, when goblin griffin riders soar through the skies, the unique status of the winged race will cease to exist, and the consequences of that should be clear to someone as clever as you." Jiang You frowned upon hearing this. Indeed, if griffin riders were to form a scale among the goblins, the situation for the winged race would become dire. Though the ogre race is powerful, they are extremely fragmented. The dwarven race possesses Titan blood, yet they are restrained by human weapons controlled by the goblins. Merfolk live in the sea and find it hard to adapt to land life. The nature of the fairies makes them even more scattered than the ogres. Centaurs are natural cavalry, but they pose a threat only after the winged race. The other races on the continent have various shortcomings, but only the winged race. In this era, without a powerful aerial force, the winged race has practically divided the goblins' dominion over the skies. This is unacceptable for the ambitious Amigel. Watching Jiang You ponder, Fiona smiled slightly. "We can help you with this matter. You have a way?" Jiang You asked in surprise. "Of course, but before that I need you to agree to one condition." "What condition?" "Don't worry, it's not excessive. I just want a child with your bloodline." "What?" Jiang You was dumbfounded. This was truly outrageous. What a bizarre request. He had only seen such things in melodramatic stories in his past life. However, Fiona was extremely serious. "A few years ago, a highly ranked old prophet awakened in my clan, and when I was forced to marry Amigel, he predicted the most favorable future for humanity with his life. That is to incorporate your bloodline among the human race. In fact, the prophecy indicated that a king of the new era would emerge from the descendants of her, and Jiang You, thus breaking free from goblin control. But Fiona concealed this part. Although I do not understand why, that is what the prophecy states, and I believe in the prophecy of that elder. Jiang You, please give me a child." Jiang You was at a loss for words. "Setting aside whether I am willing or not, you are Amigel's consort. If he finds out, we will both be in big trouble. He won't find out, I promise you this. Please trust the foundation of my clan." Hearing this, Jiang You looked into her determined eyes and sighed. "All right, I agree. Now before that, tell me how you plan to prevent the winged race from being replaced by goblin griffin riders." Fiona, relieved by Jiang Yu's agreement, explained, "We will actively apply to raise griffins for Amigel." What a statement reminiscent of the Qin dynasty. Jiang You inexplicably thought of historical anecdotes from his past life. "All right, the night is beautiful. Let's not waste time. Let's act quickly." Okay." The night was as dark as ink, dotted with countless stars. A silver moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the forest at the foot of Proadas in a silvery glow. A gentle breeze brushed through the lush branches of the trees, creating a melodious sound akin to a song or a lament, while heavy darkness enveloped the depths of the forest, dim and hazy. A beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing high mountains and deep valleys, shining into the depths of a stone pool. It was a night without dreams. The next morning, the sky was overcast with rain gradually falling. Fiona hurriedly departed, quietly returning to the palace on the mountain under the shadowy rain. As a royal concubine, she naturally had a room in the palace. Even though the Goblin Emperor Amigel was indifferent to human beauties, he would not be magnanimous enough to allow his concubine to behave recklessly. He stood deep in the forest. Jiang You watched the heavy rain fall on the green grass and sighed, then returned to the winged being's embassy within Proletus. As soon as he entered the embassy, a small turtle flashed like a bolt of purple lightning and jumped onto Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Boss, why didn't you come back all night?" "Naturally, I had important matters to discuss with those humans." Jiang Yu replied calmly. "Wait, there's a fragrance like jasmine on you." The small turtle stood on Jiang Yu's shoulder and suddenly sniffed the air. Jiang Yu twitched his mouth and reached out to pull it down. "Wang Xiaobai, you are a turtle, not a dog. How can you smell everything?" "Oh." At that moment, the winged official Inona approached with several winged officials and asked, "Your Majesty, what did the humans say this time?" His winged administrative institution was gradually taking shape, and the female winged official Inona was practically the leader, assisting him in handling state affairs. Therefore, Jiang Yu shared everything he discussed with Fiona, omitting the part about having children. Inona sighed after listening. "The humans really have bad luck. Now they have become shepherds for the goblins raising griffins." "You are mistaken. The humans' considerations are far-reaching and certainly not simple. However, their actions are indeed very beneficial to us." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "By the way, you all tidy up and keep the candidates for the embassy. I will go to the palace again today to bid farewell to Emperor Amigel, and then we shall return to Paradise Mountain." "Yes, Your Majesty." This time Amigel called Jiang Yu over to actually request the deployment of a portion of the winged troops to campaign against some diehard Titan giants. The opposing camp had flying units like griffins and wind birds, so the winged legion was necessary. As the current Goblin Emperor Amigel's loyal ally, the loyal minister in the Emperor's eyes. After receiving the order, Jiang Yu immediately led a winged army of 3,000 to Proletus to hand over to the Goblins' campaign general. This time he would not go personally, but would let a master-tier winged professional lead the legion to follow the goblins into battle. Once the winged legion was delivered, he could leave. However, he stayed an extra day due to Fiona's invitation. Arriving at Emperor Amigel's palace, Jiang Yu saw Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor Amigel, like a female official seemingly reporting something. Upon seeing Jiang Yu arrive, Amigel looked delighted. "Euler, thank you for your timely deployment. Those remnants of the Titans will surely be wiped out. And the winged people will forever be the best allies of the goblins. Every member of my winged kin is very willing to exert effort for your Majesty." "Wonderful." After chatting for a while, Jiang Yu took his leave from Amigel. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Fiona. 1 month later, Jiang Yu and the others returned to Paradise Mountain. 5 years later, in the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, at the Whitestone Fortress of Heaven Mountain, Jiang Yu was handling a month's worth of affairs. He now primarily focused on cultivation for a month, dedicating a day to managing governance. As the sun reached its zenith, a winged female official pushed the door open, her expression grim. "Your Majesty, our clansmen journeying in the north have sent word stating that they spotted a tribe of eagle people numbering over 10,000 on a great mountain in the northern Bulosu mountain range. They seem to be the remnants of the Eagle King's court, and their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the old Eagle King. I recall that in the valley plains of the Bulosu mountain range there is a new city established by the goblins where several tens of thousands of goblins reside. Why do these remnants of the Eagle King's court dare to reside so close to the goblin city? A congregation of 10,000 eagle people. I refuse to believe the goblins are unaware of this." Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. "Your Majesty, our scouts have investigated. Each year, eagle people travel to Bulosu city." Inona replied, "It seems the goblins are still holding something back from us." Jiang Yu sneered. "What should we do then? Shall we allow this group of remnants of the Eagle King's court to grow stronger?" Inona asked. "For now, let it be. This group of eagle people cannot pose a threat. The goblins will not allow us to be exterminated by the eagle people. When the time is right, we will completely eradicate these remnants of the Eagle King's court. Inona, our current task is to develop our winged tribe," Jiang Yu stated calmly. 10 years later. In the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu was cultivating at the mountain's peak, his aura even more profound and commanding than it had been over a decade ago. On this day, the still youthful and beautiful winged female official suddenly approached him. "Your Majesty, a young human boy claiming to be your son has come to see you." On the peak of the mountain, Jiang Yu's silver hair billowed in the mountain breeze. Without even opening his eyes, he casually replied, "What human son do I have? Tell him to go back. Can anyone just recognize me as their father?" "Understood." Inona turned to leave, but just as she reached the steps, Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to remember something, opening his purple eyes and calling out loudly, "Wait, Inona, let him come see me." He recalled that night 15 years ago. "Yes, Your Majesty." Shortly after, a handsome human boy with golden hair and purple eyes ascended to the peak of Heaven Mountain and stood before Jiang Yu. The two faced each other in silence for a moment. A feeling of bloodline connection suddenly surged within Jiang Yu. Fiona truly gave birth to a son. Breaking the silence, Jiang Yu spoke first, gazing at the determined expression of the human boy before him. "My child, come before me." The 15-year-old human boy had grown quite tall, already reaching the height of Jiang Yu's shoulders. The golden-haired, purple-eyed boy obediently stepped forward. Mother said that you are indeed my father. Indeed. Jiang You nodded gently. My son, what is your name? Mother named me Reinhardt. The boy replied. Reinhardt, what a fine name. It seems your mother wishes for you to become a man as mighty as a lion. Jiang You exclaimed and asked, how did you come here, my child? I remember the goblins have strict control over you. Father, I rode a griffin here. The boy pointed to the sky outside Heaven Mountain where a griffin was soaring slowly. Beside it, a winged soldier followed from a distance. Watching the griffin in the distant sky, Jiang You shook his head. Too dangerous, Reinhardt. If the goblins discover that you left on a griffin without permission, it would be a grave offense. It's fine, Father, Mother will cover for me. Besides, His Majesty King Amigel's 19th son is a friend of mine, so nothing will happen. All right, then you took such a risk to come here, so you must have something to say to me. Jiang You asked. Mother said you would surely teach me to become an extraordinary professional. Reinhardt's face beamed with a radiant smile, as bright as the sunshine. On the mountaintop, the wind howled. The giant pine trees at the edge of the cliff twisted and turned, resembling a gate leading to the heavens. Reinhardt felt the kinship flowing through his veins as he gazed at his father, who was graceful and possessed violet eyes, with white wings, feeling a sense of security he had never known before. Without waiting for Jiang You to respond, he immersed himself in his memories. The kinship in his blood compelled him to share the stories of the past years with Jiang You without holding anything back. He was fostered in a human tribe since childhood, living with many human brothers and sisters raised by the elders of the human race who emerged from the refuge. Under the guidance of the tribe's elders, they learned to raise griffins from a young age and grew up alongside griffin cubs. Except for the griffins. Within the human tribe, there were also numerous goblin officials and soldiers acting as the eyes of the goblin emperor Amigel, monitoring the development of the human tribe and the progress of griffin raising. Of course, they were also tasked with protecting the human tribe. Due to a certain agreement, the elders of the refuge were unable to impart some precious advanced knowledge to them. He had often seen the human elders sighing in the dead of night, a pain of a civilization lost. For the continuation of their race, sometimes compromises had to be made. Until he was 6 years old, he had no idea that he actually had parents. On that day, the human empress of the goblin emperor arrived at this human tribe, which was half composed of children. The empress was the nominal leader of the humans. Even though she was just a sequence 8 reader, her expertise from the previous era allowed her to lead the current humans. She brought a large quantity of supplies and some resources for cultivation. Within the tribe, there were also several human children with extraordinary potential, though their talents were quite low. Perhaps related to the transition between eras, they needed generations to improve. The human empress sought some professional pathways from the goblin race for them, as a beginning for the new extraordinary power of the humans. This profession was called knight. However, the knight profession offered to the humans by the goblin race could only reach the hero tier, with no legendary stage above that. The goblin emperor Amigel stated plainly that every legendary pathway was the result of countless generations of goblins honing their skills gained through time and blood. It was impossible to hand over to the human tribe. In past life, Reinhardt had shown great extraordinary potential, yet for some reason, the elders of the tribe did not allow him to become a knight professional, saying that in the future he would have a better path ahead. Then on that night, the human empress stayed in the tribe, and just as he was about to fall asleep, came to Reinhardt's room, embracing him and weeping throughout the night. That night, 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother was the empress, forcibly married to goblin emperor Amigel, but his father was not the goblin emperor, rather a significant figure far away on the eastern coast of the Ferrand continent. He was the Grand Duke of the eastern borders of the Goblin Empire and the Sky Guardian, the winged human king of the eastern coast, Jiang You. Mature for his age, he remembered his mother Fiona's words and kept this secret close to his heart. Thus Reinhardt grew up slowly. Although he could not learn extraordinary powers, he practiced swordsmanship day and night. He looked forward to the day when he would become strong enough to take his mother away from the palace. 9 years passed just like that, and Reinhardt grew from a small child into a handsome blonde youth. A month ago, his mother Fiona told him he could go to the Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast to find Jiang You and advised him to prepare. Then the next day, a goblin official came before him, instructing him to take a few griffins he had raised and accompany the 19th Prince Asa Amigel to the fief. During this time, he needed to teach the 19th Prince and his trusted knights to ride griffins. After teaching these goblin knights, the 19th Prince patted his shoulder, telling him to go do his own thing. Although he had gotten along well with this prince, it did not warrant such words. So he was quite puzzled. Why does your highness say such things? But the 19th Prince only said one sentence to him with a meaningful smile. I have an agreement with Empress Fiona. Thus Reinhardt was able to smoothly arrive at Paradise Mountain in the east. At the peak of Paradise Mountain, after Reinhardt finished recounting his experiences, the sky had already darkened. The setting sun was about to fall, with the brilliant red clouds flowing with the sea breeze, painting a picturesque scene. Jiang Yu's violet eyes shimmered with a gentle light as he smiled softly. Thank you for your hard work, my child. Your blood flows with mine, my legendary pathway, you can inherit it. By the way, I remember that humans have extraordinary beings known as sequencers. Why did your elders not allow you to become a sequencer? My mother said the era of sequencers has long passed and professionals are the mainstream of the age. In this age, there is no longer any soil for extraordinary sequencers to exist, and the various resources needed for advancement have long ceased to exist. Reinhardt explained honestly. I see. Jiang You finally understood. So this era no longer allowed the birth of sequencers. Advancement for sequencers required more long-extinct monster organs which are now impossible to find. Such extraordinary pathways would need to be redeveloped from scratch after a mass extinction. My son Reinhardt, come to my side, let me see the extraordinary qualities you possess. Jiang You beckoned. All right, father. Reinhardt stepped closer. Jiang You placed his hand on his head. The extraordinary power stirred, gathering the surrounding elements, and a gentle breeze rose, fluttering his golden hair. Suddenly white and purple light ignited around Reinhardt. It was indeed light and thunder. Seeing this, Jiang You was overjoyed and released his hand. You truly are my son. Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary talent as I do. My professional pathway can be completely inherited by you. However, you lack wings, so you may need to make some slight adjustments to the professional pathway. But it's not a big problem. Under Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang You extended his right hand. A hazy glow surrounded him, gently brushing against Reinhardt's forehead. Now hold your breath and concentrate. Immediately, images began to appear in Reinhardt's mind. At first, it was a winged boy holding a bronze longsword. His longsword shimmered with thunder, and his violet eyes sparkled like lightning. Then it showed scenes of the winged boy walking the path of legend step by step, establishing a profession, inventing advancement pathways, ultimately slashing through legends at the hero tier, achieving legend in place. Finally, the images froze on several scenes of a legendary pathway, the Thunder-Winged Walker of the Thunder Master. A year later, Reinhardt, under the guidance of Jiang You, successfully took on the role of a Thunder Rider and rode back on a griffin. On the cliff, Jiang You calmly watched Reinhardt's departing figure. Over the past year, Jiang You not only imparted his own cultivation experiences to him, but also narrated many historical anecdotes from his past life. A plethora of historical stories baptized Reinhardt's thoughts, granting him countless possibilities for the future. On another side, after returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt diligently nurtured the griffins and maintained a respectful and loyal attitude towards the goblin emperor Amigel. The more respectful he became, the more contemptuous the goblin officials grew. In dealing with the human tribe, instances of humiliation and injustice frequently arose. Yet Reinhardt endured. During that year at Paradise Mountain, he listened to his father's two stories. One was about Qin Fizi, the founding king of the Qin state, and the other was about Gojin, the king of the Yu state. Whenever he faced insult, he would encourage himself with their tales. Decades later, Reinhardt officially became the chieftain of the human tribe. The population of the human tribe reached 10,000, and the number of rideable and obedient griffins they raised approached 1,000. As the humans who emerged from the refuge began to age, Reinhardt became the new leader of the humans. Amigel's trust in Reinhardt far surpassed that of the humans who had left the refuge. Simultaneously, the surveillance over the humans gradually relaxed. The goblin officials and soldiers originally stationed in the human tribe withdrew by more than half. The remaining ones primarily focused on those elderly who had come out of the refuge. Reinhardt bided his time, continuing to develop his strength. In the goblin royal court, as the emperor's sons gradually grew up, dark currents began to stir under the instigation of certain forces, all vying for the supreme imperial throne. Although Amigel was a demigod, he had sustained severe injuries in his early years during a battle with the Thunder Titan, which had caused a significant loss of lifespan. Though he later recovered from his injuries, the consequences of those grave wounds began to show. A demigod lives for 3,000 years, while a legendary figure lives for 1,000. Amigel, now several hundred years old, began to age. On the eastern coast at Paradise Mountain, Jiang You looked at the development report regarding the winged people. After decades of continued development, the population of the winged people reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's personal planning, he marked 7 locations along the eastern coast that were geographically advantageous, naturally comfortable, and rich in various resources. In these 7 locations, he had the winged people establish 7 cities. Each city housed at least 10,000 residents, surrounded by villages of the winged people. At the foot of Paradise Mountain stood the largest newly constructed city of the winged people, serving as their royal city. The original Paradise Mountain was transformed into a military camp and royal palace for the winged people, no longer inhabited by ordinary winged people. These 7 cities, according to Jiang Yu's plan, were sufficient to cover the entire eastern coastal area, creating a situation where points could cover the surface. Centrally located, these 7 cities could support millions of winged people. This is Jiang Yu's vision for the winged people's development over the next 1,000 years. As for the extraordinary professionals among the winged people, they grew rapidly. A few years ago, The genius of the winged people Sophia completed the heroic class advancement path for the Radiant Swordsman. Thus, the advancement path for the Radiant Swordsman became Radiant Swordsman Wings of Light Messenger of Light. Other professionals were also developed by some extraordinary winged people alongside references to the occupational systems of foreign races. Currently, the known initial professions of the winged people include Radiant Knight, Radiant Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Elite Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunner, Earth Spear, Thrower, Fire Bringer, and more. Among these, the Radiant professions are the most numerous, while the other categories are quite rare. Dark professions are virtually non-existent. Presently, the winged people have a heavenly battle group composed entirely of extraordinary professionals numbering 1,000. They also have an elite winged corps made up of 50,000 ordinary winged people. Their strength has significantly increased. Over the years, Jiang You led the winged battle group to sweep across the entire eastern coast, allowing ordinary winged people's villages to gradually proliferate throughout the entire eastern coast. Recently, Jiang You dispatched winged officials to the border between the eastern coast and the mainland of Finland to search for places where fortifications could be established. He aimed to protect the entire living range of the winged people from the incursions of foreign races and magical beasts. With the development of the Goblin Empire, not to mention the magical beasts, the goblins' territorial expansion has brought the outermost winged people villages close to the eastern coast. It must be said that goblins are indeed a prolific race. If their population was around 10 million before the establishment of the nation, it is now estimated to be around 50 million. With the ambition of Omigel unleashed and the goblin army's conquests in all directions, most of the habitable regions of the Ferrand continent have been subdued. A multitude of races have submitted under the banner of the goblins. The villages of the Goblin Empire have also expanded into desolate areas alongside the development of the goblins. The Goblin Empire has gradually improved its level of mechanical technology, thanks to the remnants of the previous era's human civilization. A large number of steam-powered creations have been manufactured. Although the humans in the shelters did not completely hand over all their knowledge to the goblins, what they provided was already sufficient. Emperor Omigel places great importance on this development. In his eyes, the humans of the previous era dominated the world with steam technology and extraordinary sequences. Though the sequences are lost now, technology can still advance. He established the Royal Engineering Institute in the city of Prodas to cultivate goblin engineers. These engineers enjoy excellent treatment and education, representing the best opportunities for goblins without extraordinary qualifications. Technology, art, the extraordinary, and population have all developed comprehensively. The golden age of the Goblin Empire has arrived. The winged race has also grown stronger in this rare period of peace. After a century of the Goblin Empire, the winged race established 9 fortresses in the lands near the eastern coast, thoroughly protecting a large expanse of land by the eastern sea. Outwardly, they claim to be repelling attacks from beasts and foreign races. With the completion of the 9 fortresses, the territory of the winged race resembles a nation of its own. To facilitate governance, Jiang You named the eastern coast and the nearby territories as Losendas. In the language of the winged race, it means the blessed land given by the heavens to those with wings. As for the original location of the Eagle King's court in the Heavenly Mountain and its surrounding areas, the winged race also forged a mountain city on the Heavenly Mountain, now home to about 30,000 winged individuals. Due to the presence of the spiritual item Wind Spirit, the descendants of the winged race living in the mountain city are mostly wind-type practitioners. 150 years have passed in the Goblin Empire. Reinhardt, the de facto leader of the human race, has broken through to the final stage of the extraordinary profession, the hero tier. However, his path in the profession has changed somewhat compared to Jiang You. Following Jiang Yu's advice, after decades, Reinhardt combined elements of the Goblin Knight profession with his own situation and Jiang Yu's guidance to evolve his profession from a storm rider, ultimately succeeding in advancing to become a Holy Lion Knight. This was a derivation of the Holy Winged Walker, a hero tier profession suited to him. His legendary profession was also conceived, named Lionheart King. From then on, the legacy of the Reinhardt family's legendary profession pathway was established. Storm Rider, Lightning Light, Holy Lion Knight, Lionheart King. Meanwhile, most of the humans in the shelters have passed away, leaving only a few younger extraordinary practitioners alive. Among them is Fiona, but she is no longer as young as she once was. Time has left its marks on her face. As for the winged race, the population of the winged race has reached 500,000. The 7 major cities have gradually accommodated a large number of winged individuals, with the main city at the foot of Paradise Mountain housing a population of over 100,000. In recent years, Jiang You has successively dispatched envoys to various parts of the continent to establish diplomatic relations with various races, but with little success. Most races at this time were far from having mature systems and were still in tribal stages. However, the dwarves have established a dwarven kingdom among the mountains, allowing the envoys of the winged race to establish contact with them. The changes in the world are also quite evident. The entire world seems to have entered a harsh winter, growing colder year by year. In the north, a large ogre tribe calling itself the Frost Clan was forced to migrate south to a vast northern plain named Hauros to escape the increasingly harsh weather of the northern lands. This ogre tribe is very powerful, with both its chieftain and high priest being legends. After understanding the situation, they actively absorbed advanced goblin culture and voluntarily joined the Goblin Empire's army to suppress insubordination. After decades of effort, their chieftain was granted the title of Earl by Amigel. Frost Earl became his title. Hauros became the territory of this ogre clan, and many years later established the city of Hauros. 190 years into the Goblin Empire, the first Goblin Griffin Knight Order was established. Initially, the entire Knight Order had 693 Griffin Knights. The establishment of the Griffin Knight Order delighted the old Emperor Amigel, who named this new Knight Order the Royal Griffin Knight Order. At the same time, to recognize the contributions of the humans in raising griffins, Reinhardt was granted the title of Viscount of the Empire. A piece of river valley land near the western edge of the Proedas Plain close to the human settlements was designated as the Fief of the Humans. In this place, Reinhardt established the first city of the human race, Reinhardt City. This fief is also known as the Reinhardt territory, with the adjacent river named the Reinhardt River. Meanwhile, with Reinhardt's efforts, each member of the Griffin Knight Order would be accompanied by a human caretaker to tend to and take care of the griffins for the Goblin Knights. At this time, the Goblin Knights did not feel that having someone care for the griffins was a disadvantage. Instead, they believed the humans were quite considerate. After all, in their understanding, griffins as magical creatures are quite difficult to serve, far different from horses and deer. With individuals willingly doing the hard labor, they were naturally very grateful. They only needed to enjoy the thrill of riding the griffins into battle. Thus, over 600 humans joined the Griffin Knight Order in this manner, diligently working without slackening. Many years later, the griffins cared for by humans in the Knight Order would become eternally bound. What they did not know was that as soon as Reinhardt gave the order, the humans could instantly change the ownership of the Knight Order. It was also in this year that Reinhardt requested the return of the human Empress Fiona. By this time, the goblins had nearly fully assimilated the knowledge and technology obtained from the humans in the shelters, and their dominance over Ferrand rendered the role of the human Empress nearly insignificant. Regarding this woman who resembled a mascot and a trophy, the Goblin Emperor had not paid attention to her after her initial years of service as a lady-in-waiting due to the lack of talent. His harem has steadily increased, and he had no interest in favoring an old monkey in his eyes. Coupled with Reinhardt's evident loyalty and obedience, Amigel agreed to his request. Thus, after sitting alone in the deep palace for 190 years, human Empress Fiona finally returned to the human race. When Fiona returned to the human tribe and saw Reinhardt, the mother and son wept as they looked at each other. Looking at the bright golden-haired girl from back, then though her face remained youthful and beautiful, her golden hair was already mixed with many strands of white. Reinhardt once again etched his aspirations in his heart. He would never let his mother's sacrifice be in vain. 300 years into the Goblin Empire. The genius engineers of the Goblin Empire combined extraordinary and mechanical powers, leveraging a wealth of prior experience and human science, and finally developed a great legacy unique to the goblins' alchemy. The birth of alchemy led to a surge of alchemical items. Races across the continent flocked to Proedas to learn alchemy. Even Jiang You sent a large number of winged students to study. This year marked the pinnacle of the Goblin Empire. Yet during this time, a significant event occurred within the Goblin Empire that could determine its destiny. Losendas, the East Coast. Heaven's Mountain, the castle of white stone. Beyond the pristine castle lies a meticulously arranged, vibrant green lawn. A flock of white birds of light frolics on the lawn. A squad of winged soldiers stands solemnly at the entrance of the castle of white stone. Several winged officials flew down from the mountain, landing on the great lawn, lightly adjusting their garments before hastily entering the castle. Peaceful and harmonious, as if in a sacred realm. Yet soon the tranquil atmosphere vanished in an instant. It was as if a massive stone had fallen from the sky, crashing into the water's surface. What? Amigel is dead. Inside the castle of white stone, a middle-aged male winged official in the administrative hall stood up from his seat, his face filled with shock. Edward and Nona, sit down. At the main seat, Jiang You sat upright in a large chair upholstered with bear skin. Behind him, a map of Losendas and the East Coast hung on the wall. He looked at the astonished officials, frowning. The former winged female official who assisted him with administrative matters had passed away a century ago. Due to the busyness of state affairs, Anona had never cultivated to the heroic tier in her lifetime, reaching only 200 years, typical of the master tier. The Edward Anona before him is her most outstanding grandson, currently also at the master tier. However, perhaps due to Anona's exceptional abilities, Jiang You always felt that Edward's capabilities were somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, several other winged officials, both male and female, were also seated in the administrative hall. Though they did not stand, their eyes also reflected shock. Although Jiang You was equally stunned by Amigel's death, his current resolve was as unwavering as the bright moon in the sky, impervious to the 8 winds. He addressed the female winged official standing in the hall. Elena, recount in detail everything that has happened recently in Prodas. Yes, Your Majesty. Elena, seeing Jiang You composed, calmed her inner tension and began to narrate, or rather recite. The intelligence comes from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months ago, the conflict between the 17th prince of the goblins and the 13th prince escalated, and their subordinates were nearly fighting to the death. This forced the goblin queen Alessa to personally intervene to mediate. Due to Amigel's longevity, several older princes had already passed away. Aside from the 7th prince, who had achieved legendary status and had no interest in the throne, the other princes had not reached legend. Even if they attained the heroic tier, their lifespan would not exceed 500. Among the princes, there were variations in talent. The 13th prince Milan Amigel and the 17th prince Ashu Amigel were the two with the highest talent and greatest ambition among all the living princes. 2 months ago, a fierce conflict erupted again between the two princes. But this time, even Queen Alessa could not mediate. What happened? 2 months ago, during the hunting competition hosted by Emperor Amigel, while the 17th prince was out hunting, his fiancée, said to be a rare beauty among goblins, was abducted by the 13th prince's soldiers and presented to Emperor Amigel. Emperor Amigel has a well-known weakness for beauty, and upon seeing the 13th prince's fiancée for the first time, he was deeply enchanted. Even though he knew that the goblin maiden before him was his son's future wife, he was astonished at how beautiful that goblin girl had grown since her childhood. So, pretending not to know, he directly took this goblin beauty into his harem. When the 17th prince returned with his catch, he was astounded. He never expected that while he wanted to show off in front of his father, he would return to find his home robbed. Upon learning the truth, the 17th prince was consumed by rage. That night, he charged into the 13th prince's camp with his personal knights. The 13th prince never expected his younger brother to be so fierce. He was seriously injured on the spot, barely escaping, before going to complain to Amigel, who had already returned to the palace with the beauty. Seeing his son nearly kill the other son, Amigel became furious. He immediately ordered that the 17th prince be whipped 50 times and placed under house arrest until he recognized his mistakes. After this incident, the 17th prince realized that he was done for in this life. He would no longer have the chance to earn Amigel's recognition. The throne was completely out of his reach. The 17th prince was stubborn. Even while under house arrest, he sent people to demand his fiancée from Amigel, but Amigel refused to acknowledge it. This completely broke the goblin 17th prince. So a month ago, the 17th prince feigned an apology to enter the palace. That night, a fierce battle erupted within the palace, with half the palace collapsing and half of it being corrupted by evil forces. Afterward, the 17th prince never walked out of the palace again. The next day, news came that Amigel had been mortally wounded by his own Amigel spear, suffering a fatal injury and falling into a coma. Then when the news came again, it was already that Amigel had passed away, and the 13th prince Milan Amigel hurriedly ascended to the throne in front of the emperor's spirit. Jiang You listened in a daze, feeling as if the 17th prince Elena spoke of resembled a figure from ancient times known as the Prince of Longevity in his past life. However, this goblin prince was much braver than that unfortunate individual. What a display of filial piety and brotherly affection. In the Ministry of State Affairs, numerous winged officials widened their eyes. However, Jiang You still found areas of confusion within. Though Amigel's old wounds were not yet healed, he was a demigod. How could he possibly die so easily? The 17th prince who stepped into the palace did not possess such strength. So who could have killed Emperor Amigel? Jiang You was filled with doubts. Inside the Ministry of State Affairs, after the astonishment faded, several winged officials revealed expressions of joy. During Amigel's reign, he suppressed the continent, compelling all the clans to submit. It was as if a great mountain loomed over everyone. Now that he was dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, thoughts that had never emerged before began to surface. The officials started to suggest, "Your Majesty, with Amigel dead, will the empire of the gnomes not fall apart?" Amigel as a demigod was the stabilizing force of the empire of the gnomes. Now that he is gone, the empire of the gnomes will inevitably fall into chaos. Your Majesty, why don't we take this opportunity to venture west and expand our territory to accommodate more population in the future? Indeed, although Losendas is vast, it is merely a corner of Ferland. We need more resources and land. Your Majesty, without a demigod overseeing the empire of the gnomes, the clans of the continent will not miss this opportunity. We can definitely intervene. Your Majesty, I believe that if we contact the various clans of the continent, our number of legends and the quality of our army will not be inferior to that of the gnomes. Jiang You sat at the head, watching the winged officials below express their opinions, a look of satisfaction surfacing in his eyes. It was a wonderful phenomenon that the winged people could boldly consider the interests of their race without fearing the current overlord of the continent, the gnomes. But he understood in his heart that this was far from the right time to compete for the resources of the continent. In the future, records from the 5th chapter of the Elven Kingdom documented that the empire of the gnomes had existed for a full 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, the person who had the most profound influence on the empire of the gnomes was not the first emperor Amijel, but the great sage of the gnomes Aziba. Many records are missing, but in the descriptions of the great sage Aziba it is said, in the chapters of Titans and Dragons, the great sage Aziba was born in a small village in central Ferland. From a young age he was exceptionally gifted and was sent to the gnome royal court, where he became a disciple of the then gnome sage Aligo. Aziba was benevolent, wise, adept at planning, and had extraordinary foresight. When Emperor Amijel was still a youth, he was valued and supported by Aziba. The subsequent records are not detailed. However, there was another point before the establishment of the empire of the gnomes. Aziba obtained a wealth of precious knowledge and treasures in a secret place in the north. Thus the empire of the gnomes was able to rise. This great sage Aziba lived until the end of the empire of the gnomes. Whenever the empire encountered crises, it was the great sage who stepped forward to stabilize the situation, allowing the empire to weather through safely. Without a doubt, after Amijel's death, the great sage Aziba is the true king without a crown of the empire of the gnomes. Just his 3,000 years of life alone is enough to provoke much speculation. Given the lifespan of gnomes, a legend cannot live for 3,000 years. Awakening from his contemplation, Jiang You looked at the officials below, meeting their expectant gazes, nodding, then shaking his head with a smile. Edward Mylander, Shaman Wayne Limier, what you all said was very good. I am very pleased to see you think of these things. But the timing is not right. The empire of the gnomes is not as simple as it appears. It has a deep foundation, and I suspect that they may very likely have another demigod hidden behind the scenes. Therefore, at this stage, my race should remain still. Seeing the officials in the Ministry of State Affairs pondering, Jiang You nodded and commanded one of the male-winged officials. Kayamura, you send someone to Proedas to gather intelligence day and night and inform us. Yes, Your Majesty. Kayamura accepted the command and exited the Ministry of State Affairs to make arrangements. The remaining officials continued their work. Jiang Yu then walked out of the Whitestone Fortress. Just before leaving the door, he turned to the female-winged official Limier and asked, "By the way, Limier, where is your sister Sophia now?" Sophia is the genius practitioner who pushed the profession of light swordsman to the heroic tier of light messenger. Your Majesty, a few months ago, Sophia went to the Southern Fairy Forest to celebrate her friend the Light Fairy's 150th birthday. What? 1500 years old? Jiang Yu was taken aback. These fairies truly live long. All right, Limier, Sophia is the most important legendary seed of our race. You must ensure her safety. Jiang Yu waved his hand. He always treated the talents of his race with favor. The winged race has only evolved from the eagle race for a few hundred years. Even though their ancestors had soaked in a bit of Titan blood, it still endowed the originally unremarkable high barbarian mountain eagles with extraordinary potential. Up to now, the extraordinary potential of the winged race is roughly on par with that of the gnomes. 50 million gnomes can produce dozens of legends, while 500,000 winged people still need to strive. Sophia embodies Jiang Yu's hope. Mentioning this, Jiang Yu turned his attention to a young male winged official seated in the middle. Wayne, have there been any extraordinary talents in the clan recently? Your Majesty, there is one. Oh, who is it? Oh, it's Limier and Sophia's sister Evita. Wayne said with a smile. Evita has a strong affinity and comprehension for light magic. At just 13, she is already a practitioner. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shift his gaze back inside, looking at the proudly smiling Limier, and exclaimed, "A trio of prodigies. Limier, not bad. Not bad. You all must continue to work hard. I hope that the first legend of our winged race aside from myself will emerge from your family. Limier, your full name is Limier Lai, right? Your Majesty has a good memory. So it turns out you are descendants of Ali. Unknowingly, it has already been 300 years, and the descendants of my old companions have multiplied so much." Jiang Yu sighed. 3 months later, new news arrived from the capital of Proedas. Several sons of Amijel were dissatisfied with the sudden ascension of the 13th prince to the throne and fled from the imperial capital to their fiefs, contacting their kin and raising armies to rebel. Among them were the 15th prince, the 18th prince, the 21st prince, and the 25th prince, 5 princes who raised troops in their fiefs. They aimed to dethrone Milan Amijel. The armies of the 4 princes clashed violently with the second Goblin Emperor within the borders of the empire. In the Goblin Empire, among the 1,500 noble lords, apart from 2 dukes in the border regions, 30 marquis, and over 500 earls, viscounts, and barons, all other noble lords were embroiled in the rebellion. As for the various races across the continent, they too began to stir restlessly. Some races even directly joined the factions of several princes, seeking to gain the greatest benefits. Meanwhile, the tribal leader Reinhardt, being the closest to the imperial capital among the human outsiders, was reading a letter in his hand. "Reinhardt, my brother. Our father has died under mysterious circumstances, and the princes are in conflict with countless subjects of the empire perishing in this turmoil. I had no intention of hunting, yet I know I must stop this rebellion. I have secretly gained the support of Duke Moreau Aziba from the southern region. I know that your human tribe possesses the ability to ride griffins. I wish to ask your kin to mount griffins and fight for me. Once we succeed, I will lift many restrictions imposed by the goblins on humanity and grant your people a piece of land in the northern region. If you choose to support me, please send an envoy within 3 months to inform me, and I will mobilize my forces soon for the march." In the late-night camp, Reinhardt frowned as he looked at the letter from the 19th prince, remaining silent. Beside him, several elders of the human race and Fiona were present. They had also read the letter from the 19th prince to Reinhardt, and opinions were divided. Some believed that this move was too risky. The human population was only a few tens of thousands, constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others thought they could support this 19th prince, as being confined near the goblin capital, humanity could suffer disaster at any moment due to the emperor's whims. Now presented with an opportunity to leave the capital, it was worth a gamble. In any case, under the eyes of the goblin emperor, it was hard for humanity to develop. They had only multiplied to a few tens of thousands in 300 years. With everyone divided in opinion, Reinhardt found it difficult to make a decision. This was a choice that would affect the fate of humanity, and the pressure in his heart was immense. At this moment, only his mother Fiona had not expressed her opinion. Reinhardt directly asked her, "Mother, what do you think I should decide?" The current few tens of thousands of humans had developed only because the elders of the sanctuary had given up everything. He knew that Fiona loved humanity even more than he did. Fiona smiled at him. "My son, you are now the leader of humanity and must bear the responsibility for their lives and deaths. However, on this matter, you could ask your father. I believe he will not miss this opportunity amidst the chaos of the Goblin Empire." Hearing this, Reinhardt looked up towards the distant east, the direction of the eastern coast. "Father, I understand, mother. From the imperial capital to the eastern coast, it would take just over a month on a griffin, which is enough time. I shall make the journey myself." 20 days later, Reinhardt once again arrived at the eastern coast. The east coast now is utterly different from 300 years ago. On the continent near the east coast, 9 passes have been established. Not only are the winged ones stationed at the 9 passes, but they also patrol the skies above the line connecting these 9 passes day and night. Reinhardt was soon discovered and intercepted by the winged ones. He had to present his identification before he was allowed entry. Years ago, Jiang You had given him a pair of winged jade as a token when he departed, which he had kept safe and now found useful. Riding a griffin over the skies of Lucinda's, Reinhardt saw numerous winged ones living peacefully and harmoniously on the east coast and the surrounding lands. Villages, farmlands, and 7 cities that seemed like regional centers. The changes were striking, vastly different from when he first came to Paradise Mountain. If it was a tribe when he last visited, now it had become a kingdom. He felt envy and hoped that one day the human race could establish its own kingdom on the lands of Feyland. With this thought, he suddenly made a resolution. Regardless of whether Jiang You was involved in this chaos or advised him to participate or wait, he would join in. Not for any other reason, but to find a piece of land that truly belongs to his people. As he flew over riding the griffin, Reinhardt found the realm filled with winged ones quite astonishing. However, humans were still relatively close to the winged ones, and most winged ones merely glanced and then ignored them. Hours later, Reinhardt arrived at Paradise Mountain. This time he allowed the griffin to play nearby, first while he presented the token, and then walked up from the foot of the mountain to the front of the white stone fortress. The sun was bright, and the mountain scenery was magnificent. Jiang You was not inside the white stone fortress. Instead, he was waiting for him on the grassy lawn outside. Nearly 300 years had passed, and although they had maintained correspondence due to historical reasons during Amigel's reign, the instances of Jiang You and Reinhardt meeting were few. The last time they met was 30 years ago. Looking at his son before him, the once golden-haired youth was now a middle-aged tribal leader with a burgeoning presence. His hair, inherited from Fiona, was dense like that of a lion king. Jiang You felt no affection for Fiona, but he did have feelings for his son, who shared his bloodline. Reinhardt had traveled thousands of miles to the east coast, indicating that he must have something that required Jiang Yu's help. Sure enough, when Reinhardt saw Jiang You, he spoke directly. "Father, I need your help. Is it regarding the recent rebellion of the Goblin Kings?" "Yes, father. The former 19th prince gave me a letter requesting military support with a generous reward. However, I have been unable to make a decision, so I came to seek your advice." "Reinhardt, you must remember you are not just my son now, but also a leader of the human race. Getting involved in the king's disputes is too dangerous for the human race at this stage. Once any mishap occurs, it would lead to irreversible consequences. Speaking for myself, even though the winged ones have developed to this point, I still tread carefully. The reason lies in our weakness." Although Jiang You did not explicitly state it, he had already suggested that Reinhardt avoid taking risks. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in Reinhardt's eyes, but he knew that Jiang Yu's concerns were valid. The contrast between reality and ideal left him breathless. "Let me see that letter." Jiang You took the letter and read it carefully until he saw the name of the Duke of the Southern Border, Mero A's, and his expression became serious. "Reinhardt, what is the relationship between this 19th prince and Duke Mero A's? Is Mira's support reliable?" "Father, I only know that the 19th prince grew up with Mero like brothers. Duke Mero has an excellent reputation, so it should be true. All right, Reinhard, I retract my previous statement. You can fully support the 19th prince. Father, you agree? Reinhard exclaimed in delight. Yes. Additionally, when you encounter difficulties, you can seek assistance from the winged ones. If the opponent is too strong, I will step in. Jiang You said with a smile. My foolish son, you probably do not understand the significance of the name Ace. The 3,000 years of the Goblin Empire were intertwined with Ace's entire history. On that day, Reinhardt rode his griffin back to the edges of the Rhine territory on the Proedas plains to reply to the 19th prince's letter. 300 years in the Goblin Empire in September. The autumn air was thickening and the autumn wind was chilling. The former Goblin Emperor and 19th Prince Asa Amigel raised an army in the southern border supported by Duke Mero Ace. Reinhardt's support brought great joy to Asa Amigel. The prospect of attracting the winged race as mentioned by Reinhardt left him ecstatic. The winged race with their formidable aerial combat capabilities was both utilized and feared by the Goblin Emperor Amigel. Otherwise they would not have supported the Eaglemen. Asa Amigel hurriedly wrote a letter to the eastern coast making numerous promises and requesting Jiang You to send troops for assistance. Jiang You agreed, beginning to muster troops and prepare for the expedition. In the Proedas palace, the sound of objects shattering accompanied by furious roars echoed throughout the palace. Inside the grand hall, Emperor Milan Amigel swung his sword, shattering the table and everything atop it into pieces. Resisting the attacks of the four princes was already challenging, but time was on his side, and holding on was not devoid of hope for victory. However, he did not expect his usually obedient brother Asa Amigel to suddenly rebel. In just 3 months, the southern borders of the empire were breached by Asa Amigel, leading to the surrender of numerous goblin nobles. In this royal civil war, the local lords and nobles showed little fighting spirit. In desperation, Emperor Milan Amigel had no choice but to divert elite troops from various fronts to defend the south. This elite force, led by the legendary General Thorn, managed to hold Asa Amigel at the Amber River. However, sending troops south for defense put the battlefields of the other four princes at a disadvantage. The Goblin Empire was in its 301st year. May 1 St. Thorn seized the opportunity to deal a crushing blow to Asa Amigel's army at the Amber River just as their forces were on the brink of collapse. Jiang You arrived with a legion of 10,000 winged troops. In this battle, Jiang You concealed his true strength, fighting Thorn to a standstill. The winged army descended from the skies, catching Thorn's forces off guard, buying time for Asa to reorganize his army and ultimately avoid a disastrous retreat. The two armies faced off again at the Amber River. June 3 RD. The dynamics of the war began to shift dramatically. The 15th Prince on the Mond Plain defeated the Emperor's guards and led his troops directly toward Proedas. June 7 TH. The western city of Ferrand, loyal to the Emperor, was breached. The Emperor's kin, the Ferrand family, were all executed by the 18th Prince, after which the army pressed forward, heading straight for the imperial capital. June 8 TH. The Frost clan of the Northern Territories responded to the call of the 21st Prince, leading their giant army to breach Garsuo City from behind and march southward. June 13 TH. The Count of the Western Territory, the Roman family of Roman City, surrendered to the 25th Prince, opening the eastern checkpoints for the army's advance. June 14 TH. The Southern Army was ambushed by the human Griffin Knights from behind, leading to a complete rout amidst the double assault. The legendary General Thorn, unable to persuade them to surrender, was besieged and killed. From then on, the northern route faced no obstacles. Asa Amigel seized the opportunity to march northward, traveling day and night, heading straight for Proedas. July 29 TH. The armies of the 5 princes arrived at the gates of Proedas. In Asa Amigel's camp, Jiang You gazed at the city gate forged from the head of the Thunder Titan Atri and felt a wave of emotions. Once again, he arrived here as an attacker. July 30 TH. It was unclear what agreement the 5 princes had reached. They began to lead their armies to assault the city. August 19 TH. Proedas fell. The armies stormed into the imperial palace, but found no trace of Milan Amigel. The 5 princes began to vie for the throne. At first, the 5 armies managed to control the slaughter, and the intensity of the conflict within the city remained relatively low. However, by August 30 TH, due to a minor incident, the first violent conflict erupted, leading to a brutal massacre in the city. As the violence escalated, it eventually harmed the goblin residents within. Countless civilians lost their lives in this slaughter. The streets, stained red with blood, and Proedas was on the brink of destruction. At this critical moment, the goblin Grand Sage Aziba appeared in a semi-divine form. His immense authority quelled the rebellious nobles, forcefully suppressing the uprising of the 5 armies. The Grand Sage became a demigod. The 5 princes began to panic. If Aziba harbored ambitions for the throne, their fate would not bode well. Fortunately, Aziba had no desire for imperial ambitions. September 1 St. Aziba summoned the 5 princes to the imperial palace. The empire is without a ruler. I will choose one of you 5 to become the emperor of the empire. Therefore, each of you must answer me one question. I will make my decision based on your answers. So who will go first? In front of the grand palace hall, the great sage of the goblins stood beside the throne, observing the goblin princes below, each with their own charm and ambition. He scrutinized each one, pausing a moment longer on the 19th prince, Asa Amigal, before speaking up. You all know that your father in tattered robes unified the goblin tribes, allied with various races of the continent, defeated the Titan giant clan, and established the Goblin Empire. It was no easy feat. The Goblin Empire has been hard-won, so my question concerns your understanding of the empire and its future. Therefore, 5 princes, I ask you, on what foundation was our Goblin Empire established? What is the essence of the empire? Upon hearing this, the princes fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, outside the palace on the square, the nobles and leaders of the 5 kings' legion stood in the vast plaza, awaiting the answer from within the palace hall. Reinhardt stood beside Jiang You, his face filled with anxiety as he gazed into the palace hall. Jiang You looked at his uncharacteristic demeanor and admonished him. Reinhardt, calm down. You are over 300 years old, maintain your composure. Reinhardt fell silent at these words. The human race is not like the winged race. If they fail this time, the loss will not be too great. However, the human race is different, as they are already feared by the goblins, akin to being raised near the capital right under their noses. If they make the wrong choice this time, it will be very difficult to go out again in the future. But as a father chastises his son, he dared not retort, only muttering a response. Jiang Yu, seeing his expression, thought for a moment and hinted, Reinhardt, you must believe in your choice. The outcome is already determined. The 19th prince will succeed. While saying this, he gestured for Reinhardt to look towards Duke Maro Aziba of the Southern Territory. Reinhardt quietly raised his gaze and saw Maro Aziba standing not far from them, calm and composed, seemingly already aware of the outcome. Reinhardt couldn't help but calm down. Inside the palace, after pondering for a moment, the 15th prince spoke first. Great sage, I believe it is military power. Our goblins possess demigods, the most legends on the continent, the strongest army, and the largest population. All of these combined reflect an immense military strength with which we defeated the Titans and secured dominion over the continent. Thus, the foundation of our nation lies in military power. Aziba nodded at these words, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and turned to the next prince. The 18th prince lowered his head slightly, a broad smile on his face as he spoke. Great sage, I believe the foundation of the empire lies in the strength of the demigods. So it was with our father, and now it is with you. As soon as he said this, several brothers beside him looked at him in surprise. Goodness, such a sycophantic display. Unfortunately, great sage Aziba was not impressed and continued to look towards the next prince. The 21st prince spoke straightforwardly. Great sage, the foundation of our nation's establishment lies in the achievements of defeating the Titans. This made the various races of the continent submit, acknowledging goblins as the masters of the continent. Aziba listened, his expression seemingly speechless, but he continued, 25th prince, it is your turn. The 25th prince fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Great sage, I believe the foundation of the goblin race lies in the 50 million goblin citizens within the empire. The empire belongs to every goblin, and the strength of 50 million goblins built this great nation. I believe that every goblin citizen is the foundation of the empire. Aziba's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He gazed deeply at the 25th prince for a long time before letting out a sigh. I did not expect you to have such insights. His expression then returned to its previous sternness as he looked at Asa Amigal and said, It is your turn, Asa Amigal. Asa Amigal felt a jolt inside as he was named by the great sage. In truth, what he was thinking had already been said by several of his brothers. He did not understand why the great sage would name him last, and for a moment he felt a bit anxious, just as he was lost in thought. Suddenly, Asa Amigal recalled a phrase he had said 3 months ago during a conversation with Duke Maro Aziba of the Southern Territory. Your Highness, my father believes that the establishment of the empire relies on the goblin race's unyielding pursuit of knowledge and progress. If you become emperor in the future, you must remember this phrase. At that time, he had naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Now that phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind, bringing him a sense of relief. I'm sorry, brothers, you are taking a closed book exam, while I am taking an open book exam. So he took a deep breath and spoke. Great sage, it is knowledge. The establishment of the empire relies on the goblin race's unwavering spirit in the pursuit of knowledge and progress. After Asa Amigal finished speaking, Aziba finally smiled, expressing his satisfaction. Ha, very good, very good. Knowledge is indeed the foundation that changes the fate of the goblin race. Prince Asa, your answer is correct. It seems you are the destined king of the empire, and I am willing to declare you the emperor of the empire. After saying this, he proclaimed with demigod power. A booming voice echoed across the entire Proedas plain like a thunderclap in clear skies, resounding in all directions. From this day forth, I, the great sage of the goblin race, Aziba, hereby appoint Asa Amigal as the emperor of the empire. In the year 302 of the Goblin Empire, on the first day of January, Asa Amigal was crowned as the third emperor of the Goblin Empire on Mount Proedas. The four princes were granted the title of duke and sent to the border to expand their duchies, never to return to Prodas. All noble participants in the war were dismissed to their fiefs, while the most guilty were executed. The Frost clan of the northern trolls who followed the rebellion were held accountable and had to return north, waiting for another opportunity to march south. Meanwhile, all nobles and tribal leaders who followed Asa Amigel were rewarded. Mero Azabur received a portion of the population and alchemical resources. The remaining nobles divided the population and territory among themselves. The winged people obtained nominal ownership of a vast tract of land south of the eastern coast and received some alchemical techniques. Jiang You named the area Luamanda, meaning the mountainous land earned through the efforts of the winged people. He planned to build 5 cities in Luamanda and nurture 1 million winged people. Meanwhile, Reinhardt achieved his long-desired goals. Thanks to his ambush on the Thorn army at Amber River, which secured victory and bought precious time, he did not arrive late at Prodas compared to the other princes, and thus did not miss the election of the emperor, aided by his good relationship with Asa Amigel. For such achievements, Reinhardt was granted the title of Earl, and Asa Amigel, as agreed, bestowed upon him a large river plain in the western part of the Northern Territory. This land was on the fringe of the Goblin Empire's influence in the north, and had once belonged to a border earl. Now this earl had been convicted as a sinner, his territory confiscated, and the goblin commoners within were divided among the nobles, allowing Reinhardt to acquire a land that had already been developed. He named this territory Polek, meaning the resurgence of habits and rebirth. In the second year, he sought Asa Amigel as a witness and negotiated with a border viscount to exchange the Rhine territory for a piece of land from a northern noble, the Bowman territory. With this, the Bowman territory and Polek territory merged into Polek territory, which boasted forests, plains, and rivers sufficient to sustain 500,000 human beings. Thus, following the rebellion of the kings, the Goblin Empire began to recuperate. After Asa Amigel's coronation, he adopted a conciliatory policy towards the foreign races. However, he remained extremely vigilant towards the domestic nobility. After all, the goblins suppressed the continent, and he was still unaware of the dangers posed by the foreign races. His attitude towards the great sage Azabur was particularly complex. On one hand, he was grateful to Azabur for helping him ascend to the throne. On the other hand, he felt that Azabur's power and prestige were too great, often surpassing his own. He wished to restore the authority of the emperor that Amigel had during his reign, but he also feared that Azabur would depose him. This led to him never becoming a legend. In the year 350 of the Goblin Empire, Fiona passed away in the Polek territory. Before her passing, she requested Reinhardt to bury her beneath a laurel tree, as it always reminded her of the laurel tree her mother had planted during her childhood. She asked Reinhardt to inscribe a line of small words at the bottom of her gravestone, "A sister filled with guilt." During the Great Calamity, she strictly adhered to the regulations of the human kingdom where she lived during the previous era, closing the refuge on time, which resulted in her sister Vivian not being able to enter with her. Although Vivian possessed an exceptionally high talent as a sequence, she was still young and likely perished long ago. Before Fiona's passing, Jiang You met her for the last time. Though there were no romantic feelings, he still saw her off for the last time. In the year 567 of the Goblin Empire, the third emperor of the Goblin Empire passed away in the palace at the age of 493. Long ago, in the 310th year of the Goblin calendar, Reinhardt advanced to legendary status in the Polek territory, choosing the career path of the Lionheart King. From that moment on, he was granted a lifespan of 1,000 years, and the human race became a prominent clan in the region. Leading his kin to independence in the northern border and achieving legendary status, Reinhardt finally had the energy to nurture his offspring. This was also a request from his mother Fiona, as the prosperity of the human race depended on extraordinary talents. Fiona arranged for Reinhardt to take several wives, and it was only after he firmly insisted on stopping that it ceased. Thus, the legendary Lionheart King became subject to his mother's authority, diligently working to produce heirs. However, it was difficult for legendary bloodlines to bear offspring, and it wasn't until Fiona's passing that he had 3 sons and 1 grandson. It was only after the death of the third-generation Emperor Asa Amigel that the Reinhardt family had grown to nearly 100 members. By this time, the human population had already reached 500,000. The original territory was no longer sufficient, and Reinhardt had to venture north to expand his lands. The northern region of the Polek territory was not a desolate land. Several intelligent races lived there. Tribes of kobolds, centaurs, and trolls could be found in the north. After considering for several days, Reinhardt decided to target the kobolds. Once servants of the great dragons, the kobold tribes were relatively easier to conquer compared to centaurs and trolls due to the changing times. While Reinhardt was engaged in the conquest of the kobolds on the eastern coast, the development of the winged people also brought satisfaction to Jiang You. In the 360th year of the Goblin calendar, the genius of the winged people, Sophia, did not return to the eastern coast after leaving the southern region, but continued to travel across the continent. She would not return until the 490th year of the Goblin calendar. However, by the time she returned, she had achieved legendary status and opened a legendary career path, the Holy Maiden of Light. After more than 500 years, the winged people finally had their second legend. 30 years later, Sophia's sister Erida also advanced to legendary status, paving the way for another legendary path of the Light Swordsman, the Holy Sword of Light. This legendary career surpassed her sister's in combat ability, making it more suitable for the vast number of winged extraordinary practitioners. The two sisters, both legends, became a celebrated tale among the winged people. As for their elder sister Limmer, she still lingered at the hero level, struggling to make progress. Due to the overwhelming amount of administrative duties, she would find it difficult to break through in her lifetime. By the time of Asa Amigel's death, the winged people had significantly developed Romanda over the past 200 years. 5 winged cities were built among the mountains where approximately 500,000 winged people resided. Meanwhile, in Los Sendas and along the eastern coast, the number of winged people had reached 1.5 million. This number had reached the limit that the region could sustain for the winged people. In the Tian Mountain region, the population of winged people grew slowly, mainly consisting of military households totaling around 100,000. The current population of the winged people was approximately 2,100,000. As for Jiang You, after 500 years of cultivation, if he were to take the path of a demigod, he could have achieved that long ago. His mastery of the thunder law was already complete. If he were a demigod, he would have integrated his will into the thunder law of heaven and earth, by now attempting to grasp the authority of thunder and become part of the order of the universe. However, his approach was somewhat different. He needed to integrate his will into the thunder law of heaven and earth, and at the moment of mastering the authority of thunder, he would transform his will into a divine sword, forcefully suppressing and conquering the authority granted by the thunder law. This was the first step on the path of the Sky Lord. He referred to it as the throne realm. It was equivalent to the demigod path in the way of ascending to divinity. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he needed to begin forging a sky throne and a supreme sword to serve as the vessel for his will, or rather the divine sword. In his plans, his judgment throne was essentially a sword tomb of the laws of heaven and earth. A divine sword would suppress and entomb a law of heaven and earth. Although divine swords were hard to find, the Goblin Empire had recently made breakthroughs in alchemy. He had been studying alchemy and sword forging techniques over the years with some success. But the difficulty lay in the forging of the Sky Throne. Firstly, the materials were hard to find. Secondly, constructing the Sky Throne would create a significant commotion, and since it needed to be forged in the sky, he required an opportunity to complete the forging. He needed to wait for a moment when everyone's attention was elsewhere. Coincidentally, in the 694th year of the Goblin calendar, a plague erupted that affected the entire Ferland. This plague actually has a traceable source. A year before this catastrophe-like plague appeared in the northern regions of the Gremlin Empire, the Northern Ice Domain Plateau. This area is actually outside the control of the Gremlin Empire. Although the Gremlin Empire claims to be the lord of the continent, it has not completely occupied the entire Phaland. To the north of the northern border of the Gremlin Empire, there is a river that flows almost throughout the north, dividing the northern part of the Phaland continent into 2 zones. The southern part is relatively warm and resource-rich, known as the northern border of the empire. Here, several border lords and numerous races affiliated with the Gremlin Empire, including humans, thrive. To the north lies an expansive desert prairie primarily inhabited by centaur clans and troll clans, along with goblins, pig-headed men, tiger-headed men, sheep-headed men, bull-headed men, and others. These are nomadic races that have lived in the northern land for generations, struggling to survive in the vast northern desert. The Frostbane clan of trolls once migrated south and submitted to the empire, but they are not among the strongest clans. Of course, they have long been driven back to the desert, and their current situation is unknown. Further north in the desert lies a majestic plateau. A towering mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, isolating the desert from the plateau. Some legendary beings have traveled from the desert to the plateau, but they quickly departed. This is because the climate on the plateau is even harsher, unsuitable for normal humans to live. However, it is not devoid of life. Many ice-related races thrive on the plateau, and they are all quite large. It seems that the plateau is a cradle for giant creatures. Historians from various races speculate that the ancestors of the Titan giants may have emerged from the plateau, coming to the central region of Parawadas, where they grew and developed an extraordinary system to dominate the world. There are many giant creatures on the plateau. The Frost Giant clan is one such race. However, their size is no match for the Titan giants. An adult giant can grow to about 7 or 8 meters, but they are still colossal beings. A tribe of frost giants typically consists of several dozen individuals forming a few families. The frost giant tribes almost always keep mammoths, riding them into battle, making them the overlords of the Ice Domain Plateau. Of course, they are not invincible. Another intelligent race known as the behemoth also inhabits the plateau. This race is divided into 2 types: golden behemoths and behemoth beasts. Golden behemoths possess intelligence and are relatively small, about 3 meters tall. On the other hand, behemoth beasts are massive creatures, nearly 10 meters tall, resembling wild beasts. Only golden behemoths can reproduce, giving birth either to more golden behemoths or to behemoth beasts. Often they are siblings, allowing golden behemoths to dominate the plateau with their behemoth beasts. In fact, the frost giant's keeping of mammoths is influenced by them. However, due to food limitations, they also live in small tribes. In addition, there are giant ice bears, snow wolves, giant deer, ice bulls, and the colossal blue sea leviathan, found in the central ice sea, which is as vast as an ocean. On this ice and snow plateau, which is difficult for outsiders to enter, these large races of the ice world struggle daily for survival. In their world, there is probably nowhere else to go. The plateau is indeed vast enough for their survival. However, a year before the plague erupted in the 694th year of the Gremlin Empire, the tranquility of the plateau was shattered. A frost giant, while fishing for large fish in the shallow waters of the central ice sea, unearthed an ice coffin from the seabed. Inside the ice coffin lay a remarkably beautiful woman, her entire body of vibrant red. The frost giant found the petite figure of the woman inside the ice coffin very curious and decided to bring the heavy coffin back to shore. Upon reaching the shore, the ice coffin melted like water. The stunning woman in the blood-red robe awakened. She had blood-red eyes and lips of a striking hue. Yet her complexion was exceptionally pale, as if she had not recovered from a serious illness. Looking at the frost giant who rescued her, the woman in the red robe smiled, slightly revealing astonishing beauty. "Did you awaken me, giant?" The frost giant felt the waves of pressure emanating from the woman in the red robe. In response to the woman's inquiry, he did not dare to move recklessly and nodded obediently. Although her words were in a different language, he did not know why he could understand. "Although I woke up a bit too early and my injuries are not healed, I feel the rebirth of the world. Is this already a new era?" She sighed softly and began to survey her surroundings. "Covered in ice and snow by the sea sky, I am still on the northern plateau." She stood up, her figure slender and her curves enchanting. Then, facing the vast sea sky, she pointed with her hand. Countless crimson threads plunged into the sea, and in just a few seconds numerous fish were caught, all large, including a giant fish 30 meters long. With the sound of thud as the fish landed, the frost giant looked down and saw a multitude of fish appearing at his feet. However, these fish looked somewhat shriveled, as if they had lost quite a bit of blood. "Big fellow, you awaken me, so take these fish with you." Before the frost giant could react, she transformed into a red light and left. The frost giant stood dumbfounded for over 10 minutes, and after confirming that the woman in the red robe had truly left, he sighed in relief. He looked at the large fish at his feet, a look of joy on his face, and then dragged the largest one away, heading towards his tribe. For him, today's haul was quite satisfactory. After the woman in red left, she spent several days circling the snowy plateau. There are no traces of the human race on the plateau. Has civilization not yet reached this place after its restoration? Forget it, let's go see the mainland. I wonder if the shelters from back then have anyone emerging to restore human civilization. Thus the woman in red descended southward to the mainland. She first passed through the vast North Desert, witnessing the centaurs, trolls, and other races living there, her expression filled with confusion. Has so much time passed that the mainland has birthed so many new intelligent beings? However, with the North Desert being desolate, it is no surprise that these foreign races occupy it. She then crossed the North Desert, continuing southward into the realm of the Goblin Empire. She descended from the plateau, avoiding the human realm of Polek in the northwest, instead coming down from the northeast. Along the way, she saw numerous troll clans, fairy tribes, and dwarven factions, but the most numerous were the goblins with their short stature and green skin. Moreover, as she traveled further into the central regions, the number of these short, green-skinned goblins increased along with their level of civilization. Seeing the goblin cities spread throughout with goblins strutting proudly, the woman in red could easily tell this was a symbol of the continent's dominion. But none of this mattered. What was important was that within goblin civilization, she saw traces of the familiar pre-epic human civilization. The alchemy of the Goblin Empire had now advanced to a high level, and within alchemy, there were heavy traces of pre-epic human technology. Thus the woman in red grew increasingly alarmed, her heart stirring with murderous intent towards these green-skinned little creatures. She was not afraid of the existence of foreign races on the mainland, for as long as the humans from the shelters emerged relying on pre-epic technology and skills, they would eventually thrive. Even if she discovered that the pre-epic extraordinary system had collapsed, a new extraordinary system was not impossible to create. What she feared was that the human shelters would be discovered by these foreign races, and before the humans had a chance to develop their technology and knowledge, would be plundered, and the remaining humans would be killed. With this thought, she no longer hesitated, but went to check the locations of the shelters she knew scattered across the mainland. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The vast majority of the shelters had not even lasted until later, before they collapsed with all the humans inside perishing. The shelters that did survive were empty, seemingly having suffered immense destruction. Finally, she headed north to the shelter she was most familiar with, for it was once under the care of her sister. She hoped that this shelter was intact, and that she could see her treacherous sister once more. However, reality is often exceedingly cruel. This shelter, known as Shelter 490, was guarded by a large group of green-skinned goblins. This chilled her heart completely, igniting her fury. In and out of this shelter there were only goblins, not a single human, and it appeared that the goblins' encampments had been established for quite some time. She deduced that her sister and the comrades within the shelter were likely in grave danger. Thus the woman in red struck. A curtain of blood instantly enveloped the entire Shelter 490, and nearly all the goblins inside perished simultaneously. The goblin legendary figure left behind was caught off guard and suffered severe injuries. After a brief struggle, he was captured by the woman in red. The goblin legendary figure was astonished that the one who defeated him was a human. A human traditionally so humble actually possesses such strength. Human. Humble. She sensed the implication in the goblin legend's words and quickly asked, are there still humans existing in the world today? The goblin legendary figure, likely not wanting to die, recounted the fate of the humans in the shelters after they were discovered under her relentless questioning. After listening for a long moment in silence, the woman in red abruptly twisted the legendary goblin's neck. So it turns out that since awakening, my sister and the others have been kept as tools for the goblins' learning. These feeble goblins even deny the descendants of humans the inheritance of the shelters. My sister was even forced to marry that damned goblin emperor. Her crimson eyes, fueled by intense emotions, instantly turned blood red. Despicable goblins, I shall make you pay the price. She intended to charge straight into the goblin capital, kill their emperor, and then destroy the entire goblin empire. However, her injuries were not yet healed, and there were several powerful auras in the goblin capital that she greatly feared, estimating that she would not be able to win. As a true blood ancestor of Sequence 3, comparable to a demigod, she possessed infinite lifespan, yet her battle prowess was rather average. But she possessed a unique ability that was particularly suited for mass destruction. She could use her own true blood as a source to create a highly contagious blood toxin. She prepared to take revenge on the goblins with this blood toxin. As for whether it would affect the humans residing in the Polek territory of the northern region, she did not care. Humans without the inheritance of their race and those without her sister present had nothing to do with her. Moreover, she learned from the goblin legendary figure that the humans in the shelters had long since perished, leaving her utterly unrestrained. Nevertheless, even so, she still eliminated the lethality feature to humans from the blood toxin. Although those infected would still fall ill, at least they would not die. The people have perished, but the flame of kinship still endures. Thus, in the following months after experimenting, the woman in red confirmed that the blood toxin was deadly to goblins and chose a great goblin city in the north to unleash it. The contagion rate of the blood toxin was extremely high. In less than 7 days, the entire city was infected and began spreading outward. Then this plague, known as the blood toxin, rapidly escalated, affecting all races across the continent. Even the winged people on the eastern coast were infected with this plague. Once infected with blood poison, the body will exhibit signs of infection. Infected individuals will gradually develop crimson eyes, grow fangs within 3 days, exhale plague-ridden breath, and display an intense desire to attack, sparing no living beings around them, ultimately leading to their rotting and death within 7 to 10 days. This is the phenomenon of infection summarized by the goblins. Beneath the legends, all are susceptible to infection. However, the stronger the extraordinary power, the less likely one is to perish. The blood poison spread throughout the northern borders in 3 months and across the continent in 6 months. Its madness instilled fear in all living beings. The great sage of the goblins could not sit still once the blood poison enveloped the northern borders. He discovered that this plague was particularly targeting the goblins. Other races had a chance of survival after contracting this plague. However, for goblins, it was a direct death sentence with no chance of survival. Of course, this did not apply to extraordinary goblins who tended to have stronger physiques. This was after the plague had begun to spread. The great sage Azabur urgently ordered lords and city leaders across the land to close their city gates and guard against the plague. But this thing was unpredictable. If you managed to prevent it here, it would emerge elsewhere. It was as if someone were scattering the plague from all directions. Thus it quickly spread throughout the continent. The great sage of the goblins, in desperation, had to research methods to combat the blood poison. However, finding a solution to this matter was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Every day, numerous goblins perished, leaving the great sage of the goblins exhausted. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Fry Amagil, was equally haggard. In just half a year, the goblin population, which had reached 200 million, was now reduced to 100 million, and this number was still decreasing. Despite any underlying struggles between the emperor and the great sage at this moment, they pooled all their resources to support countless goblin alchemists in their relentless research. The great sage himself even participated. At this time, not only were the goblins in distress, but all races across the continent were also deeply concerned. On the eastern coast, when the plague reached Lozendath, Jiang You was cultivating atop Paradise Mountain. Generally, his cultivation schedule was unpredictable, but in case of emergencies, he could be awakened. However, the plague spread too quickly. In the morning, a messenger had just delivered the news, and by the afternoon, when Limer arranged for officials to check, the plague had already begun to spread. The situation quickly became uncontrollable. Limer and the winged officials had never encountered a plague before, and lacking means directly notified Jiang You, who was still in cultivation. When Jiang You heard this news, his heart sank. Damn, he had been too careless. He urgently ordered the closure of the 9 passes, sealing off Lozendath and Romanda, and he isolated those infected with the plague. Yet this plague had already been festering within the winged race for some time, and it was difficult to guard against. By the time he managed to exert some control, half of the winged people had already contracted the virus. Unlike the goblins, the mortality rate for infected winged individuals, while still high, allowed some to survive. After infection, only about 1 in 10 winged individuals could endure, becoming weak for a period before returning to normal. At this time, no one noticed that these survivors seemed to have become much younger. 50% of the winged people died in agony. The remaining winged individuals became immortal infected beings, though they still managed to survive. However, their eyes and wings turned red, their feathers and hair completely fell out, and they grew fangs, appearing exceedingly sinister. In order to curb the plague and save their kin, Jiang You similarly summoned scholars within the tribe and winged alchemists who had returned from their travels to begin researching how to save the surviving infected winged individuals. Meanwhile, in the territory of Polak, those infected with blood poison exhibited strange changes. Such changes were unforeseen even by the redrobed woman who initiated it. Among the more than 500,000 humans, half were infected, yet most returned to normal after enduring a period of torment. However, a few thousand humans, after contracting blood poison, experienced changes in both their bodies and bloodlines. Their eyes turned crimson, they lost interest in ordinary food, craved blood, and feared direct sunlight. A hint of extraordinary power also emerged within their bodies. This was the extraordinary power related to blood. Several descendants of the Reinhardt family were also infected, but their mutations were even more favorable. Their extraordinary power surged, yet they possessed a certain immunity to sunlight. This seemed to be a marvelous reaction produced by the combination of their bloodline and blood poison. Moreover, these infected individuals from the Reinhardt family exerted a certain intimidation over ordinary infected beings, akin to the power of bloodline suppression. Reinhardt was indeed concerned about these mutated kin, but after prolonged treatment yielded no results, he had no choice but to give up. To ensure the safety of normal humans, he still placed them together, confining them in a corner of the Polak territory. Centaur, troll, dwarf, kobold, pig-faced man, and minotaur races exhibited similar conditions upon infection as the winged people. In the year 697 of the Goblin Empire, the plague lasted for 3 years and has been largely contained by various races, no longer spreading. The woman in the red robe quietly conducted several activities, but the goblins remained highly vigilant. Even though some people were infected at the beginning, it was quickly brought under control. After multiple failed attempts, the woman in the red robe gave up, as her true blood was not something to waste casually. The goblins seemed to sense that something was amiss with the plague, as if it were specifically targeting them. They too began searching for its source. The actions of the woman in the red robe became even more difficult. She planned to find a place to recuperate, and once healed, she would strike against the Goblin Empire. This time, although the blood poison did not annihilate the goblins, it caused them to lose a significant number of their ordinary kin. Such a heavy blow severely weakened the Goblin Empire, which was quite enough. As for the place to recuperate, she set her sights on the human lands of the northern region, the Bolak territory. Even though time had passed and the humans might no longer be as she imagined, she still subconsciously felt that the places where humans gathered were suitable for her to reside. On the 3rd day of the 1st month in the Goblin Empire, the woman in the red robe finally arrived at the Bolak territory. On this day, a remarkably beautiful woman visited the town of Peter in the Bolak territory. The woman wore a red hood that draped down over her dazzling golden hair, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Moreover, she possessed a pair of captivating crimson eyes, and her graceful figure was enchanting as she walked in the sunlight. However, the people of Peter Town looked at her with eyes filled with avoidance, as if she were a harbinger of plague. The blood-red eyes were a symbol of the infected. Now no one wanted to associate with the infected, even if they had once been humans. In the eyes of the people, they had already become different. Just as the woman in the red robe felt it was strange, 2 human guards approached her and spoke. Infected one, you need to leave Peter Town immediately and head to the eastern area where the infected are gathered, the Domenclin area. That is the residence assigned to you by the great Reinhardt. Infected? How interesting. Hearing the guard's words, the woman in the red robe found it extremely amusing. She naturally understood what infected meant. It referred to humans who had been infected by her blood poison. Logically speaking, she had already eliminated the lethal components of the blood poison to humans. Even if one became infected, they would only experience discomfort and weakness for a period. Could there still be unforeseen changes? Looking at the 2 human guards, she smiled and said, Where is the Doman Clin area? I'll go there myself. Over there, my lady. Perhaps due to the impressive aura of the woman in the red robe, the two human guards instinctively responded with respect. All right. The woman in the red robe smiled slightly and turned towards the direction they indicated. An hour later, she appeared in the Doman Clin area. Before she even entered, she felt a multitude of familiar auras within the Doman Clin area. This feeling is somewhat like the derivatives of my bloodline. As the woman in the red robe slowly walked into the Doman Clin area, a sudden enlightenment washed over her. At that moment, she slightly exuded an aura of true ancestral blood. Instantly, all the infected in the Doman Clin area, regardless of what they were doing, came to a halt. Their crimson eyes shone even brighter as they looked towards the stunning woman in the red robe who had entered. No matter who it was, each person felt an urge to submit, as if they instinctively understood that the woman slowly walking into the Doman Clin area was their queen. A feeling of bloodline connection arose, and at the same time it seemed they found a sense of belonging in their hearts. They lowered their heads and bent their bodies. Meanwhile, the woman in the red robe looked at the thousands of infected bowing before her in the Doman Clin area and suddenly smiled. So it turns out my blood poison has created you. In an instant, a thought surged in her mind. Oh, she wanted to take these people with her. Among those bowing, several humans with a rich blood power and even redder eyes stepped forward. These individuals made her feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if there were kin blood flowing through their veins. The woman in the red robe felt quite amazed. In this moment, she remembered her sister. Could it be that her sister had left her bloodline on this new land? At this moment, she didn't want to delay even a moment and directly asked, "Whose descendants are you?" "My lady, we descend from the Reinhardt family. The current leader of the humans, our ancestor Reinhardt, is the source of our bloodline." "Reinhardt? Where is he?" "In Bolake City." "I understand. Everyone wait for me here. The humans see you as different here. I will take you away." After saying this, the woman transformed into a red light and flew towards Bolake City. Bolake City, the Lord's castle. Inside the room, Reinhardt was troubled by the group of infected. They had become unable to consume normal food and needed blood instead. This left him feeling quite conflicted. On one hand, these infected were his subjects, and he did not wish to abandon any of them, especially since there were a few of his descendants among them. On the other hand, this group of infected had become different from normal humans, and it was impossible for the clan to hunt prey daily specifically for them to feed on fresh blood. Already some elders and officials within the clan had suggested abandoning the infected and exiling them. Just as he was deep in thought, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out beside him. "You are Reinhardt, right? Do you know Fiona?" Reinhardt was taken aback and turned around in surprise. He saw a stunning woman in red sitting gracefully in the chair at his table. To be able to approach him silently indicated her strength far exceeded his. Demigod. But he did not sense any malice. Instead, he felt a sense of closeness. Then he heard the name of his mother, Fiona. "This lady, esteemed guest Fiona, is my mother. Where is she?" The woman in the red robe asked calmly. "My mother passed away hundreds of years ago," Reinhardt said with sadness. "May I ask who you are?" "I am her sister Vivian." "Reinhardt, although you have goblin blood which I dislike, you are still my sister's child, so you can still call me Aunt," Vivian said coldly. Aunt, you may not know, but my father is not the Goblin Emperor, but the Winged King far away on the eastern coast." Reinhardt unhesitatingly revealed his true lineage. He could tell that this aunt before him held a deep disdain for goblins. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Vivian's expression softened. "Good child, you have worked hard. Now where is my sister buried? I wish to pay my respects. And I will take you there." Outside the Lord's castle of Bolak territory lay a restricted zone accessible only to members of the Reinhardt family, where their ancestors and deceased kin were laid to rest. Though designated a forbidden area, it was in truth a breathtaking expanse of rolling plains and gentle hills adorned with wildflowers, shrubs, and scattered trees. At the heart of this sanctuary stood its most exquisite sight, a small flower-draped hillock crowned by a towering osmanthus tree, tall and serene, swaying gracefully in the wind. Beneath the osmanthus tree rested a carefully tended garden, a circular plot of earth, at its center a solitary gravestone. Engraved upon it were these words: "Fiona, the first leader of humanity, ancestral matriarch of the Reinhardt family, imperial consort of the Goblin Empire, and the last ember of mankind." Yet Vivian's intuition bypassed the inscription entirely. As if guided by unseen resonance, her gaze fell instead upon the faint line of script beneath the epitaph. "A sister burdened by remorse." And these words struck like a blade. Not once Vivian beheld a weeping woman, her face streaked with tears, gazing sorrowfully into the distant horizon, each night consumed by guilt. Her long-held resentment dissolved, inexplicably replaced by a deep, aching longing for her sister. "And Fiona, I should have awakened sooner. Had I stirred earlier, I would not bear this crushing weight of duty, and humanity would never have fallen to its present ruin. But I shall avenge you all." Beneath the frigid northern gales, a woman robed in crimson stood motionless beneath the osmanthus tree for an entire day and night. And on the third day, Vivian bid farewell to Reinhardt. and before departing she left behind a single drop of true blood. Reinhardt and his descendants now shared her sacred lineage. That drop would become one of the family's most treasured legacies. She also informed Reinhardt that she intended to take all infected humans with her, and he frowned in confusion. And Annie, those infected are no longer like us. They must drink blood daily to survive. In my eyes, they are no longer human. In hearing this, Vivian smiled faintly. To you, perhaps they are no longer human, but to me they are our kin. In Reinhardt, the origin of this affliction lies with me. This plague sweeping across the continent was my doing, wrought to eradicate the goblins and exact vengeance. In Reinhardt's pupils contracted sharply at her words. He gasped inwardly. This cataclysmic pandemic had been unleashed by his own mother's sister. It was beyond belief, unfathomable. To wield such power, to bring calamity upon an entire continent, was terrifying. And he knew full well that among goblins infection meant certain death. Among other races nearly half perished. Even the winged people his father's kin could not escape its toll. And he dared not even tell Jiang You of this truth. How formidable must Vivian be? And with no time to dwell, Reinhardt nodded hastily. And Auntie, you may take them. Within our clan calls for their exile grow ever louder. And Vivian's claim thus resolved the internal dispute over the infected, neatly and irrevocably. Deep down his confidence in sheltering them had long been eroding, and they were simply too costly to sustain. And if Vivian would assume responsibility, he would release them without hesitation. Very well. These infected have lost nearly all semblance of humanity. I shall train them for a time, then march upon the goblin capital. And march upon the goblin imperial city. Reinhardt's eyes widened in shock. And was she truly so bold? Yet a quiet dread stirred within him. And could Vivian, with only a few thousand infected, truly overcome the goblins who commanded a demigod? His aunt, newly acknowledged though she was, must not die. And if the goblin grand sage discerned their human origins, if reading his thoughts, Vivian smiled. Fear not, I am no fool who courts death. If I cannot prevail, I am certain I can withdraw. Nor will I endanger present-day humanity. Rather, I shall forge from these infected a new race, our own. A new race. What race shall it be? Hours later, Vivian returned to the Demanklin district and gathered every infected human. She hovered midair, gazing down upon the thousands below, and proclaimed in a voice both commanding and regal, from the moment you took this form the world branded you abominations. Since humanity rejects you, then let us found a new race. And henceforth you and I alike are members of the bloodline, and I shall lead you to lands of our own, and there we shall endure unbroken. I am Vivian, the primordial matriarch of the bloodline. Follow me. Her declaration echoed through the sky. The infected, once hollow-eyed and listless, began to tremble with fervent excitement. Her presence radiated warmth and familiarity. Her aura commanded instinctive fealty. In the moment her final word fell silent. Primordial matriarch. In the bloodline's primordial matriarch. In the bloodline. The bloodline. And henceforth, we are the bloodline. From this day forward, we all have a home. In the year 697 of the Goblin Empire, on January 6, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan Vivian led thousands of infected and mutated humans to declare independence as the Blood Clan, departing from the Bolake territory and heading northwest. They took a detour through the great desert, traversing forests and swamps, arriving at the western coast north of Ferland. Here, far from the territory of the Goblin Empire, Vivian established their presence. She taught them to harness the power of blood, and adopting the contemporary world's professional system, created two professions: Blood Knights and Blood Berserkers, both capable of reaching the hero tier. As for the legend tier, they would need to break through on their own. After establishing the two professions, Vivian retreated into seclusion to recover from her injuries. The western coast was teeming with creatures, and Vivian spared no effort in absorbing their blood power to restore her own strength. Consequently, in the future, all beings along the western coast would shudder at the scent of blood. Meanwhile, in the central region of Ferland, within the city of Parawadas, after years of research, a goblin alchemist finally discovered a substance that could curb the plague. This was actually an accidental discovery. At the time, the alchemist, completely at a loss, intended to experiment with some unrelated materials in a last-ditch effort. On one occasion, in a dark cave, he found a creature resembling a wolf. He extracted a toxic substance from it and mixed it with an alchemical material called moonlight grass, resulting in an elixir. He then injected this elixir into the body of a dying, infected goblin. Initially indifferent to the outcome, he was utterly astonished by the experiment's results. For days after the injection, the deadly plague was surprisingly contained. The infected goblin survived. This result sent shockwaves throughout the Goblin Empire, and the alchemist Demegas was hailed as the savior from the plague, receiving rewards and titles from the emperor. Simultaneously, the Grand Sage Azabar ordered the replication of this elixir for use among all infected goblins. Thus, within 3 months, the plague within the Goblin Empire was completely contained. 30 million goblins survived, and another 1 million infected individuals were cured. Various races across the continent heard the news and rushed to procure this elixir for their own infected. This was supposed to be a nationwide celebration. However, their joy was short-lived as a new extremely dire situation emerged. Those goblins cured by the elixir underwent drastic changes within 3 months. Their intelligence plummeted, their skin turned from green to dark green, and their appearances became grotesquely ugly. Their facial features altered, exhibiting pointed ears, oval-shaped eyes, flat noses, broad faces, and dull eyes ranging from red to yellow. In addition, they developed sharp, poisonous fangs. Their stature shrank, taking on a triangular shape with stout arms and legs. They remained in a perpetual state of estrus, preferring to dwell in dark burrows. When their numbers gathered, they would mindlessly attack any encountered creatures, exploiting female beings for unending reproduction. In recent days, numerous female goblins have fallen victim, saved only when they were barely alive. Compared to civilized goblins, they had almost become an entirely different race. The Grand Sage sent alchemists multiple times to investigate the cause and methods of change, but found it nearly impossible to alter them in the short term. Treating the plague had already exhausted their resources. In a state of despair, the Goblin Emperor ordered the expulsion of these cured, infected goblins from the cities and villages, banishing them to the wilds and naming them goblins. Though the plague was contained, its effects would never be erased. Within the borders of the Goblin Empire in the western region lies the Valley of the Whispering Woods, home to the largest ogre clan in the Goblin Empire, the Whispering Clan. The Whispering Clan is an ogre clan that followed Amigel in the early days to hunt down the Titans. For their contributions to the establishment of the Goblin Empire, they were granted the Valley of the Whispering Woods. The clan leader of that generation was bestowed the title of Marquis of the Whispering Woods within the Goblin Empire. To this day, although the clan leader has passed away, the successor remains a legendary practitioner. Through generations of development, the Whispering Clan has grown into a large clan with a population of hundreds of thousands. They have even established a great city and several small towns at the center of the Valley of the Whispering Woods. Within the Goblin Empire, the Whispering Clan holds a significant position. The ogre clans govern themselves scattered across the lands, but those with greater strength possess more influence. The Whispering Clan is one such example. The nearby ogre tribes have always taken the Whispering Clan as their leader. It is now the 696th year of the Goblin Empire. Affected by the super plague known as blood toxin, which has spread across the continent, the Whispering Clan has also been impacted. Despite receiving news early on, they too have suffered heavy losses. Although they do not succumb to the infection like the goblins, the ogres have a longer infection cycle with a significant mortality rate, and there are many who recover after infection. These ogres have undergone drastic changes in appearance and physique, becoming weak. Their tusks have grown longer, their bodies have become emaciated, and their eyes are exceptionally bloodshot. Like the other races on the continent, the Whispering Clan actively sought solutions. However, due to their limited cultural level and the lack of talented alchemists within the clan, they found themselves at a loss. Fortunately, the Whispering Clan has maintained a friendly relationship with the goblins for generations. When Prolatus successfully developed a potion to contain the plague, the Whispering Clan requested tens of thousands of Demagica potions from the goblins. When the potion was injected into the infected ogres, they quickly recovered, and no further symptoms of infection appeared. This brought immense joy to the ogres of the Whispering Clan. They sent emissaries to Prolatus to thank the Goblin Emperor and held a grand recovery banquet within the clan. However, just like the aftereffects experienced by the goblins, those ogres who recovered after receiving the potion initially showed no changes. But 3 months later, as time passed, these infected individuals began to undergo severe transformations. They sprouted thick wolf-like fur, their tusks became laced with toxins, their eyes turned feral, and although their bodies shrank, they were not frail. To the eyes of their kin, they resembled upright wolves. These changes were accepted by the ogres. However, what instilled in them a desire for expulsion was the behavior of those who had injected the Demagica potion. Every full moon, they would succumb to their beastly nature, transforming completely into wolfmen, indiscriminately killing their fellow ogres. When this first occurred, the leader of the Whispering Clan sought to salvage the situation. Upon investigation, the clan's alchemists discovered that the moonlight grass in the potion was the source of the affliction caused by the moon. However, their capabilities were limited, despite trying various methods. Each full moon, the infected individuals would still go berserk, resulting in numerous deaths among their kin. As for seeking help from the goblins were also overwhelmed by the emergence of goblins and had no energy to assist them. Thus, within a few months, resentment grew within the clan. During the chaos of each full moon night, the last remnants of familial affection vanished, and they no longer regarded the afflicted as part of the ogre clan. In desperation, the leader of the Whispering Clan could only adopt the approach of the Goblin Empire, driving these infected individuals out of the Valley of the Whispering Woods and exiling them to the wilderness, derogatorily calling them werewolves. East Coast. The news of the appearance of the Demagica potion in the local Goblin Empire also reached the Winged People's embassy stationed in Prodas. They immediately conveyed this news back to the winged tribe. Unbeknownst to the truth, Jiang You personally traveled to Prodas City, where he met the Goblin Emperor in exchange for 100,000 Demijaga potions. He then brought them back to administer to the infected winged people, just like the goblins and trolls. Initially, the infected winged people did indeed contain the contagion of the plague and began to heal. However, 3 months later, a large number of the infected not only failed to grow feathers, but also underwent drastic physical changes. Their faces became grotesque and hideous, their bald heads smoothed out, and their mouths filled with fangs. Their hands and feet reverted to an ancestral state, sprouting sharp claws. Their physiques grew tall and robust, with their wings eternally transformed into bare fleshy appendages. Under the dual influence of the potion and the plague, their spirits waned during the day. Their habits changed, preferring to avoid sunlight and sleep like stone statues. But at night it was their time to be active. They enjoyed soaring through the city sky under the moonlight, hunting for prey. At times they resembled beasts, at other times they displayed intelligence. Yet every winged person knew that these healed infected ones were no longer winged people. Fortunately, despite their drastic changes, they did not harm the winged tribe. And because there was no harm, the winged people felt only sympathy and pity for them. At this time, news of the appearance of goblins in the Goblin Empire reached the winged tribe. The origins of the goblins astonished Jiang You. He sometimes felt that the formation of the Flanid race was indeed somewhat hasty. As for the Goblin Empire's practice of exiling goblins to the wild, Jiang You found it hard to comprehend. The infected ones among the winged tribe were relatively normal. They were truly pitiable beings. Meanwhile, Jiang You also learned of the circumstances surrounding the werewolves who had been similarly exiled to the wild among the troll tribe. It was then that he discovered that the side effects of this potion were not an isolated case, but affected all races on the continent, differing from the practices of the other two races. After careful consideration, Jiang You decided to relocate these transformed and temperamentally altered winged people to an empty mountain city in Lomanada. He still regarded them as members of the winged tribe, but he gave them a new name, gargoyles. And thus it was. Close to 100,000 gargoyles slept during the day in the mountain city and went out to roam at night. Those gargoyles, lacking food and motivation, could even turn into stone statues, not eating or drinking for long periods. The gargoyles also acquired extraordinary abilities. To maintain a close relationship with the gargoyles, Jiang You stationed 2 of the stronger gargoyles at the fortress of White Stone to guard the castle by night. At the same time, he established a night guard unit composed entirely of gargoyles to protect the winged people during the night. With the plague resolved, Jiang You began forging weapons that could serve as vessels for suppressing laws. Once, when the Goblin race defeated the Thunder Titan and established the Goblin Empire, among the spoils allocated to him was a thigh bone of the Thunder Titan Atrus. For these years, this thigh bone had remained in the treasury. When he wished to forge a divine sword, he took out this Titan's thigh bone and went to the Dwarven Kingdom before the mountains to exchange for some rare metal materials and share some forging experiences. In the 700th year of the Goblin Empire, in October, Jiang You began forging the Sword of Thunder. The Thunder Titan met a tragic fate. Though dead, its corpse was repurposed into various materials for others' use. The colossal head of the Titan remains fused with the walls of the capital city Proadas of the Goblin Empire, serving as the most imposing city gate, showcasing the formidable might of the Goblin race. As a bone of the Titan, the thigh bone of the Thunder demigod is inherently imbued with the power of the Thunder laws. Jiang You first arrived over the East Sea, finding an active volcano still spewing lava. With his powerful legendary strength, he pierced through the volcano's side and forged a furnace with red rocks. He then added materials such as purple gold, fine gold, secret silver, sky blue stone, magic crystal, gray mist, heart moon, spirit stone, essence of the earth, sunset, iron, and molten heart copper into the furnace, refining them into liquid. Finally, he placed the thigh bone of the Thunder Titan into the furnace filled with purple gold liquid, boiling it day and night. After 13 days, the entire thigh bone of the Thunder Titan melted into the golden liquid, which now displayed a purple color with flickering lightning. Then Jiang You forged daily using his thunder laws, and after 10 days he doused it with seawater repeatedly, adding the spirit of the sky to hammer it into shape. A long sword of purple gold crackling with electric light appeared before him, floating and moving. Congratulations, player has forged a legendary level weapon, forging experience 1000. After a long silence, the system suddenly displayed a message which Jiang You habitually ignored. He picked up the long sword, and with a swing the power of thunder surged forth. Not bad, a good sword. Jiang You nodded in satisfaction and stowed it away. It was now night, bathed in moonlight. He gazed at the silver moon in the sky and chuckled softly. To forge a throne, I need to create from the sky. That ancient silver moon hanging in the sky, I wonder what it is composed of. Since my future throne will hang alongside it, I should go take a look. Saying this, he began to act. Jiang You took a deep breath, flapped his pure white wings, and the powerful lift instantly sent him soaring into the sky. He first traversed above the white clouds leaping up from the sea of clouds to reach a place where the winds were fierce. Here he was already above 10,000 meters where the legendary could hardly endure. The strong winds here carried the power of the wind laws, and the higher he went the harder it was for an ordinary legend to bear. But Jiang You was no ordinary legend. His strength was nearly demigod level, just one step away from raising his throne high in the sky. He gathered the power of light to form a shield and continued to ascend. At 20,000 meters high the air grew thinner, and the power of the sky laws became more formidable, obstructing his deepening passage into the high heavens. The silver moon began to gradually come into focus, emitting a soft silver glow. Jiang You continued to ascend, reaching 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters, and finally 100,000 meters, until he reached the boundary close to the star realm. It was like ink dotting the starry sky. He saw a gigantic silver celestial body rotating around the world at the boundary between the star realm and the world. Further forward, getting close to the silver moon was impossible. A powerful force of the moon laws surged over the silver moon, making it difficult for him to approach. At the same time, a force of strong oppression repelled him. This dense power of laws nearly made him feel as if he was facing a deity, like a deep abyss or a vast ocean. Every second spent here consumed a bit of his strength. This place is truly marvelous. No wonder no one wants to come here. Why leave the solid earth to fly wildly in the high heavens? Other legends, including demigods, would not behave this way. Jiang You had wings. They could only fly relying on legendary power. Unable to approach the silver moon, he flew away from its encompassing range. Just after leaving the area of the silver moon, he discovered that the conditions here were even more harsh. To exist here, one needs powerful authority of the laws as support. No wonder in the future, even demigods need to ignite divine fire, establish their divine kingdom on earth, and raise their divine seat to ascend into the sky, becoming deities to remain here. This is the edge of the world where various intense forces of the laws exist, albeit with varying strengths. The power of the time-space laws also fluctuates here, possessing a very strong presence. A multitude of laws intersect as if legendary figures or demigods are battling here at every moment. The constant conflicts and clashes of laws here cause Jiang Yu's eyelids to twitch repeatedly. Goodness, this place is worse than under the silver moon. If I had flown up from another direction just now, I might not have even reached here. Previously, he had been flying towards the silver moon, remaining within its encompassing range at the height of the sky. Thus, he had not sensed the environment outside. With a sigh, he quickly returned to the range covered by the silver moon. Although he constantly felt the immense pressure that was as deep as the abyss and vast as the ocean, his cultivation was entirely driven by will. His will was strong enough to suppress a single law, allowing him to fully endure the pressure of the silver moon. Aside from him, even demigods would find it difficult to withstand the overwhelming authority here. For him, this was the optimal solution at present. Currently, my strength is insufficient. I shall first raise the throne of the sky near the silver moon. After making up his mind, he sighed once more. Raising the throne creates too much commotion. I wonder when the opportunity will arise. Without raising the throne, it would be difficult to compete with demigods. The strength of a demigod does not lie in their mastery of laws, but in the authority over heaven and earth they gain after achieving demigod status through the laws. The thunder law and the authority of thunder may seem to be the same, but they are not. Many legends can master the thunder law, but the demigods who master the authority of thunder are mostly unique. The same applies to deities. Even if multiple holders initially possess the same authority, the unity of that authority will inevitably lead them to battle each other until only one remains. Jiang You feared no law controllers, but he would not be foolish enough to seek death against a demigod empowered by the authority of heaven and earth. Moreover, under the malice of the heavens, these demigods would surely come to trouble him. Therefore, I need an opportunity. However, I remember from the records of the elves that in the history of the Goblin Empire for 1,000 years, the capital of the Goblin Empire was attacked by an unknown demigod leading its followers. After a few days and nights, the capital was destroyed, and the Goblin Empire suffered a severe blow. Thereafter, it began to decline. Moreover, the half-god sage Azeba, who could have lived for a long time, did not even survive 3,000 years. Perhaps this is an opportunity, though I shall wait for it. Jiang You pondered in his heart, flapping his wings and flying down, returning to the Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast. After he had left for a long time, within the silver moon, deep within the dark celestial body, a pair of exceptionally beautiful large eyes slightly opened for a moment before closing again. Yet in that instant, within the dark place of this star, countless silver lights suddenly surged, illuminating the space brightly. In a fleeting glimpse, one could vaguely see a silver-haired goddess lying quietly in the darkness. Countless silver moon laws bowed beneath her like stars surrounding the moon. Jiang You returned to Paradise Mountain and began preparing to forge a throne. In this regard, he planned to directly transplant the summit of paradise to the heights above. The summit of Paradise Mountain is sharp at the top and round at the bottom. After clearing the trees above, it revealed a neatly arranged mountaintop, quite suitable for his purpose. At the peak, he crafted a throne using rare metals mixed with platinum, incorporating the mysterious azure stone powder into the throne. He then severed a part of his own soul and infused it into the throne. Thus, this sky throne granted him absolute control whether he was seated upon it or not, just as a deity commands their divine realm. Furthermore, the azure stone that had helped him transcend the mundane once refined into the throne also possessed immense mystical power. Apart from physical power, the forces of laws were ineffective against it. This made the throne even more suited for existence in the high heavens where order was absent and chaos reigned. In the 731st year of the Goblin Empire, the little turtle finally advanced to legendary status. His path to advancement had been quite arduous. Initially, under Jiang Yu's influence and persuasion, he advanced from extraordinary awakening to become the self-created class Thunder Turtle. In the following decades after reaching Thunder Turtle, he finally developed his own ideas and combining his traits advanced to the master class Lightning Turtle King. The little turtle also harbored a heart to become the king of turtles. Thus, after advancing to the master class, he gathered a large number of turtle species, raising them in a waterlogged area at the foot of Paradise Mountain. However, these ordinary turtles, no matter how hard the little turtle tried, could hardly possess intelligence. His aspirations to become a king dimmed, and he settled into contemplating his future path. Until Jiang You advanced to legendary status, he finally conceived of his next step. A king could be the ruler of a race or his own king. He thus advanced to the hero class Electric Turtle Hero. However, under Jiang Yu's influence, his affinity leaned towards the laws of electricity. For the next few hundred years, the little turtle began to walk the path of legend. However, the legendary realm was too difficult for him. His entire system was self-created, lacking the rich knowledge and unfettered imagination that Jiang Yu possessed. Moreover, he lacked the foresight and memories of the future. Nevertheless, during this time, he met the talented winged race member Sophia. The little turtle also provided significant assistance in her journey of cultivation. In the early stages, many of Sophia's resources were facilitated by the little turtle. Later, when Sophia traveled across the continent, the little turtle accompanied her. Afterwards, Sophia returned, achieving the legendary profession of Radiant Saint. The little turtle was greatly inspired and began to ponder intensely on the path to legend. Later, Sophia's sister Erida also achieved legendary status. With the assistance of 3 legendary figures, the little turtle finally attained legendary status at the ripe age of 700, becoming the Purple Lightning Turtle Saint. It was indeed the little turtle's long lifespan that allowed him to persist until achieving legend. Therefore, by the 731st year of the Goblin Empire, the winged race had 4 legends basking in glory. At this time, Jiang Yu was stationed at his hometown of Losendas on the eastern coast. The Radiant Saint Sophia guarded Romanda. The Radiant Sword Saint Erida defended the Tian Mountain branch of the winged race. With the addition of 1 more legend, the possibility for further expansion arose. And over the eastern sea, through hundreds of years of exploration, the winged people discovered a crescent-shaped archipelago located 10,000 kilometers off the eastern coast. The total area of the archipelago amounts to several 100,000 square kilometers, enough to sustain 1 million winged beings. In the 735th year of the Goblin Empire, the Radiant Saint Sophia led a large number of winged people to cross to the islands, migrating and expanding their territory. In the future, this archipelago would also be known as Sophia Islands. Sophia Archipelago, at the tail end of the crescent-shaped chain of islands. In the sky, 10,000 winged soldiers are arrayed in midair, drawing bows and knocking arrows, clad in armor and wielding swords. After absorbing the forging experience of the gnomes, the winged people have also acquired the technology to forge ironware. Now, with the advancements in alchemy, armor-making technology is highly developed. A few hundred years ago, Jiang Yu initiated a campaign within the winged territory, urging them to search for minerals in their lands. Thus, over the course of several centuries, the winged race discovered several deposits of white iron, or a vein of refined gold, a magic crystal mine, and a blue vein spirit mine in Rosendars. They also found a large secret silver mine in Romanda. There are also quite a few ordinary copper and iron mines. With mines available, they can produce weapons and armor. Hence, the winged warriors now wear armor that gleams like silver, perfectly organized and exuding a solemn dignity. Below, on land and sea, lives a tribe of sea giants residing on the archipelago. There are nearly 1,000 of them. The leading sea giant stands 15 or 16 meters tall, strong and powerful, wielding a longbow made from a giant tree. They are completely blue in color, and almost all sea giants are born with the ability to control water. They are distant relatives of the Titans. Each sea giant possesses the strength of a hero upon reaching adulthood, making them exceedingly powerful. Since ancient times, they have been the masters of the islands, ruling over this archipelago. They do not venture out and do not concern themselves with the mainland. They obtain food from the sea and rest on the nearby shores. On the islands, there are also nests or houses they have constructed. There are legends that their original ancestors were born from the blood of the sea titan, which dripped into the ocean, giving rise to the sea giants. Unfortunately, in the primordial era, the sea titan fell in battle against the Titan King while vying for supremacy, and his body sank into the ocean, lost to time. The system of the sea giants is still quite primitive, primarily based on tribal organization. In reality, previously Sophia had brought the winged people here. At that time, the sea giants had formed several settlements in the forefront of the Crescent Islands, while the winged people resided at the tail. After several years of development, these sea giants crossed the archipelago from one end to the other, sailing into the sea to attack the already established winged cities. This group of sea giants numbers over 1,000, led by 3 legendary sea giant leaders, with the foremost being an ancient legend that has existed since the era of the Titans. The lifespan of sea giants is long. Living for thousands of years is not a problem, and legends live even longer. As the 3 legends moved out, the waves of the ocean surged almost to the heavens. Caught off guard, Sophia's clansmen and troops suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat to Rosendar's. When the news reached Jiang Yu's ears, he comforted Sophia and then decided to personally lead an expedition. It has been hundreds of years. After Jiang Yu defeated the Eagle King, he has sat in quiet meditation atop Heaven's Peak for hundreds of years without taking action. This time the winged race has continued to develop, and it is time for him to step out. About to raise the sky throne, he finds himself more than capable of dealing with the 3 legendary giants. Thus, in the year 742 of the Gnome Empire, 1 month after Sophia's expulsion, Jiang Yu led 10,000 elite winged warriors across the sea to the Sophia archipelago. At this time, the group of sea giants had not yet disbanded and were feasting on the coast. Upon seeing the winged race daring to approach, they were instantly filled with rage. As the emotions of the sea giants shifted, the ocean rose with waves. The leading sea giant chief furiously raised the massive stone club in his hand. "Shameless birdman, the archipelago is the territory of our sea giant clan. How dare you come here?" Behind him, nearly 1,000 sea giants, bare-chested, roared to the heavens regardless of size. "Get lost. Get out of this sea." In midair, Jiang Yu severed a giant arrow that was shot towards him and smiled faintly in the face of the enraged sea giants below. "You dwell at the forefront of the islands while we reside at the tail. We had no intention of being enemies with you. When did this land become entirely your territory? In this world the strong claim what is theirs, let alone. You have harmed my clansmen, and today you shall pay with your lives." Saying this, he drew his purple gold longsword, and thunder rumbled through the heavens and earth. Like the descent of the thunder god, a vast, boundless expanse of dark clouds suddenly enveloped the area for miles around. The rumbling thunder descended like a lightning dragon gliding through the ocean of clouds. The overwhelming might caused countless trees on the island to turn pale from the thunder. Birds fled while beasts cowered. The magical beasts lay prostrate on the ground, as if facing a grave enemy. This was the legendary domain of Jiang Yu, manifesting its formidable presence across the heavens and the earth, establishing the battleground. "Winged ones, follow me to slay the enemies." Jiang Yu shouted loudly, leaping down from the sky, his purple golden sword summoning hundreds of surging thunders from the sea of lightning, crashing towards the 3 legendary sea giants. With resolute grace, behind him, over 10,000 winged people looked on at their lord's majesty, igniting a fierce battle spirit within them. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Tens of thousands shouted in unison, the sound of silver armor ringing out, their swords like a forest piercing through the darkness, crashing down. The orderly formation momentarily scattered. The winged people encircled the sea giants in the sky, holding longbows, drawing arrows. The winged people wielding long swords followed Jiang Yu as they leaped down from midair, engaging the sea giants in close combat. Between land and sea, the 3 legendary sea giants changed color. If the previous legendary female winged one was like a star shining upon the sea, then Jiang Yu before them was like a great sun about to bathe the ocean. Faced with Jiang Yu's offensive, the leading sea giant dared not be negligent. He raised the stone staff in his hand high. A sea blue radiance emerged on the stone staff as layers of white stone skin cracked open, revealing a scepter made entirely of blue jade-like bone. The overwhelming aura of the ocean's lord surged forth, vast and mighty. Within the surrounding sea, countless aquatic creatures instinctively submitted. The sea giant leader channeled all of his legendary power, pointing the blue staff at the advancing Jiang Yu. The roaring ocean boiled and hundreds of water columns shot skyward, striking the heavens, breaking the thundercloud's blockade, and the sunlight instantly poured down from above the clouds. A colossal blue giant formed at lightning speed from the seawater, instantly raising its hand to strike at Jiang Yu. The pure gravitational force gathered from 10,000 tons of seawater descended like a mountain, aiming to crush Jiang Yu. At this moment, Jiang Yu saw the nearly 200-meter-tall sea giant that had suddenly appeared, his expression unchanged, still composed. The champion's will he possessed was an innate talent inherited from his soul, combined with the extraordinary in this life, creating an invincible battle awareness. Almost a second before the 200-meter sea giant took shape, he predicted the ensuing attack. Rather than retreating, he stepped into the void, throwing his purple-golden long sword towards the sea giant leader. Then his pure white wings suddenly flapped, nearly breaking. In a fraction of a moment, he avoided the sea giant's punch. Afterward, a surge of light erupted, and he fell like a glowing celestial body onto the sea, evading the second attack. And then there was nothing afterward. As he fell into the sea, hundreds of thunderbolts struck the surface, illuminating the sky with purple lightning. Amidst the storm of thunder, Jiang You reached the sea giant leader before him with extreme speed, grasping the thrown purple-golden sword, and with a gentle slash he broke through the sea giant leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed forth, and the head fell to the ground. The blue-bone scepter immediately lost its source of power, plummeting into the sea. The entire process took but a few breaths. Above the corpse of the sea giant leader, Jiang You gently shook the blood from the tip of his sword. Looking at the two sea giant legends filled with fear, he chuckled. A mere sea abomination, nothing more. Do you also wish to challenge me? The two tall sea giants swallowed hard, exchanged glances, lowered their heads, knelt on one knee, and raised their weapons high, emitting a sound of woo-woo. Your Majesty's majesty descends like the boundless ocean's destructive thunder. We are willing to submit. As the two legendary sea giants knelt, all the sea giants dropped their weapons and knelt in submission. The sea giants are not a steadfast race. In later generations, after the descendants of the ancient giant dragon clan emerged, they became the servants of many powerful dragons, especially the golden and silver dragons, who favored the cloud giants and sea giants as their servants. Facing the submission of the sea giants, Jiang You glanced at them, observing the blue-skinned giants kneeling on land and sea, and nodded slightly, speaking with authority. Good. From now on, the sea giants will occupy the forefront of the islands, and the winged people will be at the rear. We will watch over and assist each other, sharing what we have. You will guard the coastal borders for my clan, while the winged people guard the skies. I shall also protect you. After Jiang You finished speaking, the two sea giants breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, The conditions set by your majesty are not harsh. We are willing to obey. Good. Just as the two sea giants thought the matter was settled, Jiang You spoke again. Furthermore, last time you attacked my clan's newly constructed city on this island. Although it did not result in casualties among my clan, the city was destroyed. You need to stay and help my clan rebuild the city until it is completed before you may leave. The winged people indeed did not suffer casualties this time, otherwise Jiang You would not easily let them go. Yes. The sea giants obediently nodded. Then Jiang You finally looked at the blue jade scepter that had fallen between the shallow sea and the beach, smiling with satisfaction. This must be the scepter made from the demigod bones of the titan of the sea. Not bad. It can serve as material for forging swords. Indic, you take someone to collect this scepter and place it in the fortress of white stone. Yes, your majesty. In midair, a winged practitioner clad in silver armor flew towards Jiang You, respectfully bowing. In the following days, Jiang You stationed himself at the tail of the archipelago, naming the large island at the tail of the archipelago Wengji Island. The new city was named Wengji City, meaning the City of Victory. Days later, Sophia returned to the island, continuing her role as the governor of the archipelago, responsible for the relocation of the winged people and the development of the island's land. Meanwhile, Jiang You returned to Tianfeng Mountain to cultivate the principles of light. In the year 751 of the Goblin Empire, the high priest Mo Zer mysteriously died while achieving demigod status. Subsequently, Duke Lair Mo Zaire of the Western Territories rebelled and was suppressed. The Mo Zaire family was exterminated, leaving no member alive. The high priest family, which co-founded the nation with Amigel, vanished into the annals of history. At that time, the emperor of the empire, Fry Amigel, sent his seventh son, Indi Amigel, to become the new duke of the Western Territories. Upon arriving at the territory, Indi took over all the forces of the former Mo Zaire family. He was actually the son of Mo Zaire, the imperial concubine, and Fry Amigel. In the year 878 of the Goblin Empire, the fourth emperor, Fry Amigel, passed away, having never achieved legendary status in his lifetime. The fifth emperor was his fifth son, Guna Amigel. In the year 901 of the Goblin Empire, the population of the winged people in Sophia Archipelago reached 300,000, with a total population of 4 million in the winged people race. Because no one had ever broken through the path beyond demigod until now, Sophia and Erida decided to pursue the path of mortal legend. Strengthen oneself to become immortal. In the year 955 of the Goblin Empire, the alchemist Emerson experienced a serious accident during an experiment in the southern goblin city of Highland, nearly turning the entire city into a dead zone. Yet at night, the corpses of goblins occasionally rose. This marked the first occurrence of necromancy in the Ferland continent. Later, the Goblin Empire's professional army sealed off the area and eventually set it ablaze. In the year 998 of the Goblin Empire, the first-generation Lionheart king Reinhardt passed away in the Bolaika territory. He never broke through to become a demigod. His 9th-generation grandson Vega Reinhardt succeeded him as the leader of the human race and the Count of Bolai Ku. Before Reinhardt passed away, Jiang You seemed to sense something and came to Bolai Ku to see him off for the last time. With his only son deceased, Jiang You felt the loneliness of the long road of immortality for the first time. In the end, at his request, Reinhardt was buried beside Fiona. Inscribed above, 2nd-generation leader of the human race Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation for humanity. Jiang You left after standing under that osmanthus tree for 3 days. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, in the extreme northwest of the empire, the most powerful enemy since the founding of the Goblin Empire emerged. And the opportunity Jiang You had long been waiting for also appeared. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, January, the Baiman tribe, who had lived on the icy plateau for generations, descended south under their leader Amon's command. They claimed to respond to the call of the Blood Queen and to wage war in the south. The Baiman tribe successively conquered the northern desert, subjugating a large number of centaur clans, ogre clans, kobold clans, pig-headed clans, tiger-headed clans, and cow-head clans under the sweep of the Baiman army. 6 months later, Amon swept through the northern desert, consolidating the forces of various tribes, claiming to have an army of 1 million, and marched south from the eastern part of the Goblin Empire's northern border, launching an unannounced attack. A large number of border nobles were annihilated. The great city of Mugas in the northeastern region was breached, and panic spread among the northern goblins. It was at this moment Emperor Guna Amigel dispatched the Imperial Guard and the Professional Knight Regiment southward, while summoning nobles from various regions and foreign nobles to mobilize troops. The news reached the Whitestone Fortress of Tianfang Mountain on the east coast. Jiang You also dispatched a legion of winged people to battle. On October 3 RD, the Baiman army positioned itself in the city of Eads in the southern part of the northern region. This was the last major city connecting the northern region to the central part of the Goblin Empire. The coalition forces assembled by the Goblin Empire were also stationed in this city. As the gaze of the continent focused on this Millennium War of the Empire, something unexpected occurred. In the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proedas faced the greatest crisis since its founding. More than 200 years ago, Wei Weian sought new forces to perfect the plan to destroy the Goblin Empire from years past. She ascended the Ice Domain Plateau once again. On the plateau, many life forms existed, immense in size and brimming with power, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. With just a bit of cultivation, they exhibited formidable combat prowess. Originally, her gaze was fixed upon the frost giant who had once saved her. She found the tribe of that very frost giant who had rescued her. She aimed to teach them the path of extraordinary professions. However, the extraordinary talent of this frost giant tribe was insufficient. To put it bluntly, they lacked wisdom. With patience, it could take hundreds of years to enhance their wisdom, but Wei Weian did not have such patience. After spending a few years in the frost giant tribe, she ultimately gave up. She turned her attention to other intelligent races on the plateau and finally chose the Behemoth clan. The Behemoths came in 2 types: golden behemoths and behemoth beasts. Among them, the wisdom of the golden behemoths was on par with that of the major races on the Falanda continent today. The behemoth beasts were natural war machines. Thus, Wei Weian seized an opportunity during a behemoth tribe war, entering a defeated behemoth tribe in the guise of the Blood Queen. This behemoth tribe was called the Icebound tribe, and Amon, the son of the tribe's chieftain, was among them. The Icebound tribe had just suffered defeat, with the chieftain dead, most of the young warriors killed, and many women and children captured. Only a portion of the tribe's people managed to flee, with the women and children. Amon lost both his father and mother, riding his younger brother as they escaped from their former dwelling place and settled at the edge of a mountain range. The resources here were scarce and the environment harsh, but it was safe enough. It was at this time that Wei Weian descended upon the Icebound tribe in the guise of a deity. She brought food and shelter to the tribe, defeating the attacking snow monsters and ice wolves. Once stability was restored to the tribe, she relocated the tribe's people to settle on the eastern shore of the Tianhai Central Plateau. As a large number of young behemoths gradually matured, the Icebound tribe's behemoths grew stronger. She taught them knowledge of extraordinary professions and established the profession of Behemoth Knight based on their characteristics. At this time, the behemoths had made significant progress, and Amon stood out with remarkable talent for the profession. Thus, Wei Weian personally raised Amon. Years later, Amon of the Icebound tribe came of age, reaching the master level. His brother, the Behemoth Beast, had also grown larger than the average adult behemoth under Wei Weian's special care. By this time, the Icebound tribe had become powerful. Wei Weian appointed Amon as the chieftain of the Icebound tribe to combat the behemoth clans on the plateau. In just a few years, Amon conquered dozens of behemoth tribes along the eastern coast of the Tianhai, with the number of golden behemoths in his tribe reaching over 1,000. At this point, Wei Weian felt relieved. After making an agreement with Amon, she descended from the plateau and returned to the residence of the Blood clan to continue her recovery. Amon continued his campaigns on the plateau. In the year 865 of the Goblin Empire, Amand achieved the rank of hero, merging over 100 tribes on the plateau, with a population exceeding 10,000. By the year 997 of the Goblin Empire, Amand advanced to legendary status and established a hereditary legendary profession, Golden Behemoth King. His power increased significantly. The population of the tribes under his command had reached 100,000. The resources on the plateau could not sustain so many behemoths living in the same place for long. Amand recalled what Wei Weian had once said about the southern part of the plateau, where countless fertile lands existed sufficient to support innumerable golden behemoths and their kin. Thus, he made the decision to head south from the plateau. Yet he always remembered his agreement with Wei Weian and patiently waited. Finally, 5 years later, she received a messenger from Wei Weian. This was a blood clan member with the Reinhardt bloodline, who after centuries of cultivation had developed some advantageous ancestral traits on his back. A pair of blood-red wings had grown from his back, allowing this master-level blood clan member to travel rapidly between the plateau and the extreme northwest of Falanda. Wei Weian hoped that Amand of the Icebound tribe could remember their past agreement and descend from the plateau in a year to conquer the northern desert and attack the northern part of the Goblin Empire. She herself would lead the elite of the Blood Clan, directly crossing into the territory of the Goblin Empire to attack Proletus. Once the plan succeeds the northern desert, the northern border of the Goblin Empire and the Ice Domain Plateau will be connected, allowing Amand to establish the Behemoth Empire and dominate Falanda. Amand nodded in agreement and accepted the pact. He sharpened his weapons and selected the elite troops formally marching southward in the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, attacking Falanda. Thus, a situation emerged where the allied forces of the various Behemoth clans faced off against the allied forces of the Goblin Empire in the city of Ides. On the night of October 2, Wei Weian led thousands of elite blood clan members bursting forth from the castle of the Rhine territory, the homeland of the human race. The Goblin Lord was killed instantly. To maintain secrecy, the Blood Clan eliminated all intelligent beings in the Rhine territory. Even the nearly 1,000 griffins kept there were drained of blood and killed. On October 3, Wei Weian arranged a team of elite Blood Clan members disguised as humans and winged beings to quietly enter the city. Afterward, thousands of elite Blood Clan members and extraordinary professionals struck suddenly. Within just a few hours, half of the goblins in Proletus were killed. Rivers of blood flowed. And then, the extraordinary professionals among the goblins organized a defensive line, but they were astonished to discover that ordinary attacks and elemental powers could not kill these Blood Clan members. The radiant powers that could inflict substantial damage on the Blood Clan had been nearly eradicated 200 years ago, as they were defined as rebels, with almost all of the high priests killed. Unfortunately, the high priest who had walked the path of the holy light and achieved demigod status was already dead. Forced to act, the Grand Sage Azabur had no choice but to intervene personally. But he was intercepted by Wei Weian, who had long awaited him. The two demigod-level extraordinary beings clashed fiercely in the skies above Proletus. The entire Proletus was shrouded in a blood-red sky and a dark sky. The laws of blood and darkness collided in various domains of the sky. A vast and profound power shook the towering Proletus mountain. Time and space were torn asunder, and Proletus was directly laid to waste under the shockwave. Countless goblins perished in the battle, and the survivors were in unbearable agony, wishing for death. Every once prosperous street, every goblin dwelling was affected in some way. The Goblin Imperial Guards could not save the situation and also had to face the assaults of the Blood Clan professionals. In midair, the Grand Sage Azabur was filled with rage. Watching Wei Weian, who fought him evenly in the air and the ruins of Proletus below, he was filled with extreme fury. All his plans had nearly been obliterated in this battle. Unknown demigod, I do not know why you seek to destroy my goblin capital and slaughter my kin. Our hatred is deeper than the sky, broader than the sea. Today I will surely kill you all. In midair, Wei Weian chuckled disdainfully and mocked loudly. You green-skinned dwarfs were once nothing more than our cattle and slaves. Do you think that by stealing the fruits of others you can become the masters of the continent? You think too highly of yourselves. Our clan has countless strong individuals there, just yet to emerge. Even if they have not emerged, that is of no concern. Since I have emerged, I will stand forth and cast you, this shameless thieving race, into the abyss. Upon hearing this, Azabur finally understood Wei Weian's origins and coldly smiled. So you are one of them. Unfortunately, times have changed, and today I am stronger than you. I will surely slay you. After killing you, your remnants from the Priera do not deserve to live on Phelan's land. Oh, I will eliminate all of you. Then come and kill me. Let's see who dies first. Wei Weian remained unfazed by Azabur's words, extending her hand, and a river of blood materialized in the sky, suppressing the entire cloud sea canopy. Azabur descended to the ground. The power of the dark law surged, and all the goblins in Proletus suddenly howled to the sky, a trickle of power coalescing into a vast black wall pressing towards Wei Weian. This power increased the pressure on Wei On significantly, but after sensing it for a moment, she burst into laughter. So this Prolatus is the embryonic form of your earthly divine kingdom. I understand now, ha ha. Die, harlot. Useless, oh, I have the trait of immortality. Let's take our time. Just as the two demigods clashed fiercely in Prolatus. Heavenly Mountain. At the summit, Jiang You, dressed in white, sat majestically on the platinum throne, his presence imposing and dignified like a deep abyss. The elite legion of 100,000 winged ones stood in formation in the air around Heaven's Mountain. They gazed fervently at their king as if worshipping a deity. Two legendary winged ones and a turtle legend, Sophia and Erida, along with Wang Xiaoba, formed a triangle around Jiang You at the peak of Heaven's Mountain. Sensing the powerful waves of law resistance coming from the distant central region, Jiang Yu's gaze drifted far away, a faint smile gracing his lips. My opportunity has come. Today, I shall exalt the throne in the high heavens. Having spoken, an immense legendary power surged through him, lifting the peak of Heaven's Mountain upwards towards the silver moon. As the peak of Heaven's Mountain slowly ascended away from the mountain body, the 100,000 soldiers of the elite winged ones, clad in shining armor and towering in stature, knelt on one knee in the air, their collective roar echoing. Holy is our king. From the platinum throne, a fierce thunder surged in Jiang Yu's purple eyes as his pure white wings unfurled, radiating a dazzling brilliance, an overwhelming aura of kingship sweeping across the heavens. He nodded to his kin and glanced at the purple gold longsword and the blue jade longsword embedded in the ground before the platinum throne. Taking a deep breath, his entire strength surged dramatically. In the sky, the peak of Heaven's Mountain was lifted by an invisible force accelerating rapidly. The 100,000 elite winged ones initially positioned around the peak of Heaven's Mountain attempted to provide escort, but soon succumbed to the overwhelming winds of the Law of Wind. The three legends followed closely, but were also repelled by the Law of Wind. Meanwhile, Jiang You continued to ascend with the platinum throne, reaching the boundless heights of 10,000 meters, enveloped by the silver moon's light. High above, he stood from the platinum throne, looking down upon the vast expanse of mountains and rivers beneath him. He marveled, magnificent. Then he drew the purple gold longsword before the platinum throne and softly chanted, "Then let it begin." Like a drop of water on rice paper, Jiang You released his complete control over the Law of Thunder, allowing his consciousness to extend within the law as the sky was suddenly enveloped by thunder, forming a purple canopy. Like the ascension of a demigod, the thunderous authority in the world swirled with the tumult of the Law of Thunder, guided by his will, entering his consciousness, ready to transform into a purple thunderflower. At the moment this authoritative flower formed, Jiang Yu's indomitable champion spirit suddenly transformed into a pure white sword of judgment, forged from will. The long sword cleaved through heaven and earth, like the darkness being instantaneously pierced by light. The purple thunder authority flower was instantly shattered into purple sands. As this step was completed, an endless malice suddenly arose in the world, enveloping Jiang You. At the same time, in the central region of the Ferland continent, above the city of Proadas, Vivian and Azabar, fiercely battling simultaneously, paused and looked towards the silver moon in the sky. Heaven and earth are enraged. Allow me to eliminate the enemies of the world. The consciousness of the world guides me, leading me towards the silver moon. Like two colossal forces propelling them, their laws trembled slightly, urging the two demigod-level powerhouses towards the high heavens. However, after such a bloody battle, how could the two demigods possibly abandon their foes? They forcibly suppressed their impulses and continued to fight together. High above, the authority of thunder seemed to have a consciousness of its own, regrouping within his mind, attempting to restore itself. But Jiang You paid it no heed. He elevated his champion spirit, connecting with heaven and earth like a sharp longsword that violently pierced through the Law of Thunder, intertwining. Simultaneously, in the external world, Jiang You raised the purple gold longsword and swung it at the heavens of thunder. Boom! Like rivers converging, endless thunder poured into the purple gold longsword, the domineering thunder leaping along the sword's body, nearly cracking it. Unfazed, Jiang You exerted force with both hands, fiercely plunging the purple gold longsword into the ground at the peak, loudly proclaiming to the heavens and earth, "I decree the heavens and earth. Today, I engrave the timeline with champion spirit, forging the law of judgment, suppressing countless worlds." As JiangYu recited within his consciousness, the shattered thunder authority flower had just begun to restore itself when it was pierced through by a sword of judgment, then merged into one, transforming into purple. Within the sea of consciousness, as the law of judgment suppressed the law of thunder among the vast phantom of the platinum throne composed of countless swords, one sword's phantom solidified, displaying a purple hue. In the external world, Jiang Yu released his grip on the purple gold longsword, facing the oncoming endless malice of heaven and earth unafraid, instead bursting into hearty laughter. "I have achieved the throne realm. Let the fearless demigods come to seek me to add more swords of authority to my throne of judgment. At the moment Jiang You spoke these words, the brilliance of the platinum throne beneath him surged forth. Across the continent, countless beings looked up in astonishment towards the side of the silver moon. When did a platinum-colored moon appear in the sky? Upon the platinum moon, Jiang You sat quietly on the platinum throne, patiently waiting. Congratulations, player has advanced to the demigod realm. Ding. System error. Realm information does not match. The system begins to re-evaluate. Congratulations, player has anchored the path of the Sky Lord. Congratulations, player has advanced beyond the legendary realm. The path of the Sky Lord has no defined limit. Players are equivalent to the demigod realm. Please name this new realm. Jiang You was initially immersed in the control of power post-advancement and did not wish to engage with the useless system, yet the system's notifications persisted incessantly. Reluctantly he spoke. Throne Realm. The game data has been updated. Congratulations, player has advanced to the Throne Realm. You have created a unique law, the Law of Judgment. Your combat power surpasses all in the same realm. You have awakened the exclusive trait of the Throne Realm Suppression Authority. You have awakened the exclusive trait of the Throne Realm Platinum Moon. You have awakened the exclusive trait of the Throne Realm. The throne is me. You have been subjected to the world's malicious judgment. Warning, you have been permanently locked on by the world's malice. Judgment concluded. You have been permanently empowered by the world's malice. It cannot be stripped away or eliminated. A panel quietly materialized. Name Jiang You, race winged being, longevity species template, ordinary player, currently unavailable template, NPC demigod class, Sky Lord, Throne Realm, age 12-19, attributes strength 879, constitution 887, spirit 779, agility 990, charisma 881. Level locked, sealed to be unlocked after the game starts. Skills: throwing, perfect spear technique, perfect archery, perfect swordsmanship, unparalleled gun technique, perfect riding, perfect. Skill points locked, sealed to be unlocked after the game starts. Talent: champions. Will you possess unparalleled insight and reaction ability? Your combat awareness is unmatched. This is a talent you brought from your soul, unparalleled, one of a kind. Legendary domain: Sacred Thunder Domain. Throne Realm territory: Platinum Throne. Traits: legendary trait Sacred Heart. Legendary trait Divine Might. Throne trait Suppression Authority. Throne trait Platinum Moon. Throne trait The Throne is me. Task system locked, sealed to be unlocked after the game starts. Game start countdown 320-1515 days, 9 hours and 7 minutes. Suddenly heavy rain fell across the entire world. This was the subconscious response of the world's will. Over Proladias, the moment the Platinum Moon appeared, the Blood Clan progenitor Vivian and the wise goblin Azabar, who were in combat, suddenly experienced a strong impulse surging within them. They both looked up simultaneously at the silver moon high in the sky, their reactions starkly different. A new moon. There lies a great enemy of the world. In this era has someone forged a moon in the high heavens. The guidance of the world's will was like a rough rope pulling them towards the sky. Yet they instantly severed the world's will's influence. What a joke. With a formidable enemy at hand, they had to defeat the current foe first. The world's will truly knows no timing. In the eastern seas of Ferrand continent, deep within the vast ocean, a massive island lay hidden in the mist. On the island, several ancient dragons over 200 meters long lay deeply asleep upon the land. Just then a powerful sense of crisis surged into their minds, akin to the booming of a great bell, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Several ancient dragons were abruptly awakened from their slumber. Their bewildered expressions turned serious in an instant as they began to discuss among themselves. It has appeared again. The world is warning us. No, this time it's different. The world's will is actually afraid its great enemy has emerged. It is guiding us to eliminate this great enemy. Should we go? I sense that this enemy is also a threat we will face after achieving divinity. We cannot condone this. The world's will reward us too. An azure ancient dragon asserted decisively. As the call of the world's will grew more urgent, the impulse bestowed by heaven and earth scorched their souls. In the next moment, in the high heavens, beside the seemingly eternal silver moon, a similarly radiant platinum moon suddenly leaped into existence. That platinum moon, it is the great enemy. With the new moon's appearance, the world is undergoing a transformation. All the dragons looked uncertainly at the suddenly appeared platinum moon in the sky, feeling an overwhelming threat emanating from it. This is it. An entire scarlet ancient dragon spoke. I, Jet Massenlet, and Venuset will go to the platinum moon to eliminate this enemy. The azure ancient dragon also spoke. Tiamat, Bahamut, you are the strongest among us. Continue to execute our dragon bloodline plan. This is the foundation for our future path to becoming dragon gods. Among the ancient dragons, a platinum dragon expressed concern. My prophetic ability is of no use in this battle. I cannot foresee the outcome of this battle, which worries me. The female ancient dragon, also left behind, laughed indifferently. In today's world, the titans have perished and the goblin Amigel is dead. You have all achieved demigod status. What danger could there be? Bahamut, your worries are completely unnecessary. Tiamat, how could there be no danger? Have you forgotten the suspected divine being we discovered in the depths of the ocean? Moreover, it's not you going, you wouldn't care. But dear brothers and sisters, to be safe, leave your bloodlines and inheritance marks. Bahamut retorted, addressing several ancient dragons. Ha, good. Bahamut, we will leave our bloodlines and inheritances, rest assured, even if we 4 demigods cannot win, we can still escape. The Azure ancient dragon laughed heartily. Several ancient dragons nodded in agreement. They began to cut their reverse scales, forcing out streams of blood, imbued with bloodline inheritance. Greedy blood. Dragons need greed. Without greed, how can one progress? I strive to acquire more gold and treasures. The golden ancient dragon chuckled. Majestic blood. Dragons are the rulers of the sky and earth. Let my bloodline forge the innate majesty that suppresses all beings. The Azure ancient dragon pondered. Resilient blood. The talents and strength of dragons cannot compare to us ancient dragons. They need resilient willpower. Let my blood forge their steadfast hearts. The bronze ancient dragon laughed. Fiery blood. Dragon breath annihilates all. Ha ha ha, this is the initial weapon I bestow upon them. Good. These 4 types of bloodline inheritance will surely be inscribed into the inheriting bloodlines of the newly born dragons. Middle at Lajet Mass and Let, and Vineset, you must return safely. The platinum dragon said earnestly. Rest assured, Bahamut. We will be fine, we are off. The ancient dragons laughed heartily as they stretched their gigantic wings, soaring toward the high heavens. In the extreme southern region of Phaland, within a colossal active volcano, a towering giant made entirely of lava suddenly awakened from the magma. How long have I been asleep for the world to awaken me? He raised his head to gaze at the high heavens, guided by the will of the world. A resplendent platinum moon shone brightly in the sky. When did the sky have 2 more moons? Well, I suppose they are called moons. The world guides me to the platinum moon to eliminate the great enemy of the world. Ha ha, since I've awakened with nothing to do, I shall go take a look. Oh, Phylan continent. Extreme northern icy plateau. Deep within the celestial sea. At the very moment the platinum moon appeared, a blue light sacred whale measuring 300 meters in length leaped suddenly from the water, soaring towards the high heavens. Without hesitation, without delay. On the other side of a vast ocean, the Phinodon continent, where the giant Wood clan migrated 1,000 years ago, on the great western grasslands. A golden lion king resplendent with golden fur and standing 10 meters tall lay hidden in a secret ruin, gazing at the suddenly appeared platinum moon in the sky. With its golden vertical pupils narrowed, it eventually returned to its slumber. Across the world on various continents, nearly all demigod beings received the guidance of the world's will. However, the vast majority merely awakened for a moment before continuing to sleep or attending to their own matters. In any case, each had their reasons. Only a few demigods accepted the guidance, but they were still many. All the demigod beings that accepted the guidance began to fly towards the platinum moon, some quickly, some slowly. The 4 dragons belonged to the slowest batch. As they flew through the gale zone, the wind's laws began to calm. Upon entering the high heavens, the chaotic law conflicts diminished significantly. This made them acutely aware that the world's will was assisting them. Then they arrived before the newly born platinum moon. At this moment, they finally saw clearly that the so-called platinum moon was actually an incredibly magnificent platinum throne standing in the high heavens, embedded in a floating mountain radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the world, seemingly intent on stealing the colors of heaven and earth. Majestic, awe-inspiring. As they gazed closely, an even more shocking scene appeared before them. They saw a tall and handsome man, magnificently imposing, standing before the throne. He had long silver hair and purple eyes that seemed to encompass the vastness of a starry sea. A pair of pure white wings shone with a dazzling light behind him. Above his head was a pure white halo of manifested will, sacred beyond measure, exalted and precious. Before him lay a massive blue light, sacred whale, half of its body already missing, impaled through the head by a blue sword measuring 17 or 18 meters, deeply anchored to the peak of the celestial mountain. Blood flowed profusely from the sacred whale's corpse, tracing down the arc of the celestial mountain, dripping onto the high heavens, dissipating between the realms. It was dead beyond death. Not only that, but in the hand of the winged man was a purple gold thunder sword, which he used to sever a lava giant in half, its limbs scattered. The lava giant was not yet dead, still wailing in agony. But the valiant silver-haired winged man stepped on its head, kicking its skull onto the platinum throne, suppressing it. Then he slowly turned around, looking at the 4 newly arrived ancient dragons, lifting his eyes with a smile that bore a hint of bloody slaughter. You are here to kill me as well. Outside the radiance of the platinum moonlight, the 4 ancient dragons exchanged glances, feeling for the first time a powerful sense of oppression from a race other than the Titans. Indeed, he is the source of the world's malice, the great enemy of the world. Should we engage? He just killed 2 demigods. Let's go, why not? I can sense that his level of power has not reached that supreme realm. Moreover, having killed demigods, his strength must have diminished. And with our 4 dragons united, we will surely slay him. All right, let's go together. The 4 ancient dragons, with resolute determination, let out earth-shattering dragon roars. For breaths of dragon energy akin to pillars of heaven and earth erupted from their mouths, roaring towards Jiang You. Azure light, crimson, flames, metallic particles, breath of the earth. The powers of the 4 laws erupted explosively, empowered by the forces of heaven and earth, directly coming forth, instantly covering the entire area of the Platinum Throne. Boom, boom. The battle of demigods has never been about holding back. Right from the start, the 4 ancient dragons unleashed their full might, using dragon breath as a vessel intending to crush their powerful enemy in one blow. However, their intentions fell flat. Within the throne was the will of Jiang You. In the face of the 4 terrifying dragon breaths forged by the heavens and earth through power, Jiang You raised his purple gold sword, and with every word he spoke, there was a majestic authority. My will is the law, judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, a law never seen before appeared, like a winding and vast galaxy, and also like a bright cold moon, exuding a chilling and imposing aura manifesting between heaven and earth. The power of the law of thunder bowed beneath its galaxy, while the power of heavy water crawled beneath its moon. With the throne's empowerment, judgment upon all beings. The purple gold sword emanated a color purer than light itself. This was a color whiter than white, which could be called sacred. The sword swung upward, stirring up a vast ocean of sanctity, blocking the 4 colossal breaths of dragon energy. Then, before the 4 ancient dragons could react, he braced himself against the devastating pillars of dragon breath, holding the sword inverted, taking a step forward. Space shattered, and Jiang You directly appeared before the strongest azure ancient dragon at the very edge of the Platinum Throne's domain. Within the throne's range, he directly pierced through space, teleporting instantaneously, and in a certain sense this was already within the domain of the divine. At this time, the development of magic had yet to see the emergence of teleportation arrays, and the creator of the mage profession, the elves, were still evolving from trolls to elves. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this involved the realm of deities. The world was engulfed in a relentless torrential rain that showed no signs of abating, but rather intensified. This was the wrath of the worlds, an unconscious fury that spared no race, sweeping across every corner of the world. In the northern border of the Goblin Empire of the Ferrand continent, the second human leader, Count Bolake of the Goblin Empire, Vega Reinhardt, stood atop the castle's tall tower, gazing anxiously at the sky beside the silver moon, at the violently fluctuating extraordinary reactions of the platinum moon. I hope it is not as I imagine. If the malice of the world cannot punish the source of that malice, it will descend upon all living beings. He had possessed a degree of prophetic ability since childhood, which was the key to his emergence among the many descendants of Reinhardt. The heavens pour down rain, floods wreak havoc, and the world becomes a marshland. How terrifying! Among the various races of the Ferrand continent, beings with prophetic talents sighed in unison. They too sensed the potential disasters that might arise in the future. But the voices of the weak hold little weight. This was not the era of prophets. High above the platinum moon hung suspended, at the edge of the floating Paradise Mountain. The battle was ever-changing. When Jiang You held the purple gold longsword breaking through space, his imposing aura almost instantly placed him before the Azure Ancient Dragon. The Azure Ancient Dragon's vertical pupils rapidly constricted. How could this be? He quickly halted the dragon's breath, and the corresponding authority of growth suddenly acted upon him. His 200-meter dragon body violently surged, expanding to 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, until reaching 1,000 meters. His azure dragon scales grew thick and hard under the authority of growth, as if covered by an additional layer of armor. The 1,000-meter dragon body bore down with the weight of collapsing space. The azure ancient dragon Radget swung its long heavy tail at Jiang You, while flapping its wings slightly, turning the raging wind swept toward Jiang You in an attempt to force him back. Nearby, Jiang Yu's purple eyes lifted slightly, deep and calm as water. He flipped the longsword, the radiant pure white wings behind him fluttering, and in the split second before the dragon's tail struck, he deftly shifted his body just enough. Then he lightly flicked the long sword along the direction of the dragon's tail as it withdrew. Lightning flashed, and in a moment it struck the azure dragon's tail. The power of thunder transformed the purple gold longsword into a super magnet, and Jiang You leaped up, propelled by this immense attraction, like a pure white arrow, landing on the 1,000-meter dragon and thrusting his sword up. The thunderous power erupted within the body of the azure ancient dragon Radget, while the power of the decree forcefully suppressed Radget's growth authority. Under the double strike, the body of the azure ancient dragon began to shrink, its breath immediately waning. Beside it, the other 3 ancient dragons were startled by its cry, Radget. Then they saw Jiang You move with incredible skill, seemingly having anticipated every attack from Mitralet's step, by step approaching the neck of the azure ancient dragon, swinging the purple-gold longsword with lightning and blue water authority, enhancing it the decree power, suppressing its authority, just about to behead Radget. Not far away, Miterlet could not afford to care about anything else. The crimson ancient dragon's eyes burned red, and a beam of crimson firelight pierced through the space toward Jiang Yu's back, attempting to stop him from swinging his sword. However, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed, allowing the crimson firelight to crash down upon his back. Almost in the next instant, Jiang Yu's back was scorched, half of the feathers on his pure white wings burned away, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as the crimson fire authority poured down upon him, but was quickly suppressed by the decree. Yet his movements did not cease. The length of the purple-gold longsword surged nearly 50 meters under the enhancement of the two great authorities, and then he unleashed a powerful strike, the heavy dragon scales and massive dragon body collapsing like tofu beneath Jiang Yu's sword, severing Radget's head in one blow. Then he swiftly seized the head of the ancient dragon and flew away, returning to the area enveloped by the throne, tossing the head of the azure ancient dragon named Radget before the throne. The azure dragon had not yet died. It stared wide-eyed in agony, looking at its siblings with a pained expression, slightly opening its mouth, blood pooling around it. Even a demigod cannot escape death. On the battlefield high above, the remaining three ancient dragons felt their scalps tingle, looking at the azure dragon's head carelessly tossed beneath the platinum throne, still not completely dead, its head opening and closing, the years of friendship flashing through their minds, their anger ultimately overshadowing their fear. Our Radget. Damn Birdman, die. The three ancient dragons' eyes turned red, flapping their wings and lunging toward Jiang Yu, who stood at the edge of the floating Paradise Mountain. The power of authority surrounded them, and they executed some simple laws enhanced by their different demigod traits, enabling them to strike at Jiang Yu's spirit, body, voice, and will. In the barbaric era, various complex and exquisite spells had yet to be developed, and battles between strong beings were always brutal, focusing on the clash of power. Facing the frenzied attacks of the three ancient dragons, Jiang Yu had already entered the range of the Platinum Throne. He smiled slightly. This was the effect he desired. Within the Platinum Throne and outside of it represented two different levels of power. This was the throne is me. Every being slain within the realm of the Platinum Throne would have a portion of their power absorbed by the throne, which would be fed back to Jiang Yu. His injuries were gradually healing. In the next moment, Jiang Yu's figure swiftly retreated, evading the attacks from the three ancient dragons, creating a thunderous rumble in place. Flames of crimson, the essence of metal, and the fierce breath of the earth bombarded in succession. He retreated calmly, arriving at the head of the long-dead blue sacred whale, pulling out the blue jade longsword. As the longsword was drawn, it instantly shortened to a normal length. Jiang Yu then gripped the sword with both hands, facing the assault of the three ancient dragons heathen. Once they all entered the throne's domain, Jiang Yu grinned, sword in hand, his purple eyes locking onto the crimson ancient dragon Miterlet. Thunder resounded once more through heaven and earth, illuminating the entire area of the Platinum Throne in a purplish hue. The originally obscure heavy water authority became more proficient through repeated use in battle. A curtain of heavy water transformed into a heavenly wave, enveloping the heads of the three ancient dragons. An unparalleled swordsmanship perfectly fused with the power of authority. The twin swords clashed. As they collided, water and thunder merged. Layers of heavy water curtains fell within the realm of the Platinum Throne, accompanied by the explosive sound of thunder battering the three ancient dragons until they were bloodied and torn. At this moment, Jiang Yu surged forward into the presence of the crimson ancient dragon Miterlet. Miterlet became instantly alert, activating its demigod trait. Crimson Purgatory. A world of crimson flames forged from the power of scarlet fire authority appeared. The immense flames with the power to consume blood continuously burned Jiang Yu's body and will. His silver hair began to ignite, ashes forming on his wings, and a large portion of his robe was burned away. Yet Jiang Yu's will was as iron as such injuries could not move him in the slightest. He plunged the blue jade longsword into the ground, causing water to flow into a marshland, creating a channel leading to Miterlet, slightly reducing the intensity of the Crimson Purgatory. At this moment, the other two ancient dragons saw Jiang Yu enveloped by the Crimson Purgatory and simultaneously launched their strongest attacks, empowered by their demigod traits. Earth Control. The ground beneath Jiang Yu's feet suddenly became as hard as iron-sharp steel spikes, emerging, piercing into his flesh, forming cages upon the earth. Heaven and earth are soldiers. The thick dragon scales of the bronze ancient dragon lost 90% of their thickness, and then countless indestructible metal weapons instantly formed in the skies, descending upon Jiang Yu with an overwhelming killing intent. In front of him, the crimson dragon Miterlet seized the opportunity, pouncing once more, its massive jaws opening wide, an overwhelming crimson flame transforming into a pillar of fire, charging toward Jiang Yu with the intent to scorch everything. In the high skies, A brilliant full moon suddenly appeared before Jiang You like a radiant mirror reflecting much of the incoming scarlet dragon breath to the other two ancient giant dragons while forging the metallic weapon storm that flew through the air. Platinum throne suppression of authority. Meanwhile, the platinum throne shone radiantly. The majesty of the vast celestial river carried the will to judge all beings, causing a momentary daze in the will of the three ancient giant dragons, interrupting the power of authority. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang You shattered the space once more, directly arriving in front of the slender neck of the scarlet dragon and struck down with a sword. The massive scarlet dragon head immediately fell to the ground, and the still wide-eyed Mitriite bore an expression of disbelief. No Mitriite. The two ancient giant dragons, regaining their senses, were horrified. The strongest of their kind was slain before their eyes, and their battle intent and courage instantly dissipated like smoke. Even demigods fear death. At this moment, the two ancient giant dragons were unwilling to continue fighting. They exchanged glances and saw the fear and hesitation in each other's eyes. In an instant, the elder bronze dragon glanced at his sister, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly, "Venus, you go first, I will hold them off. We will not fight anymore." The golden ancient dragon looked at his brother and then at the silver-haired man with dragon blood, nodding nervously. "All right, Masson, let as soon as I leave you must fly away immediately." After saying this, she hurriedly flapped her wings, using all her strength to fly down from the high skies. As she fled the battlefield, a sense of pressure from the silver moon suddenly descended upon her. The world no longer sheltered her, yet she gritted her teeth and continued to fly downward. 100,000 meters, 90,000 meters, 10,000 meters, in a panic all the way, until she crossed the wind barrier and flew towards the earth, entering the torrential rain. Looking at the land, mountains, rivers, and vast grasslands appearing beneath her, along with a tribe of dog-headed men who lived here by herding, she finally let out a sigh of relief, a feeling of survival washing over her. The heavy rain fell, the wind blew the grass down to reveal cattle and sheep. She had reached the ground, temporarily escaping the danger above. On the grassland, the moment the golden dragon Venus landed, the dog-headed men in the tribe, with a population in the thousands, felt a powerful dragon might descending from the sky. They involuntarily looked up. Through the rain curtain, a 200-meter-long golden ancient dragon flew over their heads very close. In the tribe, the dog-headed shaman, holding a dragon bone scepter, immediately looked up at the sky with excitement. Ancestors, above this is the ancient dragon revered by our ancestors in the old legends. Our faith, our master has reappeared in Ferrand. After 1,000 years have the ancient dragons returned, the former overlords. Will we rise again? The crowd was invigorated. The great shaman of the dog-headed men did not waste any time, quickly raising his scepter and shouting loudly, "Boys, kneel down and meet our master." In the puzzled gaze of the golden dragon Venus, thousands of dog-headed men all knelt down, disregarding the heavy rain and muddy ground, respectfully bowing to her. This feeling made her somewhat intoxicated. It has been years since I felt this way. I didn't expect that there was still a race on the continent that remembers our ancient dragon clan. However, before she could finish her sentiment, a piercing sensation suddenly struck her. In the next moment, a bright platinum moon descended straight from the high skies behind her. The beautiful and splendid platinum moonlight sliced through the rain curtain, dispersing the dark clouds. In the world, only a single platinum moon hung in the long night, illuminating this grassland covered by the dark sky. In midair, Venus turned in terror. The cold voice of judgment rang out. Judgment! Before she could react, a dazzling purple sword light amazed the vast sky, compressing the space-time in all directions like a gentle breeze brushing past her neck. Sizzle! Splash! On the grassland, amidst the bewildered gazes of all the dog-headed men, a torrent of dragon blood poured down from the sky, drenching them. Strange changes occurred among these dog-headed men. Those drenched felt a burning sensation. Their bodies grew taller, their heads resembling mini dragon head scales sprouting all over, a faint dragon majesty emerging. Fortunately, the powers of authority and laws within the dragon blood had been cleansed by Jiang Yu's judgment laws, so they did not burn to death after the transformation. However, at this moment, they had no mood to care about their changes. They followed their fearful and anxious gazes up towards the sky. They saw a majestic figure with silver hair and purple eyes, with pure white wings on his back and a halo of pure white above his head, standing in the void, sheathing his sword, looking down at them with regal eyes. He held a dragon head that refused to close its eyes in one hand and grasped the tail of a headless dragon corpse in the other. Behind him, the light of the platinum moon shone brilliantly. Heaven and earth seemed to be beneath his feet, his overwhelming majesty vast as the sea. The stars hung low over the vast plains, and beneath the stormy clouds the world was shrouded in darkness. Jiang You hovered in midair. The torrential rain fell from the heavens, drenching the earth, yet it could not touch him in the slightest. The radiance of the platinum moon enveloped him as the rainwater flowed down from the edges of its glow. Below, the dog-headed people in the grasslands trembled in fear. He merely cast a casual glance at them and chose to ignore it. Little did he know that fleeting gaze left an indelible mark on the mutated dog-headed tribe for years to come. Grasping the dragon's head and corpse, Jiang Yu's pure white wings fluttered as he ascended back into the high heavens. Having slain his formidable foe, he needed to digest his gains. As for the relentless rain pouring over the entire world, blanketing the Ferrand continent, he found himself powerless to change it. This was a manifestation of the world's malice, and he was the very source of that malice. He did not turn back to the territory of the winged people. Regarding this global downpour, he had faith in his kin. With their wings, how could they be drowned by water? The rainwater was muddy, and the dark clouds descended once more in the eyes of the kneeling, mutated, dog-headed people. This man with silver hair, purple eyes, and wings came riding the platinum moon. After slaying the ancient giant dragon, he coldly returned on the moon, as if he had merely hunted a dog from the mortal realm. That was once one of the world's sovereigns, the great ancient dragon. Is he the legendary true god? They knelt for a long time, too afraid to rise. Lucinda's Romanda, Tianshan, the Sophia Islands. When the platinum moon appeared smoothly beside the silver moon, shining together and illuminating the world, all the winged people cheered. Their king had succeeded. His throne was raised high in the heavens, becoming the eternal bright moon hanging in the sky. Just like that unchanging, eternal silver moon. They were deeply proud. Even as the heavens poured down relentless rain and the tides of the eastern coast surged like apocalyptic waves, it could not dampen the excitement of the winged people. In the high heavens, flying over 100,000 meters in altitude, passing through the glow of the silver moon, Jiang You returned to the paradise of the platinum throne, casting the dragon's head and corpse beneath the throne. With the overwhelming malice of the world, the silver moon began to instinctively react, slowly repelling the platinum throne from its floating range. At this moment, Jiang Yu's power was not what it once was. After reaching the throne realm, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. The instant he ascended to the throne realm, he sensed an incredibly powerful dormant aura within the silver moon. That being was the true master of the silver moon, the source of its shimmering radiance and endless majesty. However, he did not pay it close attention at the time, as half-gods driven away by the world's malice came to besiege him. Now, having vanquished his foes, he took a moment to rest, sitting upon the platinum throne and casting a glance toward the silver moon. This glance carried his formidable will piercing through the outer layer of the silver moon's glow, like a sword seeking to delve into the very essence of the silver moon. Yet this single gaze shattered an equilibrium that had persisted for millennia. A transformation occurred. The entire silver moon began to vibrate rapidly, its brilliance exploding in a thunderous burst, rippling silver rings spreading across the high heavens like the ripples on the surface of water. It swept across the entire realm of the high heavens. Jiang Yu's gaze was abruptly interrupted. The years of accumulated lunar spirit light, imbued with the vast power left by the master of the silver moon, like invisible hands, forcefully pushed the entire summit of the floating paradise, including the platinum throne, out of the range of the silver moon's glow. With such a push, Jiang You felt as if he were suddenly submerged in an ocean composed of the silver moon's brilliance. The might of the silver moon directly impacted his mind and will, as if reflected on a glass surface, then shattered abruptly. Could there be a deity hidden within this silver moon? He furrowed his brow. This push affected him more than his earlier encounters with several ancient dragons. Beneath him, the platinum throne rolled violently, then was swiftly ejected from the orbit of the silver moon. In the high heavens, on the celestial orbit between the star realm and the world barrier, the platinum moon was pushed backward by several tens of thousands of meters. The situation visible to the outside world was that the originally close two moons suddenly separated. They became neither far nor near, with the golden and silver moons suspended in the sky. After such turmoil, Jiang You had no choice but to concentrate his mind, exerting all his strength to stabilize the platinum throne in its current orbit. It was at this moment that he suddenly recalled, in the chapters to come, one of the 9 great rising deities. Among them was there not a deity called Goddess of the Silver Moon? For unknown reasons, this future Lord God appears to be still sleeping within the silver moon and has not awakened in this era. Jiang You no longer pays attention. He has a long time to deal with the future gods that may arise. Having left the domain shrouded by the silver moon's brilliance, the platinum throne now exists in a realm of chaotic laws and distorted time and space. Fortunately, the characteristics of the platinum moon and the throne is me allow the platinum throne to operate in a stellar state within the planetary orbit, trailing right behind the silver moon. Just as he steadied his mind, preparing to settle the remains of several demigod dragons and that lava giant to suppress their authority for the throne's use, his purple eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked down beyond the throne. Then high above, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Within Jiang Yu's field of vision, a handsome man with crimson eyes, dressed in black and exuding a relaxed aura, walked toward him as he stepped through the void. He stepped onto this chaotic high sky, arriving in front of the platinum throne. Gazing at Jiang Yu, who sat upright on the throne and smiled slightly. So you are the source of the world's malice. Without waiting for Jiang You to speak, the man looked around, seemingly discovering something amusing, and laughed heartily, even bending over with laughter. Haha, I suddenly admire you a bit. Not only have you made enemies of the world, but you also dare to establish this throne near the Silver Moon's dominion. That old woman is not a gentle and kind person. Look, you've been expelled, haven't you? While recovering from his injuries, Jiang You observed the unexpected guest before him. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the man in black with crimson eyes, far surpassing the previous demigods, he asked in a deep voice, after saying so much, who exactly are you? What? Are you asking me a question? The man appeared quite agreeable, and in response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, he kindly explained. Sure, let me tell you. I was the Slaughter Emperor of Sequence 1, and now I have fallen from my realm, which is why I awakened early. With the changing of epochs, the opportunity for godhood and immortality has arrived. At this point, a fierce red light shone in his eyes, and a chilling, brutal, bloody aura suddenly erupted, sweeping across the high sky. Like a flood of snow in June, the world froze utterly. Today, I awaken, seizing the power of slaughter, and I will see the world's greatest enemies. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. I look forward to the benefits I will gain from slaying you before establishing a divine kingdom on earth and achieving true immortality. On the platinum throne, Jiang You looked coldly at this seemingly insane man in black, gripping the purple gold longsword at his waist. At that moment, the man in black suddenly glanced at the platinum throne beneath Jiang You and broke into a wide grin. If I'm not mistaken, this throne is the true source of the world's malice, isn't it? Just as Jiang You thought he might say something more, the man with crimson eyes and black attire suddenly changed his expression, becoming extremely cold, and said in a chilling voice, "Forget it, no matter what your plan is, killing you will make everything void." After speaking, he reached out into the void, and a black and red long spear appeared in his hand. Instantly, the heavens and earth turned crimson. Endless killing intent surged above the high sky, pure and overwhelming. The rolling intent of slaughter flowed freely like an ocean between the celestial orbits. All things in heaven and earth kill. As the wind blew by, Jiang You seemed to hear millions of souls weeping, and blood colors spread across the endless dusk. At the same time, red threads suddenly appeared throughout the space where the platinum throne resided, as if to slice the entire world to death. Meanwhile, black and red dots appeared on Jiang Yu's forehead, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart. Not far away, the man holding the spear, seemingly standing on a sea of slaughtering blood, let out a cold snort, gripping the spear of slaughter tightly, and thrust it fiercely toward Jiang Yu's direction. Kill! The vast and boundless power of slaughter suddenly descended, charging straight at Jiang Yu. Faced with such an assault, Jiang Yu was no longer sitting idly by. At the moment the man in black raised his spear, he stood up abruptly from the throne, silver hair billowing, purple eyes gleaming. Looking at the murderous man in black, he suddenly smiled. The power of slaughter also stirs my heart. As his voice fell, the pure white halo manifested by his will suddenly expanded. The pure white light violently expanded, and an overwhelming and boundless champion's will leaped out of the spiritual world, materializing as a pure white sacred sword in the external world. Immediately disregarding the imminent slaughtering laws and power descending upon him, he drew out the purple gold longsword at his waist, unleashing endless thunder without reserve. Then, as the pure white sacred sword descended in harmony, infinite sword intent suddenly surged in the high sky, and his battle power surged tenfold in an instant. The brilliance of the platinum moon shone as bright as the sun. With the sword raised, the chaotic laws of the high sky abruptly calmed at that moment. Jiang You had exhausted all his strength, without reservation, stepping forth to the edge of the platinum throne, calm and composed. He faced the frenzied surge of slaughtering intent, staring resolutely at the man in black. Sword against spear, throne against throne. Both were fully committed to the offensive, abandoning defense, and clashing with overwhelming courage. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. Or perhaps they both die. In an almost instant, a brutal collision erupted in the high sky. Judgment. Slaughter. The intent of judgment and the power of slaughter pierced into each other's bodies like two sharp blades. The battle manifested in the outside world. Countless beings of the continent were astonished to witness it. A blood moon suddenly appeared beside the platinum moon, colliding violently. The blood moon has emerged. The Phelan continent is in chaos. A seer sighed. In the high heavens behind Jiang You, the originally brilliant platinum throne dimmed in an instant, revealing a multitude of crimson cracks upon closer inspection. The ground at the peak of the suspended Paradise Mountain cracked, barely maintaining a unified state. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's condition was even more dire. His marked body parts, forehead, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart, were all tended to by the authority of slaughter, with blood gushing forth, staining his white garments. At the heart, it was nearly shattered by the aura of slaughter, the entire chest cavity pierced through. The man in black with crimson eyes was even more gravely injured. He seemed to have never anticipated that one day someone would stand against him with the same disregard for life and death, ignoring defenses to engage in a brutal fight, refusing to yield. His black attire was torn one eye was blinded, half of his chest was flayed open, and his waist was nearly severed in two. In that split second of confrontation, Jiang Yu's unparalleled champion will brought forth an extraordinary battle awareness, allowing him to gain the upper hand in a billionth of a possibility. Every ounce of strength he had was used to inflict fatal damage on the enemy. The injuries of the man in black were graver, more lethal. The battle abruptly ceased. Just as Jiang You gathered all his strength preparing to fight again, the expression of the man in black with crimson eyes suddenly changed. No longer cold and indifferent, he grinned and said, "Haha, it turns out in this era there are still those brave enough to fight me to the death. Until we meet again." Saying this, he transformed into a crimson light, flying down from the heavens, disappearing without a trace. His speed was astonishing. It was a spell specifically used for escape. As he watched the man in black with crimson eyes retreat, Jiang You stood silently with his sword for a long while before finally sitting back down on the platinum throne. Drops of blood flowed from his body, cascading over the throne, ultimately dripping onto the ground. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating wounds, directly scavenging materials for sword making from the 4 ancient dragons and the lava giant, such as dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spine of the lava giant. Then he forged them with lava and crimson fire centered around the principle of judgment. 3 days and 3 nights later, 5 swords radiating divine light appeared before him. He raised the 5 long swords, which then flew out on their own, suppressing the bodies of the 5 demigods. Afterwards, the platinum throne regained its brilliance. This included the blue jade long sword that Jiang You had reinserted into the head of the blue holy whale. The 6 long swords began to emit pure white light, undergoing a transformation. The blood energy from the bodies of the 6 demigods immediately merged into the sword bodies. Their authority suppressed their flesh and blood melting away, while the massive demigod skeletons fused into the earth of paradise mountain beneath them. This made the land suspended high in the heavens become solid. The area expanded even further. Once everything was completed, he sat on the platinum throne. At this moment, he finally had time to lower his gaze towards the fallen continent and observe the situation of the winged people. This sight immediately furrowed his brows. He saw that the cities and villages on the eastern coast were completely submerged by floods, with many winged people forced to crowd on the mountaintop. The endless downpour continued to pour over the continent, making the environment increasingly dire. The extraordinary winged people's strength and physique were formidable, so they would be fine. However, for the ordinary winged people, even if they could fly, they could not withstand such a natural disaster. The malice of the world has not yet ceased. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out into the void and grasped the cerulean long sword, taking it into his hand. Then he, with his severely injured body, slashed the long sword fiercely behind him, causing an illusory river of blood to appear. He then tossed the cerulean long sword, which instantly transformed into a cerulean river, merging into the illusory river of blood. Thus the entire tribe of winged people in the world seemed to hear a clear and resonant voice. "Grant us the authority of growth for our clan." Boom. The torrential rain between heaven and earth grew increasingly frenzied. The thunder roared like a drum, and the mountains and rivers mourned like a bell tolling. At that moment, Jiang You infused the power of growth into the bloodline of the winged ones. The entire world, including all winged ones of the Falanda continent and Phinoton continent, felt their bodies grow stronger, their appearances becoming more youthful, their constitutions improving, and their lifespans extending. In addition, there were more unseen changes. Their wounds would heal faster, their energy would be more vigorous, and their wings would become broader, enhancing their flying abilities. It was like a special evolution. This was the first time someone had infused power into the bloodline of a race. From now on, as long as his platinum throne existed, no one could steal the power of the winged one's bloodline. Furthermore, the power of growth would flow within every winged one's body. However, he also felt confusion. His expectations for the winged ones were far beyond this. Even after the infusion of the power of growth, the winged ones still had not become a race of eternal life. So how did the ancestors of the elves complete the transformation from trolls to the immortal elves? He cast his gaze towards the east of the Falanda continent to the land known as Phinoton. What was so special about the Phinoton continent? He recalled that when the Giantwood clan crossed the sea, 50 winged ones accompanied them, traversing the vast ocean to the Phinoton continent. He did not know what kind of development this group of winged ones had undergone. It seems that I must take the time to see for myself. As for the world-shaking torrential rain erupting on the continent and the impending natural disaster flood, he believed that his kin would surely be able to weather it safely. Meanwhile, he needed to heal his own wounds as quickly as possible in this extraordinary realm filled with crises and unpredictable powers where strong beings sometimes emerged. Only by maintaining overwhelming combat strength could he protect his kin. Thus it was. He closed his eyes quietly, sitting upon his throne, entering a half-asleep state for healing while the halo above his head cast down strands of pure white light, making him appear extraordinarily sacred. As he sat in stillness, the platinum throne emanated a gentle light, traversing the path of the silver moon along with the celestial orbits circling the world. It would fulfill the duty of the platinum moon, becoming a new moon in the sky. In the central region of the Falanda continent, city of Prodas. Affected by the battle of two demigod-level beings, the great city of the goblins was largely destroyed, reduced to ruins. Countless goblin subjects perished, and the populace was displaced amidst the raging storm. In the center of the city atop Prodas Mountain, the goblin palace built upon the throne of the Titan King had completely collapsed. In the sky above, the battle between the bloodline progenitor Vivian and the great sage Azeba had lasted for several days and nights. The heavy rain and the platinum moon's ascent could hardly affect them. Both were heavily injured, nearing the brink of death. However, the balance of battle slowly tilted in favor of the great sage Azeba. The blood-red sky gradually fell under the siege of the surrounding dark walls. Initially, their strengths were quite similar, but later Azeba used powers not of this world, which caused Vivian to fall into a disadvantage. Coincidentally, Vivian was aware of the source of this power. The battle continued until the end. Seeing no hope for victory, Vivian finally used her last ounce of strength to flee the battlefield, transforming into blood mist and countless bats, escaping with a remnant group of bloodline beings. Before leaving, she uttered, "Azeba, one day you will surely fall into the abyss." Only the great sage Azeba remained standing in midair, blood flowing profusely, his expression extremely grim. He naturally knew that those who gaze into the abyss would also be gazed upon by it. But as long as he became a true god, he could sever all of this. Unfortunately, everything was in vain now. Simultaneously, after the brutal attack from the bloodline progenitor Vivian, the Goblin Empire's capital was destroyed. Countless goblins perished in the chaos, numerous professionals died, and even the great sage Azeba, the cornerstone of the empire, was heavily wounded. The power of the laws of blood intertwined within his body, difficult to dispel. The empire was severely weakened. In the northern border, the southern city of Ides. After several days of conflict between the million-strong army of the behemoths and the allied forces of the Goblin Empire, the torrential rain intensified, seemingly endless. Behemoth leader Amand looked up at the silver moon and the platinum moon in the sky, gazing at the seemingly ever-present dark clouds, and finally issued the order to retreat. They had plundered enough financial resources and population craftsmen during this campaign. The constraints on the Goblin Empire had also reached their limit, as the most elite legions of the Goblin Empire had gathered here, including the Griffin Knights and other elite forces. On October 9, Amand's million-strong army retreated to the northern desert. However, he did not return to the icy plateau, but instead established his court on the vast grasslands of the northern desert. Having witnessed the richness and beauty of the southern continent, he no longer wished to return to the harsh cold of the icy plateau. Thus, the oldest grassland court was established. Amand Jianbing was crowned the first Khan of the northern desert grasslands. Inside Ide City, the nearly million-strong allied forces of the Goblin Empire began to disband after Amand's withdrawal. Although Ide City was a major city in the northern border, it could not sustain the needs of nearly 1 million people for long. Yet several elite legions of the goblins began to march northward to reclaim lost lands. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, on November 10, the goblin city of Melanson recently reclaimed in the northern border. Camps on the mountain outside the city. The Griffin Knights had long since reclaimed this place, but the seemingly never-ending heavy rain forced them to remain here. Naturally, the Goblin Knights had long since moved into the city, leaving the human caretakers to tend to the Griffins. That night, the human caretakers in the Griffin Knights' camp suddenly initiated a rebellion. Taking advantage of the deep night when everyone was asleep, they killed the knights of the Griffin Knights left behind in the camp. They mounted the Griffins and left Melanson, returning to the territory of Polak. This incident went unnoticed until 3 days later, when the imperial decree arrived here. On November 13, a troop of goblin knights braving the heavy rain arrived in Melanson to announce the great sage's latest decree. Deprive human Lord Vega Reinhardt of his title of Count, dissolve the alliance between the two races, and as of now humans are deemed rebels of the Empire. In the territory of the Empire, anyone who sees this decree shall follow the goblin army to suppress the humans. This decree was issued directly by the great sage Azeba before his recuperation, without going through the Emperor, and was required to be communicated throughout the entire Empire. Even the winged ones who were hiding from the flood on the eastern coast received this decree. All races on the continent were puzzled by this order, but still decided to execute it. A large number of humans outside were killed, leaving no man, woman, or child unscathed. Yet a month later, news of the destruction of the Goblin Empire's capital and the great sage Azeba's near-fatal injuries quietly spread across the Falanda continent. Instantly, the entire continent was in an uproar. The atmosphere shifted as the deterrence of the Goblin Empire seemed to collapse at that moment. Like a majestic tiger about to fall, the pack of wolves began to survey their surroundings. As time passed, the Goblin Empire's decrees slowly began to lose their effectiveness in the eyes of the various races, yet Azeba's residual power still kept them somewhat restrained. They all cast their gaze towards Prawada's, waiting for Azeba to truly fall so they could rush in. Thus the Goblin Empire began to decline from this moment. In the extreme northwest of the Falanda continent bloodline, progenitor Vivian successfully returned to the territory of the bloodline with a remnant group of bloodline beings. After arranging the aftermath in the bloodline castle, Vivian stepped into a specially crafted crystal coffin. She was injured more severely than Azeba, and although the characteristics of the bloodline allowed her to avoid death, she would require a considerable amount of time to recover. If all goes well, she would not reappear in the mortal realm for several thousand years. In the northern territory of the Polak region, the Lord's castle bore a grim atmosphere after receiving the news sent by Vivian. He never expected that Vivian would completely disregard the implications of her attack on the Goblin Empire for the human race. The peace won through the sacrifices of the ancestors of the human race had been shattered overnight. All the efforts of his ancestor Reinhardt, maintained over a millennium within the Goblin Empire, had come to naught. He found himself utterly despising the kin spoken of by his ancestors. At that moment, he felt no goodwill towards Vivian and her bloodline. Fortunately, Vivian still possessed some strength, directly inflicting a heavy blow on the Goblin Empire, this time drastically diminishing their prestige, which alleviated his pressure somewhat. Moreover, she had notified him in advance, giving him time to make arrangements. Coupled with the continuous heavy rains over the months, the Goblin Empire's expedition was unlikely to arrive anytime soon. After deep contemplation, he divided his clansmen into 3 groups, preparing to leave once the world-encompassing downpour concluded, heading northwest toward the territory of the bloodline to develop. Traveling directly west to the western coast, which was not a focal point for the Goblin Empire's development and was available for human expansion, he planned to lead the group himself north to seek refuge in the Behemoth Kingdom. The torrential rain spread across the world, with everyone waiting for it to cease. Under the downpour, anxiety gripped the hearts of the people. In the year 1004 of the Goblin Empire, January, the pervasive rain had lasted for 3 months, with no signs of letting up. The dark clouds in the sky remained unyielding and oppressive. Except for the highlands and mountains, the entire world was on the brink of becoming a marshland. The various races across the continent finally panicked. They began crafting boats and selecting high ground as shelters. The lowlying lands of the eastern coast were largely submerged, with houses, cities, and farmlands all drowned beneath the waters. The winged ones had to learn from their ancestors to reside in caves. Fortunately, the growth of their power granted them sturdier bodies, preventing illness. As the rain continued to pour without respite, the winged ones began constructing large ships capable of carrying their kin. Thankfully, their food reserves accumulated over the years were still sufficient to stave off starvation. Sophia had returned from the Sophia Islands and, under Jiang Yu's orders, took charge of the affairs of the winged ones. In March, a catastrophic flood spread across the eastern, central, and southern regions of Ferrand. Many clans across the continent suffered casualties in this flood. Even among the winged ones, many lives were lost. It seemed that the number of deceased was so great that it could quell the world's fury, and the pervasive rain finally came to an end. That year was referred to as the Year of the Great Flood. In the year 1005 of the Goblin Empire, 6 months after the flood receded, the Goblin Emperor forcibly assembled a large army to eradicate the rebels in the Polak region while restoring production across the empire. When they arrived, however, they found that the humans had long since fled. That year, under Sophia's leadership, the winged ones began to rebuild their homeland. The eastern coast had suffered severe damage, especially the lands soaked by the flood, which remain marshy to this day. Exhausted, Sophia prayed for help from Jiang You above. Jiang You heard her plea and responded. Thus, during the platinum moon, a fiery red lava sword descended, thrusting into the earth of the eastern coast. The power of the lava fire spread across the land, and within months the entire eastern coast returned to normal. The winged ones could begin restoring production and rebuilding cities. However, after this ordeal, the winged ones deemed the earth no longer safe. They built their cities upon the mountains, and some even dreamt of constructing a city that would stand in the sky. In the year 1030 of the Goblin Empire, the great sage of the goblins had not appeared for nearly 30 years. The various races on the continent were stirring restlessly. In the year 1045 of the Goblin Empire, the great Khan of the northern grassland, Amon the Icebreaker, led his army southward to plunder the northern territories of the Goblin Empire. 3 marquis territories, 10 count territories, and dozens of viscount and baron territories were completely ransacked. A large number of goblins were captured and enslaved on the grasslands, including many goblin alchemists. Among them, the human tribes that allied with the grassland were the most ruthless in their pillaging. Far away in Proada, the Goblin Emperor Guna Amager was furious. The following year, Guna Amager personally led the Imperial Guard along with the noble coalition from the central and northern regions northward to attack the Behemoth Kingdom. As a result, they were utterly defeated by the great Khan of Behemoth Amon the Icebreaker. The Goblin Empire's army was decimated with 1,000,000 corpses floating in the aftermath. Even Guna Amager was captured by Amon the Icebreaker. After this battle, many tribes in the northern part of the Goblin Empire surrendered to the Behemoth Kingdom, and the evaluation of the Goblin Empire by the various races of the continent declined once more. The once mighty and majestic Millennium Empire was on the brink of extinction. In the year 1047 of the Goblin Empire, the son of the 5th Goblin Emperor Leon Amager was crowned as the 6th Emperor. In the same year, Amon the Icebreaker allowed Guna Amager to return. Guna Amager was imprisoned until his death 100 years later. In the year 1050 of the Goblin Empire on the eastern coast at Mount Paradise. After Jiang You raised the original Mount Paradise to the heavens, Sophia began constructing a new city atop it named Euler City, transliterated from Jiang Yu's name. Euler City was fully completed this year. It was also in this winter that a group of sea knights riding sharks arrived on the eastern coast. These seafolk knights possessed azure hair, ear fins resembling those of fish, and towering, powerfully built frames, each standing 5 meters tall, radiating transcendent might. Their faces resembled those of humankind, and they bore arms and legs, but their hands and feet were webbed like flippers. Yet this did not hinder them from gripping long spears and waging war. Upon reaching the eastern coast, they gazed upon villages of winged folk nestled along the shore, and beyond a city rising in the distance, and fury surged within them. In the ancient age, our people swore a covenant with the sovereigns of the land. We aided them in vanquishing the sea titan, the tyrannical claimant to dominion over the deep and rival to the throne. In return, he granted us sovereignty over the coastal realms of the Phalandir continent and forbade all land dwellers from settling there. Even the sky sovereign of that primordial era acknowledged this pact as binding. Yet now a sentient race dares to occupy these shores, building cities, raising homes. In truth, for many centuries the sea folk remained unaware of the winged folk's coastal settlement. They dwelled in the abyssal depths, traversing the ocean floor, and held little fondness for venturing onto dry land. Neither the titans nor the primordial dragons were to be trifled with. The sea folk dwelling far beneath the waves had thus never been drawn into allegiance or conflict. Naturally, neither of those two hegemonic races harbored designs upon the sea itself, but in recent centuries, with the Goblin Empire's alchemical arts flourishing, a continent-wide fervor for alchemy erupted, even among the winged folk, and astonishing arcane innovations emerged with increasing frequency. Yet alchemy bred pollution, and because their settlements bordered the sea, the winged folk discharged waste directly into its waters. Over decades, this cumulative blight finally drew the deep-sea kin's attention. What they did not know was that the age of titans and primordial dragons had long since passed, and when they appeared upon the eastern coast, the winged folk swiftly detected their presence. That strange, otherworldly race emerging suddenly from the sea stirred profound curiosity. A winged official and adventurer resting in a coastal village immediately led several militia members forward to initiate dialogue. He also dispatched messengers to notify nearby winged cities. Before long, atop the waves, the seafolk knight commander, mounted upon a great shark, spotted winged figures descending toward them. Seeing the winged folk approach voluntarily, his expression softened slightly, and he spoke first. Foreigners, by the ancient covenant, the seafolk hold rightful dominion over the Phalandir coast. You have erected cities and multiplied upon this shore, violating the sacred accord. Withdraw at once. The winged official, newly arrived above the waves, stood momentarily stunned. Yet in the next breath, gazing upon those towering sea folk astride colossal sharks, he refused without hesitation. Impossible. Our people have thrived here upon the eastern coast for generations. This is our homeland, and we shall never abandon it. Moreover, this so-called ancient covenant is unknown to us. You arrive unbidden, and demand we forsake lands our ancestors have held since time immemorial. Preposterous. Hearing these words, the seafolk commander fell silent for a moment, then asked abruptly, "What rank do you hold among your people?" The winged official replied without pause, pride gleaming in his voice, "I am captain of the 5th Platoon 9th Battalion Lorsendath Garrison Legion." The shark-riding commander sighed. "We are but minor figures. Matters of this magnitude require negotiation between sovereigns. Therefore summon your monarch to parley with us. In 3 days' time, Her Highness the Great Princess of the Sea will grace the eastern coast to confer with your leader on the sovereignty of these shores. We shall relay this message to our superiors, but the eastern coast is our land, and the seafolk shall not seize it. Though when our princess arrives, she shall prove far less accommodating than I." Soon after, within the citadel of Euler City, Sophia received word of the encounter. After a moment's quiet reflection, she chose not to report it to Jiang You, opting instead to handle the matter herself. 3 days later, Sophia arrived at the coast accompanied by the legendary turtle and an elite retinue of winged adventurers. As she reached the shore, she beheld the sea churning, great waves surging upward. as ranks of lavishly armored seafolk soldiers rode forth upon sharks, whales, giant seahorses, and other oceanic beasts, escorting a radiant young woman who leapt from the water's embrace. This ocean-born maiden differed markedly from her kin. Were Jiang You present, he would instantly recognize her, the mermaid destined to appear in future chronicles. She sat upon a colossal iridescent shell borne aloft by a massive ancient sea turtle beast attended by several seafolk maidens. At that very moment, a formation of silver-armored winged warriors descended from the heavens, gleaming, disciplined, and immaculate. At their vanguard stood Sophia, silver-haired, statuesque, her countenance elegantly austere, clad in resplendent silver armor, commanding, indomitable. One stood suspended in the sky, the other poised upon the sea, both exuding the same regal, glacial majesty. Their eyes met, and the ocean princess spoke first. "I am Themis, eldest daughter of the sea mother and sovereign of Shularis, the submerged city. Long-winged one, tell me, why do you usurp our ancestral land?" Faced with Themis's sharp, immediate accusation, Sophia replied with unruffled composure, "The eastern coast has been our home since time immemorial. There is no usurpation to speak of. By the ancient covenant your continent's sovereign granted these coasts to us, a vow witnessed and upheld by both land and sea. Alas, the sovereign you invoke has vanished from history, and with him that covenant has dissolved into oblivion." "What do you mean?" Themis's brow furrowed. Sophia, sensing her words had struck home, offered a faint, knowing smile. The Titan sovereign Ashemes and the primordial dragon emperor clashed in cataclysmic battle. Both perished, both vanished. The surviving Titans were overthrown by a coalition of goblins and continental races. The primordial dragons withdrew into seclusion, never to emerge. The continent's masters have changed. Did you not know? Such upheaval transpired upon the mainland. Themis paused, astonished. Yet soon her expression shifted, not to dismay but to exhilaration. The mighty Titans and dragons, once unassailable, had faded from history's stage. Was not the Phalandir continent now ripe for new powers to claim their share? Observing Sophia and the legendary turtle, both merely at the legendary tier, and noting the winged soldier's strength matched her own guard, Themis felt certain of victory. "I care not whether the sovereign who signed that covenant still reigns. If you have supplanted them, then you inherit the covenant's obligations. You shall vacate this coast immediately, else the sea folk shall compel your departure by means of our own choosing." Sophia laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. "A most absurd justification. Princess of the deep, war is no game. Return whence you came. The land is no sanctuary for you. Should you dare advance, the winged folk welcome battle without fear." Themis threw back her head and laughed. "Humph, your stubbornness shall bring annihilation upon your kin." She gestured grandly behind her, to the boundless sapphire-hued expanse of ocean. "Ignorant ones, behold this vast, eternal sea. It is the sovereign domain of the sea mother herself. Do you not tremble at the thought of the sea mother unleashing world-ending tempests?" Sophia stood unflinching, her gaze proud, unbroken. She too raised a hand to the heavens, where the brilliant argent moon hung luminous and serene. "Behold that radiant orb above, the white gold moon. Under its light every realm lies within the extension of our sovereign's authority. Do you not quake at the thought of celestial thunder, wrought by the white gold moon, shattering your oceans to dust? Then let us meet on the field of battle." Pathetic. Themis returned to the depths of the sea. She first arranged some affairs in her territory of Xiao-Lu-Si City and sent out personnel to continue gathering intelligence about the continent. Xiao-Lu-Si City was merely a small underwater city. Due to the scarcity of intelligent races in the deep sea, only truly large cities existed under the rule of the Sea Mother. She then proceeded to the depths of the ocean to pay her respects to the Sea Mother. There lay the largest city in the deep sea, Meteor Bang. Countless marine races could be seen there, both intelligent beings and oceanic monsters. They all submitted to the great lord of the ocean, the Sea Mother. The Sea Mother that Themis spoke of was actually a colossal creature over 1,000 meters long, combining elements of tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suction cups, and whales. Countless mouths opened and closed on her massive body, instilling fear. If viewed solely on appearance, many would consider her a beast, but this Sea Mother possessed extraordinary wisdom. Her name was Calyptis, a being at the peak of demigod power, significantly weaker than the former Titan king Amisius, yet still remarkably strong. The sea race and the deep-sea kingdom she established were already on the path to becoming a divine nation on the surface. When Themis arrived at the Sea Mother's enormous palace to report on the intelligence regarding the East Coast and the winged people, as well as the current state of the Titans and dragons, the Sea Mother Calyptis was deeply surprised, as she never expected that the once immensely powerful Titan race and the ancient dragons would have fallen so far. She began to seriously consider the suggestion from her eldest daughter Themis regarding an assault on the continent. Although she herself had little interest in the continent in the future, she intended to ascend to divinity based on the foundation of the Deep Sea Kingdom. For the entire Deep Sea Kingdom was her foundational base. However, despite the vast territory of the deep sea, the population and races were limited. Although the sea mother Calyptis appeared as a monster, her several daughters, who were born parthenogenetically, all bore the exquisite beauty of Titans. As a mother, she naturally had to consider her daughters. Yet after ascending to divinity, if her young daughters were to become deities as well, the continent would undoubtedly be a good choice. Moreover, if she wanted to establish a pantheon of oceanic deities in the future, her daughters would be her best assistants. The proposal from her eldest daughter was ultimately accepted. They could first launch an attack on the east coast, initiate a war, and justifiably expel the winged people, then solidify their foothold in the corners of the continent. Themis was appointed as the commander of this war. At the same time, she proposed a suggestion for Themis to carry out. In the spring of the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, the legendary envoy group of the sea race, led by the third princess Melur, arrived at the goblin capital of Proadas to visit the goblin race. The goblins expressed great curiosity about the sea race, which had only existed in legends and had never been seen before. When the sea race arrived at Proadas and saw the city gate forged from the head of the Thunder Titan, they gained a deeper understanding of the goblins, the current rulers of the continent. Subsequently, the sea envoy met with the 6th Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel and presented a large number of rare treasures only found in the ocean. They sought to establish diplomatic relations with the current rulers of the continent, the goblins. Melior, referring to them as the rulers of the continent, spoke with great enthusiasm about the continent's treasures, greatly pleasing Emperor Leon Amigel. Finally, the sea race proposed that the new rulers of the continent, the goblins, inherit the eternal oath established between the former Titan race and the sea race. Leon Amigel readily agreed. Then the 3 princesses of the sea race proposed that in the oath the seaside land of Ferrand would belong to the sea race, and they requested the Goblin Emperor to issue an edict for the winged people to relinquish the East Coast. This request put Leon Amigel in a difficult position. The winged people of the East Coast were one of the most powerful allied races since the founding of the Goblin Empire. Although the prestige of the Goblin Empire had greatly diminished and various races on the continent began to regard the empire with less respect, the same went for the winged people. However, if he were to do this, it would be tantamount to pushing the already less compliant winged people completely to the opposing side. Just as he was troubled by this, his favored minister, the court Marquis Micah, spoke up. "Your Majesty, the winged people have long ceased to be loyal to the empire and have gradually grown stronger. A few years ago, when your father launched a northern expedition to the desert, the winged people did not send a single soldier. He had to summon the Eagle People tribe and gathered over 10,000 eagle warriors to march north. After the war, the winged people even issued a protest to the empire expressing their dissatisfaction with the empire's support for the Eagle people. They are merely subjects of my race, yet they dared to express discontent towards our lord, which shows they have long turned their backs on us. Why not follow the sea race's suggestion and issue a clear edict for the winged people to withdraw from the East Coast? The winged people will certainly not comply, and the sea race will use this as a pretext to attack them. Let these two races fight it out themselves, exhausting their strength. We just need to wait for the outcome. What if the sea race wins? We can rally the various races of the continent to drive them away. The sea race also wishes to come ashore, fearing they have ulterior motives for the continent. What if the winged people win? Then you can issue a clear edict to apologize. After all, the prestige of the empire has already declined this much. Alright, let's proceed as you suggest. In the summer of the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, Sophia in Ulil City nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration after receiving the edict from Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel. Damn goblin dwarf, how could he utter such shameless words? She reported the content of this edict to Jiang You, who sat upon the platinum throne. Even the usually calm Jiang You fell silent upon seeing the edict from the Goblin Emperor. Do the current goblins still consider themselves the rulers of the continent? After contemplating, Jiang You made a decision. 3 days later, in Losenders on the east coast of Ulil City, Sophia raised her lava longsword and criticized the unjust actions of the goblin race. Then, facing the high moon, she declared the independence of the winged people, stating they would no longer be subjects of the Goblin Empire and would establish the Kingdom of Winged People, also known as the Kingdom of Losenders. The Kingdom of Rosendath is established. Jiang Yu naturally becomes the king of Rosendath, while Sophia serves as the vice-sovereign, managing the kingdom's affairs in Jiang Yu's absence. When the news of the winged people's independence reached Proadas, the emperor and his ministers of the Gnome Empire exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by the winged people's fierce reaction. However, most of the empire's army is stationed in the northern borders, repelling the behemoth king court and preventing their advance southward. The various races within the empire's territory have become difficult to mobilize, forcing them to reluctantly accept the situation. Emperor Leon Amigel hopes that the Sea Clan will deliver a severe blow to the winged people. In July, the Sea Clan's Grand Princess, Themis, personally leads the Sea Clan army to attack the winged people's eastern coast. The first shot of the 1,000-year war between the winged people and the Sea Clan is fired. With the surging waves and tides of the ocean, the Sea Clan leads countless marine creatures to storm the territory of the winged people. Sea Clan knights ride sharks, giant whales, crabs, seahorses, squids, and other marine creatures as they charge onto the shore. Meanwhile, Sea Clan warriors command intelligent races living in the ocean, such as fishmen, jellyfish people, and sea mud people, to rush ashore as cannon fodder. At once, a massive surge of Sea Clan creatures floods into the winged people's realm. Thankfully, the winged villages along the coast have been evacuated, and the civilians have been sent to the rear, preventing any casualties among the populace during this attack. To resist the Sea Clan and protect their homeland, Sophia summons all the winged legions within the kingdom of Rosendath to mobilize. The winged legions from the Heavenly Mountains, Romanda, and the Sophia Islands are on standby. She herself wields the lava sword and heads to the front lines to confront the enemy. Since Sophia abandoned the path to divinity, she has traversed far along the path of legend among mortals. Coupled with the lava fire sword granted by Jiang You, she can now be considered a semi-divine combat force. With the advantage of home ground, she stands on equal footing with the semi-divine Grand Princess Themis of the Sea Clan. In terms of high-end combat powers, several legendary Sea Clan figures are held back by the elite winged professional armies and the Little Turtles. The advantage of flight proves quite useful against high-level combat forces. Additionally, the winged people have established defensive lines in several cities along the coast. They attack from the skies and defend from the walls. However, the sheer number of the Sea Clan makes it challenging to manage both aspects at times. Months later, Sophia realizes that such a defensive strategy leads to excessive casualties and hinders the winged people's aerial advantage. After careful consideration, she grits her teeth and decides to abandon several winged cities established along the coast, relinquishing a portion of territory to expand strategic depth. The winged people within the cities are relocated to the rear, allowing the winged legions to occupy mountain peaks as their bases, maximizing their ability to inflict damage on the enemy from the air. After this strategic adjustment, the winged people quickly gain the upper hand. A large number of Sea Clan that have landed are shot down by the winged people, while the Sea Clan finds it difficult to retaliate against the winged people in the sky. The land previously occupied by the Sea Clan also fails to be held, as even with walls and barriers for defense, their supply lines are constantly severed by the winged people in the skies. The Sea Clan finds themselves in a predicament. Soon they are driven back into the sea. At this point, the winged people have no means to deal with the Sea Clan in the ocean. In the ocean, the Sea Clan holds the same advantage as the winged people do in the sky. After a prolonged battle, both sides' territories revert to their original state. Seeing that they cannot break the stalemate, Themis becomes anxious, as the idea of attacking the continent seems utterly foolish to most of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan, having lived in the ocean for generations, does not have a strong desire for land. They are indifferent to them as future plans, simply accustomed to obeying the long-standing rule and authority of the Sea Mother. In desperation, Themis seeks the Sea Mother's assistance. Faced with the winged people who hold the advantage in the skies, Themis cannot think of any other solution. She hopes that the Sea Mother Calyptis will stir the waves of the ocean, flooding the eastern coast and transforming parts of the coastal areas into sea territory, creating a home advantage for the Sea Clan army. The Sea Mother is somewhat concerned that such actions might incite resistance among the continental races, which would be detrimental to future dominion over the continent. Once the seawater flows in, the land will become saline and barren, making it impossible to farm and harvest. However, Themis is also correct. If they cannot even set foot on the shore, everything that follows will be in vain. The Sea Mother Calyptis agrees. In the year 1050, one of the Goblin Empire on the east coast, after subduing the aquatic tribes back into the sea, they remained quiet for a time. Sophia moved the command tent to a mountain overlooking the sea, dispatching numerous elite winged teams daily to patrol the coastline. Eudyxie was one of the ordinary soldiers in the Winged Legion, returning home late every day, vigilant with his comrades over the vast expanse of the sea. From time to time, dozens of aquatic soldiers would appear to probe, only to be met with a rain of arrows from Eudyxie and his comrades. It has been 5 months since the invasion began. Eudyxie had been fighting against the aquatic tribes under the leadership of the Vice Lord of the Kingdom, the Radiant Saint Sophia, for over 4 months. He had experienced failures when the aquatic tribes landed and occupied cities and coastal lands, and also witnessed Sophia's change of strategy, delivering crushing blows to these tall blue creatures on the vast land. Ultimately, the winged people worked together to push the invading aquatic army back into the sea, and Eudyxie felt a deep sense of pride in being a winged. In his and his comrades' eyes, those damned aquatic giants should return to their ocean to feed their sharks, not come to the mainland to compete with the winged for territory. They all believed that after being suppressed back into the sea, the aquatic tribes would likely cease their attacks, allowing them to restore a peaceful and tranquil life. On this day, the weather was fine with clear skies. The sea was calm, and a gentle sea breeze brushed against Eudyxie's face, making him feel quite comfortable. Beside him, his comrade Iolaus was still complaining. Sigh, I've been eating seafood for months. I feel like my mouth is turning as salty as a fish's. The winged forces fighting on the east coast numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and relying solely on previous food supplies was not feasible. Sophia usually ordered the army to clear the battlefield after each battle, bringing back the seafood left by the aquatic tribes as provisions. Facing his comrades' complaints, Eudyxie comforted him with a smile. We're about to win. Once we return home, I'll take you to Uncle Ade's tavern for a meal of desert lamb brought back from the northern plains. Eudyxie, you can actually afford that. Those greedy goblin merchants charge quite a lot. Haha, that's because my sister is Princess Sophia's attendant and my family is rather well off. Eudyxie, my dear brother, what do you think of your brother-in-law? Just as the two were chatting, a series of enormous shadows suddenly rose on the distant horizon. Eudyxie happened to glance towards the horizon and immediately felt his eyes widen in horror. Quick, we need to return and notify Lady Sophia. A disaster of the sea, a colossal sea disaster, is upon us. Not only them, but all wing teams patrolling also noticed the impending monstrous waves and turned back. However, before they could return to inform Sophia, a silver-haired, valiant female winged figure appeared in the sky, standing at the forefront of all the winged. She wielded a lava sword, looking with fury at the ocean direction where the monstrous waves approached. Themis. She calculated that even with all her might to unleash the power of the lava flame, it would be difficult to withstand such waves. Thus, she knelt on one knee towards the platinum moon in the sky. My king, please protect your people. The colossal ocean waves surged, towering hundreds of meters high, crashing towards them at an astonishing speed. As Sophia knelt in midair, the first wave hundreds of meters high approached them. The massive wave obscured the sky, and the salty sea breeze was swept up by the wave. In the midst of the air, Sophia appeared as tiny as an ant about to be engulfed by the monstrous waves. All the winged were filled with horror and despair. However, at that moment, the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone with brilliant light. In an instant, it was even more radiant than the sun above. In just a moment, a massive blue sword enveloped with the endless waters of the ocean crashed down from the infinite sky, embedding itself on the coastline. An invisible wave of energy spread out. It seemed as if a vast will that surpassed all in the world was manipulating the oceans, forcefully pressing down all the monstrous waves. Then a clear and majestic voice reverberated through heaven and earth. Under the decree, the power of heavy water is used to stabilize the sea. High above in the celestial realm, Jiang You sat upright on a platinum throne, his silver hair flowing, as his violet eyes suddenly opened, casting a downward gaze into the depths of the ocean. At the bottom of the deep sea, the sea mother Calypso, perched upon the sea king's throne, seemed to sense something. Her massive head suddenly lifted, gazing towards the heavens. It seemed as though time and space had transcended, and the two powerful beings engaged in a silent conversation. After a long moment, Calypso bowed her head at the bottom of the deep sea. Meanwhile, high above, Jiang You also closed his violet eyes. He sat solemnly, unmoving as a mountain. Though he appeared composed, he was indeed exerting all his strength. Suppressing a being like Calypso and the tumultuous waves she stirred was no easy feat, especially since he was still wounded and had not yet fully healed. Strangely, the natural laws of the past life seemed somewhat similar. The platinum moon itself exerted a certain suppressive force on the ocean's tides, allowing him to harness its vast power. It appears that the moon can indeed influence the tides, such is the existence in every world. After confronting Jiang You from afar, Calypso decided to entrust the task of attacking the continent entirely to Themis, allowing her to utilize all resources of the sea tribes, but she would not take action herself. Uncertain whether Jiang You could defeat her, she was willing to compromise for the sake of ascension. Having lingered in the deep sea for so many years, she could afford this moment of patience. At the bottom of the East Sea, Themis, seated on a temporary throne of the sea floor, reveled in the mighty waves unleashed by the sea mother. She looked at Sophia, who appeared as insignificant as an ant before the towering waves, laughing gleefully. Sophia, let's see what you can do to save your kin this time. Will you use your fire stick? Yet in the next moment, a powerful and overwhelming will like a hand of the heavens swept across the surging waves of the east coast, calming them. In an instant, she felt the ocean being imbued with another form of water authority, an aura of unparalleled majesty flowing through the deep sea, pressing her down onto her throne, rendering her frozen in shock. Having just achieved demigod status, her strength was not yet at its peak, and this truly astonished her. Gazing at the radiant platinum moon high above, she murmured to herself, "Is what that winged woman said true? That platinum moon really has descended with the power to suppress the ocean." On the east coast, when that world-destroying wave was instantly quelled by Jiang You, countless winged people caught sight of the shining platinum moon above their eyes, filled with fervor and their admiration reaching a frenzied peak. "Holy be, our king! Holy be, Lord of the heavens!" Sophia also gripped her lava longsword tightly, her eyes brimming with excitement. She always knew that the king was omnipotent. The little turtle stood before the blue jade longsword embedded in the coast, gazing at the platinum moon in the sky. "Boss, when will you be able to come down?" Thus ended the first war between the winged and sea tribes. In the year 1052 of the Goblin Empire, winter, the behemoth king court of the North Desert once again descended south to plunder. This time the behemoth Khan Amon the Icebreaker personally led the army to decisively defeat the goblin forces in the northern territories. Afterward, he swept through the north, leaving no grass to grow in his wake. After their defeat, the goblin border troops dared only to defend their city, resulting in the goblin strongholds in the north being nearly empty. It is worth mentioning that Amon was quite interesting this time. He targeted only the goblins for brutal slaughter, sparing the tribes and populations of other races, taking only a portion of their food and wealth. Thus, for the first time, the non-goblin races in the north outnumbered the goblins in population, beginning to take advantage of the situation to grow stronger in the northern territories. Prelatus, hearing of the goblin border troops' great defeat, the goblin emperor Leon Amigel was furious and bellowed in outrage. He ordered the removal of the border troop commander Cade and brought him back to the capital, dispatching another noble goblin to lead the troops in the north. He himself dared not go in person, as he had several sons now and was reluctant to return to the front lines. In the year 1053 of the Goblin Empire, taking advantage of the Goblin Empire's disastrous defeat in the north, the kingdom of winged people of Rosendath, having abandoned the allied winged tribe, instead supported the sea tribe, sending troops west beyond the 9 passes to occupy the vast valley plains of the Morgar River region, driving out all goblins within. During this time, the goblin cities in the Morgar region had no will to resist. Sophia dispatched troops to occupy this place, primarily to prepare for the next war against the sea tribe. Clearly, she dared not allow the winged people to reside in the land of the East Coast any longer. Therefore, this large area of missing land could only be reclaimed from the goblins. Of course, there was another reason. Just a bit to the west of the Morgar River lies the Whispering Forest, and the ancestral land of the winged people, the High Barbarian Mountain, is located just beyond the Whispering Forest. This matter reached Prelatus. Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel was furious in the palace, exclaiming that they had gone too far. In a fit of rage, Leon Amigel calculated the power at his disposal and ultimately became enraged. In the year 1055 of the Goblin Empire, the dwarven kingdom of Avat, nestled between the western mountains, declared independence. The western mountain ranges are rich in minerals and metals. 1,000 years ago, the dwarves traded precious forging techniques from the human race of the previous epoch and have since flourished. The dwarven kingdom established its foundation on this and accumulated vast wealth over the millennia. As a renowned mountain nation, the dwarves were required to supply no small amount of weapons and armor to the Goblin Empire each year during the first millennium of the empire. However, after the millennium changed, the Goblin Empire began to decline, and the weapons and armor supplied by the dwarves became increasingly scarce. This continued until a few years ago, when the behemoth kingdom on the plains rose, and the winged people on the eastern coast declared their independence. Seeing the Goblin Empire's inability to respond, the current dwarven king Chirue, Avat finally made the decision to lead the dwarves to independence and establish the Avat Mountain Kingdom. Thus, one of the main sources of weapons for the Goblin Empire was lost, further weakening its national power. As a result, the attitudes of the alien races on the continent towards the goblins began to shift. In the year 1056 of the Goblin Empire, on the eastern coast, after a few years of recuperation, the sea folk launched another war against the winged people of the eastern coast. This time, the sea folk's Grand Princess Themis brought with her the elite troops from the underwater city of Metal Bay. The sea folk's third princess Melair also rushed from the southern seas with her followers to join the battle. Sophia once again wielded the lava sword, leading the winged army of Losenders into battle. This time, Themis was clever, not rushing to mount a large-scale attack, but quickly assembling an elite force of extraordinary professionals, advancing along the river deep into Losenders' territory. Upon finding the large city of the winged people within, she swiftly dispatched elite troops along the river to attack the city, forcing the winged people into a decisive battle. This time, Sophia was caught off guard and suffered a hasty defeat. Fortunately, Erido, wielding the blue jade sword, arrived with the elite winged army of Romanda just in time to fend off the sea folk sisters' assault. Since the sea folk occupied the river, although later Sophia ordered the construction of iron barriers and traps in the major riverways to hinder the sea folk's movements. It was clear that this time they could not quickly drive the sea folk back into the sea. The sea folk expanded the riverways and established underwater fortresses which were difficult for the winged people to breach. With these stakes driven into the eastern coast, this war dragged on for decades. It only ended when both sides were utterly exhausted. Because this war was led by 2 pairs of sisters, it was also referred to as the Sister War. This time, the winged people suffered heavy casualties, with hundreds of thousands dying in the conflict. However, the gains were not non-existent. This prolonged battlefield experience allowed more winged people to be tempered, accelerating their research into potion making and the paths of professionals. Moreover, several hero-tier winged people broke through to legend during the battles, compensating for the lack of high-end combat power among the winged people. In the year 1137 of the Goblin Empire, a troll clan known as the Blood Axe clan rose on the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire. This Blood Axe clan was originally just a small tribe. Later, a troll named Odin Blood Axe was born in the clan. He was exceptionally gifted, having traveled extensively across the continent in his early years, serving as a mercenary for the Goblin Empire, smuggling weapons through the northern deserts, and visiting the Dwarven Mountain Kingdom for iron, as well as trading along the eastern coast. With the wealth and strength he amassed over the years, he was able to make a living in the large cities of the Goblin Empire and live quite well. Although the Goblin Empire is currently weak, there are still many foreign races residing in its cities, becoming subjects of the empire. However, Odin Blood Axe did not choose this path. He paid attention to current affairs of the continent, recognizing the weakness of the Goblin Empire, as well as the power of the dwarves, behemoths, winged people, and sea folk. As a member of the troll race, he was one of the few intelligent and wise individuals. He saw that while the overall strength of the trolls was formidable, they were extremely fragmented, each governing themselves. After a series of fortuitous events, he quietly embarked on the legendary path. He then returned to his hometown in the Domart region of the southwestern border, took over the Blood Axe clan from which he hailed, and became the tribal chief. He began to establish the god of slaughter as the faith of his clan. At first, many trolls in the clan were resistant, believing this decision violated the will of their ancestors. Odin Blood Axe defeated them one by one. It is important to note that during this time the troll clans had no faith. Most trolls were simple-minded, strong in physical prowess, and acted rudely. While they could produce legends, they had never formed a cohesive force. This is because most troll clans operated independently with mutual defiance. Today your Blood Axe clan wants me, the Stonehammer clan, to submit, and tomorrow I, the Stonehammer clan, must defend the dignity of my clan's name. They worshipped their ancestors and had no unified faith, nor did anyone think along those lines. Odin Blood Axe intended to unify the troll clans under the faith of the god of slaughter. The god of blood slaughter indeed possessed divine qualities, granting enhancements to the trolls during battle. He aimed to unify the troll clans, erasing the barriers between different ancestral spirits and rallying the trolls across the continent. This would be an extremely difficult and time-consuming task. Yet Odin Blood Axe was determined to undertake it. He had the motivation and strength and was willing to take action. Thus, the Blood Axe clan began a quiet expansion on the southwestern border of the empire. In the initial century, they absorbed nearby small troll clans such as the Bloodhand clan, Stonehammer clan, Sharp Axe clan, Marsh clan, and Tree Under clan, becoming a newly emerging large troll clan in the southwestern region of the Goblin Empire. Moreover, he spent more time unifying the faith and no longer dividing the trolls by clans than he did in conquering them. Therefore, at the beginning, their development was not rapid. Unifying thoughts often proved more challenging. The Goblin Empire only became aware that a large troll clan named Blood Axe had risen in the southwestern border. Odin Blood Axe even expressed submission to the Goblin Empire, thereby gaining its support. As a result, he established a small town in the Domart region as the residence of the Blood Axe clan. In the year 1157 of the Goblin Empire, after several decades of tranquility, the Sea Tribe launched its third invasion against the winged race on the east coast. At this time, the winged people had seen a rise in population and strength due to the development of the Morja region. This time, to compensate for the deficiencies in ground combat, Sophia recruited a mercenary army composed of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs to assist the winged race in the battle on the east coast. The addition of the mercenaries allowed the winged people to gain the upper hand in this conflict, successfully driving the Sea Tribe back to the ocean within just over 20 years. Later, the use of mercenaries became a common practice for the winged race in their fight against the Sea Tribe. Due to the chaotic nature of the mercenaries they had hired, Arita suggested that this be organized into a new department under the Winged Kingdom for unified management. After reporting this matter to Jiang You, he pondered for a long time before establishing a new kingdom department specifically for hiring foreign troops. Moreover, for the professionals within, he set up a specialized bounty system. This department was entrusted to the newly promoted Winged Legend Field. To facilitate management distinctions, Field divided this department into two parts, one for the ordinary but numerous foreign mercenaries, named the Mercenary Division. The other part, dealing with fewer but stronger professionals, was named the Adventurer Division. The mercenaries of the winged race merely supplemented the ground combat strength of the military. However, on the side of the Goblin Empire, as time progressed, they gradually became the main force of the northern army of the Goblin Empire. But for a time, they indeed managed to fend off the repeated incursions from the northern Behemoth Kingdom. In the year 1189 of the Goblin Empire, the outstanding alchemist of the Winged Kingdom, Afamo, accidentally spilled the blood of several magical beasts into a vial of freshly created light potion while researching ways to enhance the overall light affinity of the winged race. The potion was thus rendered useless, wasting a large amount of precious materials. These were materials controlled by the kingdom. In desperation, he secretly poured the potion into the horse trough, where it was consumed by a domesticated white horse. As a result, the white horse underwent a bloodline mutation the next day. After a month, this white horse awakened the power of light and could also wield the power of the light element, its intelligence significantly enhanced. The most notable feature was a long horn that sprouted from its head. The ancestor of the unicorn was born. Later, a Famo released it back into the wild. In the year 1209 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe launched its fourth attack against the winged race. This time they did not assault the east coast, but instead turned their attention to the Sophia Islands. The islands were difficult to defend, and half of the archipelago was occupied by the Sea Tribe, resulting in heavy losses for the winged race. In the year 1236 of the Goblin Empire, a legendary figure was reborn among the human tribes migrating to the far northwest neighboring the Blood Tribe. Named Momed, this legendary human replaced the Reinhardt family and became the leader of the far western human tribe aiming for better development. He spent time and effort marrying a mermaid princess from the West Sea. The Momed family also became a lineage that possessed mermaid blood, passing it down through generations. In the year 1245 of the Goblin Empire, the Blood Axe clan in the southwest of Ferland expanded again, swallowing all the troll clans on the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire, reaching a population of 100,000. That winter, the Blood Axe clan, which had always been submissive to the Goblin Empire, suddenly changed its attitude. They launched a military expedition occupying the border city of Gank in the southwestern part of the Goblin Empire. Emperor Leon Amigel of the Prodas Empire was furious. He commanded the current Duke of the Southern Territory, Peter Aziba, to lead the Southern Army to quell the rebellion. Odin Bloodaxe realized that the strength of the Goblin Empire was still greater than his own, and they had the ability to punish him, so he hurriedly returned Gank and expressed his submission once again. Only then did Duke Peter Aziba withdraw his troops. After this, Odin Bloodaxe began to develop his tribe in silence, setting the Duke of the South as his strength goal. In the year 1289 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe continued to attack the winged race. In the year 1311 of the Goblin Empire, the leader of the Lizardmen, Majira, declared independence from the rule of the Goblin Empire in the southern swamps of Ferland, establishing the Lizardmen Kingdom. In the same year, the Troll Bloodaxe clan formed an alliance with the Lizardmen Kingdom. In the year 1356 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe continued to attack the winged race. The winged race's great alchemist Yura discovered and created the light gem, greatly increasing the chances of awakening among the winged people. In the year 1344 of the Goblin Empire, the sixth Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel died in frustration. Before his death, he entrusted 3 arrows to his prince, expressing his 3 greatest grievances in life. The first was the decline of the empire, which he felt powerless to change. The second was the harassment from the Behemoth Kingdom, which he could not prevent. The third was the independence of the Winged Kingdom, Dwarven Kingdom, and Lizardmen Kingdom, which he saw as betrayal. Prince Mirdan Amigel solemnly accepted the arrows and vowed by the bedside to avenge his father the emperor for the grievances expressed in those 3 arrows. Leon Amigel closed his eyes in satisfaction. 3 days after Leon Amigel's death, Prince Mirdan Amigel was assassinated in a coup by his brother Misha Amigel. 7 days later, the 7th Goblin Emperor Misha Amigel was crowned. He discarded the 3 arrows as worthless. In the year 1365 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe continued to attack the East Coast. The 2 races had become mortal enemies. Sophia vowed to erase the Sea Tribe from the world. In the year 1378 of the Goblin Empire, a significant event that would impact Ferland occurred. In the depths of the ocean, within a massive island shrouded in mist, a dragon possessing many ancient giant dragon bloodlines was born. Among them, the platinum ancient dragon Bahamut primarily bred 5 types of metallic dragons: gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper, as well as several other dragon species such as gem dragons, crystal dragons, diamond dragons, obsidian dragons, and rainbow dragons. The later generations, called Tiamat, known as the mother of 5 colors, bred 5 types of colored dragons. These were the red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, and white dragon. The bloodline of the blue dragon traces back to the ancient blue dragon king, who was slain by the Thunder Titan. The bloodlines of the remaining 3 red, green, and black dragons all originated from powerful ancient dragons. Only the bloodline of the white dragon was a mistake from Tiamat, who used an ordinary ancient white dragon as the source. As breeders of dragons, these new generations of dragons added their own interpretations. Bahamut revered order, and thus the metallic dragons followed suit. Tiamat, on the other hand, revered freedom, and this characteristic appeared in the personalities of the 5 colored dragons. The strength of these new generation dragons was somewhat inferior to that of ancient dragons. Powerful dragons could only reach the legendary realm upon maturity, while contemporary ancient dragons could achieve demigod status. When these young dragons were born, the dragons of the metallic faction and those of the 5-colored faction looked upon each other with disdain. As they grew slightly larger among the young dragons, the gold dragons and red dragons were the first to start fighting. Afterward, other young dragons joined in. Like a brawl, the metallic dragons and the colored dragons fought on Dragon Island every day with hardly a day of peace. Fortunately, the young dragons were still quite small, and in the eyes of Bahamut and Tiamat this was merely a trivial matter. However, the seeds of conflict were taking root deep in the hearts of these two kinds of dragons. Many years later, such seeds would grow into towering trees. In the year 1399 of the Goblin Empire, the Ratmen, who had always lived in the underground world, appeared on the land of the Goblin Empire. These Ratmen carried a large number of pathogens, causing many goblins in the central region to perish. Fortunately, the goblin alchemists collaborated to develop a rodent plague potion and expelled this Ratman tribe to the remote mountains in the central western area. The appearance of the Ratmen revealed the existence of the underground world to the mainland of Philand for the first time. In the central region, a large number of goblin explorers ventured into the underground world. Some of these explorers returned while others remained in the underground world forever. Year 1406 of the Goblin Empire. A century ago, the current state of the goblin race caused concern among many aspiring goblins. The pessimistic goblin master alchemist Marquis Leonard sought to replicate the phenomena of the two types of birth seen in the Baiman race within the goblin race. This was to ensure that in the future, when the goblins faced decline, the inherently small goblins would not be without the power to resist. If the golden Baiman and the Baiman giant beasts could coexist, the goblins could too. The goblin nobility and citizens did not support such experiments. They always regarded the Baiman as a barbaric race from the ice domain plateau, still burdened by their beastly nature. Leonard had no choice but to conduct his research in secret. That year, Leonard's research achieved success. A bear goblin was born sharing the same mother as the goblins. The bear goblin not only possessed a stature comparable to that of a troll, but also had considerable intelligence. In fact, the research on the bear goblin indeed utilized troll genes. Year 1437 of the Goblin Empire. To confront the aerial dominance of the winged race, the goblin master alchemist Mibrin improved airships from the data of the human race from the previous era, adapting them for the current environment. These airships utilized magic crystals as power sources. Equipped with Eaglemen and goblin archers, these airships played a significant role in countering the Baiman royal court, slightly reversing the prairie's oppression of the northern borders. Year 1467 of the Goblin Empire. In the high heavens, Jiang You finally opened his eyes on the platinum throne. His injuries had healed, and he had unified several powers of suppression. Feeling the vast power contained within his body, the path to the throne made him unwavering. The burial of demigod corpses in the surrounding lands symbolized the brilliance and strength of the path to the throne. When he descended from the high heavens and returned to the city of Uller, countless winged beings cheered with joy. Their king had returned from the platinum moon. Many young winged beings from birth until now had seldom seen Jiang You. Upon returning to the Whitestone Castle, legendary winged beings such as Sophia, Erida, Little Turtle, and officials of the kingdom had long awaited him within the castle. Taking his seat, Jiang You looked at Sophia, who had always served as the kingdom's vice-lord. Her face remained youthful and beautiful, but her silver hair had gained a few strands of gray. This made him feel pity and suddenly awaken to the reality. The path of human legend is not so easily traversed. The lifespan of the winged race had not yet reached that of the immortal, and their lifespan was finite. Even as a legend, Sophia only possessed 1,000 years of life. She had aged. Jiang You looked at Erida beside Sophia and found that she was the same. These two sisters cared for the winged race, diligently planning for their kin in his absence, gaining the love of the entire winged community. After observing the two sisters, Jiang You made a decision in his heart. However, there was no rush. He first asked about important matters. Now, how many people are there in the winged race? A winged official quickly replied, Your Majesty, although we have lost half of the Sophia Islands and the eastern coastal regions, and due to the sea race's long-standing wars, we have occupied the more prosperous region of the Morgar River and developed it. Currently, the population of the winged race is approximately 7 million. Hearing this number, a smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Very good, you have all done well. Then how is the current situation on the continent? This was answered directly by Sophia. Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire has already become riddled with holes. The Prairie Royal Court has been established, the Winged Kingdom is independent, the Dwarven Kingdom is independent, and the Lizardman Kingdom is independent. The strength of the Goblin Empire has dramatically declined. Then where is the great sage Aziva from the war years ago? Your Majesty, Aziva has not appeared before the world for a long time. Many races speculate that Aziva has long since died from severe injuries. Jiang Yu shook his head. Aziva is not so simple. He then curiously asked who was the demigod that suddenly appeared in Proadas at that time. Erida replied, Your Majesty, according to messages from the kin who once stationed in Proadas, it is said to be a demigod who calls himself the true ancestor of the blood race. This demigod reportedly had deep ties to the human race. However, he disappeared after that battle. I see. What about the sea race? Have there been any recent news about them? When I descended, I did not see the sea race within the kingdom's territory. Jiang Yu turned to another matter he was concerned about. Your Majesty, the sea race has not waged war against us for several decades. It is said that there has been a rebellion among the sea race and Themis needs to lead troops to quell it. To be honest, I do miss those two sisters from Themis. Sophia's phoenix eyes glistened with frost, her tone cold and laced with killing intent. Erida smiled, but said nothing, and the other winged beings dared not speak. Their sea matron is a powerful demigod walking at the pinnacle of the path to deification. In the past, we made an agreement that during the war between our two races, I might not intervene, so I will have to trouble you in the future. Jiang You smiled slightly. At this stage, Jiang You was not confident about defeating the sea matron, especially in the deep sea. So let the two races fight it out for now. After all, the winged race had not weakened because of this, and had even grown stronger. It is not a trouble. Serving the king and serving the winged race is our honor. Sophia took the lead in saying. Afterwards, Jiang You asked the officials of the winged people about several matters concerning their tribe, including diplomatic relations, food crops, extraordinary professionals, alchemical technology, enchanting techniques, and magical beast husbandry. The officials answered one by one. As the wait drew to a close, it was already evening. Jiang You dismissed the officials of Baishur Fortress, allowing them to return home. However, before they left, he called the two sisters. By the way, Sophia, Erida, wait a moment, and come with me to the Platinum Moon. The two legendary winged women exchanged glances, showing signs of confusion, yet neither questioned the reason, and both nodded in agreement. Their personalities were both cool and capable, making them naturally effective subordinates. Additionally, they were very curious about the Platinum Moon, but unfortunately, as mere legends, it was difficult for them to ascend. After a while, Jiang You approached them. Did you bring the lava longsword and the blue jade longsword? The sisters patted their sword sheaths at their waists. Your Majesty, they are here. Then follow me. Jiang You nodded, then extended his hands, taking one of each sister and flying them high into the sky. They soared over lands that legends could hardly traverse, arriving at the realm where the Platinum Throne was located. Upon arriving, the two sisters curiously gazed at the imposing Platinum Throne, then turned their attention to the seemingly eternally radiant silver moon not far away. Do not look at that silver moon. Within it lies a powerful existence in slumber, one that I am not even a match for now, Jiang You cautioned. Oh, the two sisters obediently nodded. Once they had composed themselves, Jiang You spoke again. Sophia, Erida, you are not young anymore, are you? Sophia was already over 1,000 years old, and Erida was nearly the same. Legends generally lived for 1,000 years, and according to the original timeline, the Sophia sisters should have perished centuries ago. However, a few centuries ago, after Jiang You integrated the authority of growth into the bloodline of the winged people, although it did not transform the entire tribe's bloodline into that of immortals, it did extend their lifespans. Nevertheless, even now both of them were nearing the end. The Sophia sisters dedicated their lives to the winged people, never marrying or bearing children, serving the Platinum Throne with unwavering diligence. As descendants of companions from 1,500 years ago, had it not been for the lineage of elder sister Limmer still continuing, Jiang You would feel even more guilty. In response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, Sophia calmly smiled and said, to be honest, Your Majesty, in recent years I have been searching for a successor. My age is already quite advanced, but the winged people must continue to develop. Erida gently smiled alongside her. They cared little for life and death. Their focus was on their king and their people. Sophia, Erida, the winged people are at a crucial stage of rapid development. I have a method that can allow you to live for a long time. Sophia and Erida exchanged surprised glances and asked in unison, Your Majesty, what is this method? I will bind a certain authority to you. However, from this moment on, you will need to be completely bound to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne exists, so will you. If the throne shatters, you will perish alongside it. We are willing, the two sisters said in unison. To live and witness the rise of the winged people and continue serving Jiang You, how could they possibly refuse? Seeing the two women agree, Jiang You felt relieved. Good, take the lava longsword and the blue jade longsword and step forward. He then walked to the Platinum Throne and sat down facing the two legendary winged women who approached and knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, Today, by the name of the Platinum Throne, I grant Sophia and Erida the authority of lava of fire, the authority of heavy water of water. From this moment on, you shall be the emissaries of my throne's authority, executing the great power of authority on my behalf. As his words fell, the long swords in Sophia and Erida's hands suddenly erupted with brilliant light of laws, and then the two swords gradually faded into nothingness and entered the bodies of the two legendary winged women. The laws harmonized and the authority integrated. It was akin to a breakthrough into demigod status. At the same time, the Platinum Throne and the entire throne's foundation trembled, and its radiance surged. Outside at that moment, the Platinum Moon in the heavens shone magnificently, overshadowing the light of the silver moon and the sun. After the radiance, the faces of Sophia and Erida became younger, yet more imposing. Their silver hair became smooth and flowing, drifting like divine beings. More importantly, in their eyes, Sophia's pupils transformed into a fiery red-yellow like molten lava, while Erida's eyes turned deep blue. From this moment, they became the emissaries of the throne comparable to demigods. Afterwards, the three descended from the heavens. This time, Sophia and Erida could descend on their own. In the future, if Jiang You needed to sit high in the heavens, the two could also come up to seek him. 3 days later, Jiang You unearthed the body of the radiant titan Asuna from its burial site on Paradise Mountain and brought it back to the high heavens. Despite having been buried for over 1,000 years, the demigod's body was not decayed and remained lifelike. He extracted the thigh bone of the radiant titan and crafted it into a radiant longsword. Then, using his understanding of the laws of radiance, he summoned the power of authority to descend and decisively suppressed it. The malice of the world arrived as expected, but Jiang You paid it no mind. He drove the radiant longsword suppressed by the radiant authority into the head of the radiant titan. Some of the powers of the radiant authority were replenished and became even more powerful. As for the radiant titan, with this strike her flesh dissolved and her corpse was absorbed by the floating land where the platinum throne resided, causing its area to expand slightly. In the 1468th year of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe invaded the eastern coast once again. It seemed that the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess had quelled the rebellion and finally led her troops to attack. After several hundred years of failing to conquer, anyone else would have given up or changed the location of the battle. However, Themis was either stubborn or for some other reason, she simply insisted on battling the winged people. Of course, Sophia did not indulge her and once again led her troops to resist. This time, Sophia and Erida's powers increased significantly, putting pressure on Themis and Meleager from the very start. The battle forced Themis to retreat to the sea, early seeking help from the strong of the Sea Tribe. Unfortunately, apart from the third princess, Meleager, Themis had a generally poor reputation and did not have close relationships with her sisters. Thus, this battle ended rather anticlimactically. During this conflict, Jiang You observed the entire battle process from Baisha Fortress. He began to understand why Themis, a sea princess with such great influence and her troops responding to her calls, would eventually be reduced to a lonely sea demon in the future. Her intellect was evidently not well developed. Thus, he set aside his worries, spoke to Sophia and the others, and departed from Rosendath, setting off to travel across the continent. He needed to fulfill an ancient promise before heading to Finadun continent to explore the mystery of the origins of the elves. In the 1469th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang You emerged from the 9 passes following the Morgar River, traversing through the cities and villages built by the winged people over thousands of years as he headed west. On this journey, he brought along the little turtle. After all, the winged people were not lacking in legends at the moment, so he decided to take it with him. Passing through the Morgar River region, he crossed the Whispering Forest and arrived at the site of the former High Barbarian Mountain. This place had long been developed and occupied by the goblins. At the foot of the original High Barbarian Mountain, they had established a small goblin town. The wooden village he had once built with his people on High Barbarian Mountain had already collapsed into the earth, leaving no trace. Jiang Yu walked around the remnants of the village and then stood on the cliff. Over 1,000 years ago, it was here that he faced the Eagle People envoy. Time had passed, and he had fulfilled his promise by destroying the Eagle People's royal court. However, there was also something that affected his mood. On High Barbarian Mountain, the caves once inhabited by the ancestors of the winged people had actually been occupied by a nest of goblins. My land of dragon, rise, how can you green-skinned dwarfs afford to dwell here? Jiang Yu scowled, drew his sword, and slayed all the goblins, throwing their bodies into the Whispering Forest. After spending a few days on High Barbarian Mountain, he continued northward, heading towards the Great Desert Prairie. Flying at the typical speed of an ordinary winged person, it would take 7 days to reach the Hanhai Forest from Gaoman Mountain. However, with Jiang Yu's current speed, it wouldn't take so long to arrive at the Hanhai Forest. Yet he did not wish to rush, after all, time was not pressing. He treated it as a chance to retrace his steps from years past. Traveling west from Gaoman Mountain, the wilderness was no longer as desolate as before, for the goblins had carved a path through it. On either side of the road, numerous goblin tribes were spread out, followed by merchant caravans of the earth dwarves. These dwarven merchants typically hired trolls as mercenaries to ensure their safety. Along this long road, several small dwarven towns were established. The dwarves had developed quite well in the Ferland continent over the years, demonstrating strong construction capabilities in areas they hadn't previously ventured into. When Jiang Yu returned to the Hanhai Forest, the throne of the Thunder Titan had been leveled by the earth dwarves, replaced instead by a dwarven city built atop what was once a camp for all races. This is one of the largest cities in the eastern region of the dwarves, called Todcap. Upon entering this dwarven city, besides the resident dwarves, various races from the continent could be seen, with trolls being the most numerous. Moreover, Todcap City exhibited a distinct, civilized atmosphere with unique charm. In the eastern part of the city, there was a large platform that was built high and aligned with the city walls. The platform was surrounded by runes that glowed with the light of magic crystals. Several airships were docked there, all a product of the dwarves' latest alchemical technology. The dwarves' alchemical technology has reached a point where if one were to overlook the external situation of the Dwarven Empire, it truly appeared to be thriving. Jiang You, accompanied by a small turtle, boarded an airship. The sight of a winged person flying in an airship surprised the tourists, as winged people had recently been less common on the continent. Since the independence of the Kingdom of Losendas, the dwarves' perception of winged people had diminished. Nevertheless, this did not lead the dwarves to view winged people with hostility, who under the restraint of the Dwarven Emperor, the two races had not reached the point of declaring war on each other. However, the captain of the airship Jiang You was about to board harbored a bias against winged people. Yet Jiang Yu's extraordinary demeanor and commanding presence made him refrain from showing any contempt. The airship took off from Todcab, passing through the Hanhai Forest, the Thunder Marsh, and the Berna Mountain Range, heading north until it finally arrived at the largest city in the northern border, Ubud. Here, the Dwarven Northern Border Legion was stationed, tasked with defending against the threat of the behemoth royal court from the northern grasslands. Jiang You traveled north from Ubud, directly entering the grassland to search for the human tribes that had migrated north. By this time, the human tribes had adapted to life on the grasslands, divided into various nomadic factions, each governing themselves and surviving independently. Originally, their ancestors were shepherds of griffins, so transitioning to herding cattle and sheep was not unfamiliar to them. However, the largest faction was the Rhine tribe, established in a rain-rich area at the northeast edge of the northern border, where they built a city on the grasslands. This was the main lineage of the human migration northward, which had always been ruled by the Reinhardt family. Currently, Dio Reinhardt is the grandson of Vega Reinhardt and the most legitimate descendant of the Reinhardt line. When Jiang You arrived at this tribe, Dio Reinhardt was very excited and immediately recognized Jiang Yu's identity. Although the Reinhardt family had propagated through many generations, many Reinhardts had forgotten who their ancestors were. Yet the main lineage of the Reinhardt family, represented by Dio Reinhardt, had always kept a portrait of Jiang You, knowing that the winged king of the East Coast was one of the sources of the Reinhardt bloodline. This had always been the deepest secret of the Reinhardt family and their greatest fallback and trump card. In the chieftain's residence within the city, Dio Reinhardt respectfully performed the ancestral worship ceremony for Jiang You, his eyes brimming with tears. Ancestral figure, the source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us. You remember that among the human race there are still descendants of this bloodline. Jiang You felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. To be honest, ever since Reinhardt's death, he had not paid much attention to the Reinhardt family, which couldn't be attributed to a lack of familial affection. It could only be said that in his heart, the winged people had always been the most important. However, seeing the younger generation respectfully kneeling before him, he would not want to hurt their feelings. After all, this lineage was indeed his bloodline. After pondering for a while, he still asked, "True descendants of Reinhardt, my bloodline successors, do you always remember the vows of your ancestors?" Ancestral figure, we dare not forget the words of our ancestors to revive the human race and take revenge on the dwarves, Dio Reinhardt answered without hesitation. Their family enmities and the aspirations of the human race were not something he could afford to forget for a moment. However, the current human race was too weak for him to realize this ambition. Jiang You nodded. "I have come here to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once told me that in the future some precious technologies of the human race would be returned to you. Here I possess the human race's enchanting techniques." Jiang You produced a thick book which contained the enchanting techniques that Fiona had entrusted to him, along with some enchanting techniques developed by the winged race over the years. Dio Reinhardt received it with great respect. "Thank you for the gift, ancestral figure." Jiang You nodded, sighed, and looked at the deeply respectful Dio Reinhardt as he spoke. "I have one more thing to say, but it is not directed at the human race. It is solely for the Reinhardt family. Please, ancestral figure, speak." At this moment, the night was gently falling and two bright moons hung high in the sky. Jiang You pointed to the brilliant platinum moon in the sky. "Do you see that platinum moon? It is my incarnation in the high heavens. In the future, if your Reinhardt family encounters difficulties, call my name under the radiance of the platinum moon. I will protect you. Remember, do not call my name lightly. My protection of the Reinhardt family is only in your times of peril." This was a limited protection. Even so, Dio Reinhardt was immensely grateful. "Thank you for your grace, ancestral figure." He then looked at Jiang You with admiration. "So the ancestral figure is that vast white moon in the sky. Nowadays, many humans worship the white moon. Ancestral figure, we have a small request. We hope the ancestral figure will grant it." "Speak." The Reinhardt family wishes to establish a faith in the platinum moon within the family to unite the hearts of the family members and then gradually expand it to the human race. Jiang You was taken aback upon hearing this. Oh, wasn't this the initial phase of establishing a church? He chuckled. That is acceptable. He did not need faith, but did not wish for others to possess the faith of the human race. However, since this process was uncontrollable, he might as well seize the initiative and encroach on the future space of the divine. Having spent some time in the Trident River region, Jiang You explored the nearby areas every day, accompanied by Dio Reinhardt, while the little turtle was highly interested in training the practitioners of the Reinhardt clan. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of being a teacher. A month later, Jiang You departed from the Reinhardt clan with the little turtle, as Dio Reinhardt, the clan leader, sent him off with all the members of the Reinhardt family. While others were oblivious to the intentions of the Reinhardt clan leader, Jiang You had guessed a bit. Aside from genuinely venerating Jiang You as their ancestral bloodline, Dio also wanted the world to know about the close relationship between the human Reinhardt clan and the winged people, suggesting that they had leveraged the power of the winged people. The status of the Reinhardt family among the humans was no longer as prominent as before. After that, Jiang You continued westward, arriving at the small hill in the former Poliac territory. The changes here were immense. The once lush and tall osmanthus tree had long disappeared, and due to years of neglect the area was overgrown with weeds, with Fiona and the Reinhardt gravestones leaning and half buried in the soil. In just a few hundred years, this place had turned desolate. The former human city lay in ruins, overrun by wild beasts and enveloped by forests, with everything changed. After the departure of the humans, the goblins migrating north established a new city south of Poliac City, but due to constant disturbances from the northern desert's royal court, its scale remained small. On the small hill, after Jiang You had re-erected the gravestones of the two, he brushed off the dust on them and stood silently until the sun set before departing. Afterward, he did not continue westward, but instead turned eastward, intending to fly directly from here to the Finadun continent. Flying intermittently while enjoying the sights of the continent, he arrived at the eastern coast of the Finland continent. This coast was located north of the winged people's eastern coastline and had a much colder climate. He crossed the sea from here, flying towards the Finadun continent. The distance between the Finland continent and the Finadun continent was vast, almost equivalent to the span of an entire Finland continent. Jiang You, accompanied by the little turtle, leisurely flew for half a month, traversing through storms and heavy rain before finally arriving at the Finadun continent. As soon as he set foot on the coast of the Finadun continent, he felt an entirely different atmosphere from that of Finland. The temperature here was slightly higher, with a sense of humidity. Most noticeably, Jiang You sensed several powerful presences in the forest ahead, filled with wildness and strength unmistakably belonging to extraordinary magical beasts. He flew over the forest, covering a considerable distance in the sky. The trees here were notably tall and robust, densely packed together. In this forest, not only did he sense the few powerful magical beasts earlier, but there were also many other magical beasts of various sizes. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's keen eyes occasionally spotting traces of intelligent races in the corners of the forest, one might think this was a land of magical beasts. Following the traces of intelligent races, Jiang You continued to fly forward. It wasn't until a vast mountain range appeared ahead with magical beasts gradually becoming scarce that he discovered a sparsely populated intelligent races tribe at the foot of the mountains. This tribe had about 200 members, possessing wolf-like heads that protruded forward with long hair at the back of their necks. They were robust, with well-developed limbs, exuding a fierce wildness. Jiang You descended from the sky and landed in the tribe. His powerful aura swept over the wolfmen like a fierce wind, and without caring about their feelings, he directly inquired, "Do you know of the giant troll tribe that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago?" The wolfmen looked confused upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, trembling as they replied, "My lord, what giant troll? We are unaware of such things." Jiang You frowned, causing the group of wolfmen to immediately kneel in fear. The little turtle stood on Jiang Yu's shoulder, covering its mouth and stifling a laugh. "Aside from you, what other races or tribes are nearby?" "My lord, the most powerful race nearby is the Treant clan, located in the Edith Great Forest." "All right then." Jiang You relaxed his furrowed brow and spread his wings to take off once more. Meanwhile, the little turtle on his shoulder tossed something down towards the wolfman's tribe. Flying in the air, Jiang You curiously asked him, "What did you give them?" "Haha, boss, a piece of my old turtle shell that I shed." "What use do they have for that?" "Boss, this is the first race we've encountered since arriving in Finadun. It's a keepsake of sorts, a sign of fate. I gave them the turtle shell, and who knows, perhaps in the future these guys will evolve into a civilization with their own practitioners." Back then, the Gaoman Mountain Tribe was also just a little tribe of 200 people. At the foot of the mountain, an old wolfman shaman joyfully picked up the turtle shell that seemed to shimmer with a purple light, holding it high and cheering loudly. Extraordinary power. Later, this wolfman tribe truly developed. In the Edith Great Forest. In the center of the forest, there was an area of trees that were half again taller than ordinary trees. From a distance, it appeared as if a circle of mutated trees had suddenly appeared in the forest, all of which were oak trees. A vast life force enveloped this land, filled with oak trees akin to an ocean. As Jiang You flew over the long mountain range and arrived here, he experienced this feeling. In the center of this grove, on the trunk of a gigantic oak tree, standing 1,000 meters tall and dozens of meters wider than the other trees, a face and eyes suddenly appeared. It looked towards the sky, where Jiang You was frowning deeply. "The world despises you. At the moment the 1,000-meter oak tree opened its eyes, Jiang You also sensed its presence simultaneously. It was a powerful demigod as strong as the sea mother Calypso, if not stronger. No, it was definitely stronger. Jiang You recalled a powerful deity he had seen in a previous life's documentary, the Father of Oaks, whose description seemed very similar to the 1,000-meter giant tree before him. His eyes narrowed as the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shimmered, and an immense majestic aura rose, seemingly pressing down upon the entire forest sea. Countless oak trees immediately revealed the faces of Trents trembling under Jiang Yu's imposing aura. Glancing at the surrounding trance that surrounded him like a forest, then back at the solitary Jiang You, the ancient face on the 1,000-meter giant tree twitched at the corner of its mouth, then took a deep breath, revealing a kind smile. "Wanderer, I am Sylvanus, the Father of Oaks. Welcome to the Edith Great Forest. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Upon hearing this, Jiang You couldn't help but laugh, causing the ancient face of the Father of Oaks to darken instantly. Fortunately, Jiang You quickly composed himself and replied with a smile. "I am here to search for a giant troll tribe that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago." At this moment, he was unsure of his ability to defeat the Father of Oaks in the forest. The giant troll tribe from 1,000 years ago came to this continent. The Father of Oaks Sylvans pondered for a moment before finally recalling. Indeed, over 1,000 years ago, there was a large tribe of intelligent beings that passed through the forests beyond this oak grove. However, that intelligent tribe did not approach this grove and did not disturb the Trents, who were often in a state of slumber. But the Father of Oak possessed the wisdom of a demigod, instinctively recording everything that happened around him. In his memory, that large tribe traversed the forest toward the central part of the continent. Although he did not know what Jiang You was seeking from this tribe, he did not intend to stop him and spoke frankly. "If you trust me, just head in this direction and you will find them in the central part of the continent." Jiang You nodded at these words, not believing that the Father of Oak would deceive him, as there was no benefit to be gained. Suspended in midair, looking at the ocean-like forest, and this place bustling with Trents, Jiang You suddenly asked before leaving, "Sylvans, how many years have you existed since your birth?" "Perhaps tens of thousands of years." "Why?" The Father of Oak was puzzled. "It's nothing, see you later." Jiang You smiled, turned, and flew toward the central part of the continent. According to the timeline, it was the archaic era, tens of thousands of years ago. The Father of Oak, like the Titans and ancient dragons of the Ferrand continent, was a powerful being that appeared in the world during the same period. The Ferrand continent could give birth to numerous Titans and ancient dragons, these powerful demigods. Thus, the Phoneton continent, even if the beings upon it were not as powerful as the Titans and ancient dragons of Ferland, should have birthed many powerful and ancient beings over tens of thousands of years. Take, for instance, the Father of Oak before him. However, unlike the Titans and dragons that dominate the continent, they were scattered across the continent, each independent. Moreover, there had been no wars among the demigod races, and quite a few had survived to this day. Realizing that the Phoneton continent was not simple, Jiang You became much more serious about the journey ahead. Before long, he traversed the vast forest where the oaks stood and arrived above a vast marshland. A large lizardman tribe lived here with a demigod-level swamp giant lizard as their totem and master. Jiang You had excellent eyesight, and at that moment the lizardman tribe was holding a ritual. Initially, Jiang You had no thoughts about the swamp giant lizard hidden in the marsh, but when it saw Jiang You flying boldly above the marsh and stopping midair to observe the lizardman's ritual, its menacing presence frightened the lizardman, halting the ritual. The swamp giant lizard seemed to be provoked and let out a long roar, chasing after him. The malice of the world has such a wonderful use. Jiang You was both surprised and delighted, thus leading it out of the marsh as the platinum moon shone brilliantly for the first time over the Phoneton continent. In the end, after a fierce battle, he granted the demigod giant lizard a peaceful death and brought its corpse back to the platinum throne, while he further suppressed a power, making the law of judgment even stronger. The commotion from the demigod battle was too great. Jiang Yu's slaying of the swamp giant lizard was soon sensed by the powerful beings of the western Ferland continent. The Father of Oak was the first to learn about his reckless neighbor. After all, the circle of demigods was this small. He looked eastward, sensing the vast sword-like will emanating from the marsh, sighing. To possess the malice of the world and still dare to swagger about, one must be powerful and confidently strong. This giant lizard truly lacks sense that has lived for so many years in vain. However, this giant lizard has been somewhat out of its mind for many years, leaning toward beastliness. Oh, I wonder if it has encountered any problems in its cultivation. He closed his eyes again. In the great marsh, the large lizardman tribe was utterly bewildered. Their totem belief was slaughtered by a winged figure descending from the sky, leaving them all in a panic. A few days later, a lizardman warrior emerged from the marsh and arrived at the battlefield. He could not find the totem's corpse, but there was a large pool of blood that had not yet dried. In his sorrow, he bent down to drink. As a result, this demigod blood, purified by the law of judgment, did not kill him, but instead brought about a marvelous transformation. His stature grew taller, and his extraordinary talent became even stronger. After returning, this lizardman warrior seized the position of the tribe's leader. Thus, the lizardman royal family of Phynaton was born. After the Great Marsh, there lay a vast prairie as expansive as the sea. In the skies over this prairie, Jiang You saw countless beings and wild animals residing on the grassland, both magical beasts and ordinary animals. It was midsummer, and a winding river flowed through this vast prairie. Countless animals drank by the river with magical beasts upstream, while ordinary beasts kept their distance, only daring to approach after the magical beasts finished drinking. After slaughtering a few magical beasts for a feast, Jiang You continued on his journey with the small turtle. Crossing the river and venturing deeper into the prairie, Jiang You discovered. At the center of this vast prairie, there was a sizable territory inhabited by lions with golden fur. All these lions, big and small, displayed extraordinary spiritual light. Among them, the stronger ones even had legendary realms, demonstrating no lack of wisdom. Clearly, this was a powerful, extraordinary race. This was extraordinary per capita. What caught Jiang Yu's attention, however, was a mysterious relic standing ominously in the depths of the prairie. Within it, a powerful demigod aura leaked out, far more powerful than the previous swamp giant lizard. As his gaze fell upon it, a domineering and overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the relic. It seemed as if a tyrannical king was driving away intruders. Faintly, he saw a majestic golden giant lion standing between heaven and earth. Its mane was lush, and its entire body was golden. Clearly, the golden lions outside were all its bloodline. Facing the golden lion's domineering aura, Jiang You smiled. He stood above this golden lion tribe, releasing his own majestic kingly aura, cascading down from the heavens, even more domineering and resonant. He gazed at the golden lion demigod's figure within the relic. After a long time, the aura within the relic finally weakened and eventually disappeared. Suddenly, the soft laughter echoed across this vast prairie. For a moment, the entire prairie was filled only with the breath of the wind. These demigods of Phynaton all knew how to stay hidden in their nests, not daring to leave their comfort zones. Not at all like Jiang Yu's previous giant lizard friend, who was warm and hospitable. Below on the great prairie, all the golden lions under Jiang Yu's oppressive aura prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to breathe. The legendary Lion King lowered his head, even further, feeling a deep panic within. Over the years, I have seen some silver-haired winged beings in the east, but none were as terrifying as this one. After a long silence, a thought suddenly arose in its heart. I wonder if the winged beings in the Natashir Great Forest know those beautiful winged beings like lionesses. He had never seen such a powerful presence daring to be so brazen above his ancestors, and his ancestors had even shown weakness. So until a long time after Jiang You left, the legendary Lion King kept his head lowered, not daring to peek. Jiang You departed from the depths of the prairie, continuing eastward. Flying over valleys, crossing mountains, and soaring over plains, he finally arrived at the edge of a vast forest. He stood beneath the clouds, seeing one village after another appearing within the forest. The residents of these villages bore resemblance to the former trolls, but their faces had softened considerably. They were not as robust and towering as the trolls, and had even become shorter. To describe them, Jiang You felt they were somewhere between trolls and elves. The Natahil Great Forest was the destination of the ancient Giantwood clan. They crossed the sea and trekked for a long time before finally finding their new home. Leaving aside the perils encountered along the way, they ultimately arrived here smoothly. Natahil, meaning the beautiful forest under the silver moonlight. Upon arriving at Natahil, the initial leader of the Giantwood clan announced the abandonment of the ogre lineage, renaming themselves as elves. He became the first elf king. For over 1,000 years, they essentially developed in a peaceful manner, leaving their traces and lifestyles throughout Natahil. The few villages before Jiang You were just like that. He had interacted with this ogre clan in the past, and his impressions were quite favorable. He thought of inquiring from an elf about the current situation of the elven race. Thus, he descended from the sky with his little turtle and arrived at the entrance of the outermost village. At this moment, it was early morning and dawn was breaking. The ranger Bruce had just finished preparing his bow and leather armor, stepping out of his house to begin a day's patrol. The extraordinary aura emanating from him suggested he was a professional of a formal rank. In this small village of the ancestral elves close to the forest edge, he was considered a significant figure. Just then, Bruce arrived at the village entrance and saw an extraordinary winged person walking towards him. With silver hair and purple eyes, he exuded the majesty of a saintly king, standing tall with an imposing presence. Perched on his shoulder was a small turtle, standing upright. This aura reminded Bruce of the supreme Silver Moon King Althais, whom he had met during his military service in the royal capital. No, the aura of this winged king was even more formidable than Althais, akin to the difference between the sun in the sky and the stars. He felt extremely perplexed. I have never heard of such a king among the winged people. Back in the day, about 50 winged individuals accompanied the Giantwood clan to the Phynaton continent, but by the time they reached Natahil, only around 30 remained. However, over the course of 1,000 years, this group of winged people had multiplied to a population of several thousand, now serving as vassals of the Nadahil Elven royal court, maintaining a good relationship with the elves. The winged people had always served in the Elven army, being a precious aerial unit. As a ranger, Bruce had many interactions with them, yet he knew their current leader was still referred to as the chief. So who exactly is this obviously powerful winged individual before him? Bruce felt a bit reserved. This winged person clearly was a significant figure. Across from Bruce, Jiang You was also observing the visibly nervous primitive elf. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to the current appearance and form of the elves, he took the initiative to speak. As you can see, I am a winged person who has come here in search of the winged individuals who crossed over back in the day. Please forgive my curiosity, but may I ask what race you belong to? You seem somewhat similar to the ogres of Ferrand. Jiang You knowingly asked. As expected, upon hearing Jiang You compare him to the ogres, the primitive elf quickly shook his head. Esteemed winged lord from afar, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The brave winged warriors in the sky are forever allies of the elven race, and I am willing to answer your questions. As you mentioned, we were indeed ogres in the past, but look at our current appearance. We have significantly transformed from the crude ogres. We are now the elven race. Elves, what a beautiful name. Jiang You smiled slightly. Indeed, it is said that this was the name given to us by the great ancestor, the first elf king Othos, upon hearing the voice of the silver moon. The voice of the silver moon. Jiang You caught on to one of the keywords. Exactly, the voice of the silver moon. Bruce the elf's face was filled with admiration. It is actually the oracle of the silver moon goddess. It was her protection that allowed us to reach Nadahil smoothly. The silver moon goddess, how did she appear among the elves? Isn't she still sleeping within the silver moon? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. At that moment, he noticed a small silver moon insignia on the clothes of the elven ranger Bruce. Truly impressive. The silver moon goddess in the sky had actually begun to orchestrate the elven race long ago, something he had never anticipated. At this moment, he was eager to explore the elven royal capital. Sensing Jiang Yu's change in expression, the ranger felt a bit bewildered, unsure of what issue his response had caused. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's expression quickly returned to normal as he smiled and asked, "All right, Bruce. Now I wish to see your elven royal capital. Can you point me in the right direction?" "Of course, my lord." Bruce temporarily set down the gear and provisions he was holding in his right hand, extending his hand to point northeast. "Our royal capital, Tyron, is in this direction. If you follow it, you will reach it. Additionally, along the way, you are likely to encounter your winged compatriots. Their settlement is near the royal capital, and they usually patrol around it." Jiang You nodded, patting his shoulder and smiling. "Thank you very much, Bruce." He then turned and took flight into the sky. Along the way, Jiang You passed through several elven villages and small towns, and as he approached the elven royal capital, the population grew denser. But without exception, in his careful observation, every elven settlement was filled with traces of the silver moon goddess. This filled him with a sense of urgency and left him greatly puzzled about how the slumbering sovereign of the silver moon managed to accomplish all of this. The capital of the elves is named Taelaner, a location ultimately chosen by the first elven king after searching throughout the Nadashir forest. Situated in the central region of the Nadashir forest, it boasts fertile soil and abundant water with a flat terrain that allows its influence to reach far across the forest. As Jiang You flew towards Taelaner, he first caught sight of a towering emerald tree nearly 1,000 meters high, standing in the center of the forest, lush and vibrant. Like huge waves rising in a sea of green beneath the giant tree, the other trees appeared small and insignificant, akin to grass growing at its base. The massive canopy of the tree cast vast shadows beneath which a city rich in elven characteristics was established. Delicate houses, streets neither too wide nor too narrow, and the silver moon insignia visible everywhere along with flowers blooming all around created a serene and leisurely atmosphere under the summer sun. A river flowed through this elven city, bringing coolness and moisture. Jiang You hovered in the sky, overlooking half the city, admiring the towering tree nearby with a sense of awe. The last time he saw such a giant tree was when he encountered the Father of Oak. However, in Jiang Yu's perception, this tree did not exude any aura of wisdom, yet it brimmed with vitality, radiating a peculiar force field from within. It was an unparalleled life force. Just as Jiang Yu leisurely gazed down from the sky, a silver-haired winged being soared up to him, approaching while calling out loudly from a distance. "My kin, have you forgotten the words of our leader? Although we are winged beings, the closest brothers of the elven race, we cannot carelessly hover above the elven capital. It is an impolite act. Come down with me." However, Jiang Yu did not respond. Instead, he gazed at the towering tree at the center of Taelaner and asked, "Do you know how this 1,000-meter giant tree at the center of Taelaner came to be?" "Dear kin, have you lost your memory?" The winged being flew in front of Jiang Yu and explained, "This giant tree is also called Taelaner. It was once a seed transformed by a nature titan named Taelaner before the ancestors of the elves, the Great Wood clan, crossed over. After the ancestors of the elves, the Greatwood clan, crossed over and arrived in the central region of the Natashir forest, they planted the seed of nature, which was the Titan's transformation in the forest. The seed of nature sprouted the following year and continued to grow year after year. Even now, Taelaner is still growing seemingly without limit. After finishing his words, he approached Jiang You and was suddenly taken aback. He realized that Jiang You was not the winged being he was familiar with at all. When Jiang You turned to look at him, a sense of majesty struck him like a king descending from the heavens, and the respect that stemmed from bloodlines immediately overwhelmed him. Taking another look, wasn't this the great winged king depicted in the portrait collected by the leader's grandfather? You are. The winged being's voice trembled. He was both certain and uncertain. Facing the winged being's gaze full of respect, Jiang You spoke gently. Child, I come from the eastern coast of Losindas in the Feyland continent. My name is Jiang You. The eastern coast of the Feyland continent is our ancestral land before my kin crossed over. You say your name is Yuler. You are King Yuler. The stirring of blood deep within made the winged being extremely excited, as the records and legends of the clan made him quite certain. Are you the ancestral king of all winged beings recorded in our clan? Ancestral king. What a distinctive title. It is I, Jiang You affirmed with a nod. Indeed, I am the king. The winged being exclaimed in delight. Please wait a moment, my king. I will go to the clan's territory and bring the clansmen to greet you. Jiang You initially intended to say it was unnecessary, but seeing the expectant and excited expressions of the winged being, he thought of how years ago 50 winged beings had ventured across oceans to a strange continent, taking root and flourishing never to return. Many from the first group perished in foreign lands, and he couldn't help but soften his heart. Go then, bring them to see me. He had thought that these winged beings would not remember him after 1,500 years. Time had passed, and these winged beings had lost track of how many generations had gone by. It was normal for them not to recognize him. He was prepared for this. However, unexpectedly, in a world of the extraordinary, the strength of bloodlines was so pure and powerful that it could allow descendants from thousands of years later to maintain the same reverence for their ancestors. Anything was possible. Not long after, thousands of winged beings soared into the sky. Leading them was an old winged being cradling an ancient sheepskin portrait. Flying up to Jiang You and unfolding the portrait for comparison. While not identical, it was certainly very similar, especially with the confident and spirited demeanor, coupled with the sense of closeness and pressure Jiang You emanated from his bloodline. It made them instantly recognize that the winged being before them was indeed their ancestral king. The old winged being was instantly moved to tears. Under his leadership, thousands of winged beings knelt in the air, performing the highest gesture of respect of the winged race. King. The commotion in the sky had long attracted the attention of the entire Taelaner region. In the forest, the rangers lowered their bows and looked up. On the streets, elven residents set down their tasks, emerging from their treehouses to gaze at the sky. Even the elven king Altais leaned on his staff, stepping out of the moonlit palace to observe the spectacle above. Almost all the winged beings in Taelaner soared into the sky, respectfully bowing to a silver-haired winged youth loudly proclaiming king. The grandeur echoed through the heavens and earth. All the elves couldn't help but wonder in their minds. Who is that winged being? It sounds like he is the king of the winged beings. In the air, Jiang You looked at his people who had been under his protection for 1,000 years, still bowing respectfully upon his arrival, and he smiled with satisfaction. Well, since you still bow to me as your king, you shall bask in the glory of the platinum moon, just like the winged beings on another continent. However, this statement left the winged beings looking troubled. The leading old winged being spoke up to explain. My king, for over 1,000 years we have believed in the silver moon, just like the elves. The platinum moon that appeared 500 years ago, I fear our clansmen will find it hard to accept. Jiang You chuckled upon hearing this. Kin, that platinum moon is my incarnation. With that, he focused his thoughts, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone with a brilliant light, casting its radiance down. Above Jiang Yu's head, a pure white halo appeared, followed by the illusory image of the platinum moon materializing behind him. Divine and majestic. This astonished the winged beings. So my king is indeed that newly born platinum moon. The king had risen like a deity, holding the bright moon high in the heavens. The winged beings immediately expressed their desire to change their faith. Some hesitated, while others struggled in their expressions. Jiang You noted all this with a smile. It matters not, faith is free. Whether you believe in the silver moon or the platinum moon, you are all my subjects. Seeing the winged beings, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, however, he sighed, taking note of the reactions of these winged beings. Time had passed too long. Even the most profound bloodline connections could be eroded by faith. Some measures would still be needed. Nonetheless, he looked at the winged beings and said, Next, you find a few people to take me to meet the elven king. On the ground below, as the platinum moon suddenly illuminated with brilliance, the expression of the supreme King Altais changed drastically. He was well informed and had long understood the significance represented by that platinum moon in the sky. Seeing Jiang You descending from the sky under the guidance of the winged beings heading towards his night moon court, Altais took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the silver moon scepter, and stood quietly at the courtyard awaiting. When Jiang You approached under the guidance of several winged beings, Altais adjusted his attire and performed a standard elven gesture of greeting. He resembled the elves from the later chapters more than the others, as his features had completely shed the grotesque visage of the trolls, becoming gentle and elegant with impeccable etiquette. Noble Lord of the Platinum Moon, I am the elf Altais. Welcome to Tylarn. You know me? Jiang You observed his demeanor and words, realizing that this elf king, titled Supreme King, had recognized his identity. Half a month ago, the Platinum Moon suddenly shone, casting brilliance upon the Lost Marsh. Then news came that the king of the Marsh, Matus, had been slain. The one who killed the king of the marsh must be you, right? It is I, Jiang You admitted with a smile. Altais immediately praised. What an extraordinary feat. Even the heavens and the seas cannot contain your greatness. The grasslands and forests cannot fully express your grandeur. I pay tribute to you, noble lord of the Platinum Moon. If I were not already devoted to the Silver Moon, I would certainly seek your protection. Upon hearing this, Jiang You burst into hearty laughter. This Supreme King first extolled his greatness and magnanimity, then mentioned his devotion to the Silver Moon, indicating he could not change. Altais, you are quite clever, Jiang You said meaningfully. Rest assured, who one chooses to believe in is your freedom. I doubt anyone would interfere with people's beliefs. Upon hearing this, Altais sighed in relief. He was merely a legend, although wielding the Silver Moon scepter, he could barely reach the level of a demigod. However, if Jiang You were to forcefully disrupt the elves' belief in the Silver Moon, he would have to resort to his last resort, awakening the Lord of the Silver Moon. Fortunately, he realized that Jiang You seemed to have his own worries. Jiang You certainly had his concerns. He had indeed thought of destroying the belief in the Silver Moon, such as exterminating all the primitive elves of Nadasur. But as soon as that thought emerged, his heart raced as if a great danger was imminent. This made him quickly abandon that notion. He suspected that such actions would awaken the existence within the Silver Moon prematurely. He still did not know the depth of the Lord of the Silver Moon, but without a doubt it was unlikely to be weaker than him, and it might even be stronger. As fellow celestial bodies, should the Lord of the Silver Moon become enraged, it could very well lead his Platinum Moon to fall from the high heavens together. He set aside these distracting thoughts. Jiang You then asked about a question he was most concerned about during this visit. Altais, I am curious. How did your ancestors gradually transform you from trolls into elves? Upon hearing this, Altais' expression shifted. This was one of the greatest secrets of the elven race, and he had no desire to reveal it. But looking into Jiang Yu's steadfast purple eyes and the impending aura about him, he gritted his teeth and decided to answer. After all, even if Jiang Yu knew this secret, he might not be able to replicate it. Respected Lord of the Platinum Moon, this is something I cannot adequately describe with words. But I can show you a. Please follow me. All right, lead the way. The Supreme King, Altais nodded, lifting the towering Silver Moon scepter, leading Jiang Yu towards the back of the Night Moon Court. The winged beings consciously stopped in place to wait. The secrets of the Elven King were not for them to pry. Only a high celestial king like Jiang Yu could make the usually inscrutable Supreme King Altais bow in submission. It was the midsummer night. As they ventured deeper, the elegant elven courtyard expanded, adorned with flowers, creating a dreamlike beauty. Once when Jiang Yu was a player, he had entered the depths of the Elven Kingdom in the Ferland continent, but that time was merely to complete a quest guided by elven guards. This place resembled the courtyard from that time, except it lacked the highly popular elven princess who was known among players as the one who swayed on the swing, referred to as a Midsummer Night's Dream. Jiang Yu had accepted several quests from her back then. The further they walked, the more vibrant the sense of vitality became. Eventually, Altais brought Jiang Yu before the enormous tree Tylarn. This was a mysterious, forbidden ground shrouded in the light of the silver moon. Looking up, the brilliance of the silver moon continuously poured from the high heavens into this silvery-hued, forbidden ground. Without excessive words, under Altais' guidance, Jiang Yu passed through a layer of watery silver light and entered this mystical realm. As soon as he entered, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. It was like a visual feast. Not far ahead, a well shimmering with brilliant colors and radiating a serene glow appeared before Jiang Yu. Surrounded by sturdy tree roots, the water in the well seemed to swirl with golden light at first glance. Upon a second glance, however, the water appeared still and calm, exuding an ancient and eternal aura. The water within the well resembled the golden blood of titans. No, this was the essence of nature from the tree of nature Tylarn. In addition, a seemingly ethereal pillar of silver light descended from the high heavens directly into this golden well, resulting in a sudden and wondrous transformation. The Well of Eternity. Even though the Elven King Altais had not yet named it, this name instantly surfaced in his mind. The Silver Moon. It was indeed the Silver Moon. The source of the elves' immortality was actually the means of the Silver Moon. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged in his heart. The plan of the silver moon was indeed so profound, even directly serving as the source of the elves' existence. Standing beside this magnificent well, Jiang You comprehended the principles of the eternal well. The ethereal waters of the well continuously rose shrouded in mist, then spread out, like radiant light, transforming into a mysterious and unfathomable energy that merged with the world, ultimately diffusing throughout the Nadahir forest under the power of the silver moon. Beneath the silvery moonlight, every elf would bathe in this dispersive energy influenced by it over long ages. Their appearances would become exquisitely beautiful, their figures elegant and noble, and their lifespans would extend indefinitely. In this transformation, the essence of the natural tree embodied by the nature titan and the power of the silver moon are crucial. In Jiang Yu's impression, titans are not beings willing to sacrifice their lives for other races. This nature titan also guides the ancestors of the elves, paving the way for the giant tree clan's eastward journey of propagation, while itself transforms into tree species, becoming a vital part of the elven creation plan. They are either direct beneficiaries or willing contributors. Moreover, after the nature titan transformed into tree species, the beneficiary was Jiang Yu's good neighbor, the silver moon, which compelled him to speculate, could this nature titan be an incarnation of the silver moon's dominion? Is it really that powerful? Shaking off the conjectures in his mind, Jiang You focused his gaze on the eternal well before him. To create such a well following the methods of the silver moon's dominion, one would need the voluntary sacrifice of a titan along with the same great power as that of the silver moon. In Jiang Yu's contemplation, the reason the silver moon's dominion chose the titan as the object of voluntary sacrifice is likely because titans are also beings of longevity. And the choice not to select dragons is likely due to the silver moon's dominion needing humanoid beings favoring aesthetically pleasing humanoid forms. Thus, the transformation of the nature titan into tree species to convert elves naturally aligns with the appearance of titans. This can be seen from the transformation from trolls to elves. So how can one replicate the path of the silver moon's dominion? Not to mention the great power akin to that of the silver moon, the first condition, the voluntarily sacrificing titan. Jiang You has no idea where to find one. Not to mention whether it's voluntary or not. As of now, the titans of Farland have either died or gone missing, none remaining. Even the last hidden body of the radiant titan Asuna was fed to the platinum thrown by him. He looked up at the nature tree, standing in the center of the forest. Surely he couldn't just take this tree back, could he? Jiang You shook his head. To make the winged people into beings of longevity like elves, the only current plan is to use a replacement method. Find a creature with the bloodline of longevity and inscribe that bloodline into theirs. However, in this era, after searching across 2 continents and recalling his knowledge, he discovered that the only accessible being with a humanoid longevity bloodline is unexpectedly himself. Compared to the silver moon's dominion, he indeed has advantages. He is connected to the bloodline of the winged people bound by race. Perhaps there is a simpler method. How should he proceed? Just as Jiang You was pondering, a respectful, yet nervous voice came from behind him, that of the Supreme King Altais. Your radiance of the platinum moon, this is the source of our elven transformation, the eternal well. Indeed, it is called the eternal well. Jiang You smiled upon hearing this. A very fitting name. He then turned to the anxious elven king, understanding his concerns, and reassured him. Do not worry, the silver moon's dominion is my neighbor. I will not destroy this well. The faith of the elves has taken root. Even if they have not fully transformed into the forms of future generations, the impact of the silver moon's dominion's displeasure on their plans will be minimal. What difference is there between the faith of the ugly and the beautiful? Regardless whether it is the evolution of the winged people or his own progress, he must accelerate it. After returning this time aside from contemplating how to transform the winged people into beings of longevity, it is even more important for him to begin establishing the second layer of the Paradise Mountain, reaching the realm of the divine. This is even more crucial than the evolution of the winged people. One can tell from the layout of the silver moon that the early arrangements of the gods have already begun. The ethereal glow of the eternal well pulsates endlessly as if it possesses a life of its own. The silvery light of the moon cascades upon this mysterious realm like a delicate veil, layer upon layer, enveloping the entire secret land in a silvery radiance. Jiang You stood with his hands clasped behind him by the eternal well, pondering for a long while, reflecting on the words of the once deranged Emperor of Slaughter, who used to be the number 1 in the hierarchy. The Silver Moon Sovereign must be a greater powerhouse than he once was. Above Sequence 1A there exists only Sequence 0. Sequence 0 is the Silver Moon Sovereign. This must be a formidable opponent. After all, this powerful being like himself is capable of contemplating the creation of a moon in the sky. There is more than just her. The world will have 9 principal deities excluding the Father of Oak and the Silver Moon Sovereign. 7 other future deities may either be lurking in the shadows or sleeping in unknown corners. Though it is unclear why the Silver Moon Sovereign would rather invest her efforts in the elves than propagate her faith among the human race, it does not change the fact that the gods have become his enemies. He made the decision to first acquire the combat strength of a deity, then lead the entire winged race towards evolution. The High King, who had been standing tensely, suddenly realized that the winged king before him seemed like a sword piercing the heavens, radiating an invincible sharpness that could sever all. But it quickly vanished. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a voice akin to celestial music, saying, "Let us go, Altais, it is time to return. This great deity is finally leaving." Altais hurriedly responded, "Yes, your majesty." Returning to the Night Moon Court. Several accompanying winged beings had not departed. They anxiously awaited in the courtyard of the Elven King's estate, until Jiang You and Altais emerged from the Night Moon Court one after the other. They rushed forward. "Ancestor King, High King, you have returned." Jiang You nodded, addressing Altais, who was a step behind him. "Altais, you need not see me off. Tonight, I will return to the winged race. Your majesty, my Night Moon Court is picturesque. If you wish, I can arrange for it to be tidied up immediately." "No need, Altais. My objective in coming to the Phynoton continent has been fulfilled. I will not linger here." Jiang Yu smiled, casting a deep glance towards the depths of the Night Moon Court, saying, "Altais, with your lifespan, you will surely live for a long time. I hope you remember the winged race and the elven race are allies for a millennium. Many years later, we will still be the same." "Of course, great your majesty. The elven race will surely remember," Altais said solemnly. "Whom you may not know, but the Lord of the Silver Moon is my good neighbor. When I raised the moon to the heavens, she offered her assistance. Indeed, under the radiance of the Silver Moon, he evaded the endless slaughter of chaotic world laws before the throne. When she awakens, our two races' relationship will surely grow even closer," Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Altais gazed at the two bright moons shining in the night sky, somewhat skeptical. The bright moons in the sky, could their relationship truly be so harmonious? Then were my previous cautious actions not somewhat ridiculous? He began to doubt himself. From earlier until now, Jiang Yu had indeed not done anything detrimental to the elven race. At that moment, Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. "Additionally, Altais, I will not take the winged ones of Phynoton with me. They will remain in Natashir, advancing and retreating together with the elves. This is my sincerity." After saying this, Jiang Yu led a few respectfully waiting winged beings towards the habitation of the winged race, leaving behind the perplexed elven king Altais at the spot. Jiang Yu's words were not without merit. He was not planning to take back the winged beings who had already embraced the faith of the Silver Moon. Remaining here, he had other arrangements. Taking off from the Night Moon Court, he flew out of the city of Tyran, arriving at the dwelling of the winged people. This place is approximately 100 kilometers from the city of Tyran, granted to them by the first elven king after the winged race gradually expanded a few hundred years after migrating to the Natashir forest. The winged people built a small town here, serving as the residence for their kin. The leader is the old winged being Hyder Lifeng, who follows Jiang Yu. Among the elven race, such feudal landholders are not called leaders, but lords. The various elven lords combined with the elven king's court have constructed today's Natashir elven society. Hyder has also become an exception among the elven lords. The winged town is named Ulyr after the first-generation winged Lord Ulyr Lifeng. By the time it reached the old winged being Hyder Lifeng's generation, it had been over 50 generations. "Sorry, I am too busy today. There will be another chapter later." When the old winged man introduced his family surname, it was noted that the 50 winged people collectively adopted the surname Feng before their eastern journey. Thus, the current group of winged people in Phynoton can actually be subdivided into Feng winged people, representing the first branch of the winged people race. Having survived for many years in the energy-dispersing environment of the Eternal Well in the Nadahill Forest, although this dissipated energy mainly affected the elves under the influence of the Silver Moon, the winged people who resided there were not entirely unaffected. Their figures are more slender and elongated, their features more delicate. In the middle name of the old winged man Heidel serves to commemorate their ancestral origins, the Eagleman Lai. Hearing this familiar yet distant name in a foreign land made Jiang Yu feel a deep sense of solitude once again. Lai was one of Jiang Yu's closest companions during his youth over 1,000 years ago. To this day, he can still recall Lai's appearance, that tall and slender eagle man, as if he were right before him. This made him view the old winged man with much more warmth. After all, they share the same bloodline. The winged people are incredibly swift. Arriving over the town of Ural, Jiang Yu took a glance and found that the lives of the winged people there were quite satisfactory, though they inevitably adopted some customs and aesthetics from the elves. However, this is of little consequence. As long as life is bearable, it's inevitable to be influenced by some elven traits. Most of the residents of the winged people town are those who are active during the day, along with some winged people who hurried back from elsewhere, all outside now to greet. When Jiang Yu arrived, thousands of winged people once again knelt down on the ground, expressing their reverence for their ancestral clan king. Jiang Yu hovered in midair, encouraging them for a long time, and under the illumination of the platinum moon, his sacred and majestic presence was even more pronounced. Among the winged people, someone committed this scene to memory, and in the years that followed, a painting was created by their descendants. This painting, titled The Lord of Platinum, was passed down through generations. Afterward, Jiang You visited the residence of the old winged man Heidel. Several strong Feng winged people came to accompany Jiang You. The old winged man lit a candle, and Jiang You sat at the head looking at them with a smile. You have endured much hardship over the years, being away from your kin and developing in the Finadun continent. Your Majesty, we have not suffered. Several winged people immediately stood up in fear. My eyes do not deceive me. All right, let's not dwell on that. This time I came to the Finadun continent not only for my own matters, but I also have a task to assign to you. Please, Your Majesty. The winged people all respectfully replied. I do not mind religious freedom, but if more beings choose to believe in me, it would be beneficial for me as well. This time I will not bring you back to the Ferrand continent. You need to promote the faith of the Platinum Moon among the elven race as much as possible. I allow my followers to simultaneously believe in the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon. I believe that developing faith this way should be easier. Hearing this, the winged people exchanged serious glances. Your Majesty, we will do our utmost to accomplish this task. Do not put too much pressure on yourselves, as such matters should not be rushed. If one generation cannot accomplish it, let it be 2 or 3 generations. Just ensure that you do it safely. Furthermore, if you encounter insurmountable difficulties, simply call my name in the presence of the Platinum Moon. Jiang You instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The winged people nodded. Jiang You nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect this strategy to undermine the faith of the Silver Moon. The elven race was not filled with fools. However, causing some inconvenience to the Lord of the Silver Moon would not be a bad thing. In the future, the Nadahill Forest's elven race would split into several factions. Among them, the strongest and most populous faction would be the Silver Moon Elves, Nadahill Elves, which is the current elven race. Other elven factions include the Forest Elves, Wazhill Elves, Sun Elves, Sanahill Elves, Dark Elves, Yifuhill Elves, Sea Elves, Ausahill Elves, Light Elves, Bredishill Elves, and so on. However, from this day forth, when the elven race branches out in the future, there may perhaps be an additional faction of Platinum Elves. Afterward, Jiang You stayed in the Nadahill Forest for a period of time, seeking information from the Elven King Altais about the nearby demigods. He also seized the opportunity to eliminate a demigod known as the Mountain Python, one of the major demigods in central Finadun closest to the elven race. The news of the Mountain Python slaying made the Elven King Altais extremely pleased. The elven race had always wanted to expand into the western mountainous regions, but unfortunately the Mormir Mountains had been obstructed by this mountain python, making progress difficult. Many elves had even died as a result. The Platinum Moon slaying the mountain python truly delighted them. Meanwhile, the little turtle played with the winged children in Ural town every day and even built a hot spring in the center of the town. A few days later, Jiang You took the little turtle back to the Ferland continent. Months later, Jiang You returned to the coastal city of Euler with the little turtle. Over the past few years, the changes in the winged race were minimal, but during these years, an eerie incident occurred in the capital of the Gnome Empire, Prodas. A year ago, Prodas experienced a significant loss of gnome children for several consecutive months. At first, the gnomes were unconcerned as such events happened every year and had become commonplace. However, soon gnome children began to disappear in large groups, and eventually it became nearly uncontrollable, as if a giant black hand was acting within the imperial capital, causing almost 1/10 of gnome families to lose their children. This included many noble children, prompting the Gnome Empire to take the matter seriously. The Municipal Hall of Prodas began investigating, but the number of missing children continued to rise daily. Anxiety spread among the populace. The highest municipal officer bros could no longer sit idle as the situation escalated. To make matters worse, Emperor Misha Amigel was constantly besieged by the grievances of the nobles. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation and instructed the nobles to go directly to the municipal hall. The municipal hall had been investigating for several days with no results. In desperation, the highest municipal officer bros inquired with the shadowy underground factions. However, they claimed it was not their doing, as they would not engage in such madness and were incapable of it. Moreover, even their leader's young son had gone missing, and they were also searching for him. As the incident escalated further, all municipal hall officials found themselves at a loss. A moderate disaster erupted in Prodas. One night, in a small grove near the mountains of Prodas, creatures slightly shorter than adult gnomes with black-red skin horns on their heads, hunched postures, and reeking of sulfur emerged from within. These dark creatures numbered in the thousands. Upon entering the gnome district of Proadas, they killed any gnome they saw and devoured any life they encountered. This event once again alarmed Emperor Misha Amigel, who quickly mobilized the Imperial Guard to exterminate them. Fortunately, these dark creatures were not very powerful and were eradicated in a single night. However, a strange occurrence arose. When gnomes were clearing the corpses, they were astonished to discover something. Although these dark, evil beings were repulsive and grotesque, there was a faint resemblance to the children they had once lost in their features. Soon more and more gnomes began to notice this uncanny coincidence, and a chilling sensation enveloped everyone. Yet they had no time to feel anger. Immediately after, a suffocating aura of the abyss suddenly enveloped half of Prodas. From the earlier grove emerged a battered demon, shrieking in fury and slaughtering every gnome within its line of sight. This was a high-ranking abyssal demon, stronger than an average legendary creature approaching the semi-divine realm. It ignited flames in the city, resulting in numerous deaths among the Imperial Guard and gnome civilians. Just as Emperor Misha Amigel was preparing to summon legends from Prodas for a crackdown, the long-hidden gnome sage Aziba reappeared in Prodas, swiftly slaying the demon with decisive measures. The crowd erupted in cheers. Sage Aziba re-emerged in Prodas after several hundred years, invigorating the gnomes and momentarily overshadowing their grief over lost children. Upon hearing the news that Aziba was still alive, many foreign races throughout the empire became considerably more restrained in their actions. After this battle, Aziba retreated once again, choosing to remain uninvolved in the empire's matters, while the gnomes in the capital recalled the calamities and pain brought by the sudden emergence of the demon. They referred to the transformed young gnomes as little fiends. In truth, the appearance of the young demons transformed from gnomes closely resembled that of little lowly demons. In the Whitestone Fortress, Jiang You frowned slightly after hearing Sophia's report. Aziba seems a bit unusual. However, he did not dwell on it, as his focus was not on Aziba at the moment. The population of the winged race was still too small, and they had to guard against the attacks from the sea race. They had no intention of replacing the gnomes for the time being. Moreover, the presence of the gnome empire attracted Phelan's hidden semi-divine power, which he could not desire more. Sophia continued, "Your Majesty, there is also an investigation regarding the beliefs of various races. Across the continent, various races have more or less developed some beliefs. However, these beliefs have not yet spread widely and may require more time." Jiang You nodded upon hearing this. It seems they have begun to exert their efforts. "Sophia, I will be returning to the heavens soon to break through my realm, so the winged race will need you to lead." "Yes, Your Majesty. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me in the Platinum Month." "Understood." Jiang You returned to the heights, once again seated upon the Platinum Throne. Above the high heavens, it was deep and serene. The silvery moonlight opposite still shone, illuminating the surrounding stars. The Platinum Throne radiated a brilliant glow, complementing the moonlight. Surrounding the throne were 7 judgment swords, each shining with a spectrum of colors. These corresponded to the 7 suppressed authorities of the worlds, along with the 2 authorities granted to Sophia and Erida, and the purple gold longsword hanging at his waist. A total of 10 world authorities were subdued by his judgment power. Due to the characteristic of the throne is me, these 10 authorities constantly tempered his will, strengthening the laws of judgment. With the supreme champions will forging the laws, suppressing the authorities of the world, the limits of will are boundless, yet the capacity of the Platinum Throne is finite. The Platinum Throne limited the upper limit of the laws of judgment, necessitating expansion and creation. Even the gods must forge their divine personas, marking the dawn of divine power, cleansing their bodies to become divine beings and elevating the light of their nature. Jiang Yu's Platinum Throne equated to a god's divine persona, yet it was even more vast and powerful, facilitating a stronger elevation of self. Thus, the next step for Jiang Yu was to construct the second layer of Heaven Mountain. The previous Platinum Throne and the peak of Heaven Mountain served as the core, forming the first layer of Heaven Mountain. This is why this path is known as that of the Sky Lord. Expanding Heaven Mountain is essentially enlarging the territory in the skies, isn't it? Within Jiang Yu's Sky Lord system, the construction of Heaven Mountain differs from the divine nations of the gods. The divine nations of the gods take root in the main world, being lands of divine domains that can elevate authority, amplify divine power, and regulate the power of will, equivalent to a world. The will of the gods is supreme within their divine nations, and few gods can defeat others within their divine nations unless the disparity is overwhelming. However, even so, divine nations are merely parts that cling to the main world. Extensions of the worlds will over direct control. But Jiang Yu's path as a Sky Lord is different. The Heaven Mountain system he constructed is modeled after the will of the Abyss. This is a system more inclined towards external expansion. In the future, when the 7 layers of heaven are established, his will be sufficient to rival the will of the Abyss. Upon the throne, as Jiang Yu closed his eyes, he elevated his will, transcended his nature, and forged the second layer of Heaven Mountain. This time, there was no need to transport land from the earth. The authority of the mountain, sourced from the great mountain serpent, swam at the base of the first layer of Heaven Mountain, gathering the purest stardust between heaven and earth, transforming it into the entity of the second layer of Heaven Mountain. Thus, the platinum moon quietly hung high in the sky, slowly changing. After all, the Sky Lord is a realm I hastily conceived, inspired by the will of the Abyss. In my current conception, the 7 layers of heaven will eventually contend with the endless abyss. If anyone has good settings to share ill, incorporate them, aiming to heed the advice. In the 1504th year of the Goblin Empire, on a summer night, the 7th emperor of the Goblin Empire, Misha Amigel, died unexpectedly. By the time he was discovered by the ministers, he had already been dead in the palace for several days. This Goblin emperor ruled for only 148 years. However, he was the most talented among the descendants of Amigel, if not for an unfortunate end, he had the potential and talent to advance to the legendary realm. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him, and he died in the palace. After Misha Amigel's death, the Goblin princes fought for the throne, killing each other. The entire Proadas plain was ravaged, with many goblins perishing in this power struggle. Ultimately, the Lord and Marquis of Peleg in the Central Goblin Empire, Hag Amigel, led his troops to the imperial capital, slaughtering the rebellious imperial princes and all remaining descendants of Misha Amigel, and was crowned emperor with the support of the ministers. It is worth mentioning that Hag Amigel's father was the former imperial prince Mirdan Amigel. The imperial throne ultimately returned to the prince's faction. However, due to Hag Amigel's brutal and ruthless methods, he initiated a bloody tradition of imperial succession within the Goblin Empire, where heirs are often exterminated. In the 1566th year of the Goblin Empire, the chieftain of the Bloodaxe clan, Odin Bloodaxe, annexed the Firetree clan in the western region, a large troll tribe in the western Goblin Empire with a population of 100,000, known for cultivating fire trees and establishing a troll city. The population of the Bloodaxe clan reached 300,000, becoming the most powerful troll tribe in the southwest region. This victorious annexation solidified the leader Odin Bloodaxe's determination to unify all trolls in the Ferland continent. The faith in the god of slaughter also expanded. In the 1587th year of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe invaded the Winged Kingdom again. This time, the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess Themis, along with the Hard-Won reinforcements, and the Sea Tribe's second Princess Metal, participated in the war between the Winged Race and the Sea Tribe. The 3 Sea Tribe princesses were roughly equal in strength to the Sophia sisters. The high-level combatants reached a standstill, and the confrontation between the Winged Folk and the Sea Tribe also began to stalemate. This war devolved into a protracted conflict, becoming the longest war between the two races. In the winter of the 1597th year of the Goblin Empire, the northern desert prairie had not seen a drop of rain for an entire year, leading to the death of numerous prairie races. As a result, the Behemoth Kingdom no longer cared about the influence of Azabar reappearing in Proladas and once again marched south. This time the army was grand, with nearly 1 million troops from various tribes of the prairie descending upon the Goblin Empire. After 3 months, the Northern Legion stationed at the border was defeated. The entire northern region was pillaged, countless northern goblins perished, and many of their close kin, the goblins, were also indiscriminately killed. Primarily, they were indeed disliked. The Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel was furious. He personally led the Imperial Guard, the Southern Nobles Coalition, and the Troll Mercenaries north to quell the Prairie Army. Hag Amigel, with military experience, engaged in 3 fierce battles against the Prairie Army after his troops reached the northern region, suffering 2 defeats and achieving 1 victory. A comparison of the forces of both sides followed. Ultimately, Hag Amigel extinguished his original ambition to march into the prairie. 3 more months passed. The Goblin Emperor Hag Amigel steadfastly defended the cities throughout the northern region. After the Prairie Army was well fed in the Empire's northern territory, they began their return north. After this battle, Hag Amigel witnessed the tremendous destructive power of the Golden Behemoths in conjunction with the Behemoth Beasts. He summoned the Goblin Grand Alchemist Leonard back to the royal court, secretly instructing him to breed bear goblins for the Empire. The year was 1648 of the Goblin Empire. The first organized bear goblin legion appeared on the continent of Ferrand. This year marked the time when the favorite son of the Behemoth Khan Amand, Jinbing Pyrrhus Amand, led a prairie army south. The Bear Goblin Legion, clad in heavy armor, marched to the northern front to confront the enemy, achieving a decisive victory against the Prairie Army for the first time. In this battle, the Bear Goblin Legion made a name for themselves, with Legion Commander Tommen capturing Pyrrhus Amand. In exchange for the return of the 13th Prince of the Behemoth, Pyrrhus Amand, the Prairie Kingdom promised not to march south for 50 years. After this battle, the Goblin Emperor felt a great sense of pride. Legion Commander Tommen of the Bear Goblins was heavily favored by Hag Amigel. Hag Amigel granted him a countship in the northern region, making him the first bear goblin to ascend to nobility. Bear goblins and goblins were inseparable, earning great trust, and due to their combat prowess gradually entered the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. In the year 1666 of the Goblin Empire, the 5th princess of the Sea Tribe, who had not yet become a demigod and was still in the legendary realm, participated in this war that had lasted for 79 years. Throughout the long war, this young sea princess, feeling the tragic confrontation between the two races, shed tears and created a legendary song that would be remembered for generations. The Song of the Sea Witch. Whenever the song of the sea witch resonated on the battlefield of the eastern coast, soldiers from both sides could not help but stop fighting and listen to the beautiful melody. After this song, the battle continued, but the soldiers of the winged clan gradually became aware of the sea princess. In the year 1687 of the Goblin Empire, the goblin alchemist Lamar constructed a large ship on the Rhine River. This ship integrated various alchemical techniques of the goblin race and possessed the capability for long voyages at sea. The goblin emperor Hegemony was a visionary goblin. He ordered Lamar to go to the coastal city of Kexlian in the eastern region of the Goblin tribe to build ships. Kexlian port is located south of Rosendars and Romanda near the southeastern corner of the continent of Ferrand and is the largest port city of the Goblin Empire on the southeastern coast. In the year 1724 of the Goblin Empire, the great Khan of the northern desert prairie, King Amon Jianbing, passed away, ending his legendary life. Before Amon Jianbing died, he designated his youngest son Pyrrhus Amon as his heir. However, after his death, his three equally legendary sons Milan Amon, Human Amon, and Edson Amon rebelled, citing Pyrrhus Amon's defeat and capture by the goblins as their reason. A war of the four kings erupted on the prairie. In less than a month, Pyrrhus Amon was defeated and sought refuge in the Goblin Empire with the remaining followers. Hegemony was overjoyed. Not only did he accept Pyrrhus Amon, but he also bestowed upon him a fertile territory in the northern region and conferred the title of Marquis of Behemoth. In the following year, Hegemony sharpened his weapons and prepared to take advantage of the chaos within the prairie to march north and avenge the past grievances. In a family of winged officials in Euler City on the eastern coast, the first genius winged, with both light and dark affinities, Ludwig was born. Over the years, under the conscious improvement efforts of Jiang You and the higher-ups of the winged race, the extraordinary innate talents of the winged race have seen significant enhancement. Even so, Ludwig's talent is extremely rare among the winged race. He was born with great intelligence, awakening extraordinary powers at 6 and becoming a light swordsman by the age of 10. As a child of an official family in Euler City, Ludwig's existence was soon known to the Whitestone Fortress. His exceptional talent and good lineage drew the attention of Sophia. After some evaluation in the year 1734 of the Goblin Empire, 10-year-old Ludwig was taken as a disciple by Sophia, who imparted her teachings and guidance. However, Sophia advised Ludwig against pursuing the legendary path of the light swordsman, suggesting instead that he forge a unique career starting from the master level, aiming to become a dual-class practitioner. She understood that with his rare dual talents in darkness and light, Ludwig was destined to carve out a path that was distinctly his own. 10 years later, Ludwig did not disappoint her expectations, creating the unique profession of light and dark knight, an exceptionally rare knight class among the winged race. Since the winged people can fly, few require mounts, and the knightly path is not particularly favored among them. Yet during his study abroad in Rosendas, Ludwig discovered a pure white unicorn in the mountains and forests. This horse exuded a radiant aura, making him feel an extraordinary closeness. After adopting the horse, he spent every day in its company. Thus a spark ignited within him, and the knightly path began to rise. 20 years later, in the year 1754 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig advanced to the self-created profession of light and dark grand knight. At this time, the sea race and the winged race were engaged in fierce battles on the eastern coast. Ludwig applied to Sophia to go to the front lines and fight alongside the winged soldiers. He was refused by Sophia. Ludwig was recognized as a legendary seed of the winged race, and they did not wish to send him to the battlefield. But standing before the Platinum Fortress under the light of the Platinum Moon, Ludwig delivered a passionate declaration. Master, fellow clansmen, the king is the Platinum Moon above. I shall be a star revolving around that golden moon. I will be a vanguard for the king and sacrifice for him. How can one become a star of the golden moon without daring to fight for the king and spill blood for the winged race? As these words rang out, Jiang You, seated on the platinum throne, cast his gaze down upon the land and saw this spirited young man of the winged race, feeling a surge of delight. Thus he gathered the radiance of the Platinum Moon and shone it upon all the winged people in front of the Whitestone Fortress. His voice came down from the high heavens. Ludwig, young winged one, I have heard your words. Go fight and prove that you are the bright star of the future. Sophia let him go. Every young winged one is a child of the morning, destined to stand under the bright sun. With no choice, Sophia had to agree. She urged Ludwig to be sure to pay attention to his safety. Afterward, Ludwig fought bravely on the battlefield, achieving great military merits. Especially since he, being a winged one and the disciple of the kingdom's vice-lord, charged fearlessly on his white horse like a true knight, greatly inspiring the morale of the winged soldiers. Ludwig's uniqueness caught the attention of the sea race's fifth princess, Amphier. Whenever Ludwig appeared, Amphier would sing the sea witch's song to diminish the soaring morale stirred by Ludwig. The effects of the sea witch's song became evident to many. In the year 1756 of the Goblin Empire, within the sea race, a girl practitioner aligning with Princess Amphir's sea witch's song system created a new sea witch's song. This new Sea Witch's song began to exhibit hallucinatory effects. Thereafter, the Sea Witch's song entered a phase of explosive development. A multitude of Sea Witch's songs were created, each possessing functions such as hallucination, confusion, hypnosis, stasis, and seduction. Many Sea Witch's songs appeared on the battlefield between the winged and sea races, causing significant casualties among the winged. The sea race's Grand Princess Themis was very pleased and specifically established a legion of sea singers to assist the sea army in battle. The emergence of the Sea Singer Legion dealt a major blow to the winged race. The winged race's military operations began to fall into disadvantage, and a portion of the eastern coastal lands was once again reclaimed by the sea race. To counter the sea race's offensive, Vice Lord Sophia began to rally scholars from the entire winged race to think of a solution. In the year 1768 of the Goblin Empire, a genius from the Troll Blood Axe clan in the southwest of the Goblin Empire created the berserker profession, which was exceedingly well suited for the trolls. The troll leader Odin Blood Axe was overjoyed and promoted it widely within the Blood Axe clan. After all, the troll clan is known for their muscle over intellect, and it's rare for a troll to create a profession, especially one as fitting as the berserker. The emergence of the berserker greatly boosted Odin Blood Axe's confidence and further solidified his resolve. His gaze turned towards the various troll tribes across the continent. In the year 1726 of the Goblin Empire, Emperor Hegemony took advantage of the internal strife within the Grassland Kingdom to launch a northern expedition using Pyrrhus Amand as his guide to delve deep into the plains. Hegemony was fortunate as the Goblin army encountered two waves of the Grassland army in succession, achieving victory in both battles. He continued to advance, facing Milan Amand and Hamon Amand in turn. After fierce battles, he emerged victorious in both encounters, which filled Hegemony with pride as he prepared to press on and defeat the last son of Amand. However, at that moment, Edson Amand led his army to launch a surprise attack on the recently victorious Goblin forces, turning the tide for the Grassland. The allied forces suffered a great defeat, and Hegemony's northern expedition retreated with heavy casualties back to the northern border. Edson Amand did not pursue the victory, but instead convened all the Grassland tribes for a meeting at the tomb of Amand, where he was crowned as the Great Khan of the Grassland. After becoming the Great Khan, Edson Amand invited Hegemony to a meeting at the border, leading to a renewed treaty between the two tribes. They amended the previously signed 50-year non-aggression pact to 100 years. In the year 1770 of the Goblin Empire on the eastern coastline, in the city of Ulil, after more than 20 years, a winged officer named Lilica, having experienced the deaths of comrades, severe injuries among peers, and the retreat of her kingdom, returned home to Ulil to recuperate after listening to numerous sea monster songs on the battlefield. During her recovery, she deeply felt the advantage the sea clans gained from the sea monster songs on the coastal battlefield and the significant casualties suffered by the winged people as a result. Thus, she devoted herself to research and after 3 years finally created the unique battle song of the winged people, Wings of Light. Afterward, she returned to the battlefield, and with this battle song she inspired the courage and valor of the winged warriors. This was a song filled with positive energy. However, the positive effects of this song were insufficient to counteract the negative impact of the sea monster songs. The battlefield still remained at a disadvantage. 3 more years passed. Under the reverence for the Platinum Moon and the winged king Jiang You, Lilica created the first song of the winged people that could be called a holy song, Platinum Holy Word. This holy song was solemn, sacred, and tranquil. It possessed a strong ability to dispel illusions, bring clarity, and inspire against the sea monster songs. After the appearance of this holy song, when a large-scale battle erupted again on the eastern coastline, the sea monster song Pearl of the Ocean played, followed by the sacred strains of the Platinum Holy Word resonating throughout the battlefield. Under the Platinum Moon, countless winged warriors shouted in unison, and for the first time the winged people triumphed over the sea clans under the influence of the sea monster songs. Lilica became famous overnight. The holy song system of the winged people was thus established. In the following years, numerous winged singers emerged, creating songs such as Song of Heavenly Mountain, Holy Words of Light, Walking with Light Kingdom, and Under the Golden Moon. The holy songs of the winged people clashed fiercely against the sea monster songs, neither side giving way. In the year 1801 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig gained immense fame on the battlefield, and with Jiang Yu's personal encouragement, he was hailed by the winged people as the bright morning star. In the year 1807 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig pioneered the legendary profession of Light and Dark Paladin, becoming the youngest legend among the winged people. In the year 1830 of the Goblin Empire, Lilica achieved legend through the Holy Song system, paving the way for the legendary path of Holy Song Shepherd. In this chapter, gratitude is expressed to the readers for providing inspiration for the Holy Song system. There will be another chapter later. In the year 1860 of the Goblin Empire, The war between the winged people and the sea tribe continues, and the legendary Ludwig has been appointed as the independent winged commander by the kingdom's Vice Lord Sophia, responsible for the battlefield in the Abduo region of the East Coast. The supreme commander of the sea tribe's army in this region is none other than the fifth princess of the sea tribe, Amphiel, who created the Song of the Sea Witch. The two engage in battle almost every day, although Amphiel has been a legend for much longer than Ludwig and should theoretically be stronger. In reality, there is not much difference in their strength. This is solely because Ludwig's combat talent is indeed remarkable, as Sophia once marveled. Within the entire winged people, Ludwig's combat talent ranks among the top 5. Having stationed in Abduo for many years, Ludwig interacts with Amphiel daily, and over time, they gradually develop a mutual admiration. If not for the conflict with the winged people, Amphiel is genuinely a kind-hearted sea, which is she rarely inflicts casualties upon the soldiers of the winged people. Throughout her time, she has predominantly fought against the legends of the winged people, seldom intervening in the battles below. Even her Song of the Sea, which is only sung when both sides cease their fighting. She despises death. During her time in Abduo, whenever the Song of the Sea, which resounds on the battlefield, everyone halts their attacks, and after listening, commanders issue orders to retreat to their camps. This has become a tacit understanding formed over time between both sides, making the Abduo battlefield the area with the fewest casualties for the winged people. As the winged commander, Ludwig grows increasingly curious about his opponent. Thus, during battles, Ludwig begins to speak more, and Amphiel gradually starts to respond to him. In the year 1880 of the Goblin Empire, high in the heavens, Jiang You sits upright on a platinum throne. The once majestic summit of Paradise Mountain is no more, replaced by a massive mountain formed of stardust and earth, with the authority of the mountain crafting a floating peak for Jiang You. The former throne and the first layer of Paradise Mountain is now only 1% of the second layer, towering at the very top of Paradise Mountain. The chaotic laws surrounding have been partially expelled, while some have been absorbed as fragments of law, embedding themselves within the mountain. The brilliance of platinum shines at the base of the mountain. To the outside world, the platinum moon in the high heavens seems to have grown slightly larger, though not noticeably. On the throne, Jiang You is enveloped in platinum light, his body radiating a golden glow, while his vast will transforms into the law of judgment, continually ascending. Behind him, his immaculate wings gradually become hazy, seemingly poised to transform into true light. The pure white halo above his head sheds strands of white brilliance. He still needs time. In the year 1900 of the Goblin Empire, the population of the Troll Bloodaxe clan surpasses 5 million. At this point in time, Odin Bloodaxe has already led the Bloodaxe clan's troll berserkers to defeat all the major and minor troll clans in the southern region. Moreover, not long ago, the last large troll tribe in the south voluntarily submitted. The entire southern trolls are now under the dominion of Odin Bloodaxe. Several previous southern dukes of the Goblin Empire had long noticed the continuous rise of the Bloodaxe trolls. For centuries, they have employed various means to suppress the Bloodaxe clan, but to no avail, which only made the Bloodaxe clan grow stronger. The current Duke of the South, Linder Aziba, seeing the Bloodaxe trolls growing stronger day by day, has repeatedly requested the Goblin Emperor Hegemony to dispatch troops to eradicate the Bloodaxe clan, but has been rejected. Linder Aziba has instead faced the Emperor's reprimands. This is because the mercenaries composed of the troll berserkers from the Bloodaxe clan have repeatedly obeyed the Emperor's orders. During the northern expedition to the plains, the Bloodaxe clan provided a full 10,000 berserkers to accompany the Emperor into battle, with many berserkers perishing, and the Bloodaxe clan expressed no grievances. In the Emperor's mind, perhaps the Bloodaxe clan is more loyal than Duke Aziba of the South. You, the Duke of the South, relying on your lineage from the great sage Aziba, have turned the entire southern region of the Goblin Empire into your own kingdom. Hegemony as Emperor harbors immense hatred, but feels powerless. Each time he sees the intelligence regarding the Bloodaxe trolls submitted by the Duke of the South, he feels a sense of elation, quickly scribbling a rejection. You, an outsider, dare to question my loyal subjects. Truly the reversal of heaven's principles. That year, in his old age, Odin Bloodaxe miraculously broke through to the demigod realm, his fame resounding throughout the southern region. Not long after, trolls from north and south became aware of the emergence of a demigod troll in the southern region. Odin Bloodaxe's reputation soared tremendously. In the year 1910 of the Goblin Empire, an unexpected event occurred that took everyone by surprise. Odin Bloodaxe, the leader of the Bloodaxe trolls, who has always considered himself a loyal minister of the Empire, announced his coronation as king in the southern region, establishing a troll kingdom. Upon the release of this news, the continent was shaken. The usually unruly trolls now have their own kingdom. In the same year, Odin Bloodaxe led the troll army to conquer the great goblin cities of Enya and Dumias, occupying the southern regions of the Enya River and Dumias, uniting the entire habitat of the trolls in the south with these cities. The area around the Enya River and the Dumia region is occupied by the trolls, especially the Ainea River basin, with only the Ramels Valley remaining near the city of Aziba, the residence of the Duke of the Southern Region. Upon hearing the news of Aedan Bloodaxe's rebellion, Duke Jiang Aziba of the Southern Region felt as if the world was spinning around him. 500,000 trolls have been unified into a kingdom, and the troll berserkers, also known as the land stabilizers, make it impossible for Jiang Aziba's forces to contend against the troll kingdom. Taking advantage of the early establishment of the troll kingdom and Aedan Bloodaxe's busy affairs, Jiang Aziba hurriedly sent messages to the Goblin Emperor and his own ancestors. In the city of Prawada's, Jiang Aziba's letter and the news from the Southern Region officials of the empire arrived almost simultaneously. Emperor Hegemony was struck with darkness upon receiving the news that Aedan Bloodaxe had become a demigod and established the Troll Kingdom, leading an army to rebel against the empire. Just as the northern grasslands had settled down, the southern region had now created such a massive problem for him. He still refused to believe that Aedan Bloodaxe, who had always been loyal and paid tribute every year, would revolt. In his subconscious thoughts, he preferred to believe that the Duke of the Southern Region, Jiang Aziba, was to blame. The Aziba family had always had a terrible attitude towards the Bloodaxe clan, even writing annual letters to complain about them. Ultimately, Aedan Bloodaxe was forced to rise in arms, a conclusion drawn under such understanding. During the court meeting the next day, Goblin Emperor Hegemony angrily scolded Jiang Aziba for being a fool, as a great noble who had guarded the southern region for generations, capable of commanding the entire south, was nearly toppled by trolls under his command. What a useless fool. The court decided to send someone to the Troll Kingdom to meet Aedan Bloodaxe and see if there was some misunderstanding. Then the emperor called for the goblin legions that could be mobilized from the central region, preparing to march southward. Furthermore, he demanded that Duke Jiang Aziba guard his city of Aziba and ensure that the troll army could not advance any further. Finally, he personally went to the secluded place of the great sage, seeking the help of the goblin sage Aziba. After all, Aedan Bloodaxe was already a demigod, and most of the empire's legends were in the northern region, with only a few in the eastern region. There were not many legends available to be dispatched to the southern region, insufficient to stop Aedan Bloodaxe. After the court meeting concluded, the envoys from the two emperors set off from Prawada's, one heading to the southern region's Aziba city and the other to the Troll Kingdom's capital, Eka city. When the emperor's envoy arrived at Aziba city and presented the emperor's handwritten letter to Jiang Aziba, the Duke of the Southern Region was immediately flustered and, disregarding the presence of the messenger, angrily berated Hegemony as a fool. However, he complied with the court's decision, gathering the southern region's noble coalition and legendary warriors to station troops in Aziba city, preparing for defense. On the other side, another of the emperor's envoys, after a long journey, also arrived at the Troll Kingdom's capital, Eka city, meeting with the emperor's long-desired loyal minister, Aedan Bloodaxe. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry about any grievances, specifically if the rebellion was due to oppression from Duke Jiang Aziba, Aedan Bloodaxe exchanged glances with his ministers and then burst into laughter. He rose to his feet, directly facing the envoy of the Goblin Emperor, and loudly laughed. "Go back and tell your emperor to either cede the southern region to the Troll Kingdom or prepare to face the wrath of the troll berserkers." The year is 1913 of the Goblin Empire. A great war erupted between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire in the southern region, with hundreds of thousands of troops clashing in the Ramels Valley, leaving a scene of death and rivers of blood. As a demigod, Aedan Bloodaxe was intercepted by a legendary team wearing cloaks sent by Aziba. Meanwhile, in the boundless skies, Jiang You was also paying attention to this battle. He suddenly sensed the aura of that slaughtering emperor from many years ago and stepped down from his platinum throne to arrive above this battlefield. However, the aura of the slaughtering emperor flickered and vanished, yet down below, the aura of a troll demigod carried a sense of carnage. He lowered his gaze, stared at Aedan Bloodaxe for a moment, and ultimately chose not to act. Indeed, Aedan Bloodaxe's authority is a derivative of the authority of slaughter, but killing him would yield nothing, for he is not the master of that authority. Jiang You returned to the high heavens, resumed his seat on the throne, and focused on his transformation and breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the Ramels battlefield, Aedan Bloodaxe's back was already soaked with sweat. As Jiang Yu's gaze fell, the threat of death shadowed him. Fortunately, the platinum moon above did not take him away, and he lost the desire to continue fighting. Thus, the war between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire came to an end. In subsequent negotiations, the Goblin Empire grudgingly acknowledged the existence of the Troll Kingdom, thereby acknowledging the four cardinal directions. The Goblin Empire was surrounded by the Grassland Kingdom, Mountain Kingdom, Swamp Kingdom, Troll Kingdom, and Winged People Kingdom. Heroes emerged. In the year 1938 of the Goblin Empire, on the southeastern coast of the Goblin Empire, several massive goblin alchemical ships bid farewell to the people at Kexlian port. The ships carried thousands of goblins and bear goblins along with some eagle people. They set sail towards the eastern continent of Phinodon. This was an attempt by the Goblin Empire to reach outwards. The empire had already declined, and the goblins had to seek solutions. Setting sail to find new lands was one of them. According to ancient records, goblin scholars discovered a similarly vast continent far in the eastern region of the Ferrand continent. This fleet of alchemical ships served as the vanguard. As the ships set sail, the direction of the goblin fleet was initially correct, but unfortunately during the voyage they encountered a great storm that lasted 3 days and nights. By the time they recovered, the fleet had lost its original course. In desperation, the fleet's leader had no choice but to issue a return order. Unfortunately, they had drifted too far off course and took half a year to discover the continent. However, when they joyfully reached the continent once again, they found that it was neither the Ferrand continent nor the Phinodon continent, but a new land. On this continent, there were creatures everywhere with a soft, jelly-like, transparent appearance, varied in shape and color, some even possessing simple attacking abilities and behavioral patterns. Yet the rulers of this land were not them, but a humanoid intelligent species with green skin and robust limbs. They lived in tribes calling themselves orcs. The goblin expedition was captured by a large orc tribe residing on the nearby coast. At first, the orcs mistook the goblins and bear goblins for some peculiar orc tribe. After all, there was a significant resemblance between the two, with their green skin being enough to explain everything. The orc tribes on this continent were not monolithic, but rather divided into various tribes, often in conflict. Originally, the orcs wanted to kill these strange kin, but the knowledgeable, wise orc shaman stopped them. Subsequently, some of the goblin alchemical techniques flowed into this orc tribe. Merely the technology for forging iron armor and weapons greatly enhanced the strength of this orc tribe. With this, they defeated the mountain giant settlements to the east and the stone people to the west, dominating the entire coastal plain. Through their interactions with the goblins, the orcs also learned of the existence of the Ferrand continent and became very curious about the various races there and the great goblin empire that the goblins spoke of. However, this expedition team, which included goblins, bear goblins, and eagle people, never returned to Ferrand again, taking root and flourishing in this new continent. In the year 1980 of the Goblin Empire, in the Northern Territories, in an effort to divide the Prairie Beeman Kingdom and the various tribes of the prairie, the Goblin Empire promised that all major tribes except for the human race could affiliate with the Goblin Empire and were willing to grant the first race to descend south and affiliate a large piece of land, helping them establish their own kingdom. In the Great Prairie, a large centaur tribe known as the House Clan, lured by the Goblin emissaries, led their people south and affiliated with the Goblin Empire. The Goblin Empire fulfilled its promise, granting this centaur tribe a large tract of land near the southern Beeman's Pilus territory, establishing the Centaur Kingdom. The Great Khan of the Prairie was furious, cursing the Goblin Empire for its shamelessness while sending troops to attack the Centaur Kingdom. He could not tolerate the Prairie tribes establishing independence in the south. It was undermining the roots of the Prairie Kingdom. He mobilized all the troops of the Prairie, summoning various tribes, particularly the human tribes, to contribute the most. This war lasted for 6 months, inflicting heavy losses on both the Prairie and the Empire, but ultimately the newly established Centaur Kingdom was destroyed. However, the goblins did not come away empty-handed from this war. Because of it, some Prairie tribes that harbored thoughts of independence did not exert themselves much. This battle was mostly fought by the Beeman clan themselves, although they achieved victory. In the end, the population and strength of the Beeman clan significantly decreased along with their control over the Prairie. In the year 1992 of the Goblin Empire, on the western coast of the Ferrand continent, nearly 1,000 years ago, a group of humans arrived on this land on the western coast. This area was ruled by the bear people, ogres, fish people, and the merfolk living in the western sea. A mountain range extending for tens of thousands of miles separated the western coast from the western continent, and the goblin influence had yet to reach here. However, the dwarves often appeared here. This group of humans was not numerous, with only a few tens of thousands upon their arrival. After a millennium of struggle for survival, they finally took root here. However, the rituals and culture of their ancestors had undergone significant changes. At the same time, to adapt to the environment, the resources of the western coast were extremely rich, and their physiques had become much stronger. Wildness became their worship. They began to call themselves barbarians. In the year 2000 of the Goblin Empire, on the eastern coastline, the Winged Army and the Sea Tribe Army stationed in the Abdu region have not engaged in fierce battles for many years. In fact, there were even months when the combined casualties of both tribes were in single digits. Ludwig's external explanation was that the war between the Winged and Sea tribes had lasted for many years, and both the Winged and Sea forces in Abdu had grown weary. Within the army, many had essentially fought for generations. It was not unusual for 3 generations to coexist in the barracks. But this year, a shocking event that would astonish both tribes occurred. Foreign mercenaries during a mission accidentally discovered that the legendary genius of the Winged clan Ludwig often cuddled with the Sea tribe's 5th princess Anfield on some rocks by the coast, displaying intimate behavior. Furthermore, they found that many times Ludwig and Anfield appeared together on the battlefield, exhibiting a remarkable synergy. Could the two tribes' legends be developing feelings for each other? This matter began to ferment. At first, Whitestone Fortress did not acknowledge it. Sophia even considered it nonsense. After so many years of war between the winged and sea tribes, there was a deep-seated animosity. Ludwig, as the youngest legend of the winged tribe, was the disciple of Sophia, known as the Saint Flame Maiden. The Platinum Moon, the winged king Jiang You, was aware of the winged genius, the future Morning Star, actually being involved with the sea tribe princess. This was simply inconceivable. Any winged person with a sense of honor would wish to eliminate the sea tribe. If Ludwig really walked hand in hand with the sea tribe princess Anfield, it would be unacceptable to all winged people. As this fact spread wildly, Sophia of Whitestone Fortress and the sea tribe's grand princess Themis helpless began to send people to investigate almost simultaneously. The results disappointed everyone. Ludwig had long fallen in love with the sea tribe princess and even had a child. Moreover, when they were found simultaneously by the winged and sea tribes, they were in a small wooden house on a coastline near Abdu. Anfield was also pregnant with a child due to be born. On this day, the weather was pleasant and the waves were calm. By the coast, Sophia, Alida, and a group of legendary winged warriors hovered in the air above the small wooden house. Sea tribe princess Themis, Maloral Medial, and a group of legendary sea powerhouses floated on the surface of the sea. Both sides' gazes turned towards the three individuals in front of the wooden house. The haggard Ludwig, the heavily pregnant Anfield, and a beautiful little girl with delicate features and white wings that they held by the hand. Seeing such a scene before everyone, Sophia was filled with uncontrollable anger. Ludwig, do you know what you are doing? You are the morning star of the winged tribe. Why are you entangled with the sea tribe princess? She was truly enraged, her tone revealing her disappointment. On the other side, the sea tribe grand princess Themis was equally furious, coldly staring at her sister, who had created the song of the sea monsters and nearly brought victory to herself. Taking a deep breath, she shouted angrily, Anfield, kill the winged man beside you, kill that damned half-breed winged creature beside you, and I will forgive you and allow you to return to the sea tribe. Themis' tone grew colder, her murderous intent towards Ludwig and the winged girl as vast as the ocean. Before the small wooden house, the delicate little girl was frightened, tightly gripping Ludwig and Anfield's hands, trembling and crying, Daddy, I'm so scared. Ludwig quickly shielded his daughter and wife behind him, while Anfield held their daughter in her arms, softly comforting Lucifer, my beloved daughter, do not be afraid, Daddy and Mommy will protect you. In Anfield's embrace, the little girl buried her head deep in her mother's arms, yet her trembling small body still revealed her fear. With Themis' wrath, angry tides surged upon the sea. The waves rolled and crashed against the rocks, while the salty sea breeze tousled the hair of the three people in front of the wooden house. Having calmed the child, Anfield faced the ocean, looking towards Themis, pleading, Sister, my sins are unforgivable, but for the sake of our thousands of years of sisterly bond, please spare my husband and child. The sea breeze lifted her deep blue hair, fragile like a strand of seaweed. However, Themis remained unmoved, her similarly deep blue hair fluttering behind her as she coldly replied, Impossible. Anfield, they must die. And you, having betrayed the will of the deep sea, will now return with me back to the deep sea and kneel before our mother to atone for your sins with the rest of your life. No, sister, I cannot do it. Anfield exclaimed, nearly in despair. Anfield, kill them for me. You are the princess of the deep sea, and when you made such a decision, you should have considered the consequences. Themis asserted firmly, Fine, since you are unwilling to act, I will do it, and then I will take you back. She stood atop the surging waves, raising her trident high, the overwhelming power summoning the might of the ocean, rushing towards the three in front of the wooden house. But her attack did not succeed. A wall of fire composed of lava and light blocked the rocks as a beautiful winged woman descended from the sky, her sword drawn horizontally, angrily shouting, Themis, what are you? My disciple is not for you to discipline. Sophia, you damned detestable bird woman. Themis stomped her foot in anger. Humph. Themis, your fishy smell is still as unbearable as ever. Sophia scoffed disdainfully. In front of the wooden house, Ludwig knelt suddenly before his teacher, pleading, Teacher, I was wrong, and I am willing to pay the price for my sins, but my daughter is innocent, please forgive her. My wife has never killed a winged person, and will not in the future, so please let them go. Hearing this, Sophia felt extreme disappointment. She had not expected that the disciple she had painstakingly taught would become so pitiful because of a sea monster. Had the great righteousness of the kingdom, the blood feud of the races, and the platinum faith vanished from his heart. Yet the goodness that remained within her restrained her emotions. Ludwig, I can accept your daughter, but I cannot accept this sea monster. She must die. Unforgivable. Then she looked at Themis. Themis, take your people and get out. The east coast is our territory. Today you shall not set foot on the shore. However, Themis ignored her and yelled at Anfield. Anfield, as a traitor you must make a choice today, or the deep sea will no longer accept you. You will no longer be a daughter of the sea, walking barefoot on the sinful land, unable to find redemption. Sister, I love them more than I love myself, though I cannot fulfill your request. Anfield cried out. Anfield, do not forget that it is the deep sea that nurtured you. If you do not choose and do not reaffirm your stance, the Sea Clan will see you as an enemy, and the abominable spawn of the winged race you bore will be eternally hunted by the Sea Clan. In that case, rather than living in fear day and night, it would be better to end her suffering early. Themis still held onto the warmth of their sisterhood, trying to persuade her. No, Anfield resolutely refused. Her daughter was more important than her life. Fine, since that's the case, let me make this decision for you. You and we are all daughters of our mother, princesses of the ocean, and should not end our future here. Themis sighed. Upon hearing these words, Anfield's face showed a tragic despair. She looked at her family standing on the surface of the sea, then at her frightened daughter in her arms, and at her husband standing before her, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "Sister, I am willing to use my death to seek my mother's forgiveness in exchange for their lives." With that, she resolutely gathered all her legendary power, severing all her vital signs. Seeing his wife die before him, Ludwig's heart ached as if it were being twisted. He picked up his wife, who had fallen to the ground, took the stunned Lucifel by the hand, sighed deeply, and looked at Sophia, pleading, "I'm sorry, teacher, please take care of my daughter. She is innocent." Then he looked at the platinum moon in the sky. "Noble platinum moon, please forgive my daughter. May the light of platinum shine upon her. I am willing to atone for this with my death." With that, just like Anfield, he shattered all his vital signs, dying before everyone. When Sophia noticed, she hurried to him, but it was too late. Only a timid, tear-streaked little girl stood behind her dead parents, forcing a bitter smile and sighing, "Child, come to me." And on the sea, witnessing her sister die before her, a surge of intense sadness and anger shattered the mist defenses. She brandished her trident and shouted loudly, "Ah, this bastard caused my sister's death. Everyone follow me, kill her. Kill this damned winged bastard." "Humph. Themis, you won't even spare a child. All winged people, listen up, stop them." In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted. Seeing the winged ones blocking her way, Themis was unable to approach Lucifel. Standing on the ocean, she called out with the power of her bloodline, "Mother of the sea, your daughter pleads with you, kill this spawn that has defiled the princess of the sea." In the distant deep sea, the slumbering sea mother Calypso suddenly awoke. She heard her daughter's call and quickly extended a wisp of consciousness. When her consciousness arrived at the shore and saw her dead daughter Anfield lying on the beach, and then looked at the winged people fighting against the Sea Clan in the sky, she was filled with extraordinary rage. For the first time in countless years, the terrifying beast that had never left the deep sea opened its horrific tentacles to the world. As Themis' call echoed, a surge of unease coursed through Sophia's heart, a strong sense of crisis washing over her. Following that, from the depths of the ocean, countless towering tentacles suddenly stretched out from the sea, each one 1,000 meters long. They rose like magnificent peaks, bringing with them a storm that roared against the sky and earth, lifting to a height of 1,000 meters before crashing down. They surged towards all the winged people on the shore. The terrifying power pressed down upon them like a great sea. "We can't stop it, we can't stop it, we will die." Sophia felt a surge of helplessness, facing the storm and sea that could drown the entire east coast. Her pure white wings fluttered in the sky, praying to the platinum moon high above. "Noble platinum moon, great my king, please descend upon this shore and protect your people." Above the high heavens, Jiang You on the platinum throne almost instantly heard Sophia's call. He cast his gaze down to the east coast, witnessing the mother of the deep sea Calypso appearing at the shore, stirring up a storm and waves that seemed to threaten the end of the world. Jiang Yu's purple eyes ignited with a pure white sacred flame, as if coloring the entire high heavens. "Calypso, how bold you are." With his words, the law followed. The platinum throne suddenly erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the entire second heaven mountain and spreading throughout the world. In the eyes of the entire world, the platinum moon shone like a sun. An aura of the world's sovereign surged majestically, as if a divine emperor had descended upon the earth. On the ground, countless beings looked up in shock. The platinum moon is angry. Why is the second moon in the sky suddenly as bright as the sun? On the coast, the wooden houses had long been destroyed beneath the towering waves. Behind, a beautiful winged woman tightly embraced the little girl Lucifel, trying to keep her as far from the battlefield as possible. But the little girl's eyes sparkled like morning stars, calmly observing the apocalyptic scene before her. No longer the fragile child she was when her parents were alive. It was as if she had grown up in an instant. On the battlefield, countless winged beings gazed at the sky, which was suddenly shrouded in darkness by the towering waves, looking at the colossal creature that rose from the sea, trembling in fear. The transcendent storm swept in with an overwhelming force, plunging the world into chaos, obscuring even the platinum moon. Just as all the winged beings sank into despair, in the high heavens, Jiang You grasped the purple gold longsword at his waist, suddenly rising from the platinum throne, stepping out and descending from the high heavens. Following the radiant platinum light, he arrived in the sky above the coast like a brilliant beam, shattering the darkness, standing before the colossal waves, as if preparing to strike down an ocean, fiercely drawing his sword. Clang. The resounding sound of the sword echoed, like the shattering of stones. In the despondent and despairing gaze of Sophia Erida and all the winged beings present, the terrifying pressure of the Lord of the Deep Sea suddenly dissipated. A magnificent sword light dazzling like the dawn swept away the towering waves and the apocalyptic storm. The entire sea surface was instantly calm. Immediately following was a voice of serene authority that resonated through heaven and earth. Calypso, you have crossed the line. Sunlight broke through the clouds, shining upon the newcomer. Everyone saw a majestic figure standing in the sky holding a sword and looking down upon the vast sea and land. The pure white wings seemed to be made of light, ethereal and misty, and the pure white halo above his head radiated with divine majesty. Just standing there, he seemed the master of heaven and earth, receiving the veneration of the world. Platinum Moon. Do you wish to stop me? Roared the colossal sea monster in anger. Stop you? Do you think you are worthy? Jiang You laughed heartily, his purple eyes filled with coldness. The ruler of the deep sea was enraged, but she restrained her desire to strike, looking at Jiang You in the sky and attempting to reason. Platinum Moon, my daughter is dead. That was my own flesh and blood. The child I spent countless iterations nurturing. So what? The ruler of the deep sea took a deep breath. As long as that abomination dies today, we will withdraw immediately. However, Jiang You looked down upon her with disdain. I will not allow it. He slowly walked from the sky towards the deep sea giant, step by step approaching her. The sound of his steps shook heaven and earth as if treading upon everyone's hearts. Both the sea people and the winged beings bowed their heads, not daring to move. Only the little girl Lucifer with her golden eyes revealed a sparkle, gazing intently at Jiang Yu's figure as if he were the only one in the world. Finally, Jiang You approached the ruler of the deep sea, aligning his gaze with hers, his purple authoritative eyes staring intensely at the massive eyes spread across her head, speaking word for word. If you dare to step ashore today, I will slay you. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere between heaven and earth fell into a sudden silence. Even the wind and the sea dared not stir. The sea creatures on the surface and the winged people in the sky swallowed hard in unison. At this moment they wished they could be ostriches. The colossal and hideous head of the deep sea sovereign glowed a fierce red, radiating with an ominous intensity. A storm brewed in the heavens, and the authority of the sea swayed as the violent tempest seemed poised to ascend to the skies and overturn the earth, sending tremors through the entire ocean. The momentum of the mother of the deep sea clashed with that of the platinum sovereign, creating chaos in the very space between heaven and sea. Jiang You stood proudly in midair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his sword intent subtly rising as he gazed levelly at the colossal sea monster towering nearly 1,000 meters above the surface, seemingly awaiting the reaction of Charybdis. After a long pause, the cataclysmic destruction everyone had imagined did not arrive. The mother of the deep sea took a deep breath, then inhaled several more times before finally plunging her serpent-like tentacles into the ocean. Her voice was deep and powerful. Platinum Sovereign, I will remember you. As soon as she finished speaking, she extended her tentacles and swept up all the sea creatures from the surface, slowly submerging them beneath the waves. Only countless winged people remained stunned in midair, watching the sea mother depart. Can this really be tolerated? Jiang You squinted, his gaze fixed on Charybdis, who was retreating into the depths of the sea, a sense of regret welling up within him. Just a moment ago, had Charybdis dared to take a step forward, he would have had the confidence to seize her. This place lay at the boundary between the deep and shallow seas. Despite Charybdis emerging nearly 1,000 meters above the surface, a significant portion of her body remained submerged. Almost half of her tentacles were firmly grasping the seabed. Truly cunning. No wonder she would be a part of the future Lord God. As the sun set in the west, Jiang You shook his head, realizing that the figures of the sea creatures had vanished from sight. He turned around and flew down in front of a small wooden house. Sophia and the other winged people hurriedly descended behind him. Looking at the entwined corpses of Ludwig and Anfield, Jiang You sighed and said, Ludwig to love a sea demon in secret. If he were alive, I would surely condemn him to death. Betraying one's kin is a sin I cannot tolerate. But he is dead, and this lunatic sea princess deserves the same fate. Yet she is also dead. Since the person is already dead, let it be. But while the body may escape punishment, the soul cannot. As he spoke, he reached out and fiercely grasped the two corpses before him. To the astonishment of all, two bewildered souls were pulled out by Jiang You. They were indeed Ludwig and Anfield. Looking at them, Jiang You softly pronounced their fate. You two shall forever sing hymns of praise for me in my heavenly kingdom. At Jiang Yu's words, the two bewildered souls seemed to awaken for a moment, their gazes falling upon a winged girl named Lucifer, who was being held by a female winged person, her eyes reflecting a pleading look directed at Jiang You. Jiang You sighed in resignation. Very well, very well. He waved his hand at Lucifer. Come over here, child. In the arms of the female winged person, little Lucifer wiped away the tears that had sprung forth when she saw the souls of her father and mother obediently walking to Jiang Yu's side. Is your name Lucifer? Yes. Lucifer nodded, earnestly gazing at the delicate and adorable little girl before him. For some reason, Jiang You felt a surge of affection. He stretched out both hands, and in front of all the winged people lifted her up, gently stroking her little head and smiling as he spoke. Lucifer, from now on you shall inherit your father's name, Morning Star. Lucifer Ludwig Morningstar became the name of the little girl in the future. At the moment Jiang You picked her up, Sophia quietly sighed in relief. Behind her, all the hostility in the eyes of the winged people vanished at that moment. From that instant onward, although Lucifer was the daughter of Ludwig, she was also the girl embraced and named by the king. With such a relationship in place, Lucifer's future path would be much smoother. In Jiang Yu's eyes, Lucifer inherited the talents of her father and mother, possessing both light and darkness, as well as an affinity for the holy song system. It was indeed possible for her to inherit her father Ludwig's position. However, Jiang You still reminded Sophia, "Sophia, this child you will personally teach her. I do not wish to see a repeat of Ludwig's story. Moreover, her parents made mistakes, but the child is innocent. The winged race must not discriminate. You must treat her as your own child." Sophia nodded firmly. "Your Majesty, I will raise Lucifer, and I will make her the new morning star of the winged people." Jiang You nodded and smiled. "I entrust her to you." Just then Jiang You suddenly looked at the corpse of Anfir, a strange smile appearing on his face. Life is truly marvelous. Is this the power of motherhood? Sophia beside him was puzzled. Jiang You pointed to the ground. There the belly of the sea princess Anfir, who lay on the rocks, suddenly began to swell. It seemed as though something was about to break free from within. All the winged people's gazes turned towards this scene. As Anfir's belly grew larger, a loud bang echoed. Like amniotic fluid bursting, several oddly shaped little lives crawled out from Anfir's belly. They bore the beautiful features of their parents, and though they were still immature, their future beauty could be glimpsed. Their upper bodies were similar to those of the winged people, but instead of arms they had wings, and their lower halves were claws. Describing them as human-headed, bird-bodied might be more fitting. In Jiang Yu's arms, Lucifer looked at her strangely shaped newborn sisters in disbelief. Sophia and the other winged people also displayed expressions of disgust. In their eyes, these new lives were nothing short of monsters. Yet Jiang Yu understood that it was already a feat for these little lives to be born. Their development was not complete. They had merely accelerated their growth in the final moments of Anfir's life. However, the influence of the sea monster bloodline had also led to a retrogressive phenomenon in the originally winged bloodline. Seeing the disgusted expressions of the winged people, Jiang Yu knew that while they might accept Lucifer, they would be unwilling to accept such monsters. Even he found it hard to take a liking to them. At that moment, Sophia stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, how should we handle these newborn little ones?" Jiang Yu turned back to look at Sophia and asked, "What do you think should be done?" "Your Majesty, these little ones are also innocent. But I believe they are the children of neither the winged nor the sea. They cannot be integrated into the winged race. How about this? Let's find a stretch of coastline, and we will feed them daily to ensure they grow up smoothly. As for when they are grown and capable of surviving, we will no longer need to intervene." Jiang Yu nodded upon hearing this. "All right, let's do that." Then he looked at Lucifer and asked, "Lucifer, have your parents given names to your brothers or sisters?" "Yes, my mother said that if it's a brother, he would be called Siwei, and if it's a sister, she would be called Siren." Lucifer answered cheerfully. Jiang Yu nodded, and then looked at the few children of neither sea nor wing who were crawling on Anfir's corpse, pondering, "In that case, let us name them all Siren." 3 innocent new lives were thus named, and they would receive the protection of the winged people in their early days. With the arrival of the dual race rulers, the war between the winged people and the sea tribe, which had lasted for hundreds of years, was temporarily brought to an end. Both armies returned to their respective territories, beginning a new round of recuperation. Jiang Yu ascended to the platinum throne high above the heavens. His second heaven mountain was under construction, and his will and true spirit were in the process of sublimation, unable to stop. In truth, not engaging in battle with the mother of the deep sea was a fortunate outcome. She was a peak demigod very close to becoming divine, and if Jiang Yu were to fight her with all his might, it would inevitably affect his progression, yielding more losses than gains. The mother of the deep sea endured the humiliation and retreated, possibly for the same reason. On the vast second heaven mountain, there was a section that had already been completed, a place bathed in light, where 2 souls donned in white sacred garments sang hymns of praise. "Holy, holy, how can a sinner gaze upon? How can a sinner gaze upon the majesty and glory of the true Lord?" A wooden house appeared in this world, seemingly composed of light. This was the heavenly realm Jiang Yu designated on the second heaven mountain. In the future, many winged people who died in battle or held sincere faith could come here. But now, without divine power, his strength was still insufficient. Only legendary souls could ascend to the heavenly realm. However, it would not be long. This could indeed be considered a place akin to a divine kingdom. Though Jiang Yu did not require such things, he still needed to provide for his followers. The first heaven mountain. High up on the platinum throne, Jiang Yu cast one last glance at the eastern coast before closing his purple eyes, continuing on his path of ascension. He needed to make the most of his time. in the kingdom of Rosendath, on an unknown rocky beach along the eastern coast. The three sirens grew up under the feeding of the winged people. Their growth cycle was quite short, reaching maturity in a few years. After maturing, this group of sirens left the beach where they had grown and flew to other places. The winged people did not mind them continuing to exist here, but would not allow them to do many of the things they desired. The sirens were inherently free. They enjoyed living between the sea and the land, inheriting their mother's enchanting voice. They often sang along the coast, mesmerizing passing intelligent races, mating with or killing them. No matter which race they mated with, the children born were all sirens females. This seemed to be a powerful racial talent. In the future, they would thus propagate a race known as the Siren Clan. Meanwhile, their sister Lucifel's situation was entirely different. Lucifel was brought back to Yller City by Sophia, who dedicated herself to teaching and imparting the vocational system. Lucifel was exceptionally talented, just like her father. By the age of 6, she could use extraordinary power. At 10, she became a light swordsman, and by 15, she could sing hymns proficiently. Sophia was very attentive to Lucifel's education, ensuring that a tragedy like Ludwig's would not occur again. Thus, Sophia instilled in Lucifel the same anti-marriage philosophy she held to be eternally loyal to her race and the king. She took on the role of a mother to Lucifel. Erida often came to play with Sophia, and each time she would teach Lucifel swordsmanship. This allowed Lucifel to make comprehensive progress. Sometimes Lucifel would still think of her parents, and during her leisure time, she would visit her unusually different sisters. Each time she visited, she would bring a lot of delicious and entertaining gifts. Yet her siren sisters seemed ungrateful. They accepted the food and toys she brought, yet grew to dislike Lucifel even more. In their hearts, they could not comprehend why, as children of both the winged people and sea monsters, Lucifel could be adopted by the vice lord of the kingdom, while they could only be fed on rocky beaches, growing up like beggar wild dogs. The blood of the sea monsters twisted their psychology and bred resentment. They envied Lucifel's life, which was unattainable for them. Thus, when Lucifel turned 10, after scolding her, the siren sisters chose to fly far away, leaving the nurturing grounds of the winged people. They had already reached maturity, which was further influenced by their bloodline's inclination towards the sea monsters. In contrast, Lucifel's bloodline was predominantly that of the winged people. Under the inheritance of their parents' bloodlines, the sirens also possessed a certain degree of extraordinary power, and their singing voice completely held the power of the sea monster's song. This granted them the ability to protect themselves and allowed them to grow stronger with the passage of time. The departure and scolding of the siren sisters were a significant blow to Lucifel. She became tranquil and determined, devoted to her cultivation. Furthermore, she decided not to follow her father's path entirely, but hoped to forge a new legendary route. She would surpass her father. Sophia believed so. In the year 2038 of the Goblin Empire, the 7th emperor of the Goblin Empire, Hegemony, has passed away. He was the only Goblin Emperor to have broken through the legendary realm since Amigel. Unfortunately, he could not become a demigod like his ancestor Amigel. After Hegemigel's death, the young prince Villand Amigel ascended to the throne. Villand Amigel's ascension to the throne went without much tumult. The Goblin Empire faced both internal and external troubles. What seemed to be a lofty emperor's position was in fact a mess. To the north of the empire lies the grassland kingdom of the Gaoman tribe, currently the greatest enemy of the empire. The Winged Ones have risen, establishing the kingdom of Losendas. Had it not been for the distractions caused by the Sea Clan, it is likely that the entire eastern frontier of the empire would have been occupied by the Winged Ones. To the west of the empire, the Dwarven Mountain Kingdom and the Lizardman Swamp Kingdom have formed a significant power, but fortunately, they remain relatively subdued, with few goblin forces stationed there. To the south of the empire, the rise of the Troll Kingdom has grown increasingly powerful over the centuries. The Goblin Empire has newly formed 3 goblin legions to resist the expansion of the Troll Kingdom. Whenever Villander Amigel thinks of the Troll Kingdom to the south, he is filled with headaches. His father Amigel often scolded the Duke of the southern region, the Aziva family. Originally, the Troll Kingdom was an ally of the Empire, but it has been forced into rebellion by a group of fools. He truly believed that Odin Bloodaxe was a loyal minister, never questioning it. If it weren't for Aziva still being alive, he would have wanted to dismember Jimmy or Aziva. Fortunately, the legendary team sent by the great goblin sage Aziva has been stationed in Aziva City in the southern region, making it difficult for the Troll Kingdom to advance northward. Odin Bloodaxe, while developing land to the south, contacted various troll tribes across the continent, inviting them to join the Troll Kingdom. After hundreds of years of effort, the vast majority of troll tribes in the western region have joined the Troll Kingdom, which has now expanded its influence to encompass 1/3 of the western territory, overlapping with that of the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, Odin Bloodaxe has also sent envoys north to the grasslands, attacking the Goblin Empire alongside the Grassland Kingdom every few years, further weakening the power of the Goblin Empire. Over the course of hundreds of years, the territory and influence of the Goblin Empire have gradually diminished, while other races have grown stronger. Among them, the rapidly growing population of the Troll Kingdom has reached 10 million, becoming the most significant threat to the south of the empire. Villander Amigel recognized the dangers posed by the trolls early on. Upon ascending to power, he actively took measures. He issued decrees requiring officials throughout the Goblin Empire to covertly and overtly weaken the strength of all troll tribes within its borders. A large number of strong troll mercenaries were dispatched to the northern borders to defend against the attacks of the Grassland Kingdom. The dwindling strength of the troll tribes gradually faced shortages of food and resources due to officials siphoning, making their survival increasingly difficult. Trolls who made mistakes were severely punished, facing military conscription or even the death penalty. Villander Amigel's intention was to gradually weaken the strength of the troll tribes within the empire until they eventually disappeared from Goblin territory. However, when the policy was implemented, the already corrupt officials of the empire, in pursuit of political achievements, crazily persecuted the troll tribes, leading to significant resistance from them. Some officials were bribed, and many troll tribes escaped the empire's borders to seek refuge in the Troll Kingdom. Thus, the strength of the Troll Kingdom further increased. This decree by the Goblin Emperor Villander Amigel was later referred to as the catalyst that accelerated the decline of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2105 of the Goblin Empire, King Odin Bloodaxe of the Troll Kingdom mobilized the national army to attack the Goblin Empire in the name of avenging the persecution of troll kin across the continent. Before the expedition, he issued a statement vowing to break through Aziva City. At the same time, the Grassland Kingdom to the north also mobilized troops southward in response to the Troll Kingdom. The enemies of the Goblin Empire attacked from the north and south, leaving the empire overwhelmed. The Duke of the Southern Region, Ali Aziva, once again gathered the entire southern army, preparing to defend Aziva City. However, unexpectedly, Odin Bloodaxe bypassed this stronghold and struck directly at the eastern city of Highlandsheng in the southern region. Highlandsheng fell, and the eastern southern region was occupied by trolls. Many noble families in the southern region were plundered, causing panic among them, and they all demanded that Ali Aziva leave Aziva City to lead the army in a decisive battle against the Troll Kingdom and reclaim lost lands. Among them were several legends from the southern region. Even Emperor Villander Amigel ordered him to be reprimanded for his inaction. Helpless Ali Aziva had to lead the army eastward, encountering the troll army at the Lumia River. A decisive battle was imminent. The outcome of this battle would affect the fate of the southern region of the Goblin Empire, as the army led by Ali Aziva was now all the military forces of the southern region. Near the Lumia River lies a vast plain. The Goblin army of Ali Aziba is stationed to the west of the river, while the troll army of Odin Bloodaxe is on the east. The two armies face each other across the river. At this moment, the goblins, armed with superior alchemical technology, hold the advantage. In the sky, numerous airships darken the sun as they rain down magical fire upon the troll army, with swarms of Eaglemen providing protection. On the ground, alchemical cannons fire in rapid succession, striking the trolls on the opposite bank. Under normal circumstances, such a barrage would be sufficient to shatter an organized army. But trolls are different. They possess the most berserkers on the continent. Individual troll berserkers charge to the front, braving the cannon fire and extraordinary ranged attacks, clutching wooden planks as they rush toward the opposite bank, completely disregarding casualties. These berserkers are all extraordinary beings, and Odin Bloodaxe has placed nearly all of his army's berserkers at the very forefront, going all in to crush the goblins. He himself soars into the air, with the legendary warriors of the Troll clan engaging in a stalemate against the goblins' elite forces. Although he has been a demigod for many years, Odin Bloodaxe's strength has not increased significantly. His skills have merely become more refined, somewhat akin to Sophia and Irida of the Winged Ones. Fearless of death, the troll berserkers charge across the river, and soon they break through the goblin army's front line. When Ali Aziba attempts to rally his forces to encircle the troll berserkers, a large number of trolls have already crossed the makeshift bridge forged by the sacrifices of the berserkers and ice mages coming to support their brethren. The two armies fully engage, crashing into each other in a thunderous melee. The morale of the goblin front line has been shattered by the berserkers, and the panic spreads to the rear, causing the army, composed of nobles from various regions, to collapse instantly. Only the 3 legions of the empire and the personal army of the Duke of the Southern Territory continue to hold their ground. As the troll army encircles them, the goblin center, after holding for an hour, is completely annihilated. Ali Aziba refuses to retreat until he is killed in battle. He knows that if he loses this battle, the entire Aziba duchy will fall to the trolls. He would rather die in battle than be a ruler of a fallen nation. As he anticipated, after the defeat of the goblins' southern army, the troll army pushes forward, swiftly occupying the southern major cities of Moira Akalito and Inurban. Finally, the army arrives at the gates of Aziba City. Ali Aziba's son Mando Aziba refuses to surrender. The troll army begins the siege, and 7 days later, the city falls. Odin Bloodaxe declares a massacre, leaving his blades unsheathed for 3 days. in a blood sacrifice to the god of slaughter. In the city of Azeba, the largest city in the southern Goblin Empire, nearly 100,000 goblins are slaughtered within 3 days, shocking the entire continent. The Goblin Emperor of the Prolata's Palace, Villain Damager, upon hearing the news of the battle, is both astonished and furious, cursing Duke Azeba as useless, and hastily dispatches the royal guards to the south to garrison Amber River. The royal guards regroup the fleeing soldiers and station themselves north of Amber River. This time the Goblin army has learned their lesson and remains entrenched. Even if the Troll army seeks to circumvent them, they only garrison important cities. After several attempts, the Troll army dares not advance further. Leaving part of their forces south of Amber River, they withdraw their main army. As a result, the southern lands, all south of Amber River, are occupied by the Troll Kingdom. The territory of the Goblin Empire shrinks once more. In the year 2145 of the Goblin Empire, Aedan Bloodaxe relocates the capital to Azeba City and renames it Balu City, the Troll capital. In the year 2155 of the Goblin Empire, a tribe of trolls on the steppe tames the steppe giant wolves as mounts, giving birth to the wolf rider profession. At the same time, the Reinhardt family tames steppe lion horses, leading to the emergence of the Golden Lion Knight profession. In the year 2167 of the Goblin Empire, the army of the steppe royal court marches south in full force with troll wolf riders and human Golden Lion Knights as the vanguard, achieving victory in 9 battles and spreading their fame across the world. The southern Troll Kingdom prepares to attack Amber River as agreed. In May, the steppe army breaks through the heavily fortified city of Yobud in the northern borders, where the commander of the 1st Legion of the North, the Goblin legend Rigo, is killed in battle. The Northern Legion is defeated and the steppe army advances relentlessly, capturing the northern cities of Haros Melanson and Polek. They finally halt north of Galzur City at Mohan City. The goblins hastily redeploy their western and eastern legions to the north. This time the steppe army is not preparing to leave with a small profit. The weakness of the Goblin Empire and the achievements of the Southern Troll Kingdom lead Baiman Khan Edson Amand to believe that the northern regions of the Goblin Empire that have already been occupied are now under the control of the steppe royal court. When the Goblin army sent to support the north arrives at Galzur and Mohand, they ultimately fail to reclaim lost territory and are forced to establish a new border defense line along the Arsi River in the central northern region. The maps of the two nations are temporarily settled. In the year 2168 of the Goblin Empire, due to the extraordinary contributions of the Reinhardt human knights and troll wolf riders, Edson Amand grants the Polek territory to the Reinhardt family, while the Haros territory is bestowed upon the troll wolf clan. The Melanson territory is directly governed by the Baiman royal court. In the year 2169 of the Goblin Empire, before dusk, the earth was bathed in golden light. Nearly 1,000 armored human knights marched into the Bolake territory, holding 3 banners high. One banner depicted a golden lion standing proudly. Another showcased a roaring Baiman. The third displayed a silver moon. Each symbolized the Reinhardt family loyalty to the Prairie Kingdom and the faith in the Platinum Moon. On their cloaks, the emblem of the golden lion from the Reinhardt family was emblazoned. They were the renowned Golden Lion Knights of the Reinhardt family who struck fear across the prairies and the northern territories. In the second year after the Baiman Kingdom granted Bolake its territory, the current head of the Reinhardt family, Winder Reinhardt, led the family's elite, the Golden Lion Knights, westward to their fief. They did not head to the Goblin Forge city in the south of Bolake, but instead arrived at the north at the ruins of a castle long abandoned. As the sound of synchronized hooves echoed across the desolate land, all creatures were startled and birds took flight. After many years, the human race finally set foot on this ancestral land once more. All the human knights were moved to tears as they paused their horses in front of the castle ruins. Winder Reinhardt, accompanied by his 2 sons, rode to the back of the castle remnants and approached a small hill. They dismounted here and ascended the hill, overgrown with shrubs and weeds. Winder Reinhardt and his 2 sons drew their swords from their waists and cut through the thicket, blocking their path, finally arriving at 2 ancient, desolate gravestones. The gravestones were already half buried in the earth, their stone surfaces covered in cracks. Winder Reinhardt carefully lifted the gravestones from the soil, wiping them clean with his clothing to reveal the inscriptions. The second-generation leader of the human race, Reinhardt, the king, who laid the foundation for the human race. The first leader of the human race, the ancestor of the Reinhardt family, the Goblin Empire's empress, the last ember of humanity, Fiona. A sister filled with guilt. Upon reading the inscriptions on the gravestones, Winder Reinhardt felt a mix of regret and excitement as he gently caressed the stones, sighing. Ancestors, can you see? We have finally returned. We fought our way back. The goblins who expelled us back then have paid the price in blood. Come, my sons. This is the graveyard of our ancestors. Kneel with me and pay homage to our great ancestors. Yes, father. The 2 sons obediently knelt down. I read in the records passed down from our ancestors that when the ancestor Fiona passed away, the ancestor Reinhardt planted a osmanthus tree at her grave to honor and protect his mother. Unfortunately, after the long passage of time, the osmanthus tree is no longer here and weeds have overgrown the area. Winder Reinhardt sighed and turned to look at his two sons. In the future, who among you would like to plant a new osmanthus tree here and protect it? The brothers exchanged glances, both guessing the meaning behind their father's question. The Reinhardt family had been in the prairie for nearly 1,000 years, forming the tradition of the youngest son inheriting the family legacy. Under the setting sun, they looked at the encouraging gaze of younger brother Charlemagne. Eldest brother Mand raised his head to look at his father and said earnestly, "Father, I am willing to plant an osmanthus tree here and protect it for generations." "Good, Mand. Since you are willing to take on this responsibility, then you shall govern the Bolake territory. Do you accept this heavy duty?" "I do, father," Mand Reinhardt affirmed with determination. Winder Reinhardt smiled with relief, then stood up to overlook the plain from the hilltop. "From today on, this hill shall be our family's sacred ground, managed by the Reinhardt family for generations. Mand, you must guard this hill and the territory of Bolake. Now that we have reclaimed it, we cannot afford to lose it again." "Yes, father." Mand Reinhardt nodded earnestly. The last rays of the setting sun fell upon the land until they submerged into the horizon. In the sky, two brilliant moons appeared, one gold and one silver, casting their light over the world. Winder Reinhardt looked up at the platinum moon in the sky and smiled at his two sons. "My sons, do you know the connection between that platinum moon and the Reinhardt family?" "Father, the platinum moon is the faith of our human race in the Three Forks River, as well as the faith of the Reinhardt family." "It is indeed our faith, but there is something you do not know. However, since Mand is about to inherit the Bolake territory, I will tell you in advance, for it concerns the greatest secret of the Reinhardt family regarding the platinum moon." Winder Reinhardt planted his sword into the ground, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the white moon in the sky, and spoke softly. "The platinum moon above is also our family's ancestor and the source of the Reinhardt family's bloodline." "How is that possible?" The two brothers exchanged astonished glances. In their hearts, the platinum moon had always been a faith, a great monarch. They had never considered that they possessed the bloodline of the platinum moon in the sky. "It is true, children. Over 2,000 years ago, our ancestor Fiona and the ruler of the platinum moon, Jiang You, had a child. That child is our ancestor, the source of our family, the great Reinhardt." "But wasn't ancestor Fiona the goblin empress?" Charlemagne asked in confusion. "Look at yourself. Oh, do you resemble a goblin at all?" Winder Reinhardt replied, speechless. "Ancestor Fiona became the goblin empress only in name. In reality, she had no marital relations with the goblin emperor Amigel." "I see," the two brothers realized. "Moreover, the great monarch sitting on the platinum moon is our Reinhardt family's greatest trump card, and we can only seek his help in the most perilous times for the family. Do not squander the favor of our ancestors lightly. Although we are their descendants, so many years have passed that we are no longer as close as during the time of our ancestor Reinhardt. Maintain respect, faith, and love. In this way, our family will always have the opportunity to start anew." Winder Reinhardt reiterated the family's cherished teachings. The two brothers nodded in confusion. In fact, they were still reeling from the shock brought by this news. By the way, Winder Reinhardt looked at the 6 words, "Goblin Empire Empress," on the gravestone, which appeared increasingly glaring. He took a deep breath, pulled out the sword he had planted in the ground, and carefully scraped away the 6 characters of Goblin Empire Empress, finally nodding in satisfaction, feeling much better. "How can a mere green-skinned goblin match my Reinhardt ancestor? Ancestors, forgive me." Behind him, the two sons were left dumbfounded. Is that even possible to scrape away? Their father's audacity was astounding. The words on the gravestone were carved by our ancestor Reinhardt when humanity was still a vassal of the goblins, and naturally this phrase had to be inscribed. But think carefully, how could our ancestor Fiona possibly agree to have such a statement carved on her gravestone? Winder Reinhardt explained. Then he gazed toward the south, his eyes seemingly ignited with light. "These green-skinned goblins will eventually be driven into the wilderness to dwell alongside their brethren, the goblins. Mand, Charlemagne, remember this saying of mine and make it a family motto." "Yes, father. Also, Mand, when we return, I will send a portrait of our ancestor from the platinum moon to Bolake. I suspect that this place will still be visited by our ancestors again." In the year 2170 of the Goblin Empire, the Reinhardt family relocated 50,000 human inhabitants and 3,000 elite soldiers to Bolake to expand their territory. In the year 2173 of the Goblin Empire, Mand Reinhardt rebuilt the new Bolake city and demolished the southern Goblin Bolake city to reconstruct it. In the year 2259 of the Goblin Empire, Mand Reinhardt died in battle by the Alse River, and his son Tumen Reinhardt inherited the title of Lord of Bolake. In the year 2279 of the Goblin Empire, after having 7 daughters in succession, Tumen Reinhardt's first son Arthur Reinhardt was born. The Kingdom of Rosendath. In the year 2150 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifiel left the coastal city of Euler in search of a breakthrough to legend, traveling across the continent. At the same time, she spread the faith of the Platinum Moon. The winged race has become a great power in the east of the continent, and many forces on the continent are unwilling to offend the traveling winged. Moreover, because the winged race has blocked the attacks of the sea race for 1,000 years, they have indirectly protected the continent, and all tribes are willing to accommodate them. This is not solely about fostering good relations with the powerful winged kingdom. As the adopted daughter of Sophia Lucifeel, who has been embraced by the Platinum Moon, holds a status akin to that of a princess in the kingdom. Starting from the south, Lucifeel's first destination was the mountain city of Lomanda. There over 100,000 gargoyles lie in slumber. To be honest, this group of gargoyles possesses a trait that makes the winged envious. As soon as they fall asleep, they turn as solid as stone, entering a state of neither life nor death akin to immortality. As Lucifeel entered this city of slumber, gazing upon the stone-like gargoyles in deep sleep, she sighed. I will surely find a way to save you. Then she continued south, arriving at Kexlian on the southeastern coast. At this time, the port of Kexlian was extremely prosperous. Due to a previous departure incident where thousands of goblin ships went missing, the Goblin Emperor paid close attention and increased investment here. In fact, this place serves as a retreat sought by the goblin nobility. When Lucifeel arrived, she saw for the first time a grand sailing ship created through alchemical technology. Later, Lucifeel traveled through the Troll Kingdom. Although she was welcomed by King Odin Bloodaxe of the Trolls, she always sensed an undercurrent of malice within the palace. She quickly left the Troll Kingdom and headed for the Swamp Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom. What piqued her curiosity was that, like the Troll Kingdom, these two kingdoms had their own respective beliefs. Continuing westward, she stepped into the western coast of the Ferland continent and witnessed the barbarian tribes, including bearmen, fishmen, and ogres living there. At that time, a two-headed ogre was born in the ogre tribe, attacking the barbarian lands. The barbarians were at a disadvantage and were retreating steadily. Recalling what her teacher said about how humans were indeed involved with certain plans of the king's, Lucifeel imparted the berserker profession system she learned from the Troll Kingdom to the barbarian tribe. As a result, the wild-worshipping barbarian tribe gradually found their footing. They were grateful for Lucifeel's help and began to worship the platinum moon in the sky, referring to Lucifeel as the Valkyrie. Though ultimately the barbarians chose to retreat north to avoid the ogres, the legend of the Valkyrie continued to spread. Lucifeel continued her journey north, reaching the far north of the extreme west. Here lies a region called Momede, home to dozens of human city-states. The largest city-state is called Momede City, where the merfolk-blooded Momede family resides. The Momede family once had the potential to become the kings of the human race in the far north and establish the first human kingdom. However, due to their past actions to consolidate power, they annihilated all members of the Reinhardt family among humans, leading to disunity among the human tribes. Various human tribes left Momede, establishing new city-states. The bloodline also grew cold towards the Momede family due to this incident. The Momede family could only align themselves with the merfolk. Upon Lucifeel's arrival, these human city-states displayed indifference. They revered the true progenitor of the bloodline and sought favor with both the bloodline and the merfolk. However, lacking external enemies, these dozens of human city-states began to attack one another as they grew stronger. Lucifeel recorded this region and continued north to the bloodline castle. The bloodline did not welcome her, and she did not force her way in, instead heading eastward. This time she walked upon the icy highlands. The vast plateau and its gigantic creatures filled her with curiosity, and the heavenly sea within the plateau left her in awe. Here she felt the long-lost sense of breakthrough and enlightenment, stopping by the shores of the heavenly sea to cultivate and transcend to legend. In the year 2200 of the Goblin Empire, the sea race had not attacked the eastern coast for 200 years. The winged race experienced a rare period of development. Sophia decided to expand northward to connect with the winged race's enclave, the Heavenly Mountains. They occupied the Amlin Valley and the Otolo Mountains, forcing the goblins and trolls living there to leave. This action further deteriorated the relationship between the Goblin Empire and the Winged Kingdom, and also led the Troll Kingdom to condemn the actions of the Winged Kingdom while accepting the troll tribes of the Otolo Mountains. In the year 2222 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel successfully opened the legendary career path of the glorious Morning Star by the shores of the Heavenly Sea. At that moment, she joyfully soared above the Heavenly Sea, with even the Platinum Moon casting its light upon this beautiful winged girl after her promotion to legend. Lucifeel continued her travels through the icy highlands. The highlands were so vast, and she saw the behemoth tribe dominating the plains along with the frost giants riding mammoths. She also encountered large creatures like the ice bears and ice wolves. Here, even the rabbits were as robust as cattle. She was curious about the reason behind such gigantic transformations, yet after years of searching, she found nothing. Later, Lucifeel traveled south to the land of the human tribes by the Trident River, where she met the elder patriarch of the Reinhardt family, Wendy Reinhardt, who welcomed her warmly. Upon learning that Jiang You once stayed here for a period, Lucifeel prepared to follow Jiang Yu's route towards the continent of Phinodon. In the year 2229 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel arrived at the continent of Phinodon. She safely reached the Natashir forest of the Elven race, where she paid her respects to the Elf King Althais and the current leader of the Wind-Winged Lysin Lyphone. At that time, the Elven race had become much closer to the future compared to hundreds of years ago. At least in Lucifeel's eyes, she could no longer see traces of their former troll lineage. Lucifeel stayed here for a long time, witnessing many demigods of the Phinodon continent whose strength ignited thoughts within her. She did not wish to walk the path of human legend, but rather the path of a demigod, eventually transcending into divinity. The path of human legend was too arduous, as it had been the road of Sophia and Eritha, both of whom had failed. Though the path of the demigod was also challenging, many demigods existed in the world. Lucifeel felt that the path of the demigod might be somewhat easier. However, such a path would conflict with the Platinum Moon, causing her much distress. In her dilemma, Lucifeel ultimately made her decision. She would continue her teacher's ambition, walking the path of human legend, forging a hope for future winged generations. Subsequently, Lucifeel returned to the continent. Landing on the northern side of the eastern coast in a large forest by the coast, she discovered a legendary red dragon, driving away a group of kobolds and goblins to build a dragon's lair for him. Lucifeel had never seen a dragon before. However, she had heard tales of ancient dragons. The king on the Platinum Throne had once slain 4 ancient dragons, and their corpses lay within the lands of the Heavenly Mountain. The aura of this red dragon displeased her greatly, yet it did not reach the level of a demigod, merely embodying the legendary realm, and its size was not as exaggerated as that of ancient dragons. Lucifeel then decided to approach and inquire. The proud red dragon, however, was unwilling to answer her. Both were of haughty nature, leading to an immediate clash. In the battle that ensued, the red dragon was severely wounded, leaving behind a remark, "Damn Birdman, Italopans will return." It then fled westward. Lucifeel chased for a while, but ceased her pursuit. She too had sustained considerable injuries. The red dragon fled all the way to a dense mountain forest near the Bolak territory, casually finding a massive cave to recuperate. In the year 2268 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel returned to Uller City in Rosendath. After Lucifer returned to Uller City, the kingdom was in a stable phase of development, as there was no threat from the Sea Tribe. Sophia arranged for her to train the winged soldiers. The winged army she trained was entirely led by them. This was a privilege of their lineage. Sophia had her own island army. Eritha had her Holy Sword Legion. Once Ludwig also had his own Sky Knights, but unfortunately they were later disbanded. Thus Lucifer established the Radiant Battle Group. Many veterans from Ludwig's old unit, the Sky Knights, came to join. Lucifer preferred winged individuals with vigor and passion. The winged warriors she selected were the bravest, most daring, and most adaptable to harsh environments. In the 2300th year of the Goblin Empire, Lucifer led the Radiant Battle Group to take the initiative, defeating the Sea Tribe army stationed on Sophia's Islands, reclaiming them for the kingdom. This battle reignited the Sea Tribe's fury, shattering their fear of the Platinum Moon in the high sky. The Sea Princess Themis could no longer contain herself and dispatched troops to attack the eastern coast. The war between the Winged and the Sea Tribes had begun anew. This time Lucifer charged ahead, always striving for the lead in every battle, with the morale of the Radiant Battle Group soaring high and their victories glorious. Improlatas, upon hearing that the Sea Tribe was once again at war with the Winged Tribe, Emperor Villandamigel let out a sigh of relief. He felt tense when the Winged Tribe occupied Amlin Valley and the Otolo Mountains. The Goblin Empire was currently struggling against the attacks from the Northern Behemoth Kingdom and the Southern Troll Kingdom. If the Eastern Winged Kingdom also began attacking the Empire, he feared he would be doomed to be a king without a country. In the 2301st year of the Goblin Empire, a red dragon was wreaking havoc in the human territory of the Polak domain. This red dragon was exceedingly wicked, often abducting the people of human villages. Lord Tumen Reinhardt was furious and led his troops to hunt the red dragon. However, he did not expect this red dragon to possess legendary strength with a large number of kobolds and goblins as its slave army, resulting in a crushing defeat for the Polak human army. Tumen fled in disgrace. That year, 22-year-old Arthur Reinhardt was also in the army. He had just advanced in the ancestral profession system Thunderlight and was an outstanding master-level practitioner. Yet unexpectedly, having just followed his father into battle, he experienced a great defeat and fled alongside his father Tumen. However, upon returning to the Polak Lord's castle, they discovered even worse news awaited them. His closest sister, the last unmarried daughter of Lord Tumen, and the most beautiful daughter, Avril Reinhardt, had been captured by the legendary red dragon Italopans. Tumen was so enraged that he spat blood and fainted. Damn red dragon! Arthur Reinhardt immediately wanted to take up his longsword and fight the red dragon, but was stopped by the guards. What a joke! As a master-level human practitioner, you likely wouldn't even survive entering the dragon's lair. With tears in his eyes, Arthur Reinhardt made his first vow in life. In this life, I will definitely slay the red dragon Atalapans and use its head to decorate my room. 3 days later, Tumen Reinhardt awoke and called Arthur Reinhardt to his bedside, instructing him to head north to the grasslands and seek assistance from their grandfather Wind Reinhardt in the territory of the Three Forks River. Thus Arthur Reinhardt set forth north to the grasslands. After meeting Wind Reinhardt promptly dispatched one of the three legends of the human race, his son-in-law, the legendary knight Tudo, to lead the Golden Lion Knights south to exterminate the dragon. However, the red dragon was cunning. After a fierce battle, the red dragon Atalapans realized that his slave army could not defeat the Golden Lion Knights, and he was evenly matched with Tudo. Ultimately, he would certainly be the one to lose. He immediately flapped his wings and departed with his captive, the beautiful Avril Reinhardt. The legendary knight Tudo could not catch up and could only watch helplessly as he escaped. On the ground in the forest, Arthur Reinhardt cleaved through the blocking kobolds with his great sword, looked up at the retreating figure of the red dragon, clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. Damn, red dragon. Sister, are you okay? In the 2302nd year of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt joined the Golden Lion Knights and went south to battle against the Goblin Empire. In the 2318th year of the Goblin Empire, the 39-year-old Arthur Reinhardt broke through the master level, becoming a hero-level Holy Lion Knight. The young Holy Lion Knight earned the favor of Wind Reinhardt, who hoped to see another legend emerge from the family. To this end, he specifically sent someone to forge a set of Lionheart armor as a gift for Arthur Reinhardt. In the 2345th year of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt, who had served in the Golden Lion Knights for 43 years, was called back by Tumen Reinhardt to the Polak domain. Arthur Reinhardt thought something had happened to the family and quickly returned to the Polak domain with his brother knights. When he returned to the family, he found a red-haired girl who looked to be in her teens sitting in the castle hall waiting for him. The girl appeared no different from a human, yet had a pair of vertical pupils. She claimed to be the daughter of his sister Avril Reinhardt. Upon seeing him return, she stood up. Uncle Ian, the daughter of the Red Dragon, and the Reinhardt Nilevea? Looking at the beautiful red-haired girl, Arthur Reinhardt felt a deep conflict within him. On one hand, the girl before him was the daughter of his sister Avril. On the other, she was the daughter of the Red Dragon he sought to slay. After a long silence, Arthur Reinhardt asked Nilevea, "Why have you come to the Polak domain?" "Uncle, my mother has died in torment. I barely escaped with her help just before she passed away. I am willing to join you in slaying the Red Dragon." The girl's expression was extremely sincere, and the pain and anger hidden in her eyes made Arthur see a reflection of himself. She firmly declared, "Though I have the blood of a red dragon, I am also willing to undertake the task of slaying dragons." The second chapter is about to end. Thus, the homeless and Nilevea followed Arthur Reinhardt, joining the Golden Lion Knights, waging battles across the south and north. Due to her dragon-like vertical pupils, Nilevea always wore a mask in public. She took on the name Naya, appearing as a man fighting alongside the human knights. Her red hair and fierce combat style made her the most outstanding young knight in the Golden Lion Knights, earning her the title of Flame Lion. In the year 2389 of the Goblin Empire, the human Golden Lion Knights achieved glory, once again breaching the great northern city of Mugus. The influence of the Behemoth royal court expanded once more. In the year 2400 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifiel led the Radiant Legion to break through the Sea Clan's position in the eastern coastline of Torland, slaying 2 legendary sea beings. The fame of the Radiant Morning Star spread among the Sea Clan, especially due to her possession of the blood of a sea siren, which further shocked them. Themis was extremely annoyed. She should have claimed Lucifiel for herself instead of handing her over to the Winged Clan. However, she did not remain idle. She recalled the Siren sisters who were overlooked by the Winged Clan and shared the same mother as Lucifiel. She believed that with both possessing the blood of winged and sea sirens, their talents must be similar. To this end, she found the Siren sisters on a small island north of the eastern coastline, promising them abundant resources and acknowledging their status as daughters of the Sea Clan princess, enticing them to join the Sea Clan's ranks. The talents of the Siren sisters were indeed astonishing, especially in the art of the sea siren song. Soon hundreds of sirens learned a multitude of sea siren songs. In the year 2401 of the Goblin Empire, the Siren sisters brought their offspring with hundreds of sirens joining the Sea Clan. When the sea siren songs echoed on the battlefield, Lucifiel was furious. She personally led the Radiant Legion to assault the singing position of the Siren tribe. However, she was blocked by the legendary beings of the Sea Clan and failed. From this moment on, her feelings for the Siren sisters vanished completely. In the year 2450 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt, stationed outside the city of Melanson, broke through the legendary realm and took on the legendary profession of Lionheart King. He became the second legendary figure of the Reinhardt family after Wendy Reinhardt. Far away at the Three Forks River, Wendy Reinhardt wept tears of joy upon hearing that Arthur Reinhardt had advanced to legend. He exclaimed loudly, "The family has a successor." Unsurprisingly, after Wendy Reinhardt's passing, Arthur Reinhardt would become the head of the Reinhardt family. After advancing to legend, the old commander of the Golden Lion Knights abdicated, and Arthur Reinhardt became the new commander leading the Golden Lion Knights. Meanwhile, Arthur Reinhardt wrote to Bolake asking them to send someone to search for the whereabouts of the Red Dragon Atropants. In the year 2453 of the Goblin Empire, the Red Dragon Atropants was discovered in the Putilus Mountains east of the Harrows Plain in the northern region. At that moment, the battle between the Behemoth Royal Court and the Goblin Empire had temporarily ceased. Arthur Reinhardt decided to lead his personal guard's elite soldiers from Bolake and a dozen human knights of hero rank whom he had befriended over the years along with Inai Laiweya to the Putilus Mountains to hunt the Red Dragon. After 3 months of preparation and arduous travel, Arthur Reinhardt's forces successfully arrived at the Red Dragon's lair, which was swarming with goblins and kobolds. The Red Dragon seemed to relish having them as slaves. Faced with the dragon's army, Arthur Reinhardt entrusted the main force to Inai Laiweya, commanding her to defeat the goblins and kobolds. He himself swung his great sword, soaring ahead to confront the Red Dragon Atropants. The legendary trait of the Lionheart King Lion King granted him the power to match the Red Dragon in a direct confrontation. As the battle intensified, a spectral image of a winged golden lion marked with the symbol of a platinum moon on its forehead roared skyward behind him. The Red Dragon was gradually suppressed, its body covered in wounds. Just as Arthur Reinhardt was about to slay the Red Dragon Atropants, an unexpected event occurred. From behind the mountains, another resounding dragon roar echoed. The Red Dragon Atropants rejoiced. "Isella, you truly are my good sister. Come help me, and together let's kill this human legend." In the sky, an adult legendary green dragon suddenly appeared behind everyone, flying at low altitude and spewing corrosive acid, burning Arthur's dragon-slaying army. Then she approached the Red Dragon Atropants and shouted, "Atropants, don't forget you owe me 5 dragon eggs. Not 5 but 10. I will give you 10. The Red Dragon Atropants quickly promised. "You said it." Hearing this, the green dragon Isella nodded in satisfaction, and then a green light shone from her body, enveloping Reinhardt in numerous negative states. At the same time, waves of green mist appeared in the sky, converging upon Arthur Reinhardt. Just as Arthur Reinhardt intended to evade, the long-suppressed Red Dragon erupted, igniting flames around the sky to block his retreat. Seeing enemies both in front and behind, Arthur Reinhardt steeled his heart, knowing he could only fight to the death. The spectral Lion King behind him roared angrily, lifting him high with the great sword as they charged towards the green dragon Isella. However, the green dragon was incredibly agile, and the Red Dragon rushed to assist. For a time, Arthur Reinhardt found himself at a disadvantage. As time passed, fatigue set in, and the wounds on his body stained his armor red. Below on the ground, the dragon-slaying army he had brought also found themselves engulfed in a sea of kobolds and goblins struggling to hold on. If he were to perish or flee, they would be utterly annihilated. Yet if he did not retreat, as one of the only 2 legends of the Reinhardt family, with Wendy Reinhardt aging, if he fell here, the Reinhardt family would surely decline. By this point in the battle, he was filled with regret. Years of hatred and the joy of advancing to legend had caused him to lose his caution. However, the humans of this continent, who had never seen a giant dragon, could not have imagined that a green dragon existed. Seeing Arthur Reinhardt in a dilemma, the Red Dragon Atropants laughed heartily, sweeping away his previous embarrassment, and said with great pride, "Arthur Reinhardt, you have no idea how delicious your sister was back then, making it impossible for me to resist." The Red Dragon's gaze turned to Inai Laiweya below, filled with anger. "Oh, and that bastard who betrayed me has come too. Ha ha ha, I will make you experience something even worse than your mother." In the sky, the increasingly exhausted Arthur Reinhardt suddenly recalled a family secret shared by Wendy Reinhardt after he advanced to legend. The platinum moon in the sky is not only our faith, but also our bloodline ancestors. Arthur, if you feel that the family is in a crisis of existence, you can pray for the help of the platinum moon. Recalling these words, Arthur Reinhardt no longer hesitated. Withstanding the attacks of the 2 giant dragons, he fervently directed his plea to the platinum moon high above, awakening the power of his bloodline, and called out loudly, "Great platinum moon, please bestow your mercy and protect your loyal Reinhardt." High above the heavens, Jiang You sat upon the platinum throne, suddenly hearing a call from within his bloodline. The supreme platinum moon. "Arthur Reinhardt beseeches the great you. May your will walk the world, may your mercy descend upon the earth." The fragmented sounds of prayer echoed. They did not come from the vast bloodline of the winged people, but from another smaller stream. He opened his violet eyes, his majestic gaze descending upon the earth, arriving at the source of the calling. Time and space shifted, his vision changed. Amidst the mountains, there stood a legendary figure of the human race with hair like cascading gold, robust and majestic, exuding a faint aura of kingship with the shadow of a lion king behind him. Arthur was blocked in front and behind by 2 legendary dragons, their attacks and tactics leaving him battered and bruised, yet his will remained as steadfast as iron, still charging forward, never relinquishing his great sword. Below, an elite human army clad in armor was resisting the tide of dog-headed men and goblin hordes. They were on the verge of defeat. Jiang You silently observed for a moment, tilting his head, leaning on his throne, letting his silver hair fall, quietly contemplating. The Lion King. Arthur. In the lore, the first king of the ancient era of humanity. But wasn't he supposed to be called Arthur Pendragon? Why is he now of the Reinhardt bloodline? Is it a twist of the world line, or is Pendragon actually the bloodline left behind by Fiona among the humans? It seems history is still different. However, since you are my bloodline descendant, I shall bestow upon you the power to conquer formidable foes. Jiang Yu's gaze slightly narrowed. With merely two legendary figures, it was naturally impossible for him to act personally. Thus he looked towards the land before the throne, towards the demigod's bones buried deep within, and beckoned with his hand. A fragment of bone as white as jade was grasped in his hand, emanating a faint dragon's might. He then gazed at the stone steps surrounding the platinum throne, infused with the light of platinum and his will. With a thought, a long strip of platinum stone detached and came to his right hand. Immediately, a vast and overwhelming will fused the bone and stone into a great sword, imbuing it with the sacred mark of the second heaven mountain. A mark of the platinum moon was engraved upon the sword, presenting an image of a white moon. Finally, Jiang You inscribed a trace of his own bloodline mark within it. Only the Reinhardt bloodline could wield the sword. Thus, a stone great sword shimmering with platinum brilliance hovered before Jiang You. Power of heaven bloodline bestowal. Legendary Arthur, this should be enough for you to conquer formidable foes. Jiang You smiled slightly, pushing the white stone greatsword forward. The stone greatsword, glowing with platinum brilliance, fell from the platinum moon above, crashing directly to the earth. Deep within the Putilus Mountains, Arthur Reinhardt, surrounded by two attacking dragons, suddenly felt a stirring within him. He looked up at the sky, only to see a platinum-bright meteor descending from the platinum moon, heading straight towards him. On the battlefield, the red dragon Atalapans continued to taunt. Arthur, the little brat of Reinhardt. I've heard you have 6 sisters, how lovely. I quite like that. At this moment, Arthur Reinhardt paid him no mind. His heart was filled with an intense sense of joy, the source of his bloodline, telling him that the platinum brilliance belonged to the blessing of his ancestors. Indeed, soon the platinum light descended upon this deep mountain forest like a shining little sun, illuminating 1,000 miles around. At this time, both dragons also almost simultaneously noticed the platinum meteor falling from the heavens. Below, countless dog-headed men and goblins felt an overwhelming kingly aura crush the dragon's might that filled the heavens and earth, trampling upon their hearts. Thump, thump, thump. The tremors in their hearts resonated like the ancient divine drums. All the dog-headed men and goblins could not help but bend their bodies. Meanwhile, the human knights and soldiers felt even more reverent. They sensed a glorious will, like the sun shining upon the world, burning fiercely. It is the platinum moon. The great platinum moon. The guardian deity of humanity. They raised their swords high, striking them together, producing a sound of clashing steel that echoed throughout the forest. Cheers resounded throughout the Putilus Mountains. In midair, Arthur Reinhardt threw the enchanted great sword to the ground and spread his arms, grasping at the descending platinum light meteor. Instantly, the platinum light enveloped him. Arthur Reinhardt felt his body lighten, a powerful sensation coursing through him. In his ears, a heavy and majestic voice resonated. Arthur Reinhardt, my bloodline descendant, I watch over you from the heavens. Arthur Reinhardt suppressed his excitement and silently vowed, Great ancestor Arthur shall not disappoint your expectations. Meanwhile, the 2 dragons in the sky above him were startled by this scene, unable to react in time. The light dissipated, revealing Arthur Reinhardt, clad in armor and wielding the stone great sword, stepping forth in radiance. With the platinum moon above, I wield this sacred sword from the stone. I shall slay all enemies of humanity. As soon as the words left his mouth, brilliant platinum light flared upon the sword, and the golden mane of the Lion King's phantom behind Arthur Reinhardt transformed into platinum, like the Lion King howling at the moon, unleashing a thunderous roar that summoned a fragment of judgment's will from the heaven mountain. Arthur Reinhardt, as if struck by a divine insight, roared fiercely, putting forth all his might against the red dragon. Judgment. The red dragon Atalapans felt himself locked by an invisible supreme, while the laws within him suddenly falling silent. A wave of panic surged within him. Just as he instinctively prepared to take flight, a powerful sword light came sweeping through the air, cleaving down upon his neck. Crash! Scalding red dragon blood rained down from the sky. The red dragon Atalapans felt his body drifting further away from him. So I have already died. In the end, before crashing to the earth, he completely lost consciousness. The massive dragon head and corpse fell upon the Putilus Mountains, plunging the entire world into silence. Seeing this, the green dragon fled without hesitation. Only Arthur Reinhardt, holding the stone holy sword, stood proudly in the void, paying a lofty homage to the platinum moon above. In the Putilus Mountains, Arthur Reinhardt let out a sigh of relief as he watched the green dragon flee into the distance. Though the stone holy sword in his hand greatly enhanced his combat power, he had already exhausted much of his strength in the previous battle and had put forth all his effort in slaying the red dragon. He truly had no confidence in immediately killing the green dragon. In the forest below, as the corpse of the red dragon fell to the ground, the kobolds and goblins scattered in all directions. The human knights and warriors, seeing their victory in the great battle, sighed in relief, feeling a sense of survival after a catastrophe, and they rallied their remaining strength to cheer for Arthur Reinhardt. Long live Arthur Reinhardt! Praise the Platinum Moon! Nilawea stood before the corpse of the red dragon, which was both her father and the murderer of her mother. Tears streamed down her face as she smiled. She drank its blood, releasing her pent-up emotions. This dragon-slaying battle greatly enhanced Arthur Reinhardt's prestige. Afterward, he did not go against his oath and used the head of the red dragon to adorn his room. In the year 2468 of the Goblin Empire, the Troll Kingdom contacted the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Behemoth Court of the Northern Plains to plan an attack on the Goblin Empire. As the Goblin Empire's main forces were primarily engaged in repelling the trolls from the south and the Behemoth Court from the north, they did not take the usually quiet and unassuming dwarves and lizardmen into consideration. The Western Frontier's army was suddenly ambushed and suffered a great defeat. The city of Faria in the western region was occupied by the dwarves, while the city of Roman was taken by the lizardmen. Several major goblin cities in the southern part of the western region were occupied by the trolls. A large number of goblins from the west fled to the Angamiros Mountains. By the time the Goblin Empire reacted, the entire western region had already been divided among the dwarves, lizardmen, and trolls. The alliance of dwarves and lizardmen had even advanced to the edge of the central Minjin plain, blocked only by Minjin City. In the year 2512 of the Goblin Empire, the Behemoth Court moved south again. Edson Amand led the coalition of the Prairie tribes to attack Mohan City, while also dispatching Centaur tribes to attack Mugas. After 3 months of relentless siege warfare, they finally captured Mohan City. The Centaur tribe almost simultaneously breached Mugas, and half of the northern army of the Goblin Empire was annihilated. In Mohan City, the remaining goblin forces from the north broke out and prepared to retreat to the southern city of Galzer to continue their defense. Edson Amand, seeing victory within reach and the entire northern region nearly under his control, was overjoyed. He personally led the Behemoth Royal Guard in a victorious pursuit, but because of his fervent chase, he was ambushed by the Goblin Northern Army at the foot of Galzer City, and he was killed. With the death of the Prairie Khan Edson Amand, the coalition of the Prairie Kingdom instantly fell into disarray reminiscent of past scenes from hundreds of years ago. Edson Amand's sons began to vie for the position of Prairie Khan, initiating internal strife within the Prairie Kingdom. Among them, the third Prince Amand controlled the northern central lands along the Goblin northern border of Yobud Melanson and Mohand. The seventh Prince Tidao Amand held sway over the vast lands to the west of the Prairie Kingdom, while the 11th Prince Rand Amand controlled the expansive lands to the east. The three princes commanded the various clans under the Prairie Kingdom, each wanting to fight for themselves and determine who would become the Prairie Khan. However, at this moment, the major races under the Prairie Kingdom were no longer what they used to be. They had gradually grown stronger through following the behemoths southward and raiding. They no longer obeyed the royal commands, but chose to watch the internal strife of the behemoth princes. In the year 2515 of the Goblin Empire, seeing that the internal strife within the Prairie Kingdom had not yet ended, the Goblin Empire dispatched troops north to Mohan City, seeking to reclaim lost territory, but they were blocked by Amand at the foot of Mohan City, unable to advance. As news of the Goblin army's advance from the north arrived, the three behemoth princes paused their internal conflict. The surrounding Troll and Direwolf clans, the Bolake humans, and the Centaur tribes also came to their aid, and the Goblin army was once again routed. They had no choice but to retreat back to Galzer, constructing the final northern defense line along Galzer City and Aid City. In the year 2532 of the Goblin Empire, the chaos among the behemoth princes was far from over. The Trolls of Haros and the Direwolf clan declared independence, establishing the Direwolf Kingdom on the Haros Plain, as if they had conspired. In the year 2533 of the Goblin Empire, the Centaur tribe located in Mugas established the House of Centaur United Kingdom. In the year 2535 of the Goblin Empire, in the southern part of the Trident River and north of Haros, the tiger-headed people united with the wild boars, half-foxes, and bull-headed tribes to establish the half-orc United Kingdom. In the year 2537 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt declared the independence of the human race in the Bolake region, establishing the Reinhardt Kingdom. The kingdom governed the Bolake region and the Trident River region. Arthur Reinhardt ordered the kingdom to expand towards the western area of Lake Ulanar. In the same year, the Fairy clan residing at the junction of the northern and western regions established the Fairy Secret Realm. In the year 2538 of the Goblin Empire, the three behemoth princes, seeing the chaotic situation in the prairie, realized that the behemoth clan could no longer hold the same power as before. Between the three brothers, none could gain the upper hand, and they were forced to abandon their ambition of unifying the Prairie Kingdom. In the year 2540 of the Goblin Empire, Amon announced the establishment of the Amon Kingdom and withdrew from the struggle for the Prairie Kingdom. Thus, various nations in the northern region flourished, but the pressure on the goblins was significantly reduced. The Goblin Empire finally breathed a sigh of relief, focusing all its attention on the western and southern regions. In the western region, the coalition of dwarves and lizardmen, seeing that the behemoth kingdom in the north had fallen apart, had to halt their offensive using the edge of the Menjin Plain as a defense line and no longer advancing. In the year 2550 of the Goblin Empire, the war between the winged race and the aquatic race came to an end once again, with the aquatic race being driven back to the ocean. Among the aquatic race, dissatisfaction towards the Grand Princess Themis had reached a deep-seated level. In the city of Euler in Lozendas, Sophia, upon seeing the chaotic situation on the continent, contemplated for a long time before deciding to lead the army westward. The winged race deployed multiple armies simultaneously. The Tian Mountain winged race advanced towards the city of Benlay near the Thunder Marsh and captured it. The main force of the winged army from Lozendas marched west into the Hanhai forest, occupying the eastern major city of Toadcap. The eastern army of the Goblin Empire could not withstand the winged race and had to retreat to the cities of Gatos in the central and eastern regions. After this battle, the Winged Kingdom nearly occupied the entire eastern territory. In the year 2555 of the Goblin Empire, Sophia personally arrived at the ancestral land of the winged race, the High Barbarian Mountain. Here she commemorated the past 3 days and issued an order to establish a new city for the winged race at the foot of High Barbarian Mountain, enclosing the entire mountain. The new city was named Staffray City, meaning the city of the first flight. Year 2560 of the Goblin Empire. South Front. Seeing that the Winged Kingdom had freed its hands and seized the entire eastern territories of the Goblin Empire, King Odin Bloodaxe of the Trolls grew increasingly anxious. To him, the Goblin Empire was now a lamb awaiting slaughter, its northern steppe khanate already enfeebled, leaving only the Winged Kingdom as the true future rival to the Troll Kingdom. After deliberation among his court ministers, Odin Bloodaxe dispatched envoys northward to Haros seeking alliance with the Wolfkin Kingdom. He proclaimed their shared origins as troll tribes and proposed a royal marriage to forge a north-south alliance. The Wolfkin Kingdom accepted the marriage pact. Year 2561 of the Goblin Empire. The crown prince of the Wolfkin Kingdom wed Odin Bloodaxe's daughter, the two realms formally united by matrimony. Year 2563 of the Goblin Empire. The northern and southern troll kingdoms jointly launched an assault upon the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, under Odin Bloodaxe's treaties, the dwarves and lizard folk simultaneously besieged the city of Munin. From the south, Odin Bloodaxe himself led the full might of the troll armies in a renewed northern campaign across the Amber River. He had spent years consolidating strength and preparing for this decisive war. The two armies clashed fiercely along the banks of the Amber River. Perhaps the Goblin Empire realized that should the Amber River fall, its entire southern frontier would be overrun, leaving it encircled by hostile nations from all directions at the continent's heart. With all retreat routes severed, even mastery over the continent's most prosperous central lands would only delay inevitable annihilation. Emperor Villander Amigal therefore issued a decree conscript every able-bodied citizen and professional warrior to defend the southern frontier. Thus the war reached a stalemate. Year 2564 of the Goblin Empire. The dwarf and lizard folk armies breached the walls of Munin. With no choice remaining, Emperor Villander Amigal ordered reinforcements withdrawn from the southern front to repel the western incursion. The central territories could not be lost. Such a failure would mean the empire's utter collapse. Simultaneously, he decreed the evacuation of southern civilians northward. Year 2567 of the Goblin Empire. Odin Bloodaxe shattered the defenses along the Amber River. The Goblin southern army retreated in disarray. Odin Bloodaxe personally pursued the retreating main force of the Goblin Empire while dispatching detachments to seize the remaining southern cities. Year 2568 of the Goblin Empire. The retreating southern army established its final defensive line along the Villar River, spanning the border between the central and southern territories. At this point, the Goblin Empire retained only the central region of Phaland and fragments of its northern domains. The Troll Kingdom, meanwhile, held the entirety of the southern territories and portions of the west, its realm now larger than the Goblin Empire for the first time. Thus, the continental balance across Phaland stabilized, for the moment. The southeastern port city of Kesslern, once part of the Goblin Empire, now stood isolated, an enclave adrift. Emperor Villander Amigal secretly dispatched his most beloved goblin prince southward into Kesslern to oversee the construction of great vessels. Year 2570 to year 2970 of the Goblin Empire. For centuries past, only sporadic raids by the Winged Kingdom disturbed the peace, mostly aimed at repelling the sea folk. As if bound by unspoken accord, all nations and races fell into profound silence. Within their borders, new faiths surged forth, and numerous apex demigods descended into mortal affairs, weaving intricate schemes across kingdoms and clans. The most powerful realms each embraced distinct divine patrons. The Troll Kingdom worshipped the god of slaughter. The Mountain Realm venerated the god of peaks and forging. The Centaur Kingdom honored the god of the north wind. The Wolfkin Kingdom revered the wolf god. The Half-Orc Kingdom paid homage to the god of battle. The Lizardfolk Kingdom worshipped the god of mire and chaos. In the Eman Kingdom, cults of the god of savagery and violence emerged. The Eastern and Western steppe Khanates began venerating the god of strength and the god of the run, respectively. The Merfolk of the Western Sea worshipped the sea goddess. Even within the Reinhardt Kingdom, the deities wisdom and healing and the Platinum Moon vied for dominion over souls. Yet King Reinhardt purged the influence of wisdom and healing from Polak. But in the enclave-like Trifork River region and among steppe-dwelling human tribes, that faith continued to spread quiet and insidious. After Reinhardt's ascension, the Reinhardt clan of the Trifork River had migrated en masse to Polak City, and the Golden Lion Knights followed suit, diminishing Reinhardt's influence over the Trifork River region. Beyond these great kingdoms, countless other races also embraced faith. The Avians, barbarians, fishfolk, ogres, serpentfolk, giants, ursines, and fairies all gave rise to their own sacred traditions. Yet the Goblin Empire, occupying the continent's very center, remained untouched, a forgotten island barren of divine presence. Year 2970 of the Goblin Empire. Prodas City. Deep night. 2 silver moons hung high, bathing the ancient metropolis in ethereal light. The Goblin Archizage stood atop the weathered, solemn ramparts of Prodas, his black cloak billowing softly as he gazed across the vast open plains. His gaze stretched far and wide, as though encompassing the entire empire itself. Beside him stood another figure equal in height, wreathed in roiling black vapor, who let out a guttural, cackling laugh. Kekekek. The hour has come. Across Phelan, legions of demigods have risen. Decisions must be made. Azarba. Shall we wait until they ascend to godhood? Azarba fell silent. You know well, he replied quietly, once you have chosen the abyss, there is no turning back. For when we gaze into the abyss gazes also into us. Moreover, we are not without advantage. When we deliver millions of living souls, vibrant, unbroken, to the abyss, it shall rejoice. And with the abyss's aid we shall transcend, becoming abyssal lords, peers to true gods. In that sense we shall become gods, fulfilling your deepest ambition. Is that not glorious? Azarba remained still. The shadow laughed again, then added, do you fear for your race? Ha 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 ha, spare me such folly. They are but stepping stones on your path to divinity. Their vitality is tenacious, their bloodline shall endure. And even were they all extinguished, what concern is that to us? Azarba could bear it no longer. He roared silence. Teehee. Azarba, what pretense is this? Do you truly not know? I am you. Ha ha ha. A chilling, unearthly laughter tore through the night, dread coiling thick in the air. Countless goblins of Proadast stirred awake in terror, unsure what calamity had awakened. Upon the city wall at last came Azarba's voice, deep, heavy, and hoarse. We will return, will we not? Have no fear. The abyss behind us is infinitely vast. It bears the malice of countless worlds, devours realms without number, and wages war against God-infused cosmoses beyond count. Phelan is no exception. We will return. I understand. Then enact our design. Let Proadast descend into the abyss tonight, and let us rise as demon lords. Ha 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 ha. You have finally seen the truth. No sooner had the words left his lips than the shadow, boiling with black mist and suffused with malignant will, stepped forward and merged seamlessly into Azarba's form.